Rye continued. The much-debated visit to America took place at last in 1904, and in 10 very full months, Henry James secured that renewed saturation in American experience, which he desired before it should be too late for his advantage. He saw far more of his country in these months than he had ever seen in old days. He went with the definite purpose of writing a book of impressions, and these were to be principally the impressions of a restored absentee reviving the sunken and overlaid memories of his youth. But his memories were practically of New York, Newport, and Boston, only to the country beyond. He came for the most part as a complete stranger, and his voyage of new discovery proved of an interest as great as that which he found in revisiting ancient haunts the American scene, rather than the letters he was able to write in the midst of such a stir of movement. Gives his account of the adventure on the spot. The daily assault of sensation besetting him wherever he turned was too insistent for deliberate report. He quickly saw that his book would have to be postponed for calmer hours at home, and his letters are those of a man almost overwhelmed by the amount that is being thrown upon his power of absorption. But the book he eventually wrote shows how fully that power was equal to it, all losing or wasting none of it, meeting and reacting to every moment 10 months of America poured into his imagination. As he intended, they should a vast mass of strange material, the familiar part of it. Now, after so many years, the strangest of all perhaps, and his imagination worked upon it in one unbroken rage of interest. He was now more than 60 years old. But for such adventures of perception and discrimination, his strength was greater than ever. He sailed from England at the end of August 1904, and spent most of the autumn with William James and his family, first at Chocorua, their country home in the mountains of New Hampshire, and then at Cambridge. The rule he had made in advance against the paying of other visits was abandoned at once. He was in the center of too many friendships, and too many opportunities for extending and enlarging them. With Cambridge still as his headquarters, he widely improved his knowledge of New England, which had never reached far into the countryside. At Christmas, he was in New York, the place that was much more his home, as he still felt, than Boston had ever become. Yet of all his American past, the most unrecognizable relic in the portentous changes of 20 years, he struck south through Philadelphia and Washington in the hope of meeting the early Virginian spring, but it happened to be a year of unusually late snows, and his impressions of the southern country, most of which was quite unknown to him, were unfortunately marred. He found the right subtropical benignity in Florida, but a particular series of engagements brought him back after a brief stay. It had been natural that he should be invited to celebrate his return to America by lecturing in public, but that he should do so, and even with enjoyment, was more surprising, and particularly so to himself. He began by delivering a discourse on the lesson of Balzac, closely wrought critical study, very attractive in form and tone, at Bryn Mawr College, Pennsylvania, and was immediately solicited to repeat it elsewhere. He did this in the course of the winter at various other places, so providing himself at once with the means and the occasion for much more travel and observation than he had expected. By Chicago, St. Louis, and Indianapolis, he reached California in April 1905. The lesson of Balzac was given several times, until for a second visit to Bryn Mawr, he wrote another paper, The Question of Our Speech, an amusing and forcible appeal for care in the treatment of spoken English. The 2 lectures were afterwards published in America, but have not appeared in England. The beauty and amenity of California was an unexpected revelation to him, and it is clear that his experience of the West, though it only lasted for a few weeks, was fully as fruitful as all that had gone before. Unluckily, he did not write the continuation of the American scene, which was to have carried the record on from Florida to the Pacific coast, so that this part of his journey is only to be followed in a few hurried letters of the time he was soon back in the East at New York and Cambridge again, beginning by now to feel that the cup of his sensations was all but as full as it would hold. The longing to discharge it into prose, before it had lost its freshness, grew daily stronger. A year's absence from his work had almost tired him out, but he paid several last visits before sailing for home, and it was definitely in this American summer that he acquired a taste which was to bring him an immensity of pleasure on repeated occasions for the rest of his life. The use of the motor car for wide and leisurely sweeps through summer scenery was from now onward an interest and a delight to which many friends were glad to help him. In New England at this time, later on at home in France and in Italy, it renewed the romance of travel for him, revealing fresh aspects in the scenes of old wanderings, and he enjoyed the opportunity of sinking into the deep background of country life, which only came to him with emancipation from the railway. He reached Lamb House again in August 1905, and immediately set to work on his American book. It grew at such a rate that he presently found he had filled a large volume without nearly exhausting his material. But by that time, the whole experience seemed remote and faint, and he felt it impossible to go further with it. The wreckage of San Francisco, moreover, by the great earthquake and fire of 1906, drove his own Californian recollections still further from his mind. He left the American scene a fragment, therefore, and turned to another occupation, which engaged him very closely for the next 2 years. This was the preparation of the revised and collected edition of his works, or at least of so much of his fiction as he could find room for, in a limited number of volumes. To read his own books was an entirely new amusement to him. They had always been rigidly thrust out of sight from the moment they were finished and done with, and he came back now to his early novels with a perfectly detached critical curiosity. He took each of them in hand, and plunged into the enormous toil, not indeed of modifying its substance in any way where he was dissatisfied with the substance he rejected it out there, but of bringing its surface, every syllable of its diction, to the level of his exigent taste. At the same time, in the prefaces to the various volumes he wrote what became in the end a complete exposition of his theory of the art of fiction, intertwined with the memories of past labor that he found everywhere in the much-forgotten pages. It all represented a great expenditure of time and trouble, besides the postponement of new work. And there is no doubt that he was deeply disappointed by the half-hearted welcome that the edition met with, after all, schooled as he was in such discouragements. While he was on this work, he scarcely stirred from Lamb House except for occasional interludes of a few weeks in London, and it was not until the spring of 1907 that he allowed himself a real holiday. He then went abroad for 3 months, beginning with a visit to Mr. and Mrs. Wharton in Paris, and a motor tour with them over a large part of western and southern France. With all his French experience, Paris of the Faubourg Saint-Germain and France of the remote country roads were alike almost new to him, and the whole episode was matter of the finest sort for his imagination. From the American to the ambassadors, he had written scores of pages about Paris, but none more romantic than a paragraph or two of The Velvet Glove, in which he recorded an impression of this timea sight of the quays and the Seine on a blue and silver April night. From Paris, he passed on to his last visit, as it proved, to his beloved Italy. It was the 10th he had made since his settlement in England in 1876. Like everyone else perhaps who has ever known Rome in youth, he found Rome violated and vulgarized in his age. But here, too, the friendly chariot of fire helped him to a new range of discoveries at Subiaco Monte Cassino, and in the Capuan Plain he spent a few days at a friend's house on the mountain slope below Vallombrosa, and a few more, the best of all, in Venice, at the ever-glorious Palazzo Barbaro. That was the end of Italy. But he was again in Paris for a short while in the following spring 1908, motoring thither from Amiens with his hostess of the year before. Meanwhile, his return to continuous work on fiction, still ardently desired by him, had been further postponed by a recrudescence of his old theatrical ambitions, stimulated, no doubt, by the comparative failure of the laborious edition of his works. He had taken no active step himself, but certain advances had been made to him from the world of the theater, and with a mixture of motives, he responded so far as to revise and recast a couple of his earlier plays, and to write a new one, the one-act covering end, which had appeared in The Two Magics disguised as a short story, became the high bid in 3 acts. It was produced by Mr. and Mrs. Forbes Robertson at Edinburgh in March 1908, and repeated by them in London in the following February for a few afternoon performances at His Majesty's Theatre. The other house, a play dating from a dozen years back, which also had seen the light only as a narrative, was taken in hand again, with a view to its production by another company, and the outcry was written for a third. The 2 latter schemes were not carried out in the end, chiefly on account of the troubled time of illness which fell on Henry James with the beginning of 1910, and which made it necessary for him to lay aside all work for many months. But this new intrusion of the theater into his life was happily a much less agitating incident than his earlier experience of the same sort. His expectations were now fewer, and his composure was more securely based. The misfortune was that again a considerable space of time was lost to the novel, and, in particular, to the novel of American life. that he had designed to be one of the results of his year of repatriation. The blissful hours of dictation in the garden house at Rye were interrupted. While he was at work on the plays he found, he could compass the concision of the playform only by writing with his own hand, foregoing the temptation to expand and develop which came while he created. Aloud, but his keenest wish was to get back to the novel once more, and he was clearing the way to it at the end of 1909, when all his plans were overturned by a long and distressing illness. He never reached the American novel until 4 years later, and he did not live to finish it. To W. Roman 500 Howells. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Jan 8, 1904. My dear Howells, I am infinitely beholden to you for 2 good letters, the second of which has come in today following close on the heels of the first, and greeting me most benevolently, as I rise from the couch of solitary pain, which means nothing worse than that I have been in bed with odious and inconvenient gout, and have but just tumbled out to deal by this helpful machinery with dreadful arrears of Christmas and New Year's correspondence. Not yet at my ease for writing, I thus inflict on you without apology this unwanted grace of legibility. It warms my heart verily to hear from you in so encouraging and sustaining a sensing fact, makes me cast to the winds all timorous doubt of the energy of my intention. I know now more than ever how much I want to go, and also a good deal of why surely it will be a blessing to commune with you face to face, since it is such a comfort and a cheer to do so even across the wild winter sea. Will you kindly say to Harvey for me that I shall have much pleasure in talking with him here of the question of something serialistic in the North American, and will broach the matter of an American novel in no other way. Until I see him, it comes home to me much in truth, that after my immensely long absence, I am not quite in a position to answer in advance for the quantity and quality, the exact form and color of my reaction. In presence of the native phenomena, I only feel tolerably confident that a reaction of some sort there will be what affects me as indispensable, or rather what I am conscious of, as a great personal desires, some such energy of direct action, as will enable me to cross the country and see California, and also have a look at the South. I am hungry for material, whatever I may be moved to do with it. And honestly, I think there will not be an inch, or an ounce of it unlikely to prove grist to my intellectual and artistic. Roman 1099, you speak of one's possible hates and loves, that is aversions, and tendernesses in the dire confrontation. But I seem to feel about myself that I proceed but scantly in these chill years, by those particular categories and rebounds, in short, that somehow such fine primitive passions lose themselves for me in the act of contemplation, or at any rate in the act of reproduction. However, you are much more passionate than I, and I will wait upon your words and try, and learn from you a little to be shocked and charmed in the right places. What mainly appalls me is the idea of going a good many months without a quiet corner to do my daily stint, so much so in fact that this is quite unthinkable, and that I shall only have courage to advance by nursing the dream of a sky parlor of some sort in some cranny or crevice of the continent, in which my mornings shall remain my own, my little trickle of prose eventuate, and my distracted reason thereby maintain its seat. If some gifted creature only wanted to exchange with me for 6 or 8 months, and swap its customary bower over there for dear little Lamb House here, a really delicious residence, the trick would be easily played. However, I see I must wait for all tricks. This is all or almost all tadial, except to reassure you of the pleasure you give me by your remarks about the ambassadors and cognate topics. The international is very presumably indeed, and in fact quite inevitably, what I am chronically booked for, so that truly even I feel it rather a pity in view of your so benevolent colloquy with Harvey, that a longish thing I am just finishing should not be disponable for the nar niche, the niche that I like very much the best for serialization of all possible niches. But the golden bowl isn't, alas, so employable. Fortunately, however, I still cling to the belief that there are as good fish in the sea. That is my sea. You mentioned to me a domestic event in Pilla's life which interests me scarce the less for my having taken it for granted, but I bless you all. Yours always, Henry James. To Edward Lee Child. The name of this friend, an American long settled in France, has already occurred vol Roman 1p50 in connection with H.J.'s early residence in Paris. Mr. Child, who died in 1911, is known as the biographer of his uncle General Robert E. Lee, commander of the Confederate forces in the American Civil War. Lamb House Rye. January 19, 1904. My dear old friend, You write in no high spirits over our general milieu or moment, but high spirits are not the accompaniment of mature wisdom, and yours are doubtless as good as mine, like yourself. I put in long periods in the country which on the whole on this mild and rather picturesque south coast I find in my late afternoon of life a good and salutary friend, and I haven't your solace of companionship. I dwell in singleness, save for an occasional imported visitor who is usually of a sex, however not materially to mitigate my celibacy. I have a very nice perch in London, to which I sometimes go in a week or two, for instance for 2 or 3 months. But I return hither always with zest from the too many people and things and words and motion sinto the peaceful possession of, as I grow older, my more and more precious home hours. I have a household of good books, and reading tends to take for me the place of experiencier, rather to become itself poor. Qui sate liar experience, concentrated. You will say this is a dull picture, but I cultivate dullness in a world grown too noisy. Besides, as an antidote to it, I have committed myself to going some time this year to Americami, first expedition thither for 21 years if I do go, and it is inevitable I shall stay 6 or 8 months and shall be probably much and variously impressed and interested. But I am already gloating over the sentiments with which I shall expatriate myself here. You ask what is being published and thought here too, which I reply that England never was the land of ideas, and that it is now less so than ever. Morley's Life of Gladstone in 3 big volumes is formidable, but rich, and is very well done, a type of frank, exhaustive, intimate biography, such as has been often well produced here, but much less in France, partly perhaps because so much cannot be told about the lives private lives of the grands hommes there. Of course, the book is largely a history of English politics for the last 50 years, but very human and Roman 508. As for talk, I hear very little none in this rusticity, but if I pay a visit of 3 days, as I do occasionally, I become aware that the free traders and the Chamberlainites centre-devorant the question bristles for me with the rebarbative, but my prejudices and dearest traditions are all on the side of the system that has made England great, and everything I am most in sympathy with in the country appears to be still on the side of it, notably the better, the best sort of. The younger men Chamberlain hasn't in the least captured these, but it's the midnight hour, and my fire while I write has gone out. I return again. Most heartily your salutation. I send the friendliest greeting to Mrs. Lee Child, and to the dear old Perthuis, well remembered of me, and very tenderly, and I am, my dear child, your very faithful old friend, Henry James. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House, Rye. January 27, 1904. My dear Norris, I have as usual a charming letter from you too long unanswered, and my sense of this is the sharper as, in spite of your eccentric demonstration of your that is of our disparities, or whatever, or at least of your lurid implication of them, it all comes round after all to our having infinitely much in common, for I too am making arrangements to be cremated, and my mind keeps yours company in whatever pensive hovering yours may indulge in over the graceful operations. At walking, if you will only agree to postpone these on your own part to the latest really convenient date, I would quite agree to testify to our union of friendship, by availing myself of the same occasion. It might come cheaper for two, and undergoing the process with you, I find I do desire from the moment the question becomes a really practical one to throw it as far into the future as possible, save at the frequent moments when I desire to die very soon, almost immediately. I cling to life and propose to make it last. I blush for the frivolity, but there are still so many things I want to do. I give you more or less an illustration of this, I feel, when I tell you that I go up to town tomorrow for 8 or 10 weeks, and that I believe I have made arrangements, or incurred the making of them by others, to meet Rhoda Broughton in the evening, a pain arrive at dinner. But I shall make in fact a shorter winter's end stay than usual, for I have really committed myself to what is for me a great adventure later in the year. I have taken my passage for the U.S. toward the end of August, and with that long absence ahead of me, I shall have to sit tight in the interval, so I shall come back early in April to begin to pack, at least morally, and the moral preparation will, as well as the material, be the greater, as it's definitely visible to me that I must, if possible, let this house for the 6 or 9 months. But what a sprawling scrawl I have written you, and it's long past midnight. Good morning. Everything else I meant to say, though there isn't much, is crowded out. Yours always and ever, Henry James. To Mrs. Julian Sturgis. Julian Sturgis, novelist and poet, a friend of H.J.S., by many ties, had died on the day this letter was writ. Reform Club Pall Mall SW. April 13, 1904. Dearest Mrs. Julian, I ask myself how I can write to you, and yet how I cannot, for my heart is full of the tenderest and most compassionate thought of you, and I can't but vainly say so, and I feel myself thinking as tenderly of him, and of the laceration of his consciousness, of leaving you and his boys, of giving you up, and ceasing to be for you what he so devotedly was, and that makes me pity him more than words can say, with the wretchedness of one's not having been able to contribute to help or save him. But there he is in his sacrifice, a beautiful, noble, stainless memory, without the shadow upon him, or the shadow of a single grossness or meanness or ugliness, worlds, dust on the nature of thousands of men. Everything that was high and charming in him comes out as one holds on to him, and when I think of my friendship of so many years with him, I see it all as fairness and felicity. And then I think of your admirable years, and I find no words for your loss. I only desire to keep near you and remain more than ever yours. Henry James. To J.B. Pinker. Mr. Pinker was now acting, as he continued to do till the end, as H.J.S. literary agent. This letter refers to the Golden Bowl. Lamb House Rye. May 20, 1904. Dear Mr. Pinker, I will indeed let you have the whole of my MS on the very first possible day, now not far off, but I have still absolutely to finish. And to finish right, I have been working on the book with unremitting intensity the whole of every blessed morning, since I began it some 13 months ago, and I am at present within but some 12 or 15,000 words of finis. But I can work only in my own way, a deucedly good one by the same token, and am producing the best book I seem to conceive that I have ever done. I have really done it fast for what it is. And for the way I do it, the way I seem condemned to, which is to overtreat my subject by developments and amplifications that have in large part eventually to be greatly compressed, but to the prior operation of which the thing afterwards owes what is most durable in its quality. I have written in perfection 200,000 words of the GB with the rarest perfection, and you can imagine how much of that which has taken time has had to come out. It is not assuredly an economical way of work in the short run, but it is for me in the long, and at any rate one can proceed, but in one's own manner. My manner, however, is at present to be making every day it is now a question of a very moderate number of days, a straight step, nearer my last page, comparatively close at hand. You shall have it, I repeat, with the very minimum further delay of which I am capable. I do not seem to know, by the way, when it is Methuen's desire that the volume shall appear, I mean after the postponements. We have had the best time for me, I think, especially in America, will be about next October. And I promise you the thing in distinct time for that, but you will say that I am overtreating this subject too. Believe me, yours ever, Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. Lamb House Rye. July 26, 1904. Dearest H. Your letter from Chocorua, received a day or two ago, has a rare charm and value for me, and in fact brings to my eyes tears of gratitude and appreciation. I can't tell you how I thank you for offering me your manly breast to hurl myself upon, in the event of my alighting on the New York dock 4 or 5 weeks hence in abject and craven terror, which I foresee as a certainty, so that I accept without shame or scruple the beautiful and blessed offer of aid and comfort that you make me. I have it at heart to notify you that you will in all probability bitterly repent of your generosity, and that I shall be sure to become for you a deadweight of the first water, the most awful burden, nuisance, parasite, pestilence, and plaster that you have ever known. But this said, I prepare even now to me cramponer to you like grim death, trusting to you for everything, and invoking you from moment to moment as my providence and savior. I go on assuming that I shall get off from Southampton in the Kaiser Wilhelm Roman II of the North German Lloyd Line on August 24 th, said ship being, I believe, a 5-day boat, which usually gets in sometime on the Monday. Of course, it will be a nuisance to you my arriving in New York if I do arrive, but that got itself perversely and fatefully settled some time ago, and has now to be accepted as of the essence. Since you ask me what my desire is likely to be, I haven't a minute's hesitation in speaking of it as a probable frantic yearning to get off to Chocorua, or at least to Boston and its neighborhood, by the very first possible train. And it may be on the said Monday. I shall not have much heart for interposing other things, nor any patience for it to speak of so long as I hang off from your mountain home. Yet at the same time, if the boat should get in late, and it were possible to catch the Connecticut train, I believe I could bend my spirit to go for a couple of days to the Emmets on the condition that you can go with me so. And so only could I think of doing it very kindly therefore. Let them know this by wire or otherwise, in advance and determine for me yourself, whichever you think. The best move Grace Norton writes me from Kirkland Street, that she expects me there, and Mrs. J. Gardner writes me from Brookline, that she absolutely counts on me in consequence of all of which I beseech you to hold on to me tight, and put me through as much as possible like an express parcel, paying 50 cents, and taking a brass check for me I shall write you again next month and meanwhile, I am delighted at the prospect of your being able to spend September in the mountain home. I have all along been counting on that as a matter of course. But now, I see it was fatuous to do so, yet rejoice. But the more that this is in your power. But good night dearest H with many caresses all round ever your affectionate. Henry James. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. Chocorua NH USA. September 16, 1904. My dear Lucy Roman 100. One's too dreadful I receive your note, and your wire of August 23rd in far New England under another sky, and in such another world, I don't know by what deviltry I missed them at the last save, by that of the Reform being closed for cleaning, and the use of the Union Other Club fraught with other errors and delays. But the Wednesday A Roman 1000 at Waterloo was horrible for crowd and confusion passengers for ships so in their thousands, and I can't be sorry you weren't in the crush mainly of rich German-American Jews, but that is ancient history, and the worst of this now here is that spent with letter-writing my American postbag swollen to dreadfulness more and more, and interviewers only kept at bay, till I get to Boston and New York. I can only make you tonight this incoherent signal waiting, till some less burdened hour to be more decent, and more Roman 508. I came straight up here where I have been just a fortnight, and these New Hampshire mountains forest lakes are of a beauty that I hadn't from my 18th 20th years dared to remember as so great, and such golden September weather though already turning to what the leaf enclosed picked, but by reaching out of window, is a very poor specimen of it, is a pure bucolic, an Arcadian wildly informal and unfrilled life but sweet to me after long years end, with many such good old homely farmy New England things to eat, yet a shanterviewer pushed into it yesterday all the way from New York 400 miles, and we 10 miles from a station on the mere chance of me, and I took pity and your advice, and surrendered to her more or less on condition that I shouldn't have to read her stuff and I shan't. So you see I am well in hand tomorrow, I go to other places one by one, and shall be in deeper it's a vast queer wonderful country too unspeakable as yet, and of which this is but a speck on the hem of the garment, forgive this poverty of wearied pen, to your good old Henry James. To Edmund Goss. The Mount. Lenox, Mass. October 27, 1904. My dear Goss. The weeks have been many and crowded, since I received not very many days after my arrival, your incisive letter, from the depths of the so different world from this here. But it's just because they have been so animated peopled, and pervaded that they have rushed by like loud-puffing motor cars, passing out of my sight, before I could step back out of the dust, and the noise long enough to dash you off such a response as I could fling after them to be carried to you. And during my first 3 or 4 here my postbag was enormously appallingly heavy. I almost turned tail and re-embarked at the sight of it, and then I wanted above all, before writing you to make myself a notion of how and where, and even what I was I have turned round now a good many times though still for 2 months, only in this corner of a corner of a corner that is round New England, and the postbag has happily shrunken a good bit, though with liabilities I fear of re-expanding, and this exquisite Indian summer day sleeps upon these really admirable little Massachusetts mountains, lakes, and woods, in a way that lulls my perpetual sense of precipitation. I have moved from my own fireside for long years, so little have been abroad till now, but once for 10 years previous that the mere quantity of movement remains something of a terror, and a paralysis to metho. I am getting to brave it, and to like it as the sense of adventure of holiday and romance, and above all of the great so visible and observable world that stretches before one more and more comes through, and makes the tone of one's days, and the counterpoise of one's homesickness. I am at the back of my head, and at the bottom of my heart, transcendently homesick, and with a sustaining private reference all the while at every moment, verily, to the fact that I have a tight anchorage, a definite little downward burrow in the ancient world, a secret consciousness that I chink in my pocket as if it were a fortune in a handful of silver. But with this, I have a most charming and interesting time, and am feeling how agreeable it is in the maturity of age to revisit the long-neglected and long-unseen land of one's birth, especially when that land affects one as such a living and breathing and feeling and moving great monster as this one is. It is all very interesting and quite unexpectedly, and almost uncannily delightful and sympathetic, partly, or largely, from my intense impression, all this glorious golden autumn, with weather like tinkling crystal and colors like molten jewels of the sweetness of the country itself, this New England rural vastness, which is all that I've seen. I've been only in the country shamelessly visiting, and almost only old friends and scattered relations, but have found it far more beautiful and amiable than I had ever dreamed, or than I ventured to remember. I had seen too little, in fact, of old to have anything to speak of to remember, so that seeing so many charming things for the first time, I quite thrill with the romance of elderly and belated discovery of Boston. I haven't even had a full day off NY but 3 hours, and I have seen nothing whatever, thank heaven, of the literary world. I have spent a few days at Cambridge, Mass. with my brother, and have been greatly struck with the way that in the last 25 years Harvard has come to mass so much larger, and to have gathered about her such a swarm of distinguished specialists, and such a big organization of learning. This impression is increased this year by the crowd of foreign experts of sorts, mainly philosophically etc., who have been at the St. Louis Congress, and who appear to be turning up overwhelmingly under my brother's roof, but who will have vanished, I hope, when I go to spend the month of November with him, when I shall see something of the goodly Boston. The blot on my vision and the shadow on my path is that I have contracted to write a book of notes, without which contraction I simply couldn't have come, and that the conditions of lifetime, space, movement, etc., really to see to get one's material, are such as to threaten utterly to frustrate for me any prospect of simultaneous work, which is the rock on which I may split altoge there. Wherefore my alarm is great, and my project much disconcerted, for I have as yet scarce dipped into the great basin at all. Only a large measure of time can help me to do anything as decent as I want. Wherefore pray for me constantly, and all the more that if I can only arrive at a means of application, for I see already from here my tone, I shall do verily a lovely book. I am interested up to my eyesight, least I think I am. But you will fear at this rate that I am trying the book on you already. I may have to return to England only as a saturated sponge, and wring myself out there. I hope meanwhile that your own saturations and Mrs. Nelly's prosper, and that the Pyrenean in particular continued rich and ample. If you are having the easy part of your year now, I hope you are finding in it the lordliest, or rather the unlordliest leisure. I commend you all to felicity, and am, my dear Goss, yours always, Henry James. To W. E. Norris. Boston, Dec. 15, 1904. My dear Norris, there is nothing to which I find my situation in this great country less favorable than to this order of communication, yet I greatly wish first to thank you for your beautiful letter of as long ago as Sept. 12th from Malvern, and second, not to fail of having some decent word of greeting on your table for Christmas morning. The conditions of time and space at this distance are such as to make nice calculations difficult, and I shall probably be frustrated of the felicity of dropping on you by exactly the right post. But I send you my affectionate blessing, and I aspire at the most to lurk modestly in the heap. You were in exile, very elegant exile, I rather judge, when you last wrote. But you will now, I take it, be breathing again, bland, torquey bland, not blonde, a process, having to my fancy a certain analogy and consonance with that of quaffing bland tokay. This is neither tokay nor Torquath's slightly arduous process or adventure of mine, though very nearly as expensive on the whole as both of those luxuries combined. I am just now amusing myself with bringing the expense up to the point of ruin, by having come back to Boston, after an escape temporary to New York, to conclude a terrible episode with the dentist, which is turning out an abyss of torture and tedium. I am promised, and shall probably enjoy prodigious results from it, but the experience, the whole business has been so fundamental and complicated that anguish and dismay only attend it, while it goes one embellished at the most by an opportunity to admire the miracles of American expertness. These are truly a revelation, and my tormentor a great artist, but he will have made a cruelly deep dark hole in my time, very precious for me here, and in my pocket, ladder of such a nature that I fear no patching of all my pockets to come will ever stop the leak. But meanwhile it has all made me feel quite domesticated, consciously assimilated to the system. I am losing the precious sense that everything is strange, which I began by hugging close, and it is only when I know I am quite whiningly homesick and dessous for Roman 50H and Pall Mall that I remember I am but a creature of the surface, however, has its points. New York is appalling, fantastically charmless, and elaborately dire, but Boston has quality and convenience. And now that one sees American life in the longer piece, one profits by many of its ingenuities. The winter as yet is radiant and bell-like in its frosty clearness. The diffusion of warmth indoors is a signal comfort, extraordinarily comfortable in the traveling by day. I don't go in for nights. And a marvel, the perfect organization of the universal telephone with interviews and contacts that begin in 2 minutes and settle all things in them, a marvel I call it for a person who hates note-writing, as I daub at an exquisite curse, when it isn't an exquisite blessing. I expect to be free to return to NY the formidable in a few days, where I shall inevitably have to stay another month, after which I hope for sweeter things, Washington, which is amusing, and the South, and eventually California, with probably Mexico. But many things are indefinitely. I shall probably stay till the end of June. I suppose I am much interested, for the time passes inordinately fast. Also, the country is unlike any other to one's sensation of it. Those of Europe from state to state seem to me less different from each other than they are all different from Thizer, rather this from them. But forgive a fatigued and obscure scrawl, I am really done and demoralized with my interminable surgical. For it comes to that ordeal, yet I wish you heartily all peace and plenty, and am yours, my dear Norris, very constantly. Henry James. To Edmund Goss. The Breakers Hotel, Palm Beach, Florida, February 16, 1905. My dear Goss, I seem to myself to be under the disadvantage of this extraordinary process of seeing my native country perpetually writing letters, and yet I blush with the consciousness of not having yet got round to you again since the arrival of your so genial New Year's greeting. I have been lately in constant, or at least in very frequent motion on this large comprehensive scale, and the right hours of reculement and meditation of private communication, in short, are very hard to seize, and when one does seize them, as you know, one is almost crushed by the sense of accumulated and congested matter. So I won't attempt to remount the stream of time save the most sketchily in the world. It was from Lenox, Mass., I think in the faraway prehistoric autumn, that I last wrote you. I reverted thence to Boston, or rather mainly to my brother's kindly roof at Cambridge, hard by, where alas my 5 or 6 weeks were harrowed and ravaged by an appalling experience of American transcendent dentistry, a deep dark abyss, a trap of anguish and expense, into which I sank unwarily, though I now begin to see to my great profit, in the short human hereafter, of which I have not yet touched the fin fond. I mention it as accounting for treasures of wrecked time. I could do nothing else whatever in the state into which I was put while the long ordeal went on, and this has left me belated as to everything. Work, correspondence, impressions progress through the land, but I was temporarily liberated at last, and fled to New York, where I passed 3 or 4 appalled midwinter weeks. Deck and early Jan, appalled mainly, I mean, by the ferocious discomfort this season of unprecedented snow and ice puts on in that altogether unspeakable city from which I fled in turn to Philadelphia and Washington. I am going back to NY for 3 or 4 weeks of developed spring. I haven't yet in a manner seen it or cowardly done it. Things and places southward have been more manageable, save that I lately spent a week of all but polar rigor at the hyperched Biltmore in North Carolina, the extraordinary colossal French chateau of George Vanderbilt in the said N Roman 100 mountains, house 2,500 feet in air, and a thing of the high Rothschild manner, but of a size to contain 2 or 3 Mentmores, and Waddesdons. Philadelphia and Washington would yield me a wild range of anecdote for you, were we face to face. Will yield it me then, but I can only glance and pass glance at the extraordinary, and rather personally fascinating president who was kind to me, as was dear J. Hay, even more, and wondrous blooming, aspiring little Jusserand, all pleasant welcome and hospitality. But I liked poor dear queer flat comfortable Philadelphia almost ridiculously for what it is extraordinarily cossu and materially civilized, and saw there a good deal of your friendas. I think she is Agnes Replier, whom I liked for her bravery and almost brilliancy. Y'all be glad to hear that she is extraordinarily better up to now these 2 years of the malady by which her future appeared so compromised. However, I am tracing my progress on a scale, and the hours melt away and my letter mustn't grow out of my control. I have worked down here yearningly, and for all too short a stay, but 10 days in all but Florida at this southernmost tip, or almost does beguile and gratify me, giving me my first and last evidently sense of the tropics, or a peu prise the subtropics, and revealing to me a blandness in nature of which I had no idea. This is an amazing winter resort. While Toto in their tens, they're hundreds of thousands from all over the land, the property of a single enlightened despot, the creator of two monster hotels, the extraordinary agreement, of which I mean of course the high pitch of mere monster hotel amenity marks for me, how the rate at which the way in which things are done over here changes and changes. When I remember the hotels of 25 years ago, even it will give me brilliant chapters on hotel civilization. Alas, however, with perpetual movement and perpetual people, and very few concrete objects of nature or art to make use of for assimilation, my brilliant chapters don't get themselves written so little can they be notes of the current. Picturesque like one's European notes, they can only be notes on a social order of vast extent, and I see with a kind of despair that I shall be able to do here little more than get my saturation soak, my intellectual sponge serving, the squeezing out for the subsequent the so yearned for piece of Lamb House. It's all interesting, but it isn't thrilling though. I gather everything is more really curious and vivid in the Westo which in California. And to Mexico, if I presently proceed. Cuba lies off here, at but 12 hours of steamerand. I am heartbroken at not having time for a snuff of that flamboyant flower. St. Augustine, Feb. 18th. I had to break off day before yesterday, and I have completed meanwhile, by having come thus far north my sad sacrifice of an intenser exoticism. I am stopping for 2 or 3 days at the oldest city in Americatwo, or 3, being none too much to sit in wonderment at the success with which it has outlived its age. The paucity of the signs of the same has perhaps almost the pathos the signs themselves would have if there were any. There is rather a big and melancholy, and toned with a patina old Spanish fort of the 16th century, but horrible little modernisms surround it. On the other hand, this huge modern Hotel Ponce de Leon is in the style of the Alhambra, and the principal church Presbyterian in that of the Mosque of Cordova, so there are compensations. And a tiny old Spanish cathedral front earliest church, built in America late 16th century, which appeals with a yellow ancientry. But I must pull off simply sticking in a memento of a public development on my desperate part, which I have no time to explain. This refers to a past exploit, but the leap is taken is being renewed. I repeat the horrid act at Chicago, Indianapolis, St. Louis, San Francisco, and later on in New York have already done so at Philadelphia, always to private literary or ladies' clubs at Philadelphia, to a vast multitude with Miss Replier as brilliant introducer at Bryn Mawr to 700 persons by way of a little circle. In fine, I have waked up conferencier, and find to my stupefaction that I can do it. The fee is large of course, otherwise Indianapolis offers 100 for 50 minutes. It pays in short traveling expenses, and the incidental circumstances and phenomena are full of illustration. I can't do it often, but for 30 a time, I should easily be able to. Only that would be death. If I could come back here to abide, I think I should really be able to abide in relative affluence. One can on the spot make so much more money, or at least I might. But I would rather live a beggar at Lamb House, and it's to that I shall return. Let my biographer, however, recall the solid sacrifice I shall have made. I have just read over your New Year's Eve letter, and it makes me so homesick that the bribe itself will largely seem to have been on the side of the reversion bribe to one's finest sensibility. I have published a novel, The Golden Bowler, in 2 vols in advance 15 weeks ago of the English issue, and the latter will be, I don't even know if it's out yet in London, in so comparatively mean and fine printed a London form that I have no heart to direct a few gift copies to be addressed. I shall convey to you somehow the handsome New York page. Don't read it. Till then the thing has done much less ill here than anything I have ever produced. But good night verily, with all love to all, and to Mrs. Nellie in particular. Yours always, Henry James. A card of admission to a lecture by H. J. The lesson of Balzac, Bryn Mawr College, Jan 1905. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. Hotel Ponce de Leon, St. Augustine, Florida. February 21st, 5. Dearest old friend, I am leaving this subtropical Floridian spot from 1/2 hour to another, but the horror of not having for so long dispatched a word to you, the shame and grief and contrition of it, are so strong within me, that I simply seize the passing moment by the hair of its head, and glare at it till it pauses long enough to let me it where embrace you. Yet I have felt all along that you will have understood, and that words are wasted in explaining the obvious letters, All these weeks and weeks, day to day, and hour to hour letters have fluttered about me in a dense crowd, even as the San Marco pigeons in Venice round him, who appears to have corn to scatter, so the whole queer time has gone in my scattering, corn scattering, and chattering, and being chattered and scattered to, and moving from place to place, and surrendering to people. The only thing to do here, since things apart from people are nil, in staying with them, literally from place to place, and week to week, though with old friends, as it were alone, that is mostly, thank God, to avoid new obligations, doing that as the only solution of the problem of seeing the country I am seeing very well, but the weariness of so much of so prolonged and sustained a process is at times surpassing. It would be a strain, a weariness kept up so anywhere, and it is extraordinarily tiresome, on occasions, here vastness of space and distance of number and quantity is the element in which one lives. It is a great complication alone to be dealing with a country that has 50 principal cities each, a law unto itself, and unto you England, poor old dear, having to speak of, but one on the other hand it is distinctly interesting. Business and the country as a whole, there are no exquisite moments, save a few of a funniness that comes to that, but there are none from which one doesn't get something, and meanwhile, I am lecturing a little to pay the piper, as I goffer high fees of course, and as yet but 3 or 4 times, but they give me gladly 50 for 50 minutes a pound, a minute like patchy, and always for the same lecture. As yet the lesson of Balzac, I do it beautifully, feel as if I had discovered my vocation, at any rate amaze myself. It is well, for without it, I don't see how I could have held out. This winter has been a hideous succession of huge snow blizzards, blinding polar waves, and these southernmost places even are not their usual soft selves, yet the very south tiptoe of Florida, from which I came 3 days ago, has an air as of molten liquid velvet, and the palm and the orange, the pineapple, the scarlet hibiscus, the vast magnolia and the sapphire sea make it a vision of very considerable beguilement. I wanted to put over to Cuba but one night from this coast, but it was for reasons not to be down, reasons of time and money. I shall try for Mexico. Meanwhile, pray for me hard. My visit is doing has done me little reputation here, save the mark. Great good, the Golden Bowl is in its 4th edition, unprecedented. You see, I answer your last newses and things, not at all note even the note of anxiety about tea. Such are these cruelties, these ferocities of separation. But I drink in everything you tell me, and I cherish you all always, and am yours, and the children's twain ever so constantly. Henry James. To Edward Warren. University Club. Chicago. March 19, 1905. Dearest Edward, this is but a mere breathless blessing hurled at you, as it were between trains, and an ever so grateful joy in your brave double letter of the lame hand hero, that you are, which has just overtaken me here. I am not pretending to write, I can't, it's impossible, amid the movement and obsession and complication of all this overwhelming muchness of space and distance and time consumed, and above all of people consuming. I start in a few hours straight for California, enter my train this Monday night 7, and reach Los Angeles and Pasadena at 2 Thursday afternoon. The train has, I believe, barbers, shops, bathrooms, stenographers, and typists, so that if I can add a postscript without too much joggle I will, but you will say here is joggle enough, for alack, I am already, after 17 days of the great Middle West, rather spent, and weary of motion and chatter, and oh, of such an unimagined dreariness of ugliness on most sides, and of the perpetual effort of trying to do justice to what one doesn't like, if one could only damn it and have done with it. So much of it is rank with good intentions, and then the kindness, princely, as it were hospitality of these clubs, besides the sense of power huge, and augmenting power vast, mechanical, industrial, social, financial. Everywhere this Chicago is huge, infinite of potential size and form, and even of actual black smoky, old-looking, very like some preternaturally boomed Manchester or Glasgow, lying beside a colossal Lake Michigan of hard pale green jade, and putting forth railway antennae of maddening complexity and gigantic length. Yet this club, which looks old and sober too, is an abode of peace, a benediction to me in the looming largeness. I live here, and they put one up always everywhere with one's so excellent room with perfect bathroom, and W Roman 100 of its own appurtenant, the universal joy of this country in private houses, or wherever a feature that is really almost a consolation for many things. I have been to the south, the far end of Florida sea, but prefer the far end of Sussex. In the heart of golden orange groves, I yearned for the shade of the old Roman 50H mulberry tree, so you see I am loyal, and I sail for Liverpool on July 4th. I go up the whole Pacific coast to Vancouver, and return to New York am due there April 26th, by the Canadian Pacific Railway said to be in its first half sublime, but I scribble beyond my time. Your letters are really a blessed breath of brave old Britain, but oh for a talk in a Westminster panelled parlour, or a walk on farshening Camber, sans all love to Margaret, and the younglings I have again written to Jonathan, will have more news of me for you yours dearest Edward almost in nostalgic rage, and at any rate in constant affection. Henry James. To Mrs. William James. Hotel del Coronado. Coronado Beach, California. Wednesday night. April 5, 1905. Dearest Alice, I must write you again, before I leave this place which I do tomorrow noon, if only to still a little the unrest of my having condemned myself all too awkwardly, to be so long without hearing from you. I haven't all this while that, is these several days the letters, which I am believing you will have forwarded to Monterey, sent down to me. Here this I have abstained from mainly, because having stopped over here these 8 or 9 days to write in extreme urgency an article, and wishing to finish it at any price, I have felt that I should go to pieces as an author, if a mass of arrears of postal matter should come tumbling in upon me, and particularly, if any of it should be troublous. However, I devoutly hope none of it has been troublous, and I have done my best to let you know in any need of wiring, etc., where I have been. Also the letterless state has added itself to the deliciously simplified social state, to make me taste the charming sweetness and comfort of this spot California on these terms, when all is said Southern Roman 100 at least, which, however the real Roman 100, I believe much repudiates, has completely bowled me over. Such a delicious difference from the rest of the U.S. do I find in it. I speak of course all of nature and climate, fruits and flowers, for there is absolutely nothing else, and the sense of the shining social and human inane is utter. The days have been mostly here of heavenly beauty, and the flowers, the wild flowers just now in particular, which fairly rage with radiance over the land, are worthy of some purer planet than this. I live on oranges and olives fresh from the tree, and I lie awake nights to listen on purpose to the languid list of the Pacific which my windows overhang. I wish poor heroic Harry could be Harith, thought of whose privations, while I wallow unworthy, makes me tell him with all my love miserably sick, and poisons much of my profit. I go back to Los Angeles tomorrow too, as I wrote you last, Reuter, my now loathly lecture to a female culture club of 900 members, whom I make pay me through the nose, and on Saturday P. Roman 1000th, I shall be at Monterey Hotel del Monte, but my stay there is now condemned to bitterest brevity, and my margin of time for all the rest of this job is so rapidly shrinking that I see myself brulant mes edapes, alas, without exception, and cutting down my famous visit to Seattle to a couple of days. It breaks my heart to have so stinted myself here, but it was inevitable, and no one had given me the least inkling that I should find California so sympathetic. It is strange and inconvenient how little impression of anything anyone ever takes the trouble to give one beforehand. I should like to stay here all April and May, but I am writing more than my time permits me. Article is still to finish. I ask you no questions. You will have told me everything. I live in the hope that the news from WM will have been good, at least at Monterey. May there be some, but good night with great and distributed tenderness. Yours, dearest Alice, always and ever. Henry James. To William James. Dictated. 95 Irving Street, Cambridge, Mass. July 2, 1905. Dearest W. I am taking this out at you for reasons of convenience that will be even greater for yourself, I think, than for me. Your good letter of farewell reached me at Lenox, from which I returned, but last evening to learn, however, from every circumstance of your departure and of your condition as known up to date. The grim gray Chicago will now be your daily medium, but will put forth for you, I trust, every such flower of amenity as it is capable of growing. May you not regret at any point having gone so far to meet its queer appetites. Alice tells me that you are to go almost straight thence, though with a little interval here, as I sympathetically understand, to the Adirondacks, where I hope for you as big a bath of impersonal nature as possible, with the tub as little tainted, that is, by the soapsuds of personal, in other words, all the board you need, but no borders I seem greatly to mislike, not to say deeply to mistrust the Adirondack border. I greatly enjoyed the whole Lenox countryside, seeing it, as I did by the aid of the Wharton's big, strong, commodious new motor, which has fairly converted me to the sense of all the thing may do for one and one may get from it, the potent way it deals with a country large enough for it not to rude your but to rope in big free hauls, a huge net full of impressions at Onsethes came home to me beautifully convincing me that if I were rich I shouldn't hesitate to take up with it a great transformer of life, and of the future all that country charmed me. We spent the night at Ashfield, and motored back the next day after a morning, thereby an easy circuit of 80 miles between luncheon and a late dinner, a circuit easily and comfortably prolonged for the sake of good roads. But I mustn't rattle on, I have still innumerable last things to do, but the portents are all propitious absent any ill consequence of this fatuity. I am living at Alice's instance mainly on huge watermelon dugout in spadefuls, yet light to carry. But good-bye now, your last hints for the speech are much to the point, and I will try even thus late to stick them in. May every comfort attend you. Ever yours, Henry James. To Miss Margaret James. The project of a book on London was never carried further, though certain pages of the autobiographical fragment, The Middle Years, written in 191,415, no doubt, show the kind of line it would have taken. Lamb House Rye. November 3, 1905. Dearest Peck, in writing to your father, which however I shall not be able to do by this same post, I will tell him a little better what has been happening to me, and why I have been so unsociable. This unsociability is in truth all that has been happening, as it has been the reverse of the medal, so to speak, of the great arrears and urgent applications to work that awaited me here after I parted with you. I have been working in one way and another, with great assiduity, squeezing out my American book with all desirable deliberation, and yet in a kind of panting dread of the matter of it all melting and fading from me before I have worked it off. It does melt and fade over here in the strangest way, and yet I think while with you so successfully cultivate the impression and the saturation that even my bare residuum won't be quite a vain thing. I really find, in fact, that I have more impressions than I know what to do with, so that evidently at the rate I am going I shall have pegged out 2 distinct volumes instead of 1. I have already produced almost the substance of one which I have been sending to Harper and the NAR, as per contract, though publication doesn't begin apparently in those periodicals till next month. And then, please mention to your dad, all the time I haven't been doing the American book, I have been revising with extreme minuteness 3 or 4 of my early works for the edition definitive, the settlement of some of the details of which seems to be hanging fire a little between my agent and my New York publishers, not however in a manner to indicate I think a real hitch. Please, however, say nothing whatever any of you to anyone about the existence of any such plan. These things should be spoken of only when they are in full feather. That for your dad I mean the information as well as the warning in particular, on whom you see I am shamelessly working off after all a good deal of my letter mentioned to him. Also that still other tracks of my time, these last silent weeks have had to go toward preparing for a job that I think I mentioned to him, while with Yaomi Pledge, already a couple of years old, to do a romantical psychological pictorial social London, of the general form, length, pitch, and type of Marion Crawford's Ave Roma Immortalis for the Macmillans, and I have been feeling so nervous of late about the way America has crowded me off it that I have had for assuagement of my nerves to begin with piety and prayer, some of the very considerable reading the task will require of me, all this to show you that I haven't been wantonly uncommunicative. But good night, dear Peg, I am going to do another for Alec, with copious embraces. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. Lamb House Rye. November 19, 1905. My dear Wells, if I take up time and space with telling you why I have not sooner written to thank you for your magnificent bounty, I shall have properly to steal it from my letter itself, a much more important matter. And yet I must say in 3 words that my course has been inevitable and natural. I found your first munificence here on returning from upwards of 11 months in America, toward the end of July returning to the mountain of arrears, produced by almost a year's absence, and superficially, thereby a year's idleness. I recognized even from afar, I had already done so, that the Utopia was a book one should desire to read only in the right conditions of coming to it, coming with luxurious freedom of mind, rapt surrender of attention, adequate honors for it of every sort, so not bolting it like the morning paper, and sundry many other vulgarly importunate things. And knowing moreover I had already shown you that though I was slow I was safe, and even cert, I came to it only a short time since, and surrendered myself to it absolutely, and it was while I was at the bottom of the crystal well that Kipps suddenly appeared, thrusting his honest and inimitable head over the edge. and calling down to me with his note of wondrous truth, that he had business with me above. I took my time, however, there below, though below be a most improper figure for your sublime and vertiginous heights, and achieved a complete saturation, after which rescending, and making out things again, little by little in the dingy air of the actual, I found Kipps in his place awaiting meaned from his so different, but still so utterly coercive embrace. I have just emerged, it was really very well he was there, for I found, and it's even a little strange that I could read you only after yon don't at all see, whom else I could have read. But now that this is so, I don't see either, my dear Wells, how I can write you about these things thee, make me want so infernally to talk with you, to see you at length. Let me tell you, however, simply that they have left me prostrate with admiration, and that you are for me more than ever the most interesting literary man of your generation, in fact, the only interesting one. These things do you, to my sense, the highest honor, and I am lost in amazement at the diversity of your genius, as in everything you do, and especially in these three last social imaginations. It is the quality of your intellect that primarily in the Utopia obsesses me, and reduces me to that degree that even the colossal dimensions of your cheek, pardon the term that I don't in the least invidiously apply, fails to break the spell. Indeed, your cheek is positively the very sign and stamp of your genius, valuable today, as you possess it beyond any other instrument or vehicle, so that when I say it doesn't break the charm, I probably mean that it largely constitutes it, or constitutes the force, which is the force of an irony that no one else among us begins to have, so that we are starving in our enormities and fatuities for a sacred satirist. The satirist with ironias, poor dear old Thackeray, was the satirist without it. And you come admirably to save us. There are too many things to say, which is so exactly why I can't write. Cheeky is any young man at Sandgate's offered plan for the life of man, but so far from thinking that a disqualification of your book, I think it is positively what makes the performance heroic. I hold with you that it is only by our each contributing utopias, the cheekier, the better, that anything will come, and I think there is nothing in the book truer and happier than your speaking of this struggle of the rare yearning individual toward that suggestion, as one of the certain assistances of the future. Meantime, you set a magnificent example of caring, of feeling, of seeing above all, and of suffering from, and with the shockingly sick actuality of things. Your epilogue tag in italics strikes me as of the highest of an irresistible and touching beauty. Bravo, bravo, my dear Wells. And now coming to Kipps, what am I to say about Kipps, but that I am ready, that I am compelled utterly to drivel about him. He is not so much a masterpiece as a mere born gemu, having I know not how taken a header straight down into mysterious depths of observation and knowledge I know not which and where, and come up again with this rounded pearl of the diver. But of course you know yourself how immitigably the thing is, don't it, is of such a brilliancy of truth. I really think that you have done at this time of day two particular things, for the first time of their doing among us. One, you have written the first closely and intimately, the first intelligently and consistently ironic or satiric novel. In everything else there has always been the sentimental or conventional interference, the interference of which Thackeray is full too. You have for the very first time treated the English lower middle class, etc., without the picturesque, the grotesque, the fantastic and romantic interference of which Dickens, for example, is so misleadingly, of which even George Eliot is so deviatingly full. You have handled its vulgarity in so scientific and historic a spirit, and seen the whole thing all in its own strong light. And then the book has throughout such extraordinary life, everyone in it without exception, and every piece and part of it is so vivid and sharp, and raw. Kipps himself is a diamond of the first water from start to finish, exquisite and radiant. Coote is consummate Chitterlow, magnificent, the whole first evening, with Chitterlow perhaps the most brilliant thing in the book, unless that glory be reserved for the way the entire matter of the shop is done, including the admirable image of the boss. It all, in fine, from cover to cover, does you the greatest honor. And if we had any other than skydeep criticism, very stupid too, at that it would have immense recognition. I repeat that these things have made me want greatly to see you. Is it thinkable to you that you might come over at this ungenial season for a night some time before Christmas? Would you? I should immensely rejoice in it. I am here till Jan 31 when I go up to London for 3 months. I go away probably for 4 or 5 days at Xmas, and I go away for next Saturday, Tuesday. But apart from those dates, I would await you with rapture. And let me say just one word of attenuation of my only apparent meanness over The Golden Bowl. I was in America when that work appeared, and it was published there in 2 vols, and in very charming and readable form, each vol but moderately thick, and with a legible, handsome, largotyped page. but there came over to me a copy of the London issue, fat, vile, small-typed, horrific, prohibitive, that so broke my heart that I vowed I wouldn't for very shame disseminate it, and I haven't with that feeling had a copy in the house, or sent one to a single friend. I wish I had an American one at your disposition, but I have been again and again depleted of all ownership in respect to it. You are very welcome to the British brick if you at this late day will have it. I greet Mrs. Wells and the third party very cordially, and am yours, my dear Wells Morthan. Henry James. To William James. Lamb House, Rye. November 23, 1905. Dearest William, I wrote not many days since to Alec, and not very many before to Peggy, but I can't tonight hideously further postpone, acknowledging your so liberal letter of Oct. 22nd, the one in which you enclosed me Alec's sweet one, albeit I have been in the house all day, without an outing and very continuously writing, and it is now 11 p. Roman 1000, and I am rather fagged. However, I shall write to Alice for information, all the more that I deeply owe that dear, eternal heroine a letter. I am not satisfied about her. Please tell her with my tender love, and should have testified to this otherwise than by my long cold silence, if only I hadn't been for stress of composition, putting myself on very limited contribution to the post. The worst of these bad manners are now over, and please tell Alice that my very next letter shall be to her, only she must put pen to paper for me, not so much as dream of it, before she hears from me. I take a deep and rich and brooding comfort in the thought of how splendidly you are all turning out, all the Willie, specially Harry and Bill, and especially Peg, and above all Alec, in addition to Alice. And you, I turn you over in my spiritual pocket, collectively and individually, and make you chink and rattle and ring, getting from you the sense of a great, though too much for my use, tied up fortune. I have great joy. Tell him with my love of the news of Bill's so superior work, and yearn to have some sort of a squint at it. Tell him at any rate how I await him for his holidays out here on this spot, and I wish I realized more richly Harry's present conditions. I await him here not less. I mean, in response to what you write me of your having read The Golden Bee, to try to produce some uncanny form of thing in fiction that will gratify you as brother. But let me say, dear William, that I shall greatly be humiliated if you do like it, and thereby lump it in your affection with things of the current age that I have heard you express admiration for, and that I would sooner descend to a dishonored grave than have written. Still, I will write you your book on that to atomic for system, on which all the awful truck that surrounds us is produced, and then descend to my dishonored grave, taking up the art of the slate pencil, instead of longer the art of the brush, vide my lecture on Balzac. But it is seriously too late at night, and I am too tired for me to express myself on this question beyond saying that I am always sorry when I hear of your reading anything of mine, and always hope you want. You seem to me so constitutionally unable to enjoy it, and so condemned to look at it from a point of view remotely alien to mine in writing it, and to the conditions out of which as mine it has inevitably sprung, so that all the intentions that have been its main reason for being with me appear never to have reached you at Alland. You appear even to assume that the life, the elements forming its subject matter, deviate from felicity, in not having an impossible analogy with the life of Cambridge. I see nowhere about me done or dreamed of the things that alone for me constitute the interest of the doing of the novel, and yet it is in a sacrifice of them on their very own ground that the thing you suggest to me evidently consists. It shows how far apart, and to what different ends, we have had to work out very naturally and properly our respective intellectual lives. And yet I can read you with rapture. Having 3 weeks ago spent 3 or 4 days with Manton Marble at Brighton, and found in his hands ever so many of your recent papers and discourses, which, having margin of mornings in my room through both breakfasting and lunching there, by the habit of the house I found time to read several off, with the effect of asking you earnestly to address me some of those that I so often in Irving since saw you address to others who were not your brother. I had no time to read them there philosophically. In short, I am with you almost completely, and you ought to take account of this and get me over altogether. There are 2 books, by the way, one fictive, that I permit you to raffler about as much as you like, for I have been doing so myself. H. G. Wells' Utopia, and his Kipps. The Utopia seems to me even more remarkable for other things than for his characteristic cheek, and Kipps is quite magnificent. Read them both if you haven't certainly read Kipps. There's also another subject I am too full of not to mention, the good thing I've done for myself, that is for Lamb House, and my garden be moving the greenhouse away from the high old wall near the house into the back garden, setting it up better against the street wall, and thereby throwing the liberated space into the front garden, to its immense apparent extension and beautification. But oh, fondly good night. Ever yours, Henry's. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House Rye. December 23, 1905. My dear Norris, it is my desire that this which I shall post here tomorrow shall be a tiny item in the hecatomb of friendship, gracing your breakfast table on Christmas morning, and mingling the smoke of certain aged and infirm victims with the finer and fresher fumes of the board. But the aged and infirm propose, and the postman disposes, and I can only hope I shall not be either disconcertingly previous or ineffectively subsequent if my mind's eye loses you at sweet yet sublime Underbank. I still see you in a Devonshire mild light, and feel your Torquay window letting in your Torquay airwitch at this distance, in this sadly southeasternized corner, suggests all sorts of enviable balm and beatitude. It was a real pang to me some weeks ago, when you were coming up to town, to have to put behind me with so ungracious and uncompromising a gesture the question, and the great temptation of being there for a little at the same moment. But there are hours and seasons, and I know the face of them well when my need to mind my business here, and to mind nothing else, becomes absolute. London tending rather overmuch moreover to set frequent and freshly baited traps at all times, for a still too susceptible and guileless old country, mouse all my consciousness centers, necessarily just now, on a single small problem, that of managing to do an American book, or rather a couple of them, that I had supposed myself in advance capable of doing on the spot, but that I had there in fact utterly to forswear time, energy, opportunity, to write every possibility quite failing me, with the consequence of my material, my documents, over here quite failing me too, and there being nothing left for me but to run a race with an illusion, the illusion of still seeing it, which is, as it recedes, so to speak, 1,000 lengths ahead of me. I shall keep it up as a tour de force, and produce my copy. Somehow I have indeed practically done one vol of impressions. There are to be two separate and differently titled, but I am unable meanwhile to dally by the wathe sweet wayside of Paul Mallar, to turn either to the right or the left. My subject, unless I grip it tight, melts away. Rye Sussex is so little like it, and then where am I? And yet the thing interests me to do, though at the same time appalling me by its difficulty. But I didn't mean to tell you this long story about it. I hope you are plashing yourself in more pellucid water sand. I find I assume that there is in every way a great increase of the pellucid in your case, by the fact of the neighboring presence of your, as I again, and I trust not, fallaciously assume sympathetic collaterals. I should greatly like here a collateral or two myself, to find the advantage across the sea of the handful of those of mine who are sympathetic, makes me miss them, or the possibility of them, in this country of my adoption, which is more than kind, but less than kin. I spend the month of January further in this plaza than I do seek the metropolis. For 12 or 14 weeks I expect to hear from you that you have carried off some cup or other sculling for preference in your bank holiday sport, so, for heaven's sake, don't disappoint me. You're my one link with the athletic world, and I like to be able to talk about you. Therefore, apropos of cups, all power to your elbow. I know none know no cup but the uninspiring cockawitch I carry with a more and more doddering hand. But I am still, my dear Norris, very lustily and constantly yours, Henry James. To Paul Harvey. Lamb House Rye. March 11, 1906. My dear Pauls, it is delightful to me, please believe not wholly to lose touch of yostly and ineffective, indeed, as that touch seems destined to feel itself. I find myself almost wishing that the whirligig of time had brought round the day of your inscription, with many honors on some comfortable retired list, which might keep you a little less on the dim confines of the empire, and make you thereby more accessible and conversable. Only, I reflect that by the time the grey purgatory of South Kensington, or wherever crowns and pensions, your bright career, I alas shall have been whirled away to a sphere compared to which Salonica, and even furthest Ind, are easy and familiar resorts, with no crown at all, most probably not even heavenly, and no communication with you, save by table raps and telepathists. Like a really startling communication I have just had from her, through a medium in America near Boston, a message purporting to come from my mother, who died 25 years ago, and from whom it ostensibly proceeded during a séance at which my sister-in-law with 2 or 3 other persons was present. The point is that the message is an allusion to a matter known, so personal is it to myself, to no other individual in the world, but may not possibly either to the medium or to my sister-in-law, and an allusion so pertinent and initiated and tender and helpful, and yet so unhelped by any actual earthly knowledge on anyone's part that it quite astounds as well as deeply touches me. If the subject of the message had been conceivably in my sister-in-law's mind, it would have been an interesting but not infrequent case of telepathy. But as I say, it couldn't thinkably have been, and she only transmits it to me after the fact, not even fully understanding it. So I repeat, I am astounded and, almost equally astounded, at my having drifted into this importunate mention of it to you. But the letter retelling it arrived only this A Roman 1000, and I have been rather full of it. I had heard of your present whereabouts from Edward Child, and I give you my word of honor that my great thought was already before your own good words had come to attest to you on my own side, and pen in hand my inextinguishable interest in you. I came back from the U.S. after an absence of nearly a year 11 months by last midsummer, whereupon my joy at returning to this so little American nook took the form of my having stuck here fast with great arrears of sedentary occupation Roman 100, till almost the other day I found my native land, after so many years, interesting, formidable, fearsome, and fatiguing, and much more difficult to see and deal with in any extended and various way than I had supposed. I was able to do with it far less than I had hoped in the way of visitation. I found many of the conditions too deterrent, but I did what I could, went to the far south, the Middle West, California, the whole Pacific coast Roman 100, and spent some time in the eastern cities. It is an extraordinary world and altogether huge proposition. As they say, they're giving one, I think, an immense impression of material and political power, but almost cruelly charmless in effect, and calculated to make one crouch ever afterwards as cravenly as possible at Lamb House. Rife, one happens to have a poor little Roman 50 hr to crouch in this. I am accordingly doing very hard with intervals of London. Inserted a good deal at this season. I go up again in a few days to stay till about May. So I am not making history, my dear Paul, as you are. I am at least only making my very limited and intimate own vus avas. Beau Dyer, you and Mrs. Paul and Miss Paul are making that of Europetho. You don't appear to realize it any more than Roman 1000 Jourdain did that he was talking. Prose, have patience. Meanwhile you will have plenty of South Kensington later on, among other retired proconsuls, and where Miss Paul will come out, and meanwhile you are, from the Roman 50 point of view, a family of thrilling romance, and it must be interesting to ameliorer la sorte des population sand to see real live turban Turks going about you, and above all to have even in the sea a house from which you look at divine Olympus. You live with the gods, if not like Themend, out of all this unutterable Anglo-Saxon banalitis, extra banalized by the extinction of dear Arthur Balfour. I take great joy in the prospect of really getting hold of you all three next summer. I count fondly on your presence here, and I send the very kindest greeting and blessing to your two companions. The elder is of course still very young, but how old the younger must now be. Yours, my dear Paul, always and ever. Henry James. To William James. Professor and Mrs. William James had been in California at this time of the great San Francisco earthquake and conflagration. They fortunately escaped uninjured. But for some days J had been in deep anxiety, not knowing their exact whereabouts. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. May 4, 1906. I wrote you feverishly last Saturday, but now comes in a blessed cable from Harry telling of your being as far on your way home as at Denver, and communicating thence in inspired accents and form. And this, for which I have been yearning, the news of your having to that extent shaken off the dust of your ruin, fills me with such joy that I scrawl you these still agitated words of jubilation, though I can't seem to you less than incoherent, and beside the mark, I fear, till I have got your letter from Stanford, which Harry has already announced his expedition of on the 28th. This must come in a day or two more. Meanwhile, there was 3 days ago an excellent letter in the Times from Stanford itself, or PA, enabling me for the first time to conceive a little and a trifle less luridly, to imagine the facts of your case. I had at first believed those facts to be that you were thrown bedless and roofless upon the world, semiclad and semi-starving, and with all that class of phenomena about you. But how do I know after all even yet? And I await your light with an anxiety that still endures. I have just parted with Bill, who dined with me, and who is to lunch with me tomorrow. I going in the evening to the Academy dinner. I have, since the arrival of Harry's telegram or cable of reassurance, second, to that effect, not this of today, which makes the third and best. I have been, as I say, trying under pressure, a 3 days motor trip with the Whartons, much frustrated by bad weather, and from which I impatiently and prematurely and gleefully returned today, so that I have been separated from B for 48 hours. But I tell you of him, rather than talk to you in the air of your own weird experiences. He is to go on to Paris on the 6th, having waited over here to go to the private view of the Academy to see me again. And, to make use of Sunday 6th, a dies non in Paris as here for his journey, it has been delightful to me to have him near me. And he has spent and respent long hours at the National Gallery, from which he derives, as also from the Wallace collection, great stimulus and profit. I am extremely struck with his seriousness of spirit and intention. Seems to me all in the thing he wants to do, and awfully intelligent about it, so that in fine he seems to me to bring to his design quite an exceptional quality and kind of intensity. What a family with the gallantries of the pair of you thrown in well, you beloved Alice, have needed so exceedingly a change. And I was preaching to you that you should arrive at one somehow or perish whereby. You have had it with a vengeance, and I hope the effects will be appreciable. That is not altogether a curse to you. What I really now most feel the pang and the woe of is my not being there to hang upon the lips of your conjoined eloquence. I really think I must go over to you again for a month just to listen to you, but I wait and am ever more and more fondly your Henry's. To William James. The Athenaeum, Pall Mall, SW. May 11, 1906. Dearest William, today at last reach me an hour ago your blessed letter to myself of April 19th, and Alice's not less sublime one or a typecopy of the same, addressed to Irving St. and forwarded by dear Peg, to whom all thanks I have written to Harry a good deal from the first, and to your dear selves last week, and you will know how wide open the mouth of my desire stands to learn from you everything, and anything you can chuck into it most vivid and pathetic these, so surprisingly lucid pictures dashed downer, rather so calmly committed to paper be both of you in the very midst of the crash. And what a hell of a time you must have had altogether. What a noble act you're taking your Miss Martin, to the blazing and bursting San Francisconed. What a devil of a day of anxiety it must have given. To the sublime Alice, dearest sublime Alice, your details of feeding the hungry and sleeping in the backyard bring tears to my eyes, I hope. All the later experience didn't turn to worse dreariness and weariness. It was probably kept human and vivid by the whole associated elements of drama. Yet how differently I read it all from knowing you now restored to your liberal home and lovely boudoir. I hope you are guest receiving and housekeeping as little as possible. How your mother must have folded you, and I kept thinking of her for days. Please tell her almost more than of you. It's hideous to want to condemn you to right on top of everything else, yet I sneakingly hope for more, though indeed it wouldn't take much to make me sail straight home just to talk with you for a week. I returned to Rye on the 16th with rapture after too long a tangle of delays here. However, it is no more than the right moment for adequate charm of season drop, unberufen of east wind, etc. But why do I talk of these trifles, when what I am after all really full of is the hope that they have been crowning you both with laurels, and smothering you with flowers at Cambridge, also greedily for you with the hope that you didn't come away minus any lecture money due to you. But goodbye for knoweth ever so tender love. Ever your Henry's. To Miss Margaret James. Lamb House, Rye. November 8, 1906. Dearest Pegget, I have had before me but an hour or two your delightful though somewhat agitating letter of October 29th, and I am so touched by your faithful memory of your poor fond old uncle, and by your snatching an hour to devote to him, even as a brand from the burning, that I scribble you this joyous acknowledgement before I go to bed. I have been immensely interested in your whole collegiate adventure, fragments of the history of which, so far as you've got, I've had from your mother, and all the more interested that by a blessed good fortune I happen to know your scholastic shades, and so am able in imagination to cling to you and follow you round. I seem to make out that you are very physically comfortable all round, and I have indeed a very charming image of Mauer, though I dare say these months adorn it less than my Junetime. I yearn tenderly over your homesickness and fear I don't help you with it when I tell you how well I understand it, as at first your inevitable portion, to exchange the realm of talk and taste of Irving St. and the privileges and luxury of your dad's, and your mother's company and genius for the common doings and sayings. The common air and effluence of other American homes represents a sorry drop which can only be softened for you by the diversion of seeking out what charms of sorts these other homes may have had that Irving St. lacks. You may not find any to speak of, but meanwhile you will have wandered away, and in so doing will have left the bloom of your nostalgia behind it doesn't remain. Acute, but there will be always enough for you to go home with again, and you will make your little sphere of relation switch, will give out an interest of their own, and see a lot of life, and realize a lot of types, not to speak of all the enriching of your mind and augmentation of your power. Your poor old uncle groans, with shame, when he bethinks himself of the scant and miserable education and educative opportunity he had compared with his magnificent modern niece. No one took any interest whatever in his development, except to neglect or snub it, where it might have helped, and any that he was ever to have he picked up wholly by himself. But that is very ancient history, no, and he is very glad to have picked up Lamb House, where he sits writing you this of a wet November night, and communes so far as possible on the spot, with the ghost of the little niece, who came down from Harrow to spend her holidays in so dull and patient, and waverlinively of fashion with him. I rejoice greatly in your sweet companion, I mean in the sweetness of her as chum and comrade for you, and I send, I hope not presumptuously, a slice of your uncle's blessing. Also is it uplifting to hear that you find Miss Carrie Thomas benevolent and inspiring. Struck me as a very able and accomplished and intelligent lady, and I should like to send her through you, if you have a chance, my very faithful remembrance, and to thank her very kindly for her appreciation of my niece. But I hope she doesn't or won't work you to the bone. Good night, dear child. Your fond old uncle. To Mrs. Du Smith. This refers to the revision of Roderick Hudson, which was to head the New York edition of his novels, now definitely announced. Lamb House, Rye. November 12, 1906. Dear Mrs. Du Smith. Very kind. Your note about the apples, and about poor R.H. Burgess Noakes, is to climb the hill in a day or two, basket on arm, and bring me back the rosy crop, which I am finding quite the staff of life. As for the titted up book, I am greatly touched by your generous interest in the question of the tiddying up, and yet really think your view of that process, erratic and quite of course me, own view well inspired. But we are really both right, for to attempt to retouch the substance of the thing would be as foolish as it would be in a done and impenetrable structure, impracticable. What I have tried for is a mere revision of surface and expression, as the thing is positively in many places quite vilely written. The essence of the matter is wholly unaltered, save for seeming in places, I think, a little better brought out. At any rate, the deed is already perpetrated, and I do continue to wish perversely and sorely that you had waited to reperuse for this prettier and cleaner form. However, I ought only to be devoutly grateful, as in fact I am, for your power to reperuse at all, and will come and thank you afresh as soon as you return to the fold, as to which I beg you to make an early signal to yours most truly, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The desired visit to George Sand's Nohant was brought off in the following year, when H.J. motored there with Mrs. Wharton Rue Barbet de Jowy, is the address in Paris of Roman 1000 Paul Burget. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. November 17, 1906. Dear Mrs. Wharton. I had from you a shortish time since a very beautiful and interesting letterinto, the ink to thank you for which my pen has been perpetually about to dip. And now comes the further thrill of your quaint little picture card, with its news of the Paris winter, and the romantic Rue de Varenne, on which the pen straightway plunges into the fluid. This is really charming and uplifting news, and I applaud the free sweep of your line of life with all my heart. We shall be almost neighbors, and I will most assuredly hie me as promptly as possible across the scant interspace of the Channel, the past Calais Sea, where the very first question on which I shall beset you will be your adventure and impression of Nohantas, to which I burn and yearn for fond particulars. Perhaps, if you have the proper vehicle of passionas, I make no doubt you will be going there once more, in which case do take me, and such a suave and convenient crossing, as I meanwhile wish yond such a provision of philosophy laid up in advance for use, in and about Rue Barbet de Jowy. You will have finished your new fiction, I presume, if it isn't presumptuous, before embarking, and I do so for the right of the desire to congratulate in that case, and envy and sympathize, being in all sorts of embarrass. Now myself over the finish of many things, I pant for the start of that work, and languish to take it up. I think I have had no chance to tell you how much I admired your single story in the Og, Scribner, beautifully done, I thought, and full of felicities, and achieved values and pictures, all the same with the Rue de Varenne Roman 100. Don't go in too much for the French, or the Franco-American subject. The real field of your extension is here. It has far more fusibility with our native and primary material, between which and French elements there is, I hold, a disparity as complete as between a life led in trees, say, and a life led in sea depths, or in other words between that of climbers and swimmers, crudely, that of monkeys and fish, is the plaything. Meanwhile climbing or swimming I take much interest in its fate, but you will tell me of these things in February. It will be then I shall scramble over. I go home an hour or two hence to stay as still as possible, after a night enlistment in town, the perpetual summonses and solicitations of London, some of which have to be met, are at times a maddening worrier. Almost I am wondering if you are not feeling just now perhaps a good deal at Lennox in the apparently delightful old 1840 way, a good snowstorm ending, and the Westinghouse coloring, as I suppose, a good deal blurred. But how I want to have it all the gossip of the countryside from you. Some of it has come to me as rather dreadful. And that is what some of the lone houses in the deep valleys we motored through used to make me think of. I am meanwhile yours very constantly. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. 16 Lewes Crescent. Brightons. December 23, 1906. My dear Norris, I think it was from here I wrote you last Christmas, by which I devoutly hope I don't give you a handle for saying, and not from anywhere since then. But I am but too aware that it has been at the best a hideous record of silence and apparent gloom, and also fully feel that after such base ladours of behavior explanations, attenuations, protestations are as the mere rustle of the wind, and had really better be left unuttered. That only adds to the dark burden of one's consciousness. When one does write, one crawls into the dear outraged presence with all one's imperfections on one's head. So ill indulge at any rate in no specific plea, but only in that general one of the fact that the letter-writing faculty within me has become extinct through increasing age, infirmity, embarrassment. The spelling faculty even, you see, almost extinct, and general demoralization and desolation. 20 reproachful spectres rise up before me, out of whom your fine sad face is only the most awful. All I can say for myself and you is that among these feeble reparations that I am trying to make in the way of hearty annualshardy, in the sense I fear of sort of shameful brazenness, this Christmas letter to you takes absolute precedence. I wrote indeed to Rhoda Broughton a couple of days since from town, but that was a melancholy matter, on the occasion of my having gone up to poor dear Hamilton Ade's memorial service, where I didn't see her though she may have been present, and of which I thought she would care for some little account. It was a very beautiful and touching musical service, but I haven't seen her for a long time. Alas, amid these years of more and more interspaced and finished occasions, of course I am hoping that this will lie on your table on Christmas morning in all sorts of charming company, and not before and not after. But it's difficult to time communications at this upheaved season, especially from another non-London province, and I trust to the happy hazard, though still a little ruffled by a sense of the breakdown of things, the public services that compelled me yesterday, coming down here from Victoria, to be shoved into, as the only place in the train, the small connecting space between two Pullmans, where I stuck all the way in a tight bunch of 5 or 6 other men and 3 portmanteaus and boxes, quite the sort of treatment one's knows half in the W Roman 100. Included that the English traveller writes from Italy infuriated letters to the Times about, I figure you at all events, exempt from any indignity of movement, and the conditions of movement nowadays almost all include indignity, and still sitting up on your Torquay slope, as on a mild Olympus, and with this strife of circulating humans far below you. But when I reflect that I don't know for certain any of your actualities, I reflect with a crimson countenance on the months that have elapsed. I have before me, as I write, a beautiful letter from you of the date, of which nothing would induce me to remind you, but that is not quite your contemporary history, putting your own news at its quietest. However, my own runs it close for save for this small episode, a stay with some old and intensely tranquil American friends established here for the ending of their days, and putting aside a few days at a time in London, which I find periodically inevitable and even quite like. I haven't stirred for ages from my own house, the suitability of which to my modest scheme of existence grows fortunately more and more marked. I spent last summer there, the most beautiful of one's life, I think, without the briefest of breaks, and that gregarious time is the one at which I like least to circulate. The little place, alas, becomes itself, like all places save Torquay, I judge, more and more gregarious, and there were a good many days when even my own small premises bristled too much with the invader. But there is a great virtue in sitting tidy. You sit out many things, even bores are comparatively speaking loose, and I had a blessed sort of garden, by which I am far from meaning gardening summer, what it must have been beside your sapphire sea, I return at any rate in a few days, to sit tight again, till early in February when there are reasons for my probably going for 5 or 6 weeks to Paris, and even, possibly or impossibilito, Rome, one of the principal of these being that the prospect fills me with a blackness of horror that I find really alarming as a sign of moral paralysis and abjection, so that I ought to try to fly in the face of it, but I shall fly at the best I fear very low. I needn't tell you how much I hope and pray that this may find you as they say in health. There's an icy blast here today. I take for granted that if it weren't Sunday, you would be doing something very prodigious and muscular in the teeth of it. The prize of long activity and sweet survival is with those whose hardness is greater than other hardnesses, and yours is greater than that of the sea wave, and all the rest of opposing naturetho. I make this imputation only on behalf of your sporting resources. I appeal to the softest corner of the softest part of the rest of you, to make before too long some magnanimous sign to yours very constantly. Henry James. To Thomas Sergeant Perry. Mr. Perry, whose recollections of H.J. and his brothers at Newport have been read on an early page of these volumes, was at this time living in Paris. Brighton's Boxing Day 1906. My dear Thomas, I have remained silent in the matter of your last good letter under a great stress of correspondence to Finn Danny, which you on your side must be having also to reckon with the end, is not yet, but I want to greet you without a more indecent delay, and to impress you with a sense of my cordial and seasonable sentiments, such as you will communicate please unreservedly to less voters around the ex-mastite hearth. I am spending the so equivocal period with some very quiet old friends at this place, and I write this in presence of a shining silvery shimmery sea, on one of the prettiest possible South Coast mornings. It's like the old Brighton that you may read about Miss Hunneman's in the early chapters of the Newcomes, but you are of course bathed in Paris in a much more sumptuous splendor. But what a triste nouvel, and for the poor foolish or misguided church not of France a little more, and we Protestants you and I will have to subscribe for it. Your censure was very welcome, and the portrait of Mme Barbu of the last heartbreaking expertness. But somehow these things are all pen, as if all life had run to it, and one wonders what becomes of the rest of consciousness save the literary, yet the literary breaks down with them too on occasions in the apparent failure to discover that the value of Shakespeare is that of the most splendid poetry as expression that ever was on earth, and that they are reckoning for him apparently as by the long of Sardou, how funnily solemn, or solemnly funny, the little Goncourt Academy it, when they have made up their mind. I shall like to hear on whom, and what, and you must tell me, and I will get the book. Bill, I am afraid meanwhile will have been absent from your Yuletide revels, if he has gone to Geneva of the Baies, as he hinted to me that he might, and as I don't quite envy him, but a cet age, I think I really shall see you dance le 40 de février. I presently go home to work toward that end firm. I send again 1,000 friendships to Mrs. Thomas and the Miss Thomases, and am always yours and theirs. Henry James. To Gaylord T. Lapsley. Mr. Lapsley, now settled in England, had become the neighbor at Cambridge of Mr. A Roman 100 Benson, and the present Editorth Islander, and the librarian of the following letter. 16 Lewes Crescent. Brighton's December 27, 1906. My dear Gaylord, I am touched almost to anguish by your beautiful and generous letter, and lose not an instant in thanking you for it with the last effusion. It is no vain figure of speech, but a solemn and all solemn verity, that even were I not thus blessedly hearing from you, at this felicitous time, I should have been within the next 2 or 3 days writing to you, and I had formed and registered the sacred purpose, and vowed to tell you that really these long lapses of sight and sound of you don't do for me at all, and that I groan over the strange fatality of this last, so persistent failure during long months, years off my power to become in any way possessed of you, my own fault, oh yes, 1,000 times, for which I bow my forehead in the dust, my intense respect for your so noble occupations, and your so distinguished personality, have had a good deal to say to the matter. Moreover, there is a vulgar untimeliness of approach to the highlight voted, and the deeply cloistered of which I have always hated to appear capable. It is just what I may, however, even now be guilty of. If I put you the crude question of whether there isn't perhaps any moment of this January when you could come to me for a couple of deeply amicable days, I don't quite know what your holidays are, nor what heroic immersions in scholastic abysses you may not cultivate the depressing ideal of carrying on even while they last. but I seem to reflect that you never will be able to come to me free and easy. There's a sweet prophecy for you, and that my only course therefore is to tug at you, blindfold through, and in spite of your tangle of silver coils, I know no one better that it's hateful to pay visits, and especially winter ones from far and to far t'other side of town. But to brood on such invidious truths is simply to plot for your escaping me altogether. And I reflect further that you are with your great train services decently suburban to London, and that the dear old 4 from Charing Cross to Rye brings you down in exactly 2 not discomfortable hours. Also my poor little house is now really warm and hot. I put in very effective hot water pipes. Only this autumn ponder these things, my dear Gaylord, and the further fact that I intensely yearn for you struggle with them, master them, subjugate them, then pick out your pair of days, 2 full and clear ones with me, I mean exclusive of journeys, and let me know that you arrive. I hate to worry you about it, and shall understand anything and everything, but come if you humanly can. When I think of the charm of possibly taking up with you by the Lamb House fire, the various interesting impressions, allusions, American references, and memories, etc., with which your letter is so richly bedight, I kind of feel that you must come to tell me more of everything so just. Yet I shall reserve these thrills, for I feel that I shall, and must by hook, or by crook see you. I expect to go abroad about Feb 5th, for a few weeks, but that won't prevent I rejoice to hear your news, however sketchy, of the Islander of Ely, and the librarian of Magdalene commend me as handsomely as possible to the lone islander. How gladly would I at the very perfect right moment be his man Friday or Saturday, or even better Sunday, and tell Percy Lubbock with my love that I missed him acutely the other week at Windsor, which he will understand, and perhaps even believe. What disconcerted me in your letter was your mention of your having, while in America, been definitely ill, proceeding of which I wholly disapprove. I desire to talk to you about that too, even though I meanwhile discharge upon you, my dear Gaylord, the abounding sympathy of yours always and ever, Henry James. To Bruce Porter. Mr. Bruce Porter had written from San Francisco, describing the earthquake of the preceding spring. Lamb House, Rye, February 19, 1907. My dear Bruce Porter, I have had from you a very noble and beautiful letter, which has given me exceeding great joy, and which I have only not sooner thanked you for, well, by reason of many interruptions and preoccupations, mainly those resulting from my being in London the hourly importunate when it came to me, at which seasons, and during which sojourns, I always put off as much correspondence as possible till I get back to this comparative peace. I returned here but 3 days since. How shall I tell you at any rate today how your letter touches, and even as it were relieves, me? I had felt like such a backward brute in writing mine, but now in communication with your treasures of indulgence and generosity, I feel only your admirable virtue and the high price I set upon your friendship. So I thank you all tenderly, and assure you that you have poured balm on much of my anxiety, not to say on my shame. Your account of those unimaginable weeks of your great crisis are of a thrilling and uplifting interest, and yet everything remains unimaginable to me as to the sense of your whole actual situation, and the lurid newspapers on all this do nothing but darken and distract my vision. I hope you are living in less of a pandemonium than they basest afflictions of our afflicted age give you out to. But verily the bridge of comprehension is strained and shaky and impassable between this little old-world russet shore and your vertiginous cosmic coast. Let me cling therefore to you, dear Bruce Porter, personally as to the friend of those 3 or 4 all but fabulous antediluvian days, and keep my hands on you tight, till by gentle insistent pressure, I have made you yield to that delightful possibility of your perhaps at some nearish day presenting yourself here. You speak of it as a discussable thing. It's the cream of your letter. Let me just say once for all, you shall have the very eagerest and intensest welcome. Heaven therefore speed the day I go to the continent for a few weeks, 8 or 10, probably at most a fortnight hence, but return after that to be here in the most continuous fashion for months and months, to Camille's summer and autumn. You are vividly interesting too on the subject of Fanny Stevenson and her situation, and your picture is filled out a little by my hearing of her, as in a rather obscure and inaccessible town somewhere on the Riviera, communicating with a friend or 2 in London, in an elusive and deprecative fashion, withholding her address, so as not to be overtaken or met with apparently poor lady, poor barbarous and merely instinctive Ladia. What a tangled web we weave! I probably shall fail of seeing her, and yet with a sneaking kindness for her, that I have shall be sorry wholly to lose her. She want, I surmise, come to England, But if I see you here, I shall repine at nothing do manage, to be sustained for the gallant pilgrimage and, do let it count a little for that I am here my dear Bruce Porter, ever so clingingly and constantly yours. Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. Lamb House Rye. March 5, 1907. Dearest Grace. Hideous as is really the time that has elapsed since I last held any communication with you on that torrid, July 3 DP Roman 1000 in Kirkland, since I want name the year, it has seemed to me extraordinarily brief, and has in fact passed like a flash measured by the calendar, it's incredible measured by my sense of the way, the months whiz by. More and more like the telegraph posts at the window of the train, it has been a simple good run from the eve of my leaving America to the present moment. I came straight back here to a great monotony and regularity and tranquility of life on the whole, and haven't had really, and shouldn't have didn't I begin to count any of the conscious desolation of having drifted away from you, however beginning to count makes it another, and rather horrible matterer would make it so, if you and I ever counted in the dreary way of times of writing, or ever had or ever will. At the same time, I yearn to hear from you, and it may increase my chance of that boon, if I tell you with all urgency how much I do on that side, though you through your habitual magnanimity won't mind my long silence unduly, I mind it myself with this very first word of my breaking it, because I am talking with you now again, and that brings back so many too many things, and to do so seems the pleasantest and dearest and most natural thing in the world. I leave this place tomorrow, for Paris that is sleep at Dove but an hour and a half henseend, go farther the next day, which is the first time I've stirred, except for an occasional week in London. Since I last stirred out of sight of you I've been for a long time under the promise of going over to see William's Bill, who is working tooth and nail to every appearance at Julian's studio. If I can I shall dash down to Italy, Florence and Venice for a short spell before restoration to this domicileth last time I dare say that I shall ever brave the distinctly enfeebled spell, as I last felt it to be 7 years ago of those places, so utterly the prey of the barbarian. Now that if you still ever yearn for them take an easy comfort, and thank your stars that you knew them in the less blighted and dishonored time. It is very singular to me living here in this comparatively old-world corner, which has nothing else but its own little immemorial blots and vulgarisms besides, all its great merits to find. Myself plunged into the strain of the rankest and most promiscuous actuality as soon as crossing to the continent, I direct myself to the shrines of a superior antiquity. One is so out of the stream here that one almost wholly forgets it, and then it is incongruously the most sacred pilgrimages that most vociferously remind one because, to put it as gracefully as possible, most cosmopolitanly left to myself, I really think I should scarce ever budge from here again unless to go back to the U.S., which honestly I should like almost as much as I should in some connections. Traveling above all dread it, but the dread wouldn't be the same dread of the American Anglican and German Italy. These will strike you as cheerful sentiments for the eve of a pleasure trip abroad, and I shall feel better when I've started. But even so the travel impulse, which I've had almost no opportunity in my life really to gratify, is extinct as from inanition and personal antiquity. And above all, more and more, the only way I care to travel is by reading. To stay at home and read is more and more my ideal, and it's one that you have beautifully realized. I think it was the sense of all that it has so admirably done for you that confirmed me, while I was with you in my high estimation of it, great every way dear Grace and exemplary. I thought the dignity and coherency and benignity of your lifelong after beholding it as it has taken me by the tiresome calendar again. To make you this declaration, I at any rate have the greatest satisfaction in the thought the fireside vision off. You're still, and always nobly leading it. I don't know, and how should I much about you indeed, but I think I have a kind of instinct of how the sidebrush of the things that I do get in a general way, a reverberation of touches and affects you, and as in one way or another, there seems to have been plenty of the stress and strain and pain of life on the circumference, and even some of it at the center, as it were, of your circle. I've not been without feeling, and responding to, I boldly say, some of your vibrations. I hope at least the most acute of them have proceeded from causes presenting for Yowell. What shall I say, an interest, even the most worrying businesses, often have one, but there are sides of them that we could discover in talk over the fire, but that I don't appeal to you lucidly to portray to me. Besides, I can imagine them exquisitely as well as where they fail of that beguilement, and believe me, therefore I am living with you, as I write, quite as much as if I made autes. I used Toby your fairest-looking lamplight through your ample and lucid window pane that you were sitting in, as they say here, and were thereupon planning an immediate invasion. I have given intense ear to every breath of indication about Charles and his condition, and in particular to the appearance that, so far as I understand, he has been presiding and dignifying, as he alone remains to have done the Longfellow centenaria symptom, as it has seemed to me of very handsome vitality. I have been very busy all these last months in raising my productions for a Severella-sifted collective and definitive editionoff, which I even spoke to you, I think, when I saw you last, as it was then more or less definitely planned, then hitches and halts supervened, whole matter being complicated by the variety and the conflict of my scattered publishers, till at last the thing is on the right basis in the two countries, for it has all had to be brought about by quite separate arts here and in America, and a handsome, I hope, really handsome, and not too cheap, in fact sufficiently dear, will be the resulting much to close amendment and even rewriting of the four earliest novels, and to illuminatory classification, collocation, juxtaposition, and separation. Through the whole series, the work on the earlier novels has involved much labor, the best effect for the vile things, I am convinced. But the real tussle is in writing the prefaces to each vol or book, which are to be longvery, longant, loquacious, and competent perhaps to pauser a la vent. The edition is to be of 23 vols, and there are to be some 15 prefaces, as some of the books are in 2 and 23 lovely frontispieces, all of which I have this winter very ingeniously called into being, so that they at least only await process reproduction. The prefaces, as I say, are difficult to draw, but I have found them of a jolly interest, and though I am not going to let you read one of the fictions themselves over, I shall expect you to read all the said introductions. Thus, my dear Grace, do not at all artlessly prattle to you artfully, on the contrary, toward casting some spell of chatter on yourself. Meanwhile, the Irving Street echoes that have come to me have been of the din of voices, and the affluence of strangers, and the conflict of nationalities, and the rush of everything. I don't quite distinguish you in the thick of it, but I suppose Shady Hill has had its share. Will you give my tender love there when you next go? Will you kindly keep a little in the dark, for the present, my fond chatter about my poor edition, above all, dearest Grace? Will you believe me through thick and thin, your ever devoted old friend, Henry James. Page of the American Original Version, as revised by Henry James, 1906. To William James, Jr. Grand Hotel, Pau. March 26, 1907. Dearest Bill, this is just a word to tell you that your poor old far-flying uncle is safe and sound, and greatly enjoying himself, so far after Edapes consisting of boys' poetiers, and Bordeaux with wonderful minor stops dejeuners, and other impressions in between. We got here last night into the balmiest, tepidest, dustiest south, and stay 3 days or so for excursions, going probably after today's luncheon to Lourdes and back. This large, smooth old France is wonderful, wisely seen as we are seeing it, and I know it already much more infinitely well. The motor is a magical marvel, discreetly and honorably used, as we are using it, and my hosts are full of amenity, sympathy, appreciation, etc., as well as of wondrous other servanted and avant-careered arts of travel, so that we are an excellent combination, and most happy family, including our most admirable American chauffeur from Lee, Mass., whose native Yankee saneness and intelligence projected into these unprecedented conditions makes me as proud of him as he is of his Panhard car on Thursday or Friday. At furthest we turn her head to Paris, but of course with other stops and impressions, though none I think of more than one night. Don't dream of troubling to write. I will write again as we draw nearer, I hope, these efflorescent days. If you have them, don't turn your stomach too much against the thick taste of the Julian broth. I already long to see you again. Ever your affectionate Henry James. To Howard Sturgis. The plan of approaching Italy through South Germany and Austria was not carried out. He presently went straight from Paris to Rome. 58 Rue de Varennes, Paris. April 13, 1907. Dearest Howard, I find your beautiful tragic wail on my return from a wondrous, miraculous motor tour of 3 weeks, and a day with these admirable friends of ours, who so serve one up all the luxuries of the season, and all the ripe fruits of time that one's overloaded plate will hold. We got back from everywhere literally last night, and in presence of a table groaning under arrears and calendars and other stationery, I can but as it were fold you in my arms. You talk of sad and fearful things, And I don't know what to say to you, at least in this poor inky scratchy way. What I should like to be able to say is that I will come down to Rome and see you even now, but this alas is not in my power, without my altering all sorts of other pressing arrangements and combinations already made. I do hope to go to Rome for a very little stay later, but not before the middle or 20th of May. A timea generally emptier, quieter time. I greatly prefer there to any other. It is of extreme importance to me to remain in Paris till May 1st. I haven't been here for years, and shall probably never once again be here, or come abroad once again like you, for the rest of my natural life. Ergo, I am taking what there is of it for me. I can't afford as it were not to, and I have made my plans, if they hold, for approaching Italy by South Germany, Vienna, Trieste, Venice, Roman 100, all of which will bring me to Rome by the 20th of May, about when I fear you will well nigher certainly have cleared out altogether from Rome and Florence. I shall return straight homeward, at least then I must infallibly see you, or shall you pass through this place homeward before May 1st. The gentlest of Lionesses bids me tell you what a tenderest welcome you would have from them. Hold up your heart meanwhile, and remember for God's sake that there is a point beyond which the follies and infirmities of our friends and our proches have no right to ravage and wreck our own independence of soul. That quantity is too precious a contribution to the saving human sum of good of lucidity, and we are responsible for the entretion of it. So keep yours, shake yours up well up, me dearest friend, and to this end believe in your admirable human use. To be crushed is to be of no use, and I for one insist that you shall be of some, and the most delightful to me. Feel everything tant que vous voudrez, but then soar superior, and don't leave tatters of your precious person on every bush that happens to bristle with all the avidities and egotisms. We shall judge it all sanely, and taste it all wisely, and talk of it all even thrillingly and profitably. It, and I depend on your keeping that appointment with me. This is all, dearest Howard. Now, I almost blush to break through your obsessions, to the point of saying that my 3 weeks of really seeing this large, incomparable France in our friend's chariot of fire has been almost the time of my life. It's the old traveling carriage way glorified and raised to the 100th power. Will you very kindly say to Maud Story for me, with my love, that I am coming to Rome very nearly all to see her. I bless your companions, and am your tout devout Henry James. To Howard Sturgis. From Rome. H.J. went to Cernatoio. Mr. Edward Boyt's villa near Vallombrosa. Hotel de Resi, Rome. May 29, 1907. Dearest Howard, I've been disgustingly silent, in spite of your so good prompt, blessed letter, but the waters of Rome have been closing over my head, for I have each day a good part of each, something urgent and imperative to do for myself, as it were, and everything the hours and the people bring forth has to be crowded into too scant a margin, with a consequent sensation of breathlessness, that ill consorts alike with my figure, my years, and my inclinations. I am sitting for my bust into the Barginto Hendrik Andersen. It will be, I think, better than some other such work of his, and that makes practically a great whole of 2 hours and a half in the day, without which, in truth, the promise to hold out to the end of the ordeal, I should already have broken away from this now very highly developed heat and dust and glare. My days abroad are violently shrinking. I am long since due at home, and my yearning for a damp, gray, temperate clime hourly develops. However, I didn't mean to pour forth this plaintive flood, but rather to take a fine, healthy, jolly tone over the fact of your own so happily achieved, I trust, liberation from the Roman yoke, and your probable inhalation at this moment of the fresh air of the summits, and of the tonic influence of admirable friends. Need I say that I number poor dear deafened Rhoda's Florentine contact as among the stimulating, since it surely must take more than deafness must take utter and cataclysmal dumbness, and I am not sure even that would get the better of her practical acutito, make her fall from the tonic. But I am very sorry, I mean for her, I trust temporary troubling, if I but knew where she is, which you don't mention, and when departing, or how long staying would reach her. If I might, I cherish the thought of getting off Tuesday at very latestiff. I return intact from a long motor day that awaits me at the hands of the Filippo Filippis on Saturdays. I believe I drove with Mrs. Mason out yesterday afternoon to the Abbot's Villa. That is a very charming late afternoon tea garden, and they told me you are soon to have them at Cernatoio. Expansive, not to say expensive, and illimitable. You all this time, I don't tell you, Mildred Samer, a tenth of the comfort I am deriving amid continued tension from the sense that her and your beau is for the time unstrung and hung up for the Vallombrosa pines to let the mountain breeze loosely play with it. I expect to be here till Tuesday, a Roman 1000. But I see I've said so you shall then, and so shall Edward Boyt, to whom and his girls I send tanti saluti, as well as to brave and beneficent Mr. William. Have further news of yours, my dear Howard, ever affectionately, Henry James. To Madame Wagnier. The name of this correspondent recalls a meeting at Florence, described in an early letter vol. IP 28. Madame Wagnier, born Huntington, was now living in Switzerland. Palazzo Barbero, Venice, June 23, 1907. Dear Laura Wagnier, I have waited since getting your good note to have the right moment and right light for casting the right sort of longing, lingering look on the little house, with the Giardino on the Canal Grande, to the right of Guggenheim. As you face Guggenheim, I hung about it yesterday afternoon in the gondola with Mrs. Curtis, and we both thought it very charming and desirable, only that she has perhaps a little vaguely heard it spoken of as damp, which I confess it looks to me just a trifle. However, this may be the vainest of calumnies. It does look expensive and also a trifle contracted, and is at present clearly occupied, and with no outward trace of being to let about it at all. For myself, in this paradise of great household spaces, I mean Venice generally, I kind of feel that even the bribe of the Canal Grande and a Giardino together wouldn't quite reconcile me to the purgatory of a very small, really, and not merely relatively small house. Mrs. Curtis is eloquent on the sacrifices one must make to a high rent here, if one must have for smartness the Canal Grande at any price. She makes me feel afresh what I've always felt, that what I should probably do with my own available ninepence would be to put up with some large marble halls in some comparatively modest or remote locality, especially della parte di fondamenta nuova, etc. That is, so I got there air and breeze and light and pulizia, and a dozen other conveniences. In fine, the place you covet is no doubt a dear little fancy place. But as to the question of coming to Venice, if one can, I have but a single passionate emotion, 1,000 times yes, it would be for me. I feel in certain circumstances, were I free, with 100 other facts of my life, different, the solution of all my questions, and the consolation of my declining years, never has the whole place seemed to me sweeter, dearer, diviner. It leaves everything else out in the cold. I wish I could dream of coming to me metter dans mes meubles, except that my meubles would look so awful here beside you. I presume to enter into it with a yearning sympathy, happy you to be able even to discuss it. This place and this large cool upper floor of the Barbero, with all the space practically to myself, and draughts and sirocco airs playing over me indecently undressed, is more than ever delicious, and unique. The breath of the lagoon still plays up, but I mingle too much of another fluid with my ink, and I have no more clothes to take off. I greet affectionately, yes, affectionately, kind Henry, and the exquisite gold-haired maiden, and I am dear Laura Wagnier, your very faithful old friend, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The Vicomte Robert de Humieres, poet and essayist, fell in action in France April 26, 1915. Lamb House, Rye, August 11, 1907. My dear Edith and my dear Edward, the de Humieres have just been lunching with me, and that has so reknotted the silver cord that stretched so tense from the first days of last March to the first of those of May wasn't it that I feel it a folly, in addition to a shame, not yet to have written to you, as I have been daily and hourly yearning to do ever since my return from Italy about a month ago. You flung me the handkerchief, Edith, just at that time, literally cast it at my feet. It met me exactly, bounding from my haltable, as I recrossed my threshold after my long absence, which fact makes this tardy response, I am well aware, all the more graceless. And then came the charming little picture record of the poor Lamb House, hack grinding out his patient prose under your light lash, and dear Walter B.S., which should have accelerated my production to the point of its breaking in waves at your feet. And yet it's only tonight that my overburdened spirit, pushing its way, ever since my return, through the accumulations and arrears in every sort of absence, puts pen to paper for your especial benefit, if benefit it be the charming de Humieres, both, as I say, touring, training in England through horrid wind and weather, with a bonne grace and a wit and a Parinism worthy of a better cause, amiably lunched with me a couple of days since on their way from town to Folkestone, and so back to Plassec. Don't you like Plassec, down in our dear old Gascony, the seat of Roman 1000 de Dampierito, whom a si quil pariat that day at luncheon? We were all exquisitely sympathetic, while it threw back the bridge across the gulfs, and the months even to the very spot where the great noble clanging glass door used to open to the arrested the engulfing and disgorging Carfer, we sat in my little garden here and talked about you galore. And kind of made plans wild vain dreams, though I didn't let them see it for our all somehow being together again. But oh, I should like to remount the stream of time much further back than their passage here if it weren't, as it somehow always is when I get at urgent letters, ever so much past midnight. It was only with my final return hither that my deep draught of riotous living came to an end. And as the cup had originally been held to my lips all by your hands, I somehow felt in presence of your interest and sympathy up to the very last. And as if you absolutely should have been a Verdi from day to day, I did the matter that justice, at least too much of the story has by this time dropped out. But there are bits I wish I could save for you. But I must break off its 1a Roman 1000. Aug 12th, I wrote you last from Rome, I think, didn't I? But it was after that I heard of your having had at the last awful delays and complications, awful strikebitherations over your sailing. I knew nothing of them at the time. I can only hope that the horrid memory of it has been brushed and blown away for you by the wind of your American kilometers. I remained in Rome for myself a goodish, while after last writing you, and there were charming moments, faint reverberations of the old-time refrains with a happy tendency of the superfluous, the incongruous crew, to take its departure. As the summer came on, yet I feel that I shouldn't care if I never saw the perverted place again, were it not for the memory of 4 or 5 adorable occasion charming chance ascended by the bounty of the Philippines. My point is that they carried me in their wondrous car. He drove it himself all the way from Paris via Macerata, and with 4 or 5 more picked-up inmates, first to 2 or 3 adorable Roman excursions to Fiumicino, for example, where we crossed the Tiber on a medieval raft, and then had tea out of a Piccadilly tea biscuit in the cool Sezand, and for a divine day to Subiaco the unutterable where I had never been, and then second down to Naples, where we spent 2 days and back going by the mountains, the valleys really, and Monte Cassino, and returning by the sea Roman 1e by Gita Terracina the Pontine Marshes. And the Catholic and ineffable experience, this brought home to me with an intimacy and a penetration unprecedented how incomparably the old Coquine of an Italy is the most beautiful country in the world of a beauty, and an interest and complexity of beauty so far beyond any other that none other is worth talking about. The day we came down from Posillipo in the early June morning, getting out of Naples, and roundabout by that end the road from Capua on coming is archidamable, is a memory of splendor and style, and heroic elegance. I never shall lose and never shall renew. Noyu will come in for it, and Cook will picture it up, bless him, repeatedly. But I have drunk, and turned the glass upside downer, rather I have placed it under my heel, and smashed it and the gypsy life with it forever. Apropos of smashes, 2 or 3 days after we had crossed the level crossing of Caenalo near Caserta, 7 Neapolitan smarts were all killed dead, and this by no coming of the train, but simply by furious reckless driving, and a deviation, a slip that dashed them against a rock, and made an instant end. The Italian driving is crapulous and the roads mostly not good enough, but I must expatiate. I wish I were younger. But for that matter, the state line would do me well enough this evening, for it's again the stroke of midnight. If it weren't, I would tell you more. Yes, I wish I were to be seated with you tomorrow, catching the breeze-born burr from under Cook's fine nose. How is gross, dear woman? And how are Maidu? And nice to him I missed so at Monte Cassino. I spent 4 days out from Florence. Ned Boyt's Wondrouse, really quite divine, eerie of Cernitoio over against Vallombrosa, a dream of Tuscan loveliness, and a really admirable Seger. I spent at the last 2 divine weeks in Venice at the Barbaro. I don't care, frankly, if I never see the vulgarized Rome or Florence again. But Venice never seemed to me more lovable, though the Vaporetto rages they keep their cars at Mester, and I am devotedly yours both. Henry James. To Miss Gwenllian Palgrave. Lamb House Rye. Aug 27, 1907. My dear Gwenllian Palgrave. It is quite horrid for me to have to tell you, and after a little delay caused by a glut of correspondence at once, and a pressure of other occupations, that your gentle appeal on your friend's behalf, in the matter of the favorite quotation, finds me utterly helpless, and embarrassed. The perverse collectress proposes, I fear, to collect the impossible. I haven't a favorite quotation, absolutely, not any more than I have a favorite day in the year, a favorite letter in the alphabet, or a favorite wave in the sea, and the collectress in general has ever found me dark and dumb and odious, and I am too aged and obstinate and brutal to change. Such is the sorry tale I have to ask you all patiently to hear. I wish you were, or had been coming over to see me from Canterbury instead of laboring in that barren vineyard of other friendship, Do come without fail the next time you are there. And believe me, your and your sister's free faithful, even if very flowerless and leafless well-wisher from long ago. Henry James. To William James. Lamb House Rye. October 17, 1907. Dearest William, I seem to have followed your summer rather well and intimately and rejoicingly, thanks to Bill's impartings up to the time he left me, and to the beautiful, direct, and copious news aforesaid from yourself, and from Alice, and I make out that I may deem things well with you, when I see you so mobile and mobilizable, so emancipated, and unchained for being so, as well as so fecund, and so overflowing your annual go at Keene Valley, which I am never to have so much as beheld, and the nature of your references to Eda's this one tonight fill me with pangs and yearnings. I mean the bitterness almost of envy. There is so little of the Keene Valley side of things in my life. But I went up to Scotland a month ago for 5 days at John Cadwallader's of N.Y. vast shooting in Forfarshire, let to him, Lord Dalhousie's real principality, and there in absolutely exquisite weather had a brief but deep draught of the glory of moor and mountain, as that air and tenmal trudges through the heather, and by the breeside to lunch with the shooters, delightfully give it was an exquisite experience. But those things are over, and I am settled in here Roman 500 Roman 5, for a good quiet time of urgent work. During the season here that on the whole I love best, for it makes for concentration and ill, and why a quick half for me, which will float me I trust, till the end of February, when I shall simply go up to London. Till the mid-May no more abroad for me within any calculable time. Heaven grant, why the devil I didn't write to you, after reading your pragmatism how I kept from it I can't now explain, save by the very fact of the spell itself of interest and enthrallment that the book cast upon me. I simply sank down under it into such depths of submission and assimilation that any reaction, very nearly even that of acknowledgement, would have had almost the taint of dissent or escape. Then I was lost in the wonder of the extent to which all my life I have, like Roman 1000 Jourdain, unconsciously pragmatized. You are immensely and universally right, and I have been absorbing a number more of your followings up of the matter in the American Journal of Psychology, which your devouring devotee Manton Marble plied, and always on invitation does ply me with. I feel the reading of the book at all events to have been really the event of my summer, in which connection, that of books, I am infinitely touched by your speaking of having read parts of my American scene, of which I hope Bill has safely delivered you the copy of the English edition, to Mrs. Bryce, paying them the tribute of that test of their value, indeed the tribute of your calling the whole thing caustic stuff, and saying it will remain to be read so, and really gauged, gives me more pleasure than I can say, and quickens my regret and pain at the way the fates have been all against all finally and definitely now, my having been able to carry out my plan, and do a second installment embodying more and complementary impressions. Of course, I had a plan, and the second vol would have attacked the subject, and my general mass of impression at various other angles, thrown off various other pictures, in short, contributed much more, but the thing was not to be. But I am writing on far into the dead unhappy night, while the rain is on the roof and the wind in the chimneys. Oh, your windless, gateless Cambridge Choiseul, tell Alice that all this is for her too, but she shall also soon hear further from yours and hers all and always. Henry's. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House Rye. December 23, 1907. My dear Norris, I want you to find this as by ancient and inviolate custom, or at least intention, on your table on Christmas A Roman 1000. But am convinced that whenever I post it will reach you either before or after, and not with true dramatic effect. It will take you in any case. However, the assurance of my affectionate fidelity, little as anything else for the past year, or I fear, a longer time, may have contributed to your perception of that remembrance. The years and the months go, and somehow make our meetings ingeniously rarer, and our intervals and silences more monstrous. It is the effect, alas, of our being, as it were, antipodal provincials, for, even if one of us were a capitalist, the problem of occasional common days in London would be by so much simplified. I am in London less on the whole than during my first years in this place, and as you appear now to be there, never I flap my wings and crane my neck in the void. Last spring, I confess, I committed an act of comprehensive disloyalty. I went abroad at the winter's end and remained till the first days of July, the first half of the time in Paris, roughly speaking, and on a long and very interesting, extraordinarily interesting motor tour in France, the second in Rome and Venice, as to take leave of them forever. This took London almost utterly out of my year, And I think I heard from Goss, who happily for him misses you so much less than I do, I mean, enjoys you so much more, but no, that isn't right either, that you had in May or June shown in the Eye of London. I am not this year, however. I thank my stars to repeat the weird exploit of a long continental absence, as such things have quite ceased to be in my real mersend. I shall therefore plan a campaign in town for May and June that will have for its leading feature to encounter you somewhere and somehow. Till then, that is to a later date than usual. I expect to bide quietly here, where a continuity of occupation strain to say causes the days and the months to melt in my grasp, and where in spite of rather an appalling invasion of outsiders and idlers, a spreading colony, and a looming menace, the conditions of life declare themselves as emphatically my rustic fit as I 10 years ago made them out to be. I have lived into my little house and gardens so thoroughly that they have become a kind of domiciliary skin that can't be peeled off without pain, and, in fact, to go away at all is to have rather the sense of being flayed. Nevertheless, I was glad last spring to have been tricked rather into a violent change of manners and practice violent, partly because my 10 weeks in Paris were for me on a basis most unprecedented. I paid a visit of that monstrous length to friends. I had never done so in my life before, and in a beautiful old house in the heart of the Rive Gauche, amid old private hotels and hidden gardens, Rue de Varennes, tasted socially and associatively, so to speak, of a new Paris altogether, and got a bellyful of fresh and nutritive impressions. Yet I have just declined a repetition of it inexorably, and it's more and more vivid to me that I have as much as I can tackle to lead my own life. I can't ever again attempt for more than the fleeting hour to lead other people's. I have indeed, I should add, suffered infiltration of the poison of the motor contemplatively and touringly used, that truly is a huge extension of life, of experience and consciousness. But I thank my stars that I am too poor to have one. I am afraid I've no other adventure to regale you with. I am engaged none the less in a perpetual adventure, the most thrilling, and in every way the greatest of my life, and which consists of having more than 4 years entered into a state of health, so altogether better than I had ever known, that my whole consciousness is transformed by the intense alleviation of it, and I lose much time in pinching myself to see if this be not really none of Roman 1. That fact, however, is much more interesting to myself than to other people, partly because no one but myself was ever aware of the unhappy nature of the physical consciousness from which I have been redeemed. It may give a glimmering sense of the degree of the redemption, however, that I should in the first place be willing to fly in the face of the jealous gods by so blatant a proclamation of it, and in the second find the value of it still outweigh the formidable, the heaped up and pressed together burden of my years. But enough of my own otherwise meager annals. I must catch my post. I haven't sounded you for the least news of your own, it being needless to tell you that I hold out my cap for it, even as an organ grinder who makes eyes for pence to a gentleman on a balcony, especially when the balcony overhangs your luxuriant happy valley and your turquoise. See, I go on taking immense comfort in the second home, as I beg your pardon for calling it, that your sister and her husband must make for you, and am almost as presumptuously pleased with it as if I had invented it. I am myself literally eating a baked apple and a biscuit on Christmas evening all alone. I have no one in the house. I never dine out here under any color. There are to be found people who do, and I have been deaf to the siren voice of Paris and to other gregarious pressure. But I wish you a brave feast and a blameless year, and am yours, my dear Norris, all faithfully and fondly. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. H.J. had inadvertently addressed the preceding letter to E. W. Norris Esq. Lamb House, Rye. December 26, 1907. My dear Norris, it came over me in the oddest way, weirdly and dimly, as I lay soaking in my hot bath an hour ago, that my jaded and inadvertent hand, I have written so many letters in so few days. And you see the effect on everyone doubtless, but your own impeccably fingered self superscribed my Christmas envelope with the monstrous collocation. The effect has been probably to make you think the letter circular, and chuck it into the firer, if you have opened it, to convince you that my handsome picture of my health is true, if true at all, off my digestion and other vulgar parts, at the expense of my brain. Clearly, you must believe me in distinct cerebral decline. Yet I am not. I am only or wasn a state of purely and momentarily manual muddle. But the curious and interesting thing is why suddenly, as I lay this cold morning agreeably steaming, did the vision of the hind part before order come straight at me out of the vapors, after 3 or 4 days, when I didn't know I was thinking of you. Well, it only shows how much you are my dear Norris, in the thoughts of yours, remorsefully. Henry James. P.S. I hope now I did do it after all. To Dr. and Mrs. J. William White. H.J. had enjoyed the hospitality of these friends at Philadelphia during his last visit to America. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Jan 1, 1908. Dear William and Letitia. It would be monstrous of me to say that what I most valued in William's last brave letter was Letitia's gentle drag upon it, and I hasten to insist that, when I dwell on the pleasure so produced by Letitia's presence in it, to the extent of her gently dragging, I feel that she at least will know perfectly what I mean. Explain this to William, my dear Letitia. I leave all the burden to Yauso. Used, as you are to burdens, it was delightful, I can honestly say, to hear from you no long time since, whether by controlled or uncontrolled inspiration, and I took a small space clear this morning, clear, in an air fairly black, with the correspondence of the season just, to focus you fondly in it, and make for the friendly sound of my Remington a penetrable medium, and a straight course I am shut up, as mostly you see in the little stronghold your assault of which has never lost you honor, at least I mean, the honor of the brave besieger, however little else it may have brought you, and I waggle this small white flag at you from my safe distance over the battlements. As for a cheerful truce or amicable New Year's parley, I think I must figure to you a good deal as a banqueted Esquimau with his head, alone, extruding through the sole orifice of his hut, or perhaps, as a digger Indian bursting through his mound, by the same perforation, even as a chicken through its shell, by reason of the abject immobility practiced by me, while you and Letitia hurl yourselves from one ecstasy of movement, one form of exercise, one style of saddled or harnessed or milked, or prodded, or perhaps merely fattened quadruped to another. Your letterthis, lasties, a noble picture of a free quadrupedal life which gives me the sense all delightful of seeing you both alone, erect and nimble and graceful, in the midst of the browsing herd of your subjects. Well, it all sounds delightfully pastoral to one whose stable consists but of the gawcart in which the gardener brings up the luggage of those of my visitors from the station, who advance successfully to the stage of that question of transport, and my outhouses of the shed, under which my solitary henchman, but sufficient to a drawbridge that plays so easily up, attends to the boots of those confronted with the inevitable subsequent phase of early matutinal departure, all of which means, dear both of you, that I do seem to read into your rich record the happiest evidences of health as well as of wealth. You take my breath away, as, for that matter, you can but too easily figure with your ever-natural image of me, gaping through a crevice of my doorth, only other at all equal loss of it proceeding. But from my mild daily revolution, up and down our little local eminence here, no, you won't believe it that these have been my only revolutions, since I last risked at a loophole seeing you thunder past. I shall risk it again. When you thunder back, and really, though it spoils the consistency of my builded metaphor, watch fondly for the charming flash that will precede and prepare. I haven't been even as far as to see the good abbeys at Fairford was capable of not even sparing that encouragement, when she kindly wrote to me for a visit toward the autumn's end. I haven't so much as pilgrimized to the other shrine in tight stand, having so little to tell you really mustn't prolong this record of my vacancy. I am quite spending the winter here bracing for what the spring and summer may bring. But I do get as the very breath of the spicelands, the balmy sidewind of your general luxuriance, and it makes me glad and grateful for you, and keeps me just as much as ever your faithful, vigilant, steady, sturdy friend, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The work just finished was the revision of the high bid shortly to be produced by Mr. and Mrs. Forbes Robertson. Lamb House Rye. January 2, 1908. My dear Edith, G.T. Lapsley has gone to bed, has been seeing the new year in, with me, generously giving a couple of days to it, and I snatch this hour from out the blizzard of Christmas and Year's End, and New Year's beginning missives, to tell you too belatedly how touched I have been with your charming little Christmas mementone, exquisite and interesting piece, for which I have found a very effective position on the little old oak-wainscoted wall of my very own room there. It will hang as a fond reminder of tout ce que je vous dois. I am trying to make use of an accursed fountain pen, but it's a vain struggle, it beats me, and I recur to this familiar and well-worn old unimproved utensil. I have passed here a very solitary and Casimir Christmastide of wondrous still and frosty days, and nights, of huge silver stars, and yesterday finished a job of the last urgency, for which this intense concentration had been all vitally indispensable. I got the conditions here at home, thus in perfection I put my job through, and nowhere in time it may have on my scant fortunes a far-reaching effect. If it does have, y'all be the first all generously to congratulate me, and to understand why under the stress of it I couldn't indeed break my little started spell of application by a frolic absence from my field of action. If it on the contrary fails of that influence, I offer my breast to the acutest of your silver arrows, though the beautiful charity with which you have drawn from your critical quiver, nothing more fatal if othered than that dear little framed and glazed squared and gilded étrennes serves for me as a kind of omen of my going unscathed to the end. I admit that it's horrible that we can't miss Otterstock more face to face of the other phenomena, but life is terrible, tragic, perverse, and abysmal besides patientins. I can't pretend to speak of the phenomena that are now renewing themselves round you, for there is the eternal penalty of my having shared your cup last year, that I must taste the liquor or go without. There can be no question of my otherwise handling the cup. Ah, I am conscious enough, I assure you, of going without, and of all the rich arrears that will never for me be made up. But I hope for yourselves a thoroughly good and full experience about the possibilities of which, as I see them, there is, alas, all too much to say. Let me therefore but wonder and wish, but it's long past midnight, and I am yours and Teddy's ever so affectionate Henry James. To Gaylord T. Lapsley. Reform Clubs. Pall Mall, SW. March 17, 1908. My dear Gaylord, I can't tell you with what tender sympathy your rather disconcerting little news inspires me, nor how my heart goes out to you. Alack, alack, how we do have to pay for things and for our virtues and grandeurs and beauties, even as you are now doing, overworked hero and model of distinguished valor, as well as for our follies and mistakes. However, you have on your record exactly that mistake of too generous a sacrifice. Fortunately, you have been pulled up before you have quite chucked away your all. It must be deuced dreariot, if you ask me, whether I think of you more willingly and endurably thus, or as your image of pale overstrain haunted me after you had left me at the New Year. I shall have no difficulty in replying, in fact, dearest Gaylord, and at the risk of aggravating you, I like to keep you a little before me in the passive, the recumbent, the luxurious and ministeretto posture, and my imagination rings all the possible changes on the forms of your noble surrender. Lie as flat as you can, and live and think and feel and talk, and keep silent as idly, and you will thereby be laying up the most precious treasure. It's a heaven-appointed interlude, and cela ne tint qua vous, I mean to the wave of your white hand, to let it become a thing of beauty, like the mask of Camus. Cultivate, horizontally, the waving of that hand you will brush away for the time all responsibilities and superstitions, and the peace of the Lord will descend upon you, and you will become as one of the most promising little good boys that ever was. Après quoi the whole process and experience will grow interesting, amusing, tissue-making, history-making to you, and you will, after you get well, feel it to have been the time of your life, which you'd have been most sorry to miss. Some 5 years ago, Mora, very interesting young friend of mine, Paul Harvey, then in the War Office as private sec to Lord Lansdowne, was taken exactly as you are, and stopped off just as you are, and consigned exactly to your place. I think, or rather no, to a pseudo-Nordrach in the Mendips. I remember how I sat on just such a morning as this at this very table, and in this very seat, and wrote him on this very paper, in the very sense in which I am no less confidently writing to yourging him to let himself utterly go and cultivate the day-to-day and the handtometh and the questions bedemmed, even as an exquisite fine art, while it absolutely and directly and beautifully worked. He reculado the very limit per mia solder, and has since sautéed so well that his career has caught him up again. Your case will have gone practically quite on all fours. With this I am drenching you with my fond eloquence, but what will you have when you have touched me so by writing me so charmingly out of your quietto, ever so shining I feel little chamber in the great temple of simplification? I shall return to the charge if it be allowed meaned. Perhaps some small sign from you I shall have after a while again. I came up from Roman 50h yesterday only, and shall be in town after this a good deal Roman 500 Roman 5 through the rest of this month and April, and May. At some stage of your movement ascensional I shall see you, for I hope they won't be sending you up quite to Alpine Heights. Take it from me, dear G, that your cure will have a social iridescence for your acute and ironic and genial observation of the most beguiling kind. But you don't need to take that or any other wisdom that your beautiful intelligence now plays with from any other source. But that intelligence therefore be beholden to me almost only for the fresh reassurance that I am more affectionately than ever yours. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The first performance of The High Bid took place in Edinburgh 3 days after the date of the following. Roxburgh Hotel, Edinburgh. March 23, 1908. My dear Edith, this is just a tremulous little line to say to you that the daily services of intercession and propitiation to the infernal gods, those of jealousy and guignon, that I feel sure you have instituted for me, will continue to be deeply appreciated. They have already borne fruit in the shape of a desperate comparative common, my racked breast after much agitation and, even today Sunday, of a feverish gaiety during the journey from Manchester to this place, achieved an hour ago by special train for my whole troop, and its impedimenti traveling with the animals like the lion tamer or the serpent charmer in person, and quite enjoying the caravan quality, the barriole bohemian or picaresque note of the affair. Here we are for the last desperate thrust, but the omens are good. The little play pretty and pleasing and amusing and orthodox and mercenary, and safe, obsit omen cravenly, ignobly, canny also clearly to be very decently acted, indeed little Gertrude Eliot, on whom it so infinitely hangs, showing above all a gallantry, capacity, and valence on which I had not ventured to build. She is a scrap personally, physically, where she should be a presence, and handicapped by a face too small in size to be a field for the play of expression. But allowing for this, she illustrates the fact that intelligence and instinct are capables de tout so, that I still hope, and each time they worry through the little piggery it seems to me more firm, and more intrinsically, without holes and weak spots in itself I mean, and not other in short than consummately artful. I even quite awfully wish you and Teddy were to be hereoven. So far as that do I go, but wire me a word hurryin Thursday a Roman 1000, and I shall be almost as much heartened up. I will send you as plain and unvarnished a one after the event, as the case will lend itself to even an Edinburgh public, isn't I mean as we go here all by the London determinant of coursey however, a la guerra comme à la guerra. And don't intermit the burnt offerings more very soon, and you too will have news for yours and Edward's, right recklessly even though ruefully. Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. 105 Pall Mall, SW. April 3, 1908. Dearest Harry, the nightmare of the edition of my works is the real mot de l'énigme of all my long gaps and delinquencies these many months past. Me terror of not keeping sufficiently ahead in doing my part of it. All the revising, rewriting, retouching, preface-making, and proof-correcting has so paralyzed me's a panic for that I have let other decencies go to the wall. The printers and publishers tread on my heels, and I feel their hot breath behind me. Rabbi, I keep at it in order not to be overtaken. Fortunately, I have kept at it so that I am almost out of the wood, and the next very few weeks or so will completely lay the spectre. The case has been complicated badly. Moreover, the last month hand, even before be my having of all things in the world let myself be drawn into a theatrical adventure which, fortunately, appears to have turned out as well as I could have possibly expected or desired. Forbes Robertson and his wife produced on the 26th last in Edinburgh, being on tour, and the provincial production, to begin with, as more experimental, having good reason in its favor, a 3-act comedy of mine, The High Bid, which is just only the little 1-act play presented as a tale at the end of the volume of the two magics, the 1-act play proving really a perfect 3-act one, dividing itself by 2 short entr'actes without fiddles, perfectly at the right little places, as climaxes with the artful beauty of unity of time and place preserved, etc. It had a great and charming success before a big house at Edinburgh, a real and unmistakable victory, but what was most brought home thereby is that it should have been discharged straight in the face of London. That will be its real and best function. This I am hoping for during May and June. It is still to be done at Newcastle, Liverpool, etc. Was done this past week 3 times at Glasgow, of course on tour 3 times in a week. Is the most they can give a play in a minor city, but my great point is that preparations, rehearsals, lavishments of anxious time over it, after completely rewriting it and improving it to begin with, have represented a sacrifice of days and weeks to them that have direfully devoured my scant margin, thus making my intense nervousness about them doubly nervous. I left home on the 17th last, and rehearsed hard every blessed day at Manchester, and at Edinburgh, till the production having already 3 weeks before that in London, given up a whole week to the same. I came back to town a week ago tonight, saw a second night in Edinburgh, which confirmed the impression of the first, and return to Roman 50h tomorrow, after a very decent huitaine de jours here, during which I have had quiet mornings, and even evenings of work. I go to Paris about the 20th to stay 10 days at the most with Mrs. Wharton, and shall be back by May 1st. I yearn to know positively that your dad and mother arrive definitely on the Oxford job. Then, I have had to be horribly inhuman to them, in respect to the fond or repeated expression of that yearning, but they will more than understand why druv as I've been, and also understand how the prospect of having them with me, and being with them for a while has been all these last months, as the immediate jewel of my spur. Read them this letter, and let it convey to them all tenderly, that I live in the hope of their operative advent, and shall bleed half to death if there be any hitch. But I embrace you all in spirit, and am ever your fond old uncle, Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. The lucubrations are of course the prefaces written for the collected edition. The number of volumes was eventually raised to 24. But the Bostonians was not included, the one thing referred to towards the end of this letter, as likely to involve another visit to America would seem to be the possible production there of one of his plays, while the further reason for wishing to return was doubtless connected with his project of writing a novel of which the scene was to be laid in a Maricaith novel that finally became The Ivory Tower. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. Th. August 1908. My dear Howells, a great pleasure to me is your good and generous letter just received with its luxurious implied license for me of seeking this aid to prompt response at a time when a pressure of complications. This is the complicated time of the year, even in my small green garden defeats too much and too often the genial impulse. But so far as compunction started, and guided your pen, I really rub my eyes, for vision of where it may save as most misguidedly have come in you, were so far from having distilled any indigestible drop for me on that pleasant ultimissimo Sunday, that I parted from you with a taste in my mouth, absolutely saccharinesated with sweetness, or with sweet reasonableness, so to speak, and aching, or wincing in no single fibre, extravagant and licentious, almost your delicacy of fear of the contrary, so much so, in fact, that I didn't remember we had even spoken of the heavy lucubrations in question, or that you had had any time or opportunity since their inception to look at one. However, your fond mistake is all to the good, since it has brought me your charming letter, and so appreciative remarks you therein make. My actual attitude about the lucubrations is almost only, and quite inevitably, that they make to me for weariness by reason of their number and extent. I've now but a couple more to write. This staleness of sensibility in connection with them blocks out for the hour every aspect, but that of their being all done, and of their perhaps helping the edition to sell 2 or 3 copies more. They will have represented much labor to this latter, and though, in that they will have differed indeed from no other of their fellow manifestations, in general whatever, and the resemblance will be even increased, if the 2 or 3 copies don't in the form of an extra figure or 2 mingle with my withered laurels. They are in general a sort of plea for criticism, for discrimination, for appreciation, on other than infantile licences against the so almost universal Anglo-Saxon absence of these things, which tends so in our general trade. It seems to me to break the heart. However, I am afraid I am too sick of the mere doing of them, and of the general strain of the effort, to avoid the deadly danger of repetition, to say much to the purpose about them. They ought collected together none the less to form a sort of comprehensive manual, or vademecum, for aspirants in our arduous profession. Still, it will be long before I shall want to collect them together for that purpose, and furnish them with a final preface. I've done with prefaces for ever. As for the edition itself, it has racked me a little that I've had to leave out so many things that would have helped to make for rather a more vivid completeness. I don't at all regret the things pretty numerous that I've omitted from deep-seated preference and design, but I do a little those that are crowded out by want of space, and by the rigor of the 23 vols, and 23 only, which were the condition of my being able to arrange the matter with the Scribners at all. 23 do seem a fairly blatant array, and yet I rather surmise that there may have to be a couple of supplementary volumes for certain 2 marked omissions, such being on the whole detrimental to an all-professedly comprehensive presentation of one's stuff. Only these I pray God without prefaces, and I have even in addition a dim vague view of reintroducing with a good deal of titivation and cancellation the 2 diffuse, but I somehow feel tolerably full and good Bostonians, of nearly a quarter of a century ago, that production never having, even to my much disciplined patience, received any sort of justice. But it will take doubtless a great deal of artful redoing, and I haven't now had the courage or time for anything so formidable as touching and retouching it. I feel at the same time, how the series suffers commercially from its having been dropped so completely out basta pure basta. I am charmed to hear of your Roman book, and beg you very kindly to send it me directly. It bounds into the ring I rejoice moreover with much envy, and also a certain yearning, and impotent non-intelligence, at your being moved today to Roman utterance I mean in presence of the so bedrenched and vulgarized, I mean more particularly commonized and transformed city, as well as alas more or less suburbs of our current time. There was nothing I felt to myself I could less do than write again, in the whole presence Yuhan. I was there some 15 months, on the idea of doing so even had any periodical wanted my stuff much less bid, for it would have affected me as a sort of giveaway of my ancient and other reactions, in presence of all the unutterable old Rome. I originally found, and adored it would have come over me, that if those ancient emotions of my own meant anything, no others on the new basis could mean much, or if any on the new basis should pretend to sense, it would be at the cost of all imputable coherency and sincerity on the part of my prime infatuation, in spite all the same of which doubtless too pedantic view it, only means I fear that I am to my great disadvantage utterly bereft of any convenient journalistic ease. I am just beginning to redo certain little old Italian papers, with titivations and expansions, in form to match with a volume of English hours, refabricated 3 or 4 years ago on the same system, in this little job. I shall meet again my not much more than scant, yet still appreciable old Roman stuff in my patond, shall have to commit myself about it, or about its general subject somehow or other. I shall trick it out again to my best ability at any rate, and, to the cost I fear of your thinking I have rededivation on the brain, I only have it on to the end, that I may then have it a little consequently in the flat pocketbook. The system has succeeded a little with English hours, which have sold quite vulgarlifer wares of mine, whereas the previous and original untitivated had long since dropped almost to nothing, in spite of which I could really shed salt tears of impatience and yearning to get back, after so prolonged a blocking of traffic, to too dreadfully postponed and neglected creative work, an accumulated store of ideas, and reachings out for which even now clogs my brain. We are having here so bland and beautiful a summer, that when I receive the waft of your Fernasmith blown upon my breakfastable, every few days through the cornucopia, or improvised resounding trumpet of the times, I groan across at my brother William, now happily domesticated with me. Ah, why did they, poor infatuated dears? Why did they, and he always knows I mean, why did you three hie you home from one of the most beautiful seasons of splendid cool summer, or splendid summery cool, that ever was, just to swoon in the arms of your kittery genius loci genius of perspiration toe, whose terrific embrace you saw me 4 years ago, or whatever terrible time? It was almost utterly succumb in my small green garden here. The elements have been ever since you left quite enchantingly mixed, and I have been quite happy, and proud to show my brother and his wife, and 2 of his children who have been more or less collectively, and individually with me, what a decent English season can be. Let me thank you again for your allusion to the slightly glamour-tinged, but more completely and consistently forbidding and forbidden lecture possibility. I refer to it in these terms, because in the first place, I shouldn't have waited till now for it, but should have waked up to it 11 years ago, and because in the second, there are other and really stouter things, 2 definite ones, I want to do with which it would formidably interfere, and which are better worth my resolutely attempting. I never have had such a sense of almost bursting late in the day, though it be with violent, and lately too much, repressed creative again intention. I may burst before this intention fairly or completely flowers, of course, but in that case, even I shall probably explode to a less distressing effect than I should do under stress of a fatal puncture on the too personally and physically arduous, and above all too gregariously assaulted, which is what makes it most arduous lectureplet form. There is one thing which may conceivably, if it comes within a couple of years, take me again to the contorni of Kittery, and on the spot, once more. One doesn't know what might happen then. I should take grateful counsel of you with all the appreciation in the world, and I want very much to go back for a certain thoroughly practical and special artistic reason, which would depend, however, on my being able to pass my time in an ideal combination of freedom and quiet, rather than in a luridly real one of involved and exasperated exposure and motion. But I may still have to talk to you of this more categorically, and won't worry you with it. Till then you wring my heart with your report of your collective dental pilgrimage to Boston, in Mrs. Howell's distressful interest. I read of it from your page, somehow, as I read of Siberian or Armenian, or Macedonian monstrosities through a merciful attenuating veil of distance and difference. In a column of the Times, the distance is half the globe and the difference for me from the dear lady's active afflictedness, that of having when in America undergone myself so prolonged and elaborate a torture in the chair of anguish that I am now on t'other side of Jordan altogether, with every ghost even of a wincing nerve extinct, and a horrible inhuman acheless void, installed as a substitute void, or not however I hope Mrs. Howells, and you all are now acheless at least, and am yours my dear Howells ever so faithfully. Henry James. P.S. With all of which I catch myself up on not having told you decently and gratefully of the always sympathetic attention with which I have read the fennel, and rue you so gracefully dropped into my lap at that last hour, and which I had afterwards to toy with a little distractedly, before getting the right peaceful moments, and right retrospective mood this, in order to remount the stream of time, to the very fontaine de jouvence of your subject matter, down here, for what comes out of it to me more than anything else is the charming freshness of it, and the general miracle of your being capable of this, under the supposedly more or less heavy bloom of a rich maturity. There are places in it in which you recover absolutely your first fine rapture you confound, and dazzle me so go on recovering it, will make each of your next things a new document on immortal freshness. I can't remount but can only drift on with the thicker and darker tide, wherefore pray for me as who knows what may be at the end. To Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye. October 13, 1908. My very dear friend, I cabled you an hour ago my earnest hope that you may see your way to sailing on the 20th, then if you do manage that this won't catch you, before you start nevertheless, I can't not write to you however briefly. I mean on the chance of my letter being useless after receiving your two last of Rapparchee's dates, which have come within a very few days of each other that of Oct. 5th, only today I am deeply distressed at the situation you describe, and as to which my power to suggest or enlighten now quite miserably fails me. I move in darkness, I rack my brain, I gnash my teeth. I don't pretend to understand or to imagine, only sit tight yourself and go through the movements of life that keeps up our connection with life. I mean of the immediate and apparent life, behind which all the while the deeper and darker and unapparent, in which things really happen to us, learns under that hygiene to stay in its place, let it get out of its place, and it swamps the scene besides which its place God knows is enough, for it live it all through every inch of it out of it something valuable will come, but live it ever so quietly. Ange Mansions moan dire waitingly. What I am really hoping is that y'all be on your voyage when this reaches the mount. If you're not, y'all be so very soon afterwards want y'all come down and see me here and well talk a pert to view, and there will be something in that for both of us, believe meanwhile, and always in the aboundingly tender friendship, understanding the participation, the princely, though I say it who shouldn't, hospitality of spirit and soul of yours, more than Henry James. To J.B. Pinker. By this time, the monthly issue of the volumes of the New York edition was well underway, with the discouraging results to be inferred from the following letter. Lamb House Rye. October 23, 1908. My dear Pinker, all thanks for your letter. This A Roman 1000 received. I have picked myself up considerably since Tuesday A Roman 1000, the hour of the shock, but I think it would ease off my nerves not a little to see you, and should be glad if you could come down on Monday next 26 Saby the 4 and dine, and spend the night. If Monday isn't convenient to you, I must wait to indicate some other near subsequent day, till I have heard from a person who is to come down on one of those dates, and whom I wish to be free of. I am afraid my anticlimax has come from the fact that since the publication of the series began no dimmest light or lead as to its actualities or possibilities of profit has reached Muharebi in the absence of special warning. I found myself concluding in the sense of some probable fair return beguiled thereto, also by the measure known only to myself of the treasures of ingenuity and labor I have lavished on the ameliorations of every page of the thing, and as to which I felt that they couldn't not somehow tell. I warned myself indeed, and kept down my hope, said to myself that any present payments would be moderate and fragmentary, but this didn't prevent my rather building on something that at the end of a very frequented and invaded and hospitable summer might make such a difference as would outweigh a little me. So disconcerting failure to get anything from the non-response of both sources has left me rather high, and dritho not so much so as when I first read Scribner's letter. I have recovered the perspective and proportion of things I have committed, thank God. No anticipatory follies, The worst is having made out my income at return at a distinctly higher than at all warranted figure Rabbi. I shall have early in 1909 to pay as I even did last year in parts of an income I have never received and above all am aching in every bone to get back to outandot creative work, the long interruption of which has fairly sickened and poisoned me. That is the real hitch. I am afraid that moreover in my stupidity before those unexplained though so grim-looking figuralists of Scribners, I even seem to make out that a certain 211 a phrase in his letter seeming also to point to that interpretation is all the same owing me, but as you say nothing about this, I see that I am probably again deluded, and that the mystic screed meant it is still owing them, which is all that is wanted verily to my sad rectification. However, I am now as it were prepared for the worst, and as soon as I can get my desk absolutely clear for like the convolutions of a vast smothering boa constrictor, such voluminosities of proof off, the edidionto be carefully read still keep rolling in that mere fact, will by itself considerably relieve me, and I have such visions and arrears of inspiration. But of these we will speak and, as I say, I shall be very glad if you can come Monday believe me yours ever. Henry James. To Miss Ellen Emmett. H.J.'s interest in the work of this paintress cousin afterwards, Mrs. Blanchard Rand, has already appeared in a letter to her mother Mrs. George Hunter Vall, IP 258. Lamb House Rye. November 2 d 1908. I have taken moments, beloved bay, to weep, yes, to bedew my pillow with tears over the foul wrong I was doing you, and the generous and delightful letter I so long ago had from Yuand in respect to whose noble bounty your present letter, received only this evening, and already moving me to this feverish response, is a heaping on my unworthy head of coals of fire. It is delightful at any rate, dearest bay, to be in relation with you again, and to hear your sweet voice as it were, and to smell your glorious paint, and turpentinto inhale in a word, both your goodness and your glory, and I shall never again consent to be deprived of the luxury of you long enough to notice it on any terms whatever. November 3d, I had to break off last night and go to bed, and as it is now much past midnight again, I shall almost surely not finish, but only scrawl you a few lines more, and then take you up to London with me, and go on with you there, as I am obliged to make that move for a few days by the 9 a Roman 1000. Among the things I have to do is to go to see my portrait by Jacques Blanche at the private view of the new gallery Autumn Show. Having done me in Paris last May, he is now quite the Bay Emmett of the London in particular portrait world, and does all the billionaires, and such like. That's where I come in very big and fat, and uncanny and brainy, and awful when I last saw myself so, that I now quite tremble at the prospect, though he has done a rather wondrous thing of Thomas Hardy, who, however, lends himself. I will add a word to this after I have been to the NG, and if I am as unnatural as I fear, you must settle really to come out and avenge me, when you see William to get on again with his portraitin, which I am infinitely and yearningly interested as I am in every invisible stroke of your brush, over which I ache for baffled curiosity or wonderment. When you do go on to Cambridge sooner, I trust, than later, he and Alice and Peggy will have much to tell you about their quite long summer here lately brought to a close, and about poor little old Lamb House and its corpulent slowly circulating and slowly masticating master. It was an infinite interest to have them here for a good many weeks. They are such endlessly interesting people, and Alice, such a heroine of devotion, and of everything. We have had a wondrous season, a real golden one for weeks and weeks, and still it goes on, bland and breathless and changeless, rarest autumn and summer from June on, known for years, a proof of what this much-abused climate is capable of. For benignity and convenience, dear little old Lamb House and garden have really become very pleasant and developed through being much and virtuously lived in, and I do wish you would come out and add another flourish to its happy sequel. But I must go to bed, dearest Bay. Ashamed to tell you what sort of hour it is, but I've not done with you yet. 105 Pall Mall, November 6th. I've been in town a couple of days, without having a moment to return to Thisfer. The London tangle immediately begins. What it will perhaps most interest you to know is that I attended yesterday the private view of the Society of Portrait Painters exhibition, and saw Blanche's big portrait of poor H.J. His two exhibits are that one and one of himself. The latter very flattered the former. Not the funny thing about it is that whereas I sat in almost full face, and left it on the canvas in that bloated aspect, when I quitted Paris in June, it is now a splendid profile, and with the body and more of the body in a quite different attitude, a wonderful tour de force, the sort of thing you ought to do, if you understand your real interest consisting, of course, of his having begun the whole thing afresh on a new canvas, after I had gone, and worked out the profile in my absence, by the aid of fond memory secret notes on my silhouette. He also says surreptitiously taken by him and several photographs, also secretly taken at that angle. While I sat there with my whole beauty, as I supposed turned on the result, is wonderfully fine for me considering. I think one sees a little that it's a chic thing, but ever so much less than you'd have supposed. He dines with me tonight, and I will get him to give me 2 or 3 photographs of the picture, not of me, and send them to you for curiosity's sake. But I really think that, for a certain style-off presentation of H.J. That, it has a certain dignity of intention, and of indication of who, and what poor creature he is it ought to be seen in. The U.S. He Blanche wants to go there himself, so put in all your own triumphs. First, however, it would kill him so, his triumphs would be brief and yours would then begin again. Meanwhile, he was almost as agreeable and charming, and beguiling to sit to, as you dear bay in your own attaching person, which somebody once remarked to me explained half the run on you, dear Gaylord Lapsley. I hope immensely you'll see him on his way to Colorado, or wherever, has given me occasional news of Eleanor and Elizabethan, which I have rejoiced seeming to hear their nurseries ring with the echo of their prosperity, as they must now have children enough for them to take care of each other, haven't they? I hope they are thinking of profiting by it to come out here again where they are greatly desired. But beloved Bay, I must get this off now. I send tenderest love to the mother and the sister. I beseech you not to let your waiting laurel here wither ungathered, and am ever your fondest. Henry James. To George Abbott James. This refers to the death of Mrs. G., a James, sister of the Hun H. Cabot Lodge senior senator for Massachusetts. H.J.'s friendship with his correspondent dating from early years is commemorated in Notes of a Son and Brother. Lamb House Rye. Nov 26, 1908. My dear old friend, Mrs. Lodge has written to me and I have answered her letter, but I long very particularly to hold out my hand to you in person, and take your own, and keep it a moment ever so tenderly and faithfully all these months. I haven't known of the blow that has descended on you, or I am sure you feel that I would have made you some sign. My communications with Boston are few and faint in these days, though what I do here has in general more or less the tragic note. You must have been through much darkness and living on now in a changed world. I hadn't seen her, you know, for long years, and as I have just said to Mrs. Lodge, always thought of her, or remembered her, as I saw her in youth, charming and young and bright, animated and eager with life all before her. Great must be your alteration, I wonder about you, and yet spend my wonder in vain, and somehow think we were meant not so to miss during long year sight and knowledge of each other. But life does strange and incalculable things, with us all life, which I myself still find interesting. I have a hope that you do in spite of everything. I wish I hadn't so awkwardly failed practically of seeing you when I was in America. Then I should be better able to write to you now. Make me some sign. Wonderful above all would be the sign that in great freedom you might come again at last to these regions of the earth. How I should hold out my hands to you, but perhaps you stick as it were to your past. I don't know, you see, and I can only make you these uncertain, yet all affectionate motions. The best thing I can tell you about myself is that I have no second self to part with, having lived always deprived. But I've had other things, and may you still find you havia. Few don't fail of feeling me at any rate, my dear George, ever so tenderly yours. Henry James. To Hugh Walpole. Lamb House Rye. December 13, 1908. My dear young friend Hugh Walpole, I had from you some days ago a very kind and touching letter, which greatly charmed me, but which now that I wish to read it over again, before belatedly thanking you for it, I find I have stupidly and inexplicably mislaid. At any rate, I can't tonight put my hand on it, but the extremely pleasant and interesting impression of it abides with me. I rejoice that you were moved to write it, and that you didn't resist the generous movement, since I always find myself, when the rare and blessed revelation once in a blue moon takes place, the happier for the thought that I enjoy the sympathy of the gallant and intelligent young. I shall send this to Arthur Benson, with the request that he will kindly transmit it to you. Since I fail thus provokingly of having your address before me, I gather that you are about to hurl yourself into the deep sea of journalism, more treacherous currents of which, and they strike me as numerous. I hope you may safely breast. Give me more news of this at some convenient hour, and let me believe that at some propitious one I may have the pleasure of seeing you. I never see a Roman 100b in these days, to my loss and sorrow, and, if this continues, I shall have to depend on you considerably to give me tidings of him. However, my appeal to him, my only resource to put you in possession of this, will perhaps strike a welcome spark. You see, you are already something of a link. Believe me, very truly yours, Henry James. To George Abbott James. Lamb House, Rye. Dec 21st, 1908. My dear George. How I wish I might for a while be with you, or that you were here a little with me. I am deeply touched by your letter, which makes me feel all your desolation. Clearly you have lived for long years in a union so close and unbroken that what has happened is like a violent and unnatural mutilation, and as if a part of your very self had been cut off, leaving you to go through the movements of life without it, movements for which it had become to you indispensable. Your case is rare and wonderful. The suppression of the other relations and complications and contacts of our common condition, for the most part in such as no example of seems possible in this more infringing and insisting world over here, which creates all sorts of inevitabilities of life, round about one perhaps for props and crutches, when the great thing falls perhaps rather toward making anyone an absorbing relation less intense. I don't pretend to say, but you sound to me so lonely, and I wish I could read more human furniture as it were into your void. And I can't even speak as if I might plan for seeing yower dream of it with any confidence. The roaring rushing world seems to me myself with its brutal and vulgar racketall, the while a less and less enticing place for moving about in, and I ask myself how one can think of your turning to it at this late hour, and after the long luxury as it were of your so united and protected independence. Still, what those we so love have done for us doesn't wholly fail us with their presence. Isn't that true? And you are feeling it at times, I am sure, even while your ache is keenest. In fact, their so making us ache is one way for us of their being with us, of our holding on to them after a fashion. But I talk, my dear George, for mere tenderness, and so I say vain words with only the fact of my tenderness. A small thing to touch you. I have known you from so far back, and your image is vivid and charming to me. Through everything things abide good things for that time, and we hold together even across the gray wintry sea near which perhaps we both of us are tonight. I should have a lonely Christmas here were not a young nephew just come to me from his Oxford tutors. You don't seem to have even that, but you have the affectionate thought of yours always, Henry James. To wee Norris. Lamb House, Rye. December 23rd, 1908. My dear Norris, I have immensely rejoiced to hear from you tonight, though I swear on my honor that has nothing to do with this inveteratacent it and essentially pious pleasure, belonging to the date of making you myself a sign. I have had the sad sense for too long past of being horrid, however, of never having acknowledged at the psychological moment here beautiful and interesting last, and it has been for me as if I should get no more than my deserts were you to refuse altogether any more commerce with me, your noble magnanimity lifting that shadow from my spirit. I perform this friendly function now with a lighter heart, and a restored confidence. Being horrid in those ways none the less seems to announce itself as my final doom and settled attitude. I grow horrider and horrider as a correspondent, as I grow more aged and more obese, without at the same time finding that my social air clears itself as completely as those vices or disfigurements would seem properly to guarantee. Most of my friends and relatives are dead, and a due proportion of the others seem to be dying, in spite of which my daily prospect these many months past has bristled almost overwhelmingly with people, and to people more or less on the spot, or just off it in motors, and preparing to be more than ever on it again, or most of all hailing me up to town for feverish and expensive dashes in the name of damnable and more than questionable duties, interests, profits, and pleasure resto, such unaccountable and irrepressible hordes. I say, I keep having to sacrifice heavily the world to my great inconvenience. That is the London aggregation of it insists on treating me as suburban, which gives me thus the complication, without my having any of the corresponding ease, if ease there be of the state, and appalling is the immense incitement to that sort of invasion or expectation that the universal motorous hereabouts compels one to reckon with. But this is a profitless groan drawn from me by a particularly ravaged summer and autumn, as it happens, and at a season of existence, and in general conditions in which one had fixed one's confidence on precious simplifications, a house and a little garden, and a little possible hospitality, in a little supposedly picturesque place 60 miles from London are in short, stiff final facts that in our more and more awful age utterly decline to be simplified, and here I sit in the midst of them, and exhale to you, almost only my helpless plaint. Fortunately, for the moment I take the worst to be over. I've a very young American nephew, who has come to me from his Oxford tutor to spend Christmas, and I have, in order to amuse him, engaged to go with him tomorrow and remain till Saturday with some friends 6 miles hence. But after that, I cling to the vision of a great stretch of undevastated time here, till April or better still May, when I may go up to town for a month. Absorbing occupations. Only ones I really care for await me in abysmal arrears, but I spare you my further overflow. It has kept me really all this time from saying to you what I had infinitely more on my mind, how my sense of your Torquay life, with all that violent sadness, that great gust of extinction breathed upon it, has kept you before me as a subject of much affectionate speculation. Of course you've picked up your life after a fashion, but we never pick up. All too much of it lies there broken and ended. But I seem to see you going on, as you're so gallantly capable of doing, in the manner of one for whom nothing more has happened than you were naturally prepared for in a world that you decently abstain from characterizing, and I congratulate you again on your mastery of the art of life. Off the Torquay variety of it in particular, we have to decide on the kind we will master, but I haven't mastered this kind. I at any rate saw Goss in town some 3 weeks ago, and he spoke of having seen you not long previous, and of the excellent figure you made to him. I didn't know you were there, but indeed a certain turmoil about me. Harris, speaking as a man loving his own hours, and his own company, must have been then, I think, at its thickest. I hope something or other pleasant has brushed you with its wing, and even that you've been able to put forth a quick hand and seize it. If so, keep tight hold of it, nurse it in your bosom for 1909, and believe me, my dear Norris, yours always and ever, Henry James. To Mrs. Henry White. Mr. White was at this time American ambassador in Paris. Lamb House, Rye. Dec 29, 1908. Dearest Margaret White, I sit here tonight. I quite crouch by my homely little fireside, muffled in soundless snow, where the loud tick of the clock is the only sound, and give myself up to the charmed sense that in your complicated career, amid all the more immediate claims of the Bonne Annie, you have been moved to this delightful sign of remembrance of an old friend who is on the whole and has always been condemned to lose so much more of you through divergence of ways than he has been privileged to enjoy. Snatches, and happy and grateful moments, and then great empty yearning intervals only, and under all the great ebbing, melting, and irrecoverableness of life. But this is almost a happy and grateful moment, almost a real one. I mean, though again, with bristling frontiers, long miles of land and water doing their best to make it vain and fruitless, you live on the crest of the wave, and I deep down in the hollow, and your waves seem to be all crests, just as mine are only concave formations. I feel at any rate very much in the hollow these winter months, when great adventures like Paris look far and formidable, and I see a domestic reason for sitting tight wherever I turn my eyes, that reads as if I had 13 children or 30 wives instead of being so lone and lorn. But what it means is that I have in profusion modest backward labors we have been having here lately. The great and glorious pendulum in person, Mrs. Wharton, on her return oscillation, spending several weeks in England for almost the first time ever, and having immense success, that I think she might fairly fix herself here if she could stand it. But she is to be at 58 Rue de Varennes again from the new year, and you will see her, and she will give you details. My detail is that though she has kindly asked me to come to them again there this month or spring, I have had to plead simple abject terror of the pendulous life. I am a stopped clock, and I strike, that is, I caper about only when very much wound up. Now I don't have to be wound up at all to tell you what a yearning I have to see you all back here, and what a kind of sturdy faith that I absolutely shall. Then your crest will be much nearer my hollow, and vice versa, and you will be able to look down quite straight at me, and we shall be almost together again, as we really must manage to be for these interesting times to come. I don't want to miss any more. Harry's freshness of return from the great country, with the golden apples of his impressions still there on the tree. I have always only tasted them plucked by other hands and baked. I want to munch these with yow infamia. Therefore I confidently await and evoke you. I delight in these proofs of strength of your own, and am yours always and ever, Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. H.J.S. Tribute to the memory of his old friend Professor Roman 100 E. Norton, is included in Notes on Novelists. Lamb House Rye. New Year's Eve 1908. My dear Howells, I have a beautiful Christmas letter from you, and I respond to it on the spot. It tells me charming things of Yowsuch, as you're moving majestically from one beautiful home to another apparently still more beautiful, such as the flow of your inspiration, never having been more various and more torrential, all so deliciously remunerated an inspiration, such as your having been on to do. Roman 100 ENS. Obsequious what a Cambridge date, that even for you and me, having also found time to see and appreciate my dear collaterals of the two generations, aren't they extraordinarily good and precious collaterals? Such finally, as you're recognizing with so fine a charity, a message in the poor little old siege of London, which in all candor affects me as pretty dim and rocoque, though I did lately find in going over it that it holds quite well together, and I touched it up where I could I have, but just come to the end of my really very insidious and ingenious labor, on behalf of all that's serious. It has just been rather a blow to me, to find that I've come as yet to no reward, whatever I've just had the pleasure of hearing from the scribners that, though the edition began to appear some 13 or 14 months ago, there is on the volumes already out no penny of profit owing me off, that profit to which I had partly been looking to pay my New Year's bills. It will have landed me in bankruptcy unless it picks up, for it has prevented my doing any other work, whatever which indeed must now begin. I have fortunately broken ground on an American novel, but when you draw my ear to the liquid current of your own promiscuous abundance and facility a flood of many affluents, I seem to myself to wander by contrast in desert sands, and I find our art all the while more difficult of practice, and want with that to do it, in a more and more difficult way, it being really at bottom only difficulty that interests me, which is a most accursed way to be constituted. I should be passing a rather inhuman little Christmas, if the youngest of my nephews, Williams, minor aged 18, hadn't come to me from the tutors at Oxford, with whom he is a little woefully coaching. But he is a dear young presence, and worthy of the rest of the brood, and I've just packed him off to the little Rye annual subscription ball of New Year's Eve at the old monastery, with a part of the county doubtless coming in to keep up the tradition under the sternest injunction as to his not coming back to me, engaged to a quadragenarian hack, or a military widow, mature women being here the greatest dancers. You tell me of your Roman book, but you don't tell me you've sent it me, and I very earnestly wish you would, though not without suiting the action to the word, and anything you put forth anywhere or anyhow that looks my way in the least, I should be tenderly grateful, for I should like immensely to come over to you again, really like it, and for uses still to be possible, but it's practically materially physically impossible, too late. The long years have betrayed me, but I am none the less constantly yours all. Henry James. To Edward Lee Child. Lamb House Rye. Jan 8, 1909. My dear old friend, please don't take my slight delay in thanking you for your last remembrance as representing any limit to the degree in which it touches me. You are faithful and courtois and gallant in this unceremonious age to the point of the exemplary, and the authoritative in the sense that vous why, fate's auto right, and only the multitudinous waves of the Christmastide, and the New Year's high tide, as all that matter lets itself loose in this country, have kept me from landing correspondentially speaking straight at your door. I like to know that you so admirably keep up your tone and your temper, and even your interest, and perhaps even as much your general faith, as I try for that matter to do myself in spite of disconcerting years, and discouraging sensations, in a way, perhaps in spite briefly of earthquakes and newspapers and motor cars and aeroplanes. I myself, frankly, have lost the desire to live in a situation, by which I mean in a world in which I can be invaded from so many sides at once. I go in fear, I sit exposed, and when the German emperor carries the next war hideous thought into this country, my chimney-pots visible to a certain distance, out at sea, may be his very first objective. You may say that is just a good reason for my coming to Paris again, all promptly, and before he arrives, and indeed reasons for coming to Paris. As for doing any other luxurious or licentious thing, never fail me. The drawback is that they are all of the sophisticating sort against which I have much to brace myself. If you were to see from what you summon me, it would be brought home to you that a small rude Sussex burgher must feel the strain of your Parisian high-pitch haute elegance, general glittering life and conversation, the strain of keeping up with it all and mingling in the fray. Let me thank you further for indicating to me the new volumes by the Duchesse de Dinohat, a wealth of such stored treasures Does the French world still at this time of day produce you hin? One would suppose the sack had been again, and again, emptied. The literary supplement of this week's Times has a sympathetic review of the book which I shall send for by reason of the Duchess and the English reminiscences, and not for any sake of Talleyrand, who always affects me as a repulsive figure, such as I couldn't have borne to be in the same room with. I should have asked you, had I lately had a preliminary chance for a word of news of Paul Harvey, and whether he is actually or still in Egypt. I wish Madame Marie all peace and plenty for the coming year, though I am not sure I envy her Lausanne in January, but I am yours and hers all faithfully. Henry James. To Hugh Walpole. Lamb House Rye. March 28, 1909. My dear Hugh, I have had so bad a conscience on your score ever since last writing to you, with that as yet unredeemed promise of my poor image or effigy, that the benignity of your expressions has but touched me the more on coming to look up some decent photograph, among the few odds and ends of such matters, to be here. Brought out of hiding, I found nothing that wasn't hateful to me to put into circulation. I have been very little and very ill, always very ill represented and not at all for a long time, and shall never be again. And of the 2 or 3 disinherited illustrations of that truth that I have put away for you to choose between, you must come here and make selection yourself, carrying them off my reluctant hand. Can't bring itself to send them, heaven forbid such sendings. Can you come some day, some Saturday in April, I mean, after Easter? Bethink yourself, and let it be the 17th or the 24th. If possible, I expect to go up to town for 4 or 5 weeks. The 1st May you are keeping clearly such a glorious holiday now, that I fear you may hate to begin again. But y'all have with me in every way much shorter commons, much sterner fare, much less purple and fine linen, and in short, a much more constant reminder of your mortality, than while you loll in a Roman 100 BS chariot of fire. Therefore, as I say, come grimly down, loll none the less. However, meanwhile to your utmost such opportunities, I recognize, are to be fondly cherished. If you give a Roman 100, be this news of me, please assure him with my love, that I am infinitely, that I am yearningly aware of that. He see soon enough if he were some day to let me loll. However, I am going to Cambridge for some as yet undetermined 48 hours in May, and if he will let me loll for one of those hours at Magdalene, it will do almost as well. I mean, of course, he being there. However, even if he does flee at my approach, and the possession of a fleeing machine must enormously prompt that sort of thing, I rejoice immensely. Meanwhile, that you have the kindness of him, I am magnanimous enough for that. Likewise, I am tender-hearted enough to be capable of shedding tears of pity and sympathy over young Hugh on the threshold of fictive art, and with the long and awful vista of large production in a largely producing world before him. Ah, dear young Hugh, it will be very grim for you with your faithful and dismal friend, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye. April 19, 1909. My dear Edith, I thank you very kindly for your so humane and so interesting letter, even if I must thank you a little briefly having but this afternoon got out of bed, to which the doctor 3 days ago consigned me for a menace of jaundice, which appears however to have been, thank heaven, averted. I once had it, and bastacosi, so that I am a little shaky and infirm. You give me a sense of endless things that I yearn to know more of, and I clutch hard the hope that you will indeed come to England in June. I have had to be frank a bad, and worried and depressed, and inconvenient winter with the serpentrail of what seemed at the time you kindly offered me a princely hospitality, a tolerably ominous cardiac crisis, to which I have since however got considerable information and reassurance from the man in London most completely master of the subject that is of the whole mystery of heart troubles. I am definitely better of that condition of December, January, and really believe I shall be better, yet only that particular brush of the dark wing leaves one never quite the same, and I have not, I confess with amelioration, even been lately very famous, which I shouldn't mention none the less were it not that I really believe myself for definite reasons, and intelligent ones, on the way to a much more complete emergence both from the above mentioned, and from other worries, so much mainly to explain to you my singularly unsympathetic silence during a period of anxiety and discomfort on your own part, which I all the while feared to be not small, but which I now see with all affectionate participation to have been extreme. Sit loose and live in the day, don't borrow trouble, and remember that nothing happens as we forecast it, but always with interesting, and as it were refreshing differences. Tired, you must be even you indeed, and Paris, as I look at it from here, figures to me a great blur of intense white light, in which attached to the hub of a revolving wheel, you are all whirled round by the finest silver strings, mazes of heat and sound, envelop you to my wincing vision given over, as I am to a craven worship only henceforth of peace at any price. This dusky village, all deadening gray and damp muffling, green meets more and more my supreme appreciation of stillness, and here in June, you must come and find me. Let me emphasize that appreciation still further. Y'all rest with me here then. But don't wait for that to rest somehow somewhere. An attendant, I am afraid you won't rest much in a retreat on the Place de la Concorde. However, so does a poor old croaking barnyard fowl advise a golden eagle. I am, dearest Edith, all constantly and tenderly yours. Henry James. To Arthur Christopher Benson. Queen's Acre, Windsor. June 5, 1909. My dear Arthur, Howard S. has given me so kind a message from you that it is like the famous coals of fire on my erring head, renewing my rueful sense of having suffered these last days to prolong the too graceless silence that I have in your direction been constantly intending and constantly failing to break. It isn't only that I owe you a letter, but that I have exceedingly wanted to write Itver since I began too many weeks ago to feel the value of the gift that you lately made me in the form of the acquaintance of delightful and interesting young Hugh Walpole. He has been down to see me in the country, and I have had renewed opportunities of him in town, the result of which is that, touched as I am with his beautiful candor of appreciation of my feeble efforts, etc., I feel for him the tenderest sympathy and an absolute affection. I am in general almoster very often sorry for the intensely young, intensely confident, and intensely ingenuous and generous, but I somehow don't pity him, for I think he has some gift to conciliate the fates. Feel him at any rate an admirable young friend of the openest mind and most attaching nature, and anything I can ever do to help or enlighten, to guard or guide or comfort him, I shall do with particular satisfaction, and with a lively sense of being indebted to you for the interesting occasion of it. Of these last circumstances, please be very sure. I go to Cambridge next Friday for almost the first time in my life to see a party of 3 friends, whom I am in the singular position of never having seen in my life. I shall be for 2 or 3 days with Charles Sale, 8 Trumpington Street, and I confess to a hope of finding you there, if so be it you can by chance be, though if you flee before the turmoil of the days in question, when everything I am told is at concert pitch, I won't insist that I shan't have understood it. If you are at any rate at Magdalene, I should like very much to knock at your door and see you face to face for half an hour, if that may be possible, and I won't conceal from you that I should like to see your college and your abode, and your genre de vivre, though your countenance, most of all if you are not in a manner well. As Howard hints to me, I shan't, perhaps, I can't make you any worsened, I may make you a little better. Meditate on that, and do in the connection what you can for me boldly. At any rate shall I knock, and if you are absent, I shall yearn over the sight of your ancient walls. I am spending a dark, cold, dripping Sunday here with 2 or 3 other amis de la maison, but above all with the ghosts, somehow of a promiscuous past brushing me as with troubled wings, and the echoes of the ancient years seeming to murmur to me, "Don't you wish you were still younger, young Aganevan, as they so wonderfully are, my fellow visitors?" And, inexhaustibly soft-hearted host, I don't know that I particularly do wish it, but the melancholy voices, I mean the inaudible ones of the loquacious saloon, have thus driven me to a rather cold room, my own of refuge, to invoke thus scratchily your fine friendly attention, and to reassure you of the constant sympathy and fidelity of yours, my dear Arthur, all gratefully. Henry James. To Charles Sale. For several years past, H.J. had received a New Year greeting from 3 friends at Cambridge: Mr. Charles Sale, Mr. A. T. Bartholomew, Mr. Geoffrey Keenesnon, of whom he had met, till he went up to Cambridge this month to stay with Mr. Sale during May week. It was on this occasion that he first met Rupert. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. June 16, 1909. My dear Charles Sale, I want to send you back a grateful and graceful greeting, and to let you all know that the more I think over your charming hospitality and friendly labor, and so to speak loyal service, the more I feel touched and convinced my 3 days with you will become for me a very precious little treasure of memory, are in fact already taking their place in that character in a beautiful little innermost niche where they glow in a golden and rose-colored light. I have come back to sterner things. You did nothing but beguile and waylay, making me loll not only figuratively, but literally so unforgettably all, that that wondrous Monday morning on perfect surfaces, exactly adapted to my figure for their share in these generous, yet so subtle arts. Please convey again my thanks to all concerned, and in particular to the gentle Geoffrey and the admirable Theodore, with a definite stretch toward the insidious Rupertwith, whose name I take this liberty, because I don't know whether one loves one's love with a surname terminal E or not. Please take it from me all that I shall live, but to testify to you further, and in some more effective way than Thisme desire for, which is as a long rich vista, that can only be compared to that adorable great perspective of St. John's Gallery, as we saw it on Saturday afternoon. Peace then be with you. I hope it came promptly after the last strain and stress, and all the rude porterage so appreciated to which I subjected you. Ill fetch and carry in some fashion or other for you yet, and am ever so faithfully yours, Henry James. P.S. Just a momentary drop to meaner thingsto, say that I appear to have left in my room a sleeping suit, blue and white pyjamas jacket, and trousers, which in the hurry of my departure, and my eagerness to rejoin you a little in the garden before tearing myself away, I probably left folded away under my pillows. If your brave housekeeper, who evaded my look about for her at the last, will very kindly make of them such a little packet as may safely reach me here by parcels post, she will greatly oblige yours again, and hers. H.J. To Mrs. W.K. Clifford. The two plays on which H.J. was at work were The Other House, written many years before and now revised, and The Outcry. Lamb House, Rye. July 19, 1909. Dearest Lucy C. I have been a prey to agitations and complications, many assaults, invasions, and inconveniences, since leaving town, whereby I have had to put off thanking you for 2 brilliant letters. And yet I have wanted to write to tell you, explaining how I found myself swallowed up by one social abyss after another, entangled in a succession of artful feminine webs at Stafford House that evening, so that I couldn't get into touch with you, or with Ethel again before you were gone, as I found when I finally made a dash for you. That too was very complicated, and evening parties bristle with dangers. The very critical business of the final luminous copy is, however, coming to an end. I mean, the arriving at the utterly last intense reductions and compressions. So much has to come out, however, that I am sickened and appellated. This sacrifice of the very lifeblood of one's play, the mere vulgar anatomy and barebones poverty to which one has to squeeze it more and more, is the nauseating side of the whole desperate job, in spite of which I am interesting myself deeply in the 3-act comedy I have undertaken for Fromenand, which I find ferociously difficult, but with a difficulty that, thank God, draws me on and fascinates. If I can go on believing in my subject, I can go on treating it, but sometimes I have a mortal chill, and wonder if I ain't damnably deluded. However, the balance inclines to faith, and I think it works out. You shall hear what comes of Itvin at the worst. Meanwhile, for yourself, dearest Lucy, buck up, and patiently woo the muse. She responds at last, always to true and faithful wooing to the right artful patience, and turns upon one the smile from which light breaks. I have been reading over the long duel, which I immediately return with a sense of its having great charm and care of execution and quality and grace, but also, Lucy, of its drawbacks for practical prosperity. The greatest of these seems to me to be fundamentalto, reside in the fact that the subject isn't dramatic, that it deals with a state, a position, a situation of the static kind, and not save in a very minor degree with an action, a progression, which fact highly favorable to it for a tale. A psychologic picture is detrimental to its tensionesto, its being matter for a play, and developed into 4 acts. A play appears to me of necessity to involve a struggle, a question of whether and how will it or won't it happen, and if so or not so, how and which. We have the suspense, the curiosity, the anxiety, the tension, in a word, of seeing, and which means that the whole thing shows an attack upon oppositions, with the victory or the failure on one side or the other, and each wavering and shifting from point to point. But your hero is thus not an agent, he is passive, he doesn't take the field. I say all this because I think there is light on the matter of the history of the fate of the play in it, and also think that there are other elements of disadvantage for the piece too. The elderly or almost French artist, with a virtuous love sorrow, doesn't for the BP belong to the actual. He's romantic, and old-fashionedly romantic and remote, and the case is aggravated by the corresponding maturity of the heroine. You will say that there is the young couple, and what comes of their being there and their action. But the truth about that, I fear, is that innocent young lovers as such, and not as being engaged in other difficulties and with other oppositions of their own have practically ceased to be a dramatic valuant, any longer an element, or an interest to conjure with don't hate me for saying these things for working them out critically, and so far as may be illuminatingly in face of the difficulty the Roman 50 Roman 500 seems to have had in getting itself brought out, we are dealing with an art prodigiously difficult and arduous every way and, in which one seems most of all to sink into a sea of colossal waste. I am not sure that the other house after all my not obrecant labor and calculation on it is to be wasted, but these are dreary words. It is much past midnight, I am damned criticaffer, it's the only thing to be and all else is damned humbug, but I don't mean a douche of cold water, and am ever so tenderly and faithfully yours. Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. Lamb House Rye. August 10, 1909. I break ground with you thus, dear Grace, late in the evening, too late for, I shall soon have to go most belatedly to bed of a singularly beautiful and glowingly hot summer's dayon of a succession that August has at last brought us, and with more apparently in store after a wholly damnable June, and July a hideous ordeal of wet and cold English fine, weather is worth waiting for. It is so sovereign in quality when it comes, and the capacity of this little place of a few marked odd elements to become charming, to shine and flush, and endear itself, is then so admirable. I went out for my afternoon walk, under stress of having promised my good little gardener, a real pearl of Priceethes, 11 yearson, the way of a servingman, to come and witness his possible triumphs at our annual little horticultural show, given this year in some charming private grounds, on a high hill, overlooking our little huddled and lower-hilled purple town. There, I found myself in the extraordinary position, save that other summers might but haven soften the edge of the monstrosity off, seeing Henry James-esque figure on 13 large cards commemorative of first, second, and third prize, send of more first, even if you can believe it, than the others. It always seems to point more than anything else the moral for me of my long expatriation. And to put its advantages into a nutshell, in what corner of our native immensity could I have fallen, and practically, without effort, helpless ignoramus, though I bainto the uncanny flourish of a swell at local flower shows here, it has come of itself, it crowns my career. How I wished you weren't too far away for me to send you a box of my victorious carnations and my triumphant sweet peas. However, I remember your telling me with emphasis long years ago that you hated cut flowers, and I have treasured your brave heresy, the memory of it, so ineffaceably, so as to find support in it always and find precedent for a very lukewarm adhesion to them myself, except for a slight inconsistency in the matter of roses and sweet peas, both supremely lovable I think in their kind, which increase and multiply, and bless one in proportion, as one tears them from the stem. However, it's 1 a Roman 1000 oclicand. I am putting this to bed till tomorrow night again, when I shall pull it forth and add to its yearning volume. I have to write at night, and even late at night. Write letter things at all, for the simple reason of being so vilely constituted for work, that when my regularly recurring morning stint is done from after breakfast to luncheon time, I am done utterly, and so cerebrally spent with the effort to distill quality for 3 or 4 hours that I can't touch a pen till as much as possible of the day has elapsed to build out and disconnect my morning's association with it. That is one reason, and always has been, off my baseness as a correspondent. The question is whether the effect I produce as a story writer is of a nature to make up for it. You will say most certainly no, and who shall blame you? But good night, and a domain. August 11th. I don't mean this to be a diary, but it has been another splendid summer day, and I am wondering if you sit in the loose but warm embrace of Bowery, Cambridge, every now and then. I read in the Times of '92 in the shade in America, and Cambridge is so intensely your America that I ask myself, though my imagination breaks down in the effort to place you anywhere, even as I write again by my late ticking clock in this hot stillness, but in the vine-tangled porch, where I sat so often anciently, but only a little, alas, that other more often and more variously hindered year, it has been almost 92 in the shade, or has almost felt like it here today, in spite of which I took and enjoyed a long slow walk over the turf by our tidal channel here, which goes straight forth to the Channel, and over to France at the end of a mile or two, and has a beautiful color at the flow. I am spending a very quiet summer, to which the complete absence of any visiting or sojourning relative, a frequent and prized feature with me most other years, gives a rather melancholy blankness, but I am hoping for a nephew or two Williams Bill that is next month, and meanwhile, the season melts in my grasp and ebbs, with an appalling rush. Don't you find at our age for there are still things I want to do? And I ask myself at such a rate, how I lately, as I think I've mentioned, spent a couple of months in London, and saw as much as I could of Sally and Lily, whom I found most agreeable and confirmed in their respective types of charm and character. Lily is still in England, and of course, you know all about her. I hope to have her with me here before long for a couple of days. But there is nothing I more wonder at, dear Grace, than the question of what Cambridge has become to you, or seems to you, without practically a shady hill after the long years. It must be altogether much of a changed world, and, thus afar off, I wonder it is a way of getting again into communication with you, or at any rate of making you a poor wild and wandering sign, as over broken and scarce-sounding wires, of the perfect affectionate fidelity of your firm old friend, my dear Grace of all and all the wonderful years. Henry James. To William James. Lamb House, Rye. Aug. 17, 1909. Dearest William, I respond without delay to the blessing of your letter of the 6th, which gives me so general a good impression of you, all that I must somehow celebrate it. I like to think of your tranquil, if the word be the least applicable, Chicoria summer. And as the time of year comes round again of my sole poor visit, there my mere fortnight from September 1st, 1904, the yearning, but baffled thought of being with you on that woodland scene, and at the same season once more tugs at my sensibilities, and is almost too much for me. I have the sense of my then leaving it all unsated after a beggarly snatch only, and of how I might have done with so much more of it, but I shall pretty evidently have to do with what I got the very smell and sentiment of the American summer's end there, and of Alice's beautiful rustic hospitality of overflowing milk and honey, to say nothing of squash pie and ice cream in heroic proportions, all mingle for me with the assault of forest and lake, and of those delicious orchardy, yet rocky vaguenesses and Arcadian nowheres, which are the note of what is sweetest and most attaching in the dear old American, or particularly New England scenery. It comes back to me as with such a magnificent beckoning, lucinescent relieving contrast to the consummate tightness, a part too oddly of the very wealth of effect du pays de Roman 100. It isn't, however, luckily, that I have really turned again my landscape portion here, for never so much as this summer, for example, have I felt the immensely noble, the truly aristocratic beauty of this splendid county of Sussex, especially as the winged car of offense has monstrously unfolded it to me this afternoon. An amiable neighbor, Mrs. Richard Hennessy, motored me over to Hurstmonceux Castle, which, in spite of its being but about 10 miles back of Hastings, and not more than 20 from here, I had never yet seen. It's a prodigious romantic ruin in an adorable old ruined park, but the splendor of the views and horizons, and of the rich composition and perpetual picture and inexhaustible detail of the country, had never more come home to me. I don't do such things, however, every day, thank goodness, and am having the very quietest summer, I think, that has melted away for me. How they do melt since I came to live here. I miss the tie of consanguinity that I have so often felt, and now, especially since your letter, for you mention his other plans, I find myself calling on the hoped-for bill in vain. We lately have had it broke but yesterday a splendid heated termvery, highly heated, following on a wholly detestable June and July, and having lasted without a lapse the whole month up to Norwich, has been admirable and enjoyable, and of a renewed consecration to this dear little old garden. I hope it hasn't broken for good, as complications of sorts loom for me next month, but the high possibility is that we shall still have earned, and have suffered for in advance, a fine August end. And September my window is open wide, even no but to the blustering, softly storming, southwindy midnight, and through thick and thin I have been very quietly and successfully working. It all pans out, I think, in a very promising way, but it is too important for me to chatter about, save on the proved or provable basis that now seems rather largely to await it, and I grow, I think, small step by small step, physically easier and easier, and seem to know pretty steadily more and more where I am. I have been following you and Alice in imagination to the kind and beautiful intervale hospitality, me charming taste, of which has remained with me ever so gratefully and uneffacedly. Please tell the Merrimans, when you have another chance, you tell me that Alice and Harry lift all practical burdens from your genius than which they surely couldn't have a nobler or a more inspiring task. But what a fate and a fortune yours too, to have an Alice reinforced by a Harry, and a Harry multiplied by an Alice l'un vaut l'autrias. They appear to me in the wondrous harmony you don't mention Harry's getting to you, at all but my mind recoils with horror, from the thought that he is not in these days, getting somewhere. It's a blow to me, to learn that Bill is again to hibernate in Boston, but softened by what you so delightfully tell me of your portrait, and of the nature and degree of his progress. If he can do much and get on so there, why right he is of course to stay. And most interesting is it to learn that he can do so much. I wish I could see something. And can't your portrait be photographed? But I lately wrote to him appealingly, and he will explain to me all things admirable. Your evocation of the brave and brown and beautiful Pegoff, whom I wish I weren't so howlingly deprived, but please tell her I drench her with her old uncle's proudest and fondest affection. I hang tenderly over Alequel. He poor boy hangs so toughly over God knows what, and fervently do I pray for him, and you and Alice I embrace. Ever your Henrys. To H. G. Wells. Lamb House Rye. October 14, 1909. My dear Wells, I took down Anne Veronica in deep rich draughts during the 2 days following your magnanimous donation of her, and yet have waited till now to vibrate to you visibly and audibly under that pressed spring. I never vibrated under anything of yours on the whole, I think, more than during that intense inglutition. But if I have been hanging fire of acclamation and comments, as I hung it to my complete self-stultification, and beyond recovery over Tono Bungay, it is simply because, confound you, there is so much too much to say always after everything of yours, and the critical principle so rages within me, by which I mean the appreciative, the real gustatory, that I tend to labor under the superstition that one must always say all, but I can't do that, and I want so that I almost intelligently and coherently choose, which simplifies a little the question, and nothing matters, after the fact that you are to me so much the most interesting representational and ironic genius and faculty of our Anglo-Saxon world and life in these bemuddled days, that you stand out intensely vivid and alone, making nobody else signify at all. And this has never been more the case than in A Roman 5, where your force and life and ferocious sensibility and heroic cheek all take effect in an extraordinary wealth and truth and beauty and fury of impressionism. The quantity of things done in your whole picture excites my liveliest admiration so much, so that I was able to let myself go responsively and assentingly under the strength of the feeling communicated, and the impetus accepted almost as much as if your method, and 50 other things be, which I mean sharp questions coming up, left me only passive and convinced, unchallenging and uninquiring, which they don't know, I don't think, as regards this latter point, that I can make out what your subject or idea, the prime determinate one, may be detected, as having been lucidity and logic on that score, not to my sense reigning supreme. But there I am, as if I were wanting to say all which I am not now. I find a bit I only want to say that the thing is irresistible or indescribable in its subjective assurance, and its rare objective vividness and color. You must at moments make dear old Dickens turn for envy of the eye, and the ear, and the nose, and the mouth of Ewan his grave. I don't think the herself her projected eggeth best thing in the book. I think it rather wants clearness and nuances, but the men are prodigious all, and the total result lives and kicks and throbs and flushes and glares. I mean hangs there in the very air we breathe, and that you are a very swagger performer indeed, and that I am your very gaping and grateful Henry James. To Miss Henrietta Rubel. Crepey Cornelia, embodiment of the New York of H.J.'s youth, will be remembered as one of the stories in the finer grain. Lamb House Rye. Oct. 1909. Dearest Etta Rubel, me very old friend indeed. Your letter charms and touches me, and I rejoice you were moved to write it. You have understood Crepey Cornelian people so very often seem not to understand that alone gives me pleasure. But when you tell me also of my now living really in green and gold in the dear little old petty salon, and almost resting on the beloved red velvet sofa on which in other days I so often myself have rested, and which figures to me as the basis or background of 100 delightful hours, the tears quite rise to my eyes, and I have a sense of success in life that few other things have ever given me. I have not had a very good year, a baddish crisis about a 12-month ago, but I have gradually worked out of it, and the prospect ahead is fairer. I really think I shall even be able to come and see you and sit on the immemorial sofa, and see my kind and serried shelves play their part in your musée, and figure as a class by themselves among your relics. And to have that emotion, I am capable of a great effort. I have great occasional bouffies of fond memory, and longing from. Our dear old past Paris, it affects me as rather ghosty, but life becomes more and more that, and I have learnt to live with my pale spectres, more than with my ruddy respirers. They will sit thick on the old red sofa. But with you the shepherdess of the flock, it will be all right. You are not Cornelia, but I am much White Mason, and I shall again sit by your fire. Your tout devout, Henry James. To William James. Lamb House Rye. October 31st, 1909. Dearest William, I have beautiful communications from you, all too long unacknowledged and unrequited, though I shall speak for the present, but of the two most prized letters from you, from Cambridge and Chicorua respectively, not counting quaint sequels from Franconia autumn tint postcards, etc. a few days ago or thereabouts, and leaving aside altogether, but only for later fond treatment, please assure them an admirable one from Harry, and an exquisite one from Bill. To these, I add the arrival still more recently of your brave new book, which I fell upon immediately, and have quite passionately absorbed within 50 pages of the end, a great number previous to which I have read this evening, which makes me late to begin this. I find it of thrilling interest, triumphant and brilliant, and am lost in admiration of your wealth and power. I palpitate as you make out your case, since it seems to me you so utterly do, as I under no romantic spell ever palpitate now, and into that case I enter intensely unreservedly, and I think you would allow almost intelligently. I find you nowhere as difficult as you surely make everything for your critics. Clearly you are winning a great battle, and great will be your fame. Your letters seem to me to reflect a happy and easy summer achieved, and I recognize in them with rapture, and I trust not fallaciously, a comparative immunity from the horrid human incubi, the awful people fallacy of the past, and your ruinous sacrifices to that bloody Moloch. May this luminous exemption but grow and grow, and with it your personal and physical peace and sufficiency, your profitable possession of yourself. Amen. Amen. Over which I hope dear Alice hasn't Lou to smile. November 1st. I broke this off last night, and went to Bedan. Now add a few remarks. After a grey, soft, windless and miraculously rainless day, under a most rainful sky, which has had rather a sad hole made in it, by a visitation from a young person from New York, who stole from me the hour or two before my small evening feed, in which I hoped to finish the meaning of truth. But I have done much toward this since that repast, and with a renewed eagerness of inglutition. You surely make philosophy more interesting and living than anyone has ever made it before, and by a real creative and undemolishable making, whereby all you write plays into my poor creative consciousness and artistic vision and pretension, with the most extraordinary suggestiveness and force of application and inspiration. Thank the powers that is, thank yours for relevant and assimilable and referable philosophy, which is related to the rest of one's intellectual life, otherwise, and more conveniently than a fowl is related to a fish. In short, dearest William, the effect of these collected papers of your present volume, which I had read all individually before, seems to me exquisitely and adorably cumulative, and so to speak consecrating, so that I for my part feel pragmatic invulnerability constituted much. Will this suffrage help? The cause not less inspiring to me for that matter is the account you give in your beautiful letter of October 6th, from Chicorua of Alice and the offspring Bill, and Peggott in particular, confirming so richly all my previous observation of the son, and letting in such rich further lights upon the daughter. I mean truly to write her straight, and supplicate her for a letter. But good night again, as my thoughts flutter despairingly of attainment toward your farawayness, under the hope that the Cambridge autumn is handsome and wholesome about you. I yearn over Alice, to the point of wondering if some day before Christmas she may find a scrap of a moment to testify to me a little about the situation with her now too unfamiliar pen. Oh, if you only can next summer come out for 2 years, this home shall be your fortress and temple and headquarters, as never even before. I embrace you all. I send my express love to Mrs. Gibbonsand, am your fondest of brothers. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye. December 13th, 1909. Dear Edith, I am horribly in arrears with you, and it hideously looks as if I hadn't deeply reveled and rioted in your beautiful German letter in particular, which thrilled me to the core. You are indeed my ideal of the dashing woman, and you never dashed more felicitously or fruitfully for my imagination than when you dashed at that particular psychologic moment off to dear old Rococo Munich of the initials of my tender youth, and again of my faraway 30th year. I've never been there. Depuy's vivid and charming and sympathetic. Oh, possible your image and echo of it, all only making me gnash my teeth that I wasn't with you, or that at least I can't ply you face to face. With more questions even than your letter delightfully anticipates, it came to me during a fortnight spent in London, and all letters that reach me there, when I am merely on the branch, succeed in getting themselves treasured up for better attention after I am back here. But the real difficulty in meeting your gorgeous revelations, as they deserve, is that of breaking out in sympathy and curiosity at points enough and leaping with you breathless from Schiller to Typela through all the Gothicry of Augsburg, Würzburg, und so weiter. I want the rest, none the less all the rest after Augsburg and the Weinhandlung, and above all how it looks to you from Paris, if not paradise regained again in respect, to which gaping contrast, I am immensely interested in your superlative commendation of the ensemble and well-doness of the second play at Munich, though it is at Kabel und Liebe that I ache and groan to the core, for not having been with you. It is curious how a strange deep-buried Teutonism in one without detriment to the tropical forest of surface and halfway down Latinism stirs again at moments under stray Germanic souffles, and makes one so far from being sorry to be akin to the race of Goethe and Heine and Dürer, and their kinship. At any rate, I rejoice that you had your plunjuhich, the whole pride and pomp of which makes me sit here with the feeling of a mere aged British pauper in a workhouse. However, of course, I shan't get real thrilling and throbbing items and illustrations till I have them from your lips, to which remote and precarious possibility I must resign myself. And now I am back here for I hope many weeks to come, having a morbid taste for some, even most though not aloft the midwinter conditions of this place. Turkeys and mince pies are being accumulated for Christmas, as well as calendars, penwhippers, and formidable lists of persons to whom tips will be owing a fine old Yuletide observance in general qua. But good night, saluti affectuosi. Ever yours, H.J. To Madame Wagnier. Lamb House Rye. Dec 22nd, 1909. My dear Laura Wagnier, the general turmoil of the year's end has done its best to prevent my sooner expressing to you my great rejoicing in all the pleasantness of your news of your settled state, by the plus beau des lacs, a consummation on which I heartily congratulate you, both a real rest for the soles of one's feet, a receptacle and domestic temple for one's battered possessions, is what I myself found better than I had ever found it before some dozen years ago in this decent nook, and I feel I can only wish you to even get half as much good of it as I have got of my small impregnable stronghold, or better still incorruptible hermitage. Yours isn't a hermitage, of course, since hermits daunt in spite of St. Anthony and his famous complications, or rather, and doubtless, by reason of them have wives or female friends, and very holy women don't even have husbands. But it's evidently a delightful place on which I cast my benediction, and which I shall rejoice some day to see, so that you must let me tenderly nourish the hope I have always had, and from far back my première jeunesse, a great sentiment for all your Vaudois lake shore. I remember perfectly your Tour de Pales neighborhood, and at the thought of all the beauty and benignity that crowds your picture, I envy you as much as I applaud if I did not live in this country, and in this possibility of contact with London, for which I have many reasons. I think I too would fix myself in Switzerland, and in your conveniently cosmopolite part of it, where you are in the very center of Europe, and of a whole circle of easy communications and excursions. I was immensely struck with the way the Simplon Tunnel makes a deliciously near thing of Italy the last and first time I came through it, a couple of years ago. And when I remember how, when I left Milan well after luncheon, I was at my hotel at Lausanne at 10 or so, your position becomes quite ideal, granting the proposition that one doesn't any longer so much want to live in that unspeakable country as to feel whenever one will well on the way to it, and you are on the way to so many other of the interesting countries, the roads to which all radiate from you, as the spokes from the hub of a wheel, which remarks, however, you will have all been furiously making to yourselves. All I say, because I suppose Marguerite is now with you, and I don't suppose that even she wants to be always on the way to Boston only. I hope you are having Labas a less odious year than we Poverini, who only see it go on from bad to worse, the deluge and permanence with mud up to our necks, and a consequent confinement to the house that is like an interminable stormy sea voyage under closed hatches. I have now spent some 10 or 11 winters mainly in the country, and find myself reacting violently at last in favor of pavements or street lamps, and lighted shop fronts, places where one can go out at 4 or at 5 or at 6 if the deluge has been on the hour before, and has mercifully abated here at 5 or 6. The plunge is only into black darkness, and the abysmal crot aforesaid. I don't say this to discourage you, for I am sure you have shop fronts and pavements, and tramcars highly convenient, and also without detriment to the charming-looking house of which you send me the likeness. It is evidently a most sympathetic spot, and I shall positively try on some propitious occasion to knock at its door. I envy you the drop into Italy that you will have by this time made, or come back from after meeting your daughter. I send her my kindest remembrance, and the same to her father. I catch the distracted post, so distracted and distracting at this British ex-mastide, and am dear Laura Wagnier your affectionate old friend. Henry James. To Thomas Sergeant Perry. Lamb House Rye. Dec 22, 1909. My dear Thomas, as usual my silence has become so dense and coagulated that you might cut monstrous slabs and slices off it for distribution in your family were you maliciously disposed. But my whole security is my whole decency, so far as claim to decency, for myself sees that we are neither of us malicious, and that I have often enough shown you before that deep, as I may seem to plunge into the obscure, there ever comes an hour when panting and puffing as even now my head emerges again, to say nothing of my heart, I have treasured your petty mot from a point of space unidentified, but dispatched from a Holland America ship, and bearing a French and a past Calais postage stamp, a bit bewilderingly treasured it for the last month as a link with your receding form, the recession of which makes me miss your presence in this hemisphere out of proportion, somehow to Theto and a frequency, with which fortune enables me to enjoy it. But I still keep hold of the pledge that your retention, as I understand you of your Paris apartment constitutes, toward your soon coming back end, really feel that with a return under your protection and management absolutely guaranteed me, I too should have liked to tempt again the adventure, with you should have liked again to taste of the natal errand, perhaps, even in a wider draught than you will go in for. However, I have neither your youth your sinews, nor your fortunellet alone your other domestic blessings and reinforcements, and somehow the memory of what was fierce and formidable in our colossal country the last time I was there prevails with me over softer emotions, and I feel I shall never alight on it again, save as upborne on the wings of some miracle, that isn't in the least likely to occur. The nearest I shall come to it will be in my impatience for your return, with the choice collection of notes I hope you will have taken for me. You have chosen a good year for absence. I mean a deplorable and infamous one in Europe for any joy or convenience of air, or whether the pleasant land of France lies soaking, as well as this more confessed and notorious sponge. I believing I have now for months found life no better than a beastly seviage of storms and submersions under closed hatches. We rot with dampness, confinement, and despair. In short, we are reduced to the abjectness, as you see, of literally talking, whether you will see our nephew Bill, I trust promptly in your rich art-world labas. And I beg you to add your pressure to mine on the question of our absolutely soon enjoying him over here. I am under a semi-demi pledge to go to Paris for a fortnight in April, but it would be a more positive prospect, I think, if I knew I were to find you all there. Give my bestest love to Lilla, please, and my untutored homages to the daughters of music. Try to see how else chez les wise as to bring me every detail. Feel thus how much I count on you, and receive from me every invocation proper to this annual crisis. May the genius of our common country have you in its most or least energetic keeping. Yours, my dear Thomas, ever. Henry James. To Owen Wister. The links will be recognized in this letter, with H.J.'s old friend Mrs. Fanny Kemble. Her daughters were Mrs. Lee, wife of the Dean of Hereford, and the mother of Mr. Owen Wister. Lamb House Rye. Dec 26, 1909. Dearest Owen, your so benevolent telegram greatly touches me, and I send you off this slower traveling, but all faithful and affectionate acknowledgement within an hour or two of receiving it. It has told me much, save indeed that you sometimes think of me, and are moved as it were toward me, and that verily though I am incapable of supposing the contraries, not a little what I miss and deplore is some definite knowledge of how you are deeply aware as I am, that it adds a burden and a terror to ill health to have to keep reporting to one's friends how ill one isn't. That's the last thing I dream of from you on. I possess my soul, and my desire for you in patiencer. I try to. I don't see anyone, however, whom I can appeal to for light about you. For I missed most lamentably Florence La Farge during her heartbreaking little mockery of 16 days in England, a few weeks ago, she having written me in advance that she would come and see me, and then within a few hours after her arrival, engaged herself so deep that she apparently couldn't manage it. Nor I managed to get to London during the snatch of time she was there, for she was mainly in the country, only I had had an idea that she would authentically know about you, and had I seen her, I would have pumped her dry. I was at the deanery for 3 or 4 days in September, quite incredibly for the Hereford festival, and they were most kind, the dean dear and delightful beyond, even his ancient dearness, etc. But we only could fondly speculate and vainly theorize, and yearn over Yuand that didn't see us much. Forwarder, that I hope you are safe and sound again, and firm on your feet, and planning and tending somehow hitherward that, I hope this with fierce intensity, I need scarcely assure you need I, but the years melt away, and the changes multiply, and the facilities some of them diminish, the sands in the hourglass run in short, and Sister Anne comes down from her tower, and says she sees nothing of you, but here I am where you last left me, writing even now late at night, in the little old oaken parlor, where we had such memorable and admirable discourse. The sofa on which you stretched yourself is there behind me, and it holds out appealing little padded arms to you. I don't seem to recognize any particular nearness, for my being able to revisit your prodigious scene. The more the chill of age settles upon me, the more formidable it seems, and I haven't myself had a very famous year here for a few months, in fact rather a bad and perturbing one, but which has considerably cleared and redeemed itself now. We are just emerging from the rather deadly oppression of the English ex-mastide, which I have spent at home for the first time for 4 years alone, and lorn and stranded friend or two being with me with a long breath of relief. That the worst is over. Terrific postal matter has accumulated, however, and the arrears of my correspondence make me quail and almost collapse. You see in this already the rather weary hand and head, but please feel and find in it too, with my true blessing on your wife, and weans all the old affection of your devoted Henry James. Romans 7. Ryan Chelsea. For the next year, that is for the whole of 1910, Henry James was under the shadow of an illness partly physical, but mainly nervous, which deprived him of all power to work, and caused him immeasurable suffering of mind, in spite of a constitution that in many ways was notably strong. The question of his health was always a matter of some concern to him, and he was by nature inclined to anticipate trouble, so that his temperament was not one that would easily react against a malady of which the chief burden was mental depression of the darkest kind. It would be impossible to exaggerate the distress that afflicted him for many months, but his determination to surmount it was unshaken, and his recovery was largely a triumph of will. Fortunately, he had the most sympathetic help at hand. Over and above devoted medical care, Professor and Mrs. William James had planned to spend the summer in Europe again, and when they heard of his condition, they hastened out to be with him as soon as possible. The company of his beloved brother and sister-in-law was the best in the world for him. Indeed, he could scarcely face any other. Only with their support he felt able to cover the difficult stages of his progress. It was William James's health once more that had made Europe necessary for him. He was in fact much more gravely ill than his brother, but it was not until later in the summer that his state began to cause alarm. By that time Henry, after paying a visit with his sister-in-law to Mr. and Mrs. Charles Hunter at Epping, had joined him at Nauheim in Germany, where a very anxious situation had to be met. While William James was losing ground, Henry was still suffering greatly, and the prospect of being separated from his family by their return to America was unendurable to him. It was decided that he should go with them, and they sailed before the end of August. They had just received the news of the death in America of their youngest brother Robertson James, whose epitaph, memorial of an agitated and agitating life, was afterwards written with grave tenderness in the notes of a son and brother. William James sank very rapidly as they made the voyage, and the end came when they reached his home in the New Hampshire mountains. There is no need to say how deeply Henry mourned the loss of the nearest and dearest friend of his whole life. Nothing can be added to the letters that will presently be read. All the more he clung to his brother's family, the center of his profoundest affection. He remained with them during the winter at Cambridge, where very gradually he began to emerge from the darkness of depression, and to feel capable of work again. He took up with interest a suggestion made to him by Mrs. William James that he should write some account of his parents and his early life, and as this idea developed in his mind, it fed the desire to return home and devote himself to a record of old memories. He lingered on in America, however, for the summer of 1911. now so much restored that he could enjoy visits to several friends. He welcomed furthermore two signs of appreciation that reached him almost at the same time with offer of honorary degrees at Harvard. And at Oxford, the Harvard degree was conferred before he left America, the Oxford Doctorate of Letters in the following year, when he received it in the company of the poet laureate. As soon as he was established at Lamb House again September 1911, he set to work upon A Small Boy and Others, and for a long time to come, he was principally occupied with this book. And the sequel to it, He Went Abroad No More, and was never long away from Rye or London. But his power of regular work was not what it had been before his illness, and excepting a few of the papers in notes on novelists, the 2 volumes of reminiscences were all that he wrote before the end of 1913. His health was still an anxiety, and his letters show that he began to regard himself as definitely committed to the life of an invalid. Yet it would be easy perhaps to gain a wrong impression from them of his state during these years. His physical troubles were certainly sometimes acute, but he kept his remarkable capacity for throwing them off, and in converse with his friends, his vigor of life seemed to have suffered little. He had always loved slow and lengthy walks with a single companion, and possibly the most noticeable change was only that these became slower than ever with more numerous pauses at points of interest, or for the development of some picturesque turn of the talk. The grassy stretches between Rye and its seashore were exactly suited to long afternoons of this kind, and with a friend, better still a nephew or niece to walk with him. Such was the occupation he preferred to any other for the winter, and spring he continued to return to London, where he still had his club lodging in Pall Mall after a sharp and very painful illness at Rye. In the autumn of 1912, he moved into a more convenient dwelling, a small flat in Chain Walk, overhanging the Chelsea riverside. Here the long level of the embankment gave him opportunities of exercise as agreeable in their way as those at Rye, and he found himself liking to stay on in this simplified London until the height of the summer. April 15, 1913 was his 70th birthday, and a large company, nearly 300 in number of his English circle, seized the occasion to make him a united offering of friendship. They asked him to allow his portrait to be painted by one of themselves. Mr. John S. Sargent Henry James was touched and pleased, and for the next year the fortunes of Mr. Sargent's work are fully recorded in the correspondence from its happy completion and the private view of it in the artist's studio to the violence it suffered at the hands of a political agitatress, while it hung in the Royal Academy Exhibition of 1914, and its successful restoration from its injuries. The picture now belongs to the National Portrait Gallery on Mr. Sargent's commission. A bust of Henry James was at the same time modeled by Mr. Derwent Wood. Early in 1914, after an interval of all but 10 years, Henry James began what he had often said he should never begin again, a long novel. It was the novel at last of American life, long ago projected and abandoned, and now revived as the Ivory Tower. Slowly, and with many interruptions, he proceeded with it, and he was well in the midst of it when he left Chelsea for Lamb House in July 1914. His health was now on a better level than for some time past, and he counted on a peaceful and fruitful autumn of work at Rye. To T. Bailey Saunders. Roman 50H. Jan 27, 1910. My dear Bailey, I am still in bed attended by doctor and nurse, but doing very well and mending now very steadily and smoothly, so that I hope to be practically up early next week. Also, I am touched by and appreciative of your solicitude. You see, I still cling to syntax or style, or whatever it is, but I have had an infernal time really. I may now confide to you pretty well all the while, since I left you that sad and sinister morning to come back from the station, a digestive crisis making food loathsome and nutrition impossibly, and sick inanition and weakness and depression. Permanent however bed the good Skinner Roman 1000 Roman 500. The gentle nurse, with very small feedings administered every 2 hours, have got the better of the cursed state, and I am now hungry and redeemed and convalescent. The election fight has revealed to me how ardent a liberal lurks in the cold and clammy exterior of your H.J. To Mrs. Wharton. The allusions in the following are to articles by Mr. W. Morton Fullerton in the Times on the disastrous floods in Paris, and to Alfred de Musset's letters Damer a Amy d'Alton. Lamb House, Rye. February 8, 1910. Dearest Edith, I am in receipt of endless bounties from you, and dazzling revelations about you. Item, first the grapes of paradise that arrived yesterday in a bloom of purple, and a burst of sweetness, that made Muhel, They cast their Tyrian glamour about us more ruefully than ever. What porridge poor non-convalescent John Keats must have had 2D your exquisite appeal and approach to the good, the really admirable Skinner, who has now wrung tears of emotion from my eyes by bringing them to my knowledge. 3D your gentle holograph letter, just to hand which treats my stupid reflections on your own patience with such heavenly gentleness, when one is still sickish and shaky, though that, thank goodness, is steadily ebbing. One tumbles Ronjavan when one has wanted to make the most delicate jest in life. But the great thing is that we always tumble together more and more, never apart, and that for that happy exercise and sweet coincidence of agility, we may trust ourselves and each other to the end of time. So I gratefully grovel for everything and for your beautiful and generous inquiry of Skinner. More than even anything else, the purple clusters are none the less of a prime magnificence, and of an inexpressible relevance to my state. This is steadily bettering, thanks above all to 3 successive morning motor rides that Skinner has taken me, of an hour and a half each today, in fact nearly 2 hours, while he goes his rounds in a fairly far circuit over the countryside. I sit at cottage and farmhouse doors, while he warns and comforts and commands within, and these days having been mild and grey and convenient, the effect has been of the last benignity. I am thus exceedingly sustained, and also by the knowledge that you are not being wrenched from your hard-bought foyer and your neighborhood to your best of brothers Krampnasvisi. I don't ask you about poor great Parasai make out, as I can by Morton's playing flashlight, and I read Walkley on Chanticleer, which sounds rather like a glittering void. I have now dealt with Alfred and Amy, unprofitable pair. What a strange and compromising French document in this sense, that it affects one, as giving so many people and things away, by the simple fact of springing so characteristically and almost squalidly out of them. The letter in which Alf arranges for her to come into his dirty bedroom at 8 A Roman 1000, while his mother and brother and others, unknowingly gruelent on the other side of the cloison, that shall make their nid dammer and la facken, don't ly vol react back even upon dear old George, rather fatally apropos of dirty bedrooms, thin cloisons, and the usual state of things. One surmises at that hour what an Amy and what a Paul, and what a mme Jobbert, and what an everything. Ever yours, H.J. To Miss Jessie Allen. The plan here projected of looking for a house in Eaton Terrace, where Miss Allen lived, was not carried further. Lamb House, Rye. February 20th, 1910. My dear eternally martyred and murdered Goody, I am horribly ashamed to have my poor hand forced. You see what it is, and what it's reduced to, into piling up on your poor burdened consciousness the added load of my base woes, as if you weren't lying stretched flat beneath the pressure of your own, and those of some special dozen or two of your most favorite and fatal vampires. I proposed you should know nothing of mine, till they were all over, if they ever should be, which they are not quite yet, and that if one had to speak of them to you at all, it might thus be in the most pluperfect of all past tenses, and twiddling one's fingers on the tip of one's nose quite vulgarly, as to intimate that you were a day after the fair. But why do I unfold this gruesome tale, when just what I most want is not to wring your insanely generous heart, or work upon your perversely exquisite sensibility? I am pulling through, and though I've been so often somewhat better, only to find myself topple back into black despair with bad, vilely bad days after good ones, and not a very famous one today. I do feel that I have definitely turned the corner, and got the fiend down, even though he still kicks as viciously as he can yet manage. I am up and dressed, and in short I eat after a fashion, and have regained considerable weight. Oh, I had become the loveliest sylph, and even I am told a certain charm of appearance. My good nephew Harry James, priceless youth, my elder brother's eldest son, sailed from NY yesterday to come out and see me. That alone lifts up my heart, for I have felt a very lonesome and stranded old idiot. My conditions of circumstance, house and care have on the other hand been excellent. Me servants, angels of affection and devotion. I have indeed been all in doctors' and nurses' hands, so don't take it hard now, take it utterly easy, and allow your charity to stray a little by way of a change into your own personal premises. Take a look in there, and let it even make you linger to hear you are doing. That will do me more good than anything else. I yearn unutterably to get on far enough to begin to plan to come up to town for a while. I have of late reacted intensely against this exile from some of the resources of civilization in Winterand, deliriously dream of some future footing in London again, other than my club, for the space of time between Christmas or so and June. What is the rent of a house unfurnished? Of course, a little good inside one in your terrace. And are there any with 2 or 3 servants' bedrooms? Don't answer this absurdity. No, but wait, till we go and look at 2 or 3 together, such is the recuperative yearning of your enfeebled, but not beaten you can see by this scrawled. H.J. To Mrs. Bigelow. Lamb House Rye. April 19, 1910. My dear Edith, I have been much touched by your solicitude, but till now absolutely too bad to write to do anything, but helplessly, yearningly, languish and suffer and surrender. I have had a perfect hell of a time since, just after Xmas nearly 15 long weeks of dismal, dreary, interminable illness, with occasional slight pickings up, followed by black relapses, but the tide, thank the powers, has at last definitely turned, and I am on the way to getting not only better, but as I believe creepily and abjectly well. I sent my nurse my second flying the other day, after 10 deadly weeks of her, and her predecessor's aggressive presence and policy, and the mere relief from that overdone. Discipline has done wonders for me. I must have patience much yet, but my face is toward the light, which shows beautifully that I look 10 years older with my bonny tresses 10 degrees whiter like Marie Antoinette's. In the conciergerie, however, if I've lost all my beauty, and by my expenses most of my money, I rejoice I've kept my friends, and I shall come and show you that appreciation. Yet I am so delighted that you and the daughterling had your go at Italy, Evan, though I was feeling so preeminently un-Italian. The worst of that paradise is indeed that one returns but to purgatories at the best. Have a little patience, yet with your still struggling but all clinging. Henry James. To W. E. Norris. Hill Halls. Thaydon Boys. Eppings. May 22, 1910. My dear Norris, forgive a very brief letter, and a very sad one in which I must explain long and complicated things in a very few words. I have had a dismal, most dismal and interminable illness going on these 5 months, nearly, since Christmas, and of which the end is not yet, and of which all this later stage has been these 10 or 12 weeks, a development of nervous conditions, agitation, trepidation, black melancholia, and weakness, of eighth most formidable and distressing kind. My brother and sister-in-law most blessedly came on to me from America several weeks ago. Without them, I should have quite gone under, and a week ago, under extreme medical urgency, as to change of air, scene, food, everything, I came here with my sister-in-law to some most kind friends, and a beautiful places, a very arduous experiment. But I am too ill to be here really, and shall crawl home as soon as possible. I am afraid I can't see you in London. I can plan nor do nothing, and can only ask you in my weakness, depression, and helplessness, to pardon this doleful story from your affectionate and afflicted old Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Bittings Hotel, Hohenzollern. Bad Nauheim. June 10, 1910. Dearest Edith, your kindest note met me here on my arrival with my sister last evening. We are infinitely touched by the generous expression of it, but there had been, and could be, no question for us of Paris, formidable at best, that is in general as a place of rapid transit. I had to my sorrow a baddish drop on coming back from High Epping Forest, that is Thaydon Mount, to poor little flat and stale, and illness-shaunted Rind. I felt my doctor strongly urging safety, to be in a prompt escape by the straightest way, Calais, Brussels, Cologne, and Frankfurt, to this place of thick woods, groves, springs, and general curort soothingness, where my brother had been for a fortnight waiting us alone. Here I am then, and having made the journey in great heat, far better than I feared, slowly, but definitely, I am emerging it with nervous possibilities, still too latent too, in ambush for me to do anything but cling for as much longer as possible to my brother and sister. I am wholly unfit to be alone, in spite of amelioration, that being alone, I can't even as yet think often, yet feel that I must for many months to come have none of the complications of society. In fine, to break to you the monstrous truth, I have taken my passage with them to America by the Canadian Pacific steamer line Short Sea on August 12, thto spend the winter in America. I must break with everything off the last couple of years in England, and am trying if possible to let Lamb House for the winter also. Am giving up my London perch when I come back. I must have a better. There are the grim facts, but now that I have accepted them, I see hope and reason in them. I feel that the completeness of the change labas will help me more than anything else can, and the amount of corners I have already turned, though my nervous spectre still again and again scares me, as a kind of earnest of the rest of the process. I cling to my companions, even as a frightened crybaby to his nurse and protector, but of all that it is depressing, almost degrading to speak. This place is insipid, yet soothing, very bosky and sedative, and admirably arranged a lalamandibut. With excessive and depressing heat just now, and a toneless air at the best, the admirable ombrages and walks, and pacifying pitch of life, make up however for much. We shall be here for 3 weeks longer. I seem to entrevoir, and then try for something Swiss and tonic. We must be in England by Aug 1st. And now, I simply fear to challenge you on your own complications. I can bear tragedies so little tout si radash, so the thing central depression. And yet I want so to know, and I think of you with infinite tenderness, participation, and such a large and helpless devotion. Well, we must hold on tight, and we shall come out again face to face wiser than ever before. If that's any advantage, this address I foresee will find me for the next 15 days, and we might be worse. A Bright's Germany has become comfortable. Note that much as I yearn to you, I don't nag you with categorical even though in Germany questions. Ever your unspeakable dearest Edith. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye. July 29, 1910. Dearest Edith. It's intense joy to hear from you, and when I think that the last news I gave you of myself was at Nauheim, it seems to me with the nightmare of Switzerland that followed Munich, and the Tyrol etc., which I believe I then hinted at to you, proved the vainest crazy dream of, but a moment I feel what the strain and stress of the sequel that awaited me really became that dire ordeal attempted nach Kurs for my poor brother at low Swiss altitudes. Constance, Zurich, Lucerne, Geneva, Roman 100 terminated, however, a fortnight agor morand after a bad week in London. We are here waiting to sail on Aug 12th. I am definitely much better. And on the road to be well. A great gain has come to me in spite of everything during the last 10 days, in particular. I say in spite of everything, for my dear brother's condition, already so bad on leaving the treacherous and disastrous Nauheim, has gone steadily on to worse, is painfully ill, weak and down, and the anxiety of it with our voyage in view is a great tension to me in my still quite struggling upward state. But I stand and hold my ground nonetheless. And we have really brought him on since we left London, but the dismalness of it, Alland, of the sudden death, a fortnight ago, of our younger brother in the U.S. by heart failure, in his sleep, a painless, peaceful, enviable end to a stormy and unhappy career, makes our common situation all these months back and now fairly tragic and miserable. However, I am convinced that his getting home, if it can be securely done, will do much for William, and I am myself now on a much higher plane than I expected a very few weeks since. To be, I kind of want uncannily to go to America too, apart from several absolutely imperative reasons. For it I rejoice unspeakably in the vision of seeing you here, even in London, or at Windsor of these very next days. Ever your affectionate dear Edith. Henry James. To Bruce Porter. The baptizes were certain Baconian clues to the authorship of Shakespeare's plays, which Mr. Bruce Porter had come from America to investigate. Lamb House Rye. August 1910. My dear very Bruce. I rejoice to hear from you, even though it entails the irritation I brutally showed you in town, my accessibility to that of your misguided search for a sensation you renew my harmless rage for. I hate to see you associated with my firm affection for you with the most provincial baptizes, and to have come so far to do itto, be it given over to it to the baptize in a fine finished old England, with which one can have so much better relations, and so many of them it would make me blush or bleed, for you could anything you do cause me a really deep discomfort, but nothing can I too tenderly look the other way. So there we are. Besides, you have had your measlesan, though you might have been better employed. Go in peace, measly no more. At any rate, I grossly want you to know that I am really ever so much better than when we were together in London. I go on quite as well as I could decently hope. It's an ineffable blessing. It's horrible somehow that those brief moments shall have been all our meeting here, and that a desert wider than the sea shall separate us over there. But this is a part of that perversity in life which long ago gave me the ultimate ache, and I cherish the memory of our scant London luck. My brother, too, has taken a much better turn, and we sail on the 12th. Definitely so. Rejoice with me, and believe me, my dear Bruce, all affectionately yours. Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. Chicorua, New Hampshire. August 26, 1910. Dearest Grace. I am deeply touched by your tender note, and all the more that we have need of tenderness in a special degree here now. We arrived, William and Alice, and I, in this strange, sad, rude spot a week ago tonight, after a most trying journey from Quebec, though after most beautiful, quick in itself, auspicious voyage too, but with William critically mortally ill, And with our anxiety and tension now, he has rapidly got so much worse, a real anguish. Alice is terribly exhausted, and spent, but the rest she will be able to take must presently increase. And Harry, who after leaving us at Quebec, started with a friend on a much-needed holiday in the New Brunswick woods for shooting and fishing, was wired to yesterday to come back to us at once. So, I give you, dear Grace, our dismal chronicle of suspense and pain. My own fears are the blackest, and at the prospect of losing my wonderful beloved brother, out of the world in which from as far back as in dimmest childhood, I have so yearningly always counted on him, I feel nothing but the abject weakness of grief and even terror, but I forgive myself weakness me emergence from the long and grim ordeal of my own peculiarly dismal and trying illness isn't yet absolutely complete enough to make me wholly firm on my feet, but my slowly recuperative process goes on, despite all shakes and shocks, while dear Williams, in the full climax of his intrinsic powers and intellectual ambitions, meets this tragic cruel arrest. However, dear Grace, I want further wail to you in my nervous soreness and sorrow still, in spite of so much revival, more or less under the shadow, as I am, of the miserable damnable year that began for me last Christmas time, and for which I had been spoiling for 2 years, before I will only wait to see you with all the tenderness of our long unbroken friendship, and all the host of our common initiations. I have come for a long stay, when we shall be able to plan for a resumption of life in Irving Street, is of course insoluble. As yet then, at all events, with what eagerness your threshold will be crossed by your faithfulest old Henry James. P.S. It's today blessedly cooler here, and I hope you also have the reprieve. P.S. I open my letter of 3 hours, since to add that William passed unconsciously away, an hour ago without apparent pain, or struggle. Think of us, dear Grace, think of us. To Thomas Sergeant Perry. Chikorua Nh. Sept. 2nd, 1910. My dear old Thomas, I sit heavily stricken, and in darkness, for from far back in dimmest childhood, he had been my ideal elder brother, and I still through all the years saw in him, even as a small timorous boy, yet my protector, my backer, my authority, and my pride. His extinction changes the face of life for me. Besides the mere missing of his inexhaustible company and personality originality, the whole unspeakably vivid and beautiful presence of him, and his noble intellectual vitality was still, but at its climax, had 2 or 3 ardent purposes and plans. He had cast them away, however, at the end. I mean that dreadfully suffering he wanted only to die. Alice and I had a bitter pilgrimage with him. From far off he sank here on his threshold, and then it went horribly fast. I cling for the present to them, and so try to stay here through this month. After that I shall be with them in Cambridge, for several more shall cleave more together. I should like to come and see you for a couple of days much, but it would have to be after the 20th or even October 1st, I think, and I fear you may not then be still in Villeggiatura. If so, I will come. You knew him among those living. No, from furthest back with me, yours and Lilla's all faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Chikorua Nh. Sept. 9th, 1910. Dearest Edith, your letter from Annecy touches me as I sit here stricken, and in darkness with the tenderest of hands. It was all to become again a black nightmare, what seems to me such now, from very soon after I left you to these days of attempted readjustment of life, on the basis of my beloved brother's irredeemable absence from it, in which I take my part with my sister-in-law and his children. Here I quitted you at Folkestone August 9th, just a month ago today, and it seems 6 to find him at Lamb House, apparently not a little eased by the devoted Skinner, and with the elements much more auspicious for our journey than they had been a fortnight before we got well enough to town on the 11th, and away from it to Liverpool on the 12th, and the voyage in the best accommodations Roman 100 we had ever had at sea, and of a wondrous lake-like and river-like fairness and brevity, might, if he had been really less ill, have made for his holding his ground. But he grew rapidly worse again from the start, and suffered piteously and dreadfully with the increase of his difficulty in breathing. And we got him at last to this place on the evening of the Friday, following that of our sailing, only to see him begin swiftly to sink. The sight of the rapidity of it at the last was an unutterable pang. Me sense of what he had still to give of his beautiful genius and noble intellect at their very climax, never having been anything but intense, and in fact having been intenser than ever all these last months. However, my relation to him, and my affection for him, and the different aspect his extinction has given for me to my life, are all unutterable matters. Fortunately, as there would be so much to say about them, if I said anything at all, the effect of it all is that I shall stay on here for the present for some months to come, I mean in this country, and then return to England, never to revisit these shores again. I am inexpressibly glad to have been, and even to be here now. I cling to my sister-in-law and my nephews and niece. They are all wonderful, to say, such admirable, lovable, able, and interesting persons, and they cling to me in return. I hope to be in this spot with them till Oct 15th. There is a great appeal in it, from its saturation with my brother's presence and life here, his use and liking of it for 23 years, a sad, subtle consecration, which plays out the more where so few other things interfere with it. Ah, the thin, empty, lonely, melancholy American beauty which I yet find a cold, prudish charm in. I shall go back to Cambridge with my companions, and stay there at least till the new year, which is all that seems definite for the present. All devotedly yours, dearest Edith. Henry James. To Mrs. Charles Hunter. Chocorua, NH. Oct 1, 1910. Dearest Mary Hunter. Beautiful and tender the letter I just received from you, and that follows by a few days an equally beneficent one to my sister. She will, if she hasn't done it already, thank you for this Herselfand, tell you how deeply we feel the kindly balm of your faithful thought of us, our return here with my brother so acutely suffering, and so all too precipitately, none the less succumbing altoge there quite, against what seemed presumable during our last 3 weeks in England was a dreadful time, from the worst darkness of which we are however gradually emerging. What is for the time a great further support is the wondrous beauty of this region, where we are lingering on 3 or 4 weeks more, when it becomes too cold, in a house built only for summer in spite of glorious wood fires. This season being the finest thing in the American year, for weather and color the former is golden, and the latter, amid these innumerable mountains and great forests, and frequent lakes, a magnificence of crimson and orange, a mixture of flames and gems. I shall stay for some months, I mean on this side of the sea, and yet I am so homesick that I seem to feel that, when I do get back to dear little old England, I shall never in my life leave it again. We cling to each other, all of us here meanwhile, and I can never be sufficiently grateful to my fate for my having been with my dearest brother for so many weeks before his death, and up to the bitter end. I am better and better than 3 months ago, thank heaven, in spite of everything, and really believe I shall end by being better than I have been at all these last years. When I was spoiling for my illness, I pray most devoutly that Salso will again repay and refresh and comfort you. I absolutely yearn to see you, and I am yours all affectionately always. Henry James. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. 95 Irving Street. Cambridge, Mass. October 29, 1910. Dearest Lucy, my silence has been atrocious since the receipt of 2 quite divine letters from you, but the most particular blessing of you is that with you one needn't explain nor elaborate nor take up the burden of dire demonstration, because you understand and you feel, you allow, and you know, and above all you love your poor old entangled and afflicted H.J. Now at last I am really on the rise, and on the higher ground again, more than I have been, and more unmistakably than at any time since the first of my illness. Your letters, meanwhile, dearest Lucy, were admirable and exquisite in their rare beauty of your knowing for the appreciation of such a loss, and such a wound. Immensely what you were talking about, every word went to my heart, and it was as if you sat by me and held my hand, and let me wail, and wailed yourself so gently and intelligently with me, the extinction of such a presence in my life as my great and radiant, even in suffering and sorrow, brothers, means 100 things that I can't begin to say, but immense all the same, are the abiding possessions, the interest, and the honor. We will talk of all these things, by your endlessly friendly fire, in due time again. Oh, how I gnash my teeth with homesickness at that dear little Chilworth vision of old lamp-lit gossiping hours, and we will pull together meanwhile, as intimately and unitedly as possible. Even thus across the separating sea, I have pretty well settled to remain on the side of that wintry obstacle, till late in the spring. I am at present with my priceless sister-in-law, and her dear delightful children. We came back a short time since from the country, I going for 10 days to New York, the prodigious from which I have just returned, while she, after her so long and tragic absence, settled us admirably for the winter. We all hang unspeakably together, and that's why I am staying. I am getting back to work, though the flood of letters to be breasted by reason of my brother's death and situation has been formidable in the extreme, and the breasting with the very weak hand only that I have been able till now to lend is even yet far from over. My companions are unspeakably kind to me, and I cherish the break in the excess of solitude that I have been steeped in these last years, if I get as well as. I see reason now at last to believe I shall be absolutely better than at any time for 3 or 4 and shall even feel sweetly younger, by a miraculous emergence from my hideous year dreams of work. Come back to Muhich, I've a superstitious dread, still however, of talking about materially, and carnally speaking my comfortodious worden. A most pleasant commodious house is absolute, and is much fostered by my having brought with me my devoted if diminutive Burgess, whom you will remember at Lamb House, during all which time however see, how I don't prod you with questions about yourself in spite of my burning thirst for knowledge, after the generosity of your letters of last month. How can I ask you to labor again in my too thankless cause? But I do yearn over you, and I needn't tell you how any rough sketch of your late history will gladden my sight. I wrote a day or two ago to Hugh Walpole, and besought him to go and see you and make me some sign of Yowich going and Gatheringin. I hope he of himself, and constantly takes to I think of you as always heroic, but I hope that no particular extra need for it has lately salted your cup. Is Margaret on better ground again? God grant it. But such things as I wish to talk about I mean that we might, but with patience the hour will strike like silver smiting silver. Till then I am so fair-offishly and so affectionately yours, Henry James. To W. E. Norris. 95 Irving St. Cambridge, Mass. Dec. 13th, 1910. My dear Norris, I detest the thought that some good word or other from me shouldn't add to the burden with which your Christmas table will groan. Fortunately too, the decently good word as goods go at this dark crisis is the one that I can break my long and hideous silence to send you. The only difficulty is that when silences have been so long and so hideous, the renewal of the communication, the patching up as regards the mere facts of the weakened and ragged link, becomes in itself a necessity, or a question formidable even to deterrence. I have had verily an Annie terrible fagend, of which is however an immense improvement on everything that has preceded it. I want attempt none less to make up arrears of information in any degree whatever, but simply let off at you this rude but affectionate signal from the desertus land of my shipwrecker. What would be such if my situation were not on the whole the one with which I am for the present most in tune? I am staying on here with my dear and admirable sister-in-law, and her children, with whom I have been ever since my beloved and illustrious elder brother's death in the country at the end of August. My younger brother had died just a month before, and I am alone now of my father's once rather numerous house, but there I am trying to pick up lost cordswitch, is what I didn't mean to. I expect to stick fast here through January, and then go for a couple of months to New York after, which I shall begin to turn my face to England. Heaven send that day. The detail of this is however fluid and subject to alteration in everything save my earnest purpose of struggling back by April or May, at furthest, to your or verily my distressed country, for which I unceasingly languish. The material conditions here, that is the best of them, others intensely and violently not suit me singularly at present, as for instance the great and glorious American fact of weather, to which it all mainly comes back, but which since last August here I have never known anything to surpass. While I write you this, I bask in golden December sunshine and dry crisp mild frost over a great nap of recent snow, which flushes with the tenderest lights. This does me a world of good, and the fact that I have brought with me my little Lamb House servant, who has lived with me these 10 years, but for the rest my life is exclusively in this one rich nest of old affections and memories. I put you see no questions, but please find half a dozen very fond ones wrapped up in every good wish I send you for the coming year. A couple of no's of the Times have just come in, and though the Telegraph has made them rather ancient history, I hang over them for the dear old more vivid sense of it all. Yours, my dear Norris, all affectionately, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. 95 Irving Street, Cambridge, Mass. Feb. 9th, 1911. Dearest Edith. Hideous and infamous, yes, my interminable, my abjectly graceless silence, but it always comes in these abnormal months, from the same sorry little cause, which I have already named to you, to such satiety, that I really might omit any further reference to it. Somehow none the less I find a vague support in my consciousness of an unsurpassable objection, as aforesaid, in naming it once more to myself, and putting afresh on record that there's a method in what I feel might pass for my madness if you weren't so nobly sane to write, is perforce to report of myself and my condition, and nothing has happened to make that process any less an evil thing. It's horrible to me to report darkly and dismally, and Yet I never venture 3 steps in the opposite direction, without having the poor effrontery flung back in my face, as an outrage on the truth, in other words to report favorably, is instantly or at very short order to be hurled back on the couch of anguish so that the only thing has for the most part been to stay my pen, rather than not report favorably. Y'all say doubtless damn, you why report it aleph? You are so crassly superstitious. Answer, civilly and prettily and punctually, when a lady and such a lady as Browning says generously, and adieu reprises rights to yow without dragging in Velasquez, at all very well, then il tritho it was. After all pretty well poor old Velasquez, who came back 3 evenings since from 23 days in New York, and at 21 East 11th St. of which the last 6 were practically spent in bed, he had had a very fairly flourishing fortnight in that kindest of houses, and tenderest of cares and genialest of companisand, then repaid it all by making himself a burden, and a bore. I got myself out of the way as soon as possible be scrambling back here, and yet all. Inconsequently, I think it likely I shall return there in March to perform the same evolution in the intervals. I quite take notice, but at a given moment, everything temporarily goes. I come up again. And quite well, Upus, how can I not in order again to retaste the bitter cup? But here I am reporting of myself with a vengeance. Forgive me, if it's too dreary when all's said and done. It will eventually whole case become less so. Meanwhile too, for my consolation I have picked up here and there wind-borne bribes of a more or less authentic savor from your own groaning board, and my poor old imagination does me in these days no better service than by enabling me to hover like a 2-participant larbin behind your Louis Roman 14 chair. If it isn't your chair Louis XIV's, at least your larbin takes it. So I gather you've been able to drive the spirited pen. Without cataclysms, I take unutterable comfort. The thought that 2 or 3 months hence y'all probably be seated on the hypod, and done bookin the magnificent authority of the position, even as Catherine Roman II on the throne of the Tsars. Forgive the implications of the comparison. Work seems far from me yet, though perhaps a few inches nearer. A report even reaches me to the effect that there's a possibility of your deciding to come over and spend the summer at the Mount. And this is above all a word to say that in case you should do so at all betimes, you will probably still see me here as though I have taken my passage for England. My date is only the 14th June, therefore should you come May 1 Estwell Porphyro grows faint. I yearn over Thisence, if you shouldn't come then, and yet should be coming at all. Heaven knows when we shall meet again. There are enormous reasons for my staying here till then, and enormous ones against my staying longer. Such, dearest Edith, is my meager budget. Forgive me if it isn't brighter and richer. I am but just pulling through, and I am doing that, but no more, and so you see have no wild graces, or wavy tendrils, left over for the image I project. I shall try to grow some again little by little, but for the present am as ungarnished in every way as an aged plucked fowl before the cook has dealt with him. May the great chef see his way to serve me up to you some day in some better sauce, as I am. At any rate, share me generously with your I am sure not infrequent commensaux, and ask them to make the best of me. And they love me's, I love them, even if you give them only the drumsticks, and keep the comparatively tender, though much shriveled if once mighty pinion for yourself. I saw no one of the least real fascination excuses du pew of the conception in N. Ibut, the place relieved, and beguiled me so long as I was debautant. Mary Cadwell and Beatrix were as tenderest nursing mother and bonniest sir delate to me the whole day long. I really think I shall take shawl risk another go of it before long again, and even snatch a bite of Washington pie, as we used to say, to which latter the dear H. Whites have most kindly challenged me. Well, such, dearest Edith, are the short and simple annals of the poor. I hang about you, however inarticulately, de touts, les forces de mon être, and am always your fondly faithful old Henry James. To Miss Rhoda Broughton. 95 Irving Street, Cambridge, Mass. February 25, 1911. Dear Rhoda Broughton, I hate and have hated all along the accumulation of silence and darkness in the once so bright and animated air of our ancient commerce. That is our old and so truly valid friendship, and I am irresistibly moved to strike a fresh light, as it were, and sound a hearty call so that the uncanny spell may break working, as it has done so much by my own fault or my great infirmity. I have just had a letter from dear Mary Clark, not overflowing with any particularly blessed tidings, and containing as an especial note of the minor key an allusion to your apparently aggravated state of health and rather captive condition. This has caused a very sharp pang in my battered breast, for, steadily battered, I have myself been battered all round, And altogether these long months and months passed even if not to the complete extinction of a tender sense for the woes of others. I tell you my sorry tale, please believe me not to harrow you up, or work upon you under the harrow, as you have yourself been so cruelly condemned to sit, but only because when one has been long useless and speechless and graceless, and when one's poor powers then again begin to reach out for exercise, one immensely wants a few persons to know that one hasn't been basely indifferent or unaware, but simply gagged, so to speak, and laid low, simply helpless, and reduced to naught. And then my desire has been great to talk with you, and I even feel that I am doing so a little through this pale and limping substituting. Such are some of the cheerful points I should infallibly have made had I been were I just no face to face with you. Heaven speed the day for some occasion more like that larger and braver contact than these ineffectual accents. Such are the prayers with which I beguile the tedium of vast wastes of homesickness, here where, frankly, the sense of aching exile attends me the livelong day, and resists even the dazzle of such days as these. Particular ones happen to be glory of golden sunshine, an air both crisp and soft that pours itself out in unstinted floods, and would transfigure and embellish the American scene to my jaundiced eye, if anything could but better 50 years of fogland, where indeed I have, alas, almost had my 50 years. However, count on me to at least try to put in a few more. I hear from Howard Sturgis, and I hear that as have heard from W.E. Norris, but so have you doubtless oftener and more cheeringly than I. All such communications seem to me today in the very minor key, indeed in which respect they match my own, you at least will say, but I don't dream of your answering. This pretends to all the purity of absolutely disinterested affection. Only wish I could fold up in it some faint reflection of the flood of golden winter sunshine, some breath of the still mild, already vernal air that wraps me about here, as I just mentioned, while I write, and reminds me that grim and prim Boston is after all in the latitude of Rome, though, indeed, only to mock at the aching impatience of your all-faithful forthreaching old friend, Henry James. To H. G. Wells. 95 Irving Street, Cambridge, Mass. March 3, 1911. My dear Wells, I seem to have had notice from my housekeeper at Rye that you have very kindly sent me there a copy of the new Machiavelli, which she has forborne to forward me to these tariff-guarded shores, in obedience to my general instructions. But this needn't prevent me from thanking you for the generous gift, which will keep company with a brave row of other such valued signs of your remembrance at Lamb House. Thanking you all the more, too, that I hadn't waited for gift or guerdon to fall on you and devour you, but have just lately been finding the American issue of your wondrous book a sufficient occasion, for that thus it is that I can't rest longer, till I make you some small sign at last of my conscious indebtedness. I have read you then, I need scarcely tell you, with an intensified sense of that life, and force and temperament, that fullness of endowment and easy impudence of genius, which makes you extraordinary, and which have long claimed my unstinted admiration, you being for me so much the most interesting and masterful prose painter of your English generation, or indeed of your generation, unqualified that I see you hang there over the subject, seen practically all alone, a far-flaring, even though turbid and smoky lamp, projecting the most vivid and splendid golden splotches, creating them about the field-shining scattered innumerable morsels of a huge smashed mirror. I seem to feel that there can be no better proof of your great gift. The N Roman 1000 makes me most particularly feel it than that you bedevil and coerce to the extent you do such a reader and victim, as I am, I mean one, so engaged on the side of ways and attempts to which yours are extremely alien, and for whom the great interest of the art we practice involves a lot of considerations and preoccupations, over which you more and more ride roughshod and triumphant when you don't, that is, with a strange and brilliant impunity of your own, leave them to one side altogether, which is indeed what you now apparently incline most to do. Your big feeling for life, your capacity for chewing up the thickness of the world in such enormous mouthfuls, while you fairly slobber, so to speak, with the multitudinous taste thighs, constitutes for me a rare and wonderful and admirable exhibition on your part in itself, so that one should doubtless frankly ask one's self what the devil, in the way of effect and evocation and general demonic activity, one wants more. Well, I am willing for today to let it stand at that the whole of the earlier part of the book, or the first half, is so alive and kicking and sprawling, so vivid and rich and strong, above all so amusing in the high sense of the word. And I make remonstrance, for I do remonstrate, bear upon the bad service you have done your cause by writing so hard again that accursed autobiographic form, which puts a premium on the loose, the improvised, the cheap, and the easy save in the fantastic and the romantic Copperfield Jane Eyre, that charming thing of Stevenson's with the bad title Kidnapped. It has no authority, no persuasive or convincing forceps grasp of reality and truth. Isn't strong and disinterested R. Crusoe, for example. Isn't a novel at all there. Is to my vision no authentic, and no really interesting, and no beautiful report of things on the novelist's, the painter's part, unless a particular detachment has operated, unless the great stewpot, or crucible of the imagination of the observant and recording and interpreting mind, in short, has intervened and played its part in this detachment. This chemical transmutation for the aesthetic, the representational end, is terribly wanting in autobiography brought, as the horrible phrase, is up to date. That's my main criticism on the N Roman 1000. And on the whole ground, there would be 100 things more to say. It's accursed that I am not near enough to you to say them in less floundering fashion than this, but give me time. I return to England in June, never again Roman 500 Roman 5, to leave it surprise Mr. Remington thereby, as I may, and we will jaw as far as you will keep me company meanwhile. I don't want to send across the wintry sea anything, but my expressed gratitude for the immense impressionistic and speculative wealth and variety of your book. Yours, my dear Wells, ever, Henry James. P.S. I think the exhibition of love as love functional Lovelaways suffers from a certain inevitable and insurmountable flat-footedness for the reader's nerves, etc., which is only to be counterplotted by roundabout artses, by tracing it through indirectness and tortuosities of application and effecto. Keep it somehow interesting and productive, though I don't mean reproductive, but this again is a big subject. P.S. 2. I am like your hero's forsaken wife. I know having things, the things of life, history, the world only as, and by keeping them so, and so only I do have them. To Roman 100 E. Wheeler. The Outcry had not appeared on the stage, but was shortly to be published in the form of a narrative. The following refers to a suggestion, not carried further at this time, that the play might be performed by the Stage Society. 21 East 11th Street, New York City, April 9, 1911. Dear Christopher Wheeler, I am not back in England, as you see, and shall not be till toward the end of June. I have almost recovered from the very compromised state in which my long illness of last year left me, but not absolutely, and wholly. I am, however, in a very much better way. And the rest is a question of more or less further patience and prudence about the Outcry in the light of your plan. I am afraid that the moment isn't favorable for me to discuss or decide. I have made a disposition, a literary use of that work, so as not to have to view it as merely wasted labor on the one hand, and not sickeningly to hawk it about on the other, which isn't propitious to any other present dealing with it, though it might not, in fact, certainly wouldn't be unfavorable to some eventual theatrical life for it. Before I do anything else, I must first see what shall come of the application I have made of my play. This, you see, is a practically unhelpful answer to your interesting inquiry, and I am sorry the actual situation so limits the matter. I rejoice in your continued interest in the theatrical question, and I dare say your idea as to a repertory effort on the lines you mention is a thing of light and life. But I have little heart or judgment left as I grow older for the mere theatrical mystery. The drama interests me as much as ever, but I see the theatre experiment of this, that, or the other supposedly enlightened kind, prove all round me so abysmally futile and fallacious and treacherous that I am practically quite off from it, and can but let it pass. Pardon my weary cynicism. Try me again. Later, the conditions, theatre question generally in this country, are horrific and unspeakable utter. And so far as I can see, irreclaimable barbarism reigns. The anomalous fact is that the theatre so-called can flourish in barbarism, but that any drama worth speaking of can develop. But in the air of civilization, however, keep tight hold of your clue, and believe me, yours ever, Henry James. To Dr. J. William White. 95 Irving Street, Cambridge, Mass. May 12, 1911. My dear J. William, I have from far back so dragged you, and the gentle Letitia, even not less through the deep, dark, desperate discipline of my unmatched genius, for not being quick on the epistolary trigger, that with such a perfection of schooling quite my prize pupils, and little show performers in short, I can be certain that you want so much as have turned a hair under my recent, probably unsurpassed exhibitions of it. Nevertheless, I shall expect you to sit up and look bright and gratified, even quite intelligent like true heads of the class, now that I do write, and reward your exemplary patience and beautiful drill. Yes, dear prize pupils, I feel I can fully depend on you to regard the present as a regular answer to your sweet letter from Bermuda, or to behave beautifully, as if you did, which comes to the same thing. Above all, I can trust you to believe that if your discipline has been stiff, that of your battered and tattered old disciplinarian himself has been stiffer, incessant, and uninterrupted, and really not leaving him a moment's attention for anything else. He is still very limp, and bewildered with it, alliate with a gleam of better things ahead, that after his dire and interminable ordeal, and though the gleam has but just broken out, causes him to turn to you again with that fond fidelity, which enjoyed its liveliest expression in the ancient past, on the day, never to be forgotten, when we had such an affectionate scuffle to get ahead of each other in making a joyous bonfire of Lamb House in honor of your so acclaimed arrival there. Letitia sitting by with her impartial smile, as the Queen of Beauty at a tournament, she will remember how she crowned the victor. I modestly forbear to name him, and what a ruinos lito him genial feu de joie resulted from the expensive application of my brandished torch. Well, the upshot of it all is that I have put off my sailing by the Mauritania of June 14th, but not, alas, to your Olympic vessel of the gods, evidently later that month. I have shifted to the same Mauritania of August 2 Urgent, and intimate family reasons making for my stopover. Till then, so when I see you in England, as I fondly count on doing after this dismal interlude, it will be during the delightful weeks you will spend there in the autumn, when all your athletic laurels have been gathered, all your high-class hotels checked off, all your obedient servants except me tipped, and all your portentous drafts honored. Let us plot out those sweet September days, a little even, no, let me at least dream of them, as a supreme test, proof, and consecration of what returning health will once more enable me to stand. I am too unutterably glad to be going back, even with a further delay. I am wasted to a shadow, even though the shadow of a still formidable mass, by homesickness, for the home I once had before we applied the match. You see the loss, for you know be the way if you had only allowed it to stand. I have taken places in the Reform Gallery for the coronation and won them by ballot for the second procession, and now palmed them off on two of my female victims after such a quandary in the choice apropos of coronations and such like. Want you, when you write, very kindly give me some news of the dear dashing abbeys, long lost to sight and sound of me. It has come round vague ways that they have at last actually left Morgan Hall for some newly acquired princely estate. Do you know where, and what the place is? A gentle word on this head would immensely assuage my curiosity. Wherever and whatever it is, let us stay there together next September. You see, therefore, how practical my demand is. Of course, Ned will paint this coronation too while his hand is in, and oh, you should be here now to share a holy rage with me. Such is this babyish democracy. Ever your grand yet attached old aristocrat, Henry James. To T. Bailey Sanders. Baruch Matif Farm, Salisbury Con, May 27, 1911. My dear Bailey, it greatly touches and gratifies me to hear from Yauven, though I have to inflict on you the wound of a small announced positively last postponement of my reappearance. I like to think that you may be a little wounded, Wanton, as that declaration sounds, for it gives me the measure of my being cared for in poor dear old distracted England, than which there can be no sweeter or more healing sense to my bruised and aching, and oh so nostalgic soul. I am exceedingly better in health. I thank the power sand even presume to figure it out that I shall next slip between the soft swing doors of Athene, in the character of a confirmed improver struggler upward, or even background victor over ills. Don't lament my small procrastination, a matter of only 6 weeks, for I shall then still better know where and how I am. I am at the present hour more literally staying with some amiable cousins of the more amiable sex. Supposedly, at least my supposition, is not about the cousins, but about the sex in the deep warm heart of New England at its best. This large Connecticut scenery of mountain and broad vale, recurrent Great Lake, and splendid river, the great Connecticut itself, the Housatonic, the Farmington, all embowered with truly prodigious elms and maples, is very noble and charming and sympathetic, and made on its great scale of extento be dealt with by the blessed motor car, the consolation of my declining years. This luxury I am charitably much treated to, and it does me a world of good. The enormous, the unique ubiquity of the auto here suggests many reflections, but I can't go into these now, or into any branch of the prodigious economic or sociological side of this unspeakable and amazing country. I must keep such matters to regale you withal in poor dear little Lamb House garden, for one brick of the old battered purple wall of which I would give at this instant homesick, quond meme the whole bristling state of Connecticut. I shall stay about, till I embark that may represent to you my temperamental or other gain. However, you must autobiographically regale me, not a bit less than yours, my dear Bailey, all faithfully. Henry James. To Sir T.H. Warren. The following letter to the President of Magdalen refers to the offer of an honorary degree at Oxford, subsequently conferred in 1912. Salisbury, Connecticut. May 29, 1911. My dear President, I was more sorry than I can say to have to cable you last evening in that disabled sense. I had some time ago taken my return passage to England for June 14th. But more lately, the President of Harvard was so good as to invite me to receive an honorary degree at their hands on the 28th of that month, same day, as your inquina urgent and intimate family reasons conspired to make a delay advisable. So I accepted the Harvard invitation, and have shifted my departure to August 2nd. Behold me thus committed to Harvard and unable, moreover, at this season of the multitudinous, I mean of the rush to Europe, to get a decent berth on an outward ship, even were I to try the formal document from the university, arrived with your kind letter proposing to me the degree of Doctor of Letters, as your letter mentions, and quickened my great regret at being thus perversely prevented from embracing an occasion the appeal of which I might so have connected with your benevolence. I should feel an Oxford degree a very great honor and a great consideration, and I am writing of course to the registrar of the university. I rejoice to be going back at last to a more immediater, more possible sight and sound of you, and of all your surrounding amenities and glories. Yet I wish too I could open to you for a few days the impression of the things about me here in the very warm heart of New England, at its best such a vast abounding Arcadia of mountains and broad vales, and great rivers, and large lakes, and white villages, embowered in prodigious elms and maples. It is extraordinarily beautiful and graceful and idyllic for America. I am very sincerely and faithfully and gratefully yours. Henry James. To Miss Ellen Emmett. Mrs. George Hunter and her daughters had been H.J.S. hostesses at Salisbury, Connecticut, in the preceding May. Lamb House Rye. Aug. 15, 1911. Beloved dearest darling Bay. Your so beautifully human letter of Aug. First reaches me here this A Roman 1000 through Harry, who appears to have picked it out of perdition at the Belmont, after I had sailed at peep of dawn on Aug. 2nd. It deeply and exquisitely touches me, so bowed down under the shame of my long silence. To all your house, to your splendid mother in particular, have I remained ever since the day I brought my little visit to you to a heated close, which sounds absurdly as if I had left you in a rage after a violent discussion. But you will know too well what I mean, and how the appalling summer that was even then beginning so actively to cook for us could only prove a well-nigh fatal dish to your aged and infirm uncle. I met the full force of this awful, and almost to the moment I sailed unbroken visitation just after leaving you, and frankly, it simply demoralized me, and flattened me out. Manners, memories, decencies, all alike fell from me, and I simply lay for long weeks, a senseless, stricken, perspiring, inconsiderate, unclothed mass. I expected and desired nothing but to melt utterly away, and could only treat my nearest and dearest as if they expected and desired no more. I am convinced that you all didn't, and that you noticed not at all that I had become a most ungracious and uncommunicative recipient of your bounty. I lived from day to day most of the time in my bath, and please tell your mother that, when I thought of you, it was to say to myself, oh, they're all up to their necks together in their foxhunter spring, and it would be really indiscreet to break in upon them. That is how I do trust you have mainly spent your time, though in your letter you're too delicate to mention it. I was caught as in 2 or 3 fire traps. I mean places of great and special suffering, as during a week at the terrific intervale NH from July 1st to 8th or so, with the kind Merrimans, themselves salamanders, who served me nothing but hot food and expected clothing. But I found a blessed refuge betimes with my kind old friend George James Widower of Lily Lodge at the tip end of the Nahant promontory, quite out at sea, where amid gardens and groves, and on a vast breezy veranda my life was most mercifully saved, and where I stuck fast till the very eve of my sailing. I got back here myself with a great sense that it was quite desperately high time, though alas, I came upon the same brassy sky and red-hot air here as I left behind. Mate, has been as formidable a summer here as in the U.S. Everything is scorched, and blighted me garden a thing almost of cinders. There has been no rain for weeks and weeks. The thermometer is mostly at 90, and still it goes on 90 in this thick English air, is like 100 with us. The like was never seen, and famine-threatening strikes at London and Liverpool, docks with wars and rumors of wars, and the smash of the House of Lords, and as many people hold of the Constitution, complete the picture of a distracted and afflicted country. Nevertheless, I shouldn't mind it so much if we could only have rain then. I think all troubles would end or mend, and at least I should begin to find myself again. I can't do so yet, and am waiting to see how and where I am. I directed Notman of Boston to send you a photograph of a little old ever, so ancient ambrotype lent me by Lilla Perry, to have coped her husband TSB, having been in obscure possession of it for half a century. It will at least show you where and how I was in about my 16th year. I strike myself as such a sweet little thing that I want you and your mother to see it in order to believe it, though she will believe it more easily than you. It looks even a great deal like her about that time. Two were always thought to look a little alike. My journey voyage out on the big smooth swift Mauritania gave me, and has left me with such a sense as of a few hours pampered fairy making a mere mouthful of the waste of waters, that I kind of promised myself to come back all the time. I had never been so blandly just lifted across. Tell your mother and Rosina and Leslie that I just cherish and adore them. All I cling to the memory of all those lovely motor hours. Tell Leslie in particular how dear I hold the remembrance of our run together to Stockbridge and Emily T.S. that wonderful long day. And I had the sweetest passages with great Rosina. But I fold you all together in my arms with Grenville, please, well in the thick of it, and am darling Bay your most faithfully fond old Henry James. To Howard Sturgis. Lamb House Rye. August 17, 1911. Beloved creature. As if I hadn't mainly spent my time, since my return here a week ago, yesterday, in writhing and squirming, for very shame at having left your several, or at least your generously 2 or 3 last exquisite outpourings unanswered. But I had long before sailing from Laba's dearest Howard, and especially during the final throes and exhaustions, been utterly overturned by the savage heat and drought of a summer that had set in furiously the very last of May, going crescendo, all that time end of which I am finding here so far as the sky of brass and the earth of cinders is concerned, so admirable an imitation. I have shown you often enough, I think, how much more I have in me of the polar bear than of the salamander, and in fine at the time I last heard from you pen, ink, and paper had dropped from my perspiring grasp, though while in the grasp they had never felt more adhesively sticky, and I had become a mere prostrate panting liquefying mass wailing to be removed. I was removed at the date I mention, pressing your supreme benediction, in the form of 8 sheets of lovely, stamped paper as they say in the U.S., to my heaving bosom, but only to less sustaining and refreshing conditions than I had hoped for here. You will understand how some of this seemed, and cracked, and blasted, and distracted strike me, and perhaps even a little how I seemed to myself to have been transferred simply from one sizzling gridiron to another at a time, when my further toleration of gridirons had reached its lowest ebb. Such a pile of waiting letters greeted me here, most of them pushing in with an indecency of clamor before your dear delicate signal. But it is always of you, dear and delicate, and supremely interesting, that I have been thinking, and here is just a poor palpitating stopgap of a reply. Don't take it amiss of my wise affection if I tell you that I am heartily glad you are going to Scotland. Go and stay as long as you ever can. It's the sort of thing exactly that will do you a world of good. I am to go there, I believe, next month, to stay 4 or 5 days with John Cadwallader, and eke with Minnie of that ilk, or more or less in Forfarshire, but that will probably be latish in the month. And before I go you will have come back from the Eshers, and I have returned from a visit of a few days, which I expect to embark upon on Saturday next. Then, when we are gathered in, no power on earth will prevent me from throwing myself on your bosom. Forgive meanwhile the vulgar sufficiency and banality of my advice above as to what will do you good, loathsome expression, but one grasps in one's haste the cheapest current coin. I commend myself strongly to the gentlest, no, that's not the word, say the firmest, even while the fairest of Williams, and am yours, dearest Howard, ever so yearningly. Henry James. P.S. I don't know, of course, in the least what Escher's operation may have been, but I hope not very grave, and that he is coming round from it. I should like to be very kindly remembered to her who shines to me from far back in so amiable a light. To Mrs. William James. Hilthade on Mount Epping. August 27, 1911. Dearest Alice, I want to write you while I am here, and it helps me thus putting pen to paper does to conjure away the darkness of this black anniversary. Just a little I have been dreading this day, as I have been living through this week, as you and Peg will have done, and Bill not less. Under the shadow of all the memories and pangs of a year, Agabut, there is a strange enough kind of weak anodyne of association. In doing so here, where thanks to your support and unspeakable charity, utterly and entirely, I got sufficiently better of my own then. Deadly visitation of misery to struggle with you on to Nauheim. I met here at first on coming down a week 9 days ago, quite fleeing from the hot, and blighted ride the assault of all that miserable, and yet, in a way helpful vision, but have since been very glad I came. Just as I am glad that you were here then in spite of everything, I am adding day to day here, as you see, partly because it helps to tide me over a bad, not physically bad time, and partly because my admirable and more than ever wonderful hostess puts it so as a favor to her that I can only oblige her in memory of all her great goodness to us when it did make such a difference off May 1910. So I dare say I shall stay on for 10 or 12 days more. I don't want to stir for one thing, till we have had some relief by water. It has now rained in some places, but there has fallen as yet no drop here or hereabouts, and the earth is sickening to behold. I have my old room, and I have paid a visit to Yorswich. Is empty. Mrs. Swinerton is doing an historical picture for a decorative competition embellishment of the Chelsea Town Hall. I believe Queen Elizabeth taking refuge at Chelsea under an oak during a thunderstorm, and she finds the great oak here, and Mrs. Hunter in a wonderful Tudor dress and headgear and red wig, to be admirably though too beautifully the Queen, with the big canvas set up out of doors by the tree, where her marvelous model still finds time on top of everything to pose whooped and ruffled and decorated. And in a most trying queenly position, Mrs. S. is also doing finishing the portrait of me that she pushed on so last year. But goodbye, dearest Alice, dearest. All I hope your mother is with you, and that Harry has begun to take his holiday. Bless him. I bless your mother too, and send her my affectionate love. Goodbye, dearest Alice, your all faithful Henry. To Mrs. John Roman 50 Gardner, Hilthade on Mount Epping, September 3, 1911. Dearest Isabella Gardner, yes, it has been abominable my silence since I last heard from you so kindly and beautifully and touching glittering. Those few last flurried and worried days before I left America, they were very difficult, they were very deadly days. I was ill with the heat, and the tension, and the trouble, and amid all the things to be done for the wind-up of a year's stay, I allowed myself to defer the great pleasure of answering you, yet the general pain of taking leave of you to some such supposedly calmer hour as this. I fled away from my little South Coast habitation, a very few days after reaching it by reason of the brassy sky, the shadeless glare, and the baked and barren earth, and took refuge among these supposedly dense shades, yet where also all summer no drop of rain has fallen. There is less of a glare nevertheless, and more of the cooling motor car, and a very vast and beautiful old William and Mary, an older house, of a very interesting and delightful character, which has lately come into possession of an admirable friend of mine, Mrs. Charles Hunter, who tells me that she happily knows you, and that you were very kind and helpful to her during a short visit she made a few or several years ago to America. It is a splendid old house, and, though in the midst of Epping Forest, it is but a 90 minutes motor ride from London. It's as sequestered and woodlanded as if it were much deeper in the country, and there are innumerable other interesting old places about, and such old-world nooks and corners and felicities as make one feel in the thick of revolution that anything that happens disturbing glitto. This wonderful little attaching old England, the ripest fruit of time, can only be a change for the worse. Even the North Shore, and its rich wild beauty fades by comparison of East Gloucester, and Cecilia's clamorous little bower make a less exquisite harmony. Nevertheless, I think tenderly even of that bustling desert. No such is the magic of fond association. George James' shelter of me in his seaward fastness during those else insufferable weeks was a mercy I can never forget, and my beautiful day with you from Lynn on, and on to the lovely climax above mentioned, is a cherished treasure of memory. I water this last sweet withered flower in particular with tears of regret that we might have had more of them. I hope your month of August has gone gently and reasonably, and that you have continued to be able to put it in by the sea. I found the salt breath of that element gave the only savor the main one that my consciousness knew at those bad times, and if you cultivated it duly, and cultivated sweet peace into the bargain, as hard as ever you could ill engage that you're better know and will continue so, if y'all only really take your unassailable stand on sweet peace, you will find in the depth of your admirable nature more genius and vocation for it than you have ever let yourself find out, and I hereby give you my blessing on your now splendid exploitation of that hitherto least attendedto of your many gardens become rich in indifferencito, almost everything, but your fondly faithful old Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. By her is meant Mrs. Wharton's motor, always referred to by the chauffeur as she. Lamb House Rye. Sept. 27, 1911. Dearest Edith. Alas, it is not possiblate, is not even for a moment thinkable, I return practically, but last night to my long-abandoned home, where every earthly consideration and every desire of my heart conspires now to fix me in some sort of recovered peace and stability, I cling to its very doorposts for which I have yearned for long months, and the idea of going forth again on new and distant and expensive adventure fills me with, let me frankly say, absolute terror, and dismayed desire the frantic impulse of scared childhood to plunge my head under the bedclothes and burrow there, not to let it Roman 1 her get me. In fine, I want as little to renew the junketings and squanderings of exaltime priceless timesquanderings, as they are for me Noah's. I want devoutly much to do something very different, to which I must begin immediately to address myself, and, even if my desire were intense indeed, there would be gross difficulties for me to overcome. But enough don't let me pile up the agony of the ungraciouses. Any failure of response to a magnificent invitation can only be let me simply gape all admiringly from a distance at the splendor of your own spirit and general resource, sir. Rather let me just simply stay my pen and hide my head under the bedclothes before mentioned. My finest, deepest sense of the general matter is that the whole economy of my future, in which I see myself reviving again to certain things, very definite things, that I want to do absolutely, lays an interdict, to which I owe so fondly bow on my ever leaving these shores again, and I have no scruple of saying this to yow your beautiful genius being so for great globe adventures and putting girdles round the earth. Mine is incomparably for brooding like the hen whom I differ from, but by a syllable in designation, and see how little I personally lose by it, since your putting on girdles so quite inevitably involves your passing at a given moment where I can reach forth and grab you a little. Don't despise me for a spiritless worm, only liversvisi yourself with all pride and power, and unroll the rich record later to your so inevitably deprived, though so basely resigned, and always so faithfully fond old Henry James. To Mrs. Wilfred Sheridan. Lamb House Rye. Oct. 2nd, 1911. Dear incomparable child. What is one to do? How is your poor old battered and tattered ex-neighbor? Above all, to demean himself in the glittering presence of such a letter? Yes, I have, through the force of dire accident, striated you to the most confused and aching void that could pretend to pass for the mere ghost of conversibility, and yet you shine upon me still with your own soul light, absolute dazzle of which very naturally brings tears to my eyes. You are a monster almost of magnanimity as well as beauty and ability, and above all clearly of felicity, and there is nothing for me, I quite recognize, but to collapse and grovel. Behold me before you, worm-like, therefore a pretty ponderous worm, but still capable of the quiver of sensibility and quite inoffensively transportable, whether by motor car or train or the local frugal fly. There's an almost incredible kindness for me in your and Wilfred's being prepared literally to harbor and nourish, to exhibit on your bright scene publicly, and all incongruously so aged and dingy a parasite, but a real big breezy happiness, sometimes begets, I know, a regular wantonness of charity, a fond extravagance of altruism, and I surrender myself to the wild experiment, with the very most pious hope that you won't repent of it. You shall not at any point, I promise you, if the effort on my part decently to grace the splendid situation can possibly stave it off. I will bravely come then on Friday 27th arriving in the afternoon, by any conveyance that you are so good as to instruct me to adopt, and even as the earthworm might aspire occasion offering to mate with the silkworm, I will gladly arrange with dear glossy Howard to present myself if possible in his company. I rejoice in your offering me that cherished company. There is a rare felicity in it, for Howard is the person in all the world who is kindest to me next. After you, I shall rejoice to see Wilfred again, and be particularly delighted to see him, as my host. Our acquaintance began a long time ago, but seemed till now to have been blighted by adversity. This splendidly makes you, and all the good I thought of him is confirmed for me by his thinking so much good of you. It will thrill me likewise to see your bower of blissa fester berg in a distracted world just now, and where I pray that good understandings shall ever hold their own, It mustn't be difficult to be happy with you, and by you, dear Claire. And you will see how I, for my permitted part, shall pull it off. I was lately very happy in Scotland, happy for me, and for Scotland, and it must have been something to do with the fact that I, being in Forfarshire you were, or were even about to be though unknown to me in the neighbouring county, this created an atmosphere over, and above the bonny Scotch, I kind of sniffed your great geniality from afar, so you see the kind of good you can't help doing me. It's rapture to think that y'all do me, yet more at closer quarters, and I am yours, my dear Claire, all affectionately. Henry James. To Miss Alice Runnels. H.J.'s nephew, William, his brother's second son, had just become engaged to Miss Runnels. Lamb House, Rye. Oct. 4th, 1911. My very dear niece. I must tell you at once all the pleasure your beautiful and generous letter of the 23rd September has given me. It's a genuine joy to have from you so straight the delightful truth of the whole matter. And I can't thank you enough for talking to me with an exquisite young confidence, and treating me as the fond and faithful and intensely participating old uncle that I want to be. It makes me feel all you say how right I've been to be glad, and how righter still I shall be to be myself confident. How shall I tell you in return what an interest I am going to take in you, and how I want you to multiply for me the occasions of showing it? You see, I take the greatest and tenderest interest in Bill, and you and I feel then exactly together about that we shall always more or less toge through everything we can think of to help him and back him up, and we shall find nothing more interesting and more paying. I expect somehow or other to see a great deal of him and of you, and count on you to bring him out to me on the very first pretext, and on him to bring you. He is splendidly serious, and in tier it's a great thing to be as in tier as that, and he has great ability, great possibilities, which will take and so much reward all the bringing out and wooing forth and caring and looking out for that we can give Themas faith and affection can do these things, though of a certainty they would go their own way, in spite of us. The fine powers would, if unluckily for us they didn't appeal to us. I like to think of you working out your ideas, planning all those possibilities, toge therein the wondrous Chicorio Octoberware. I hope you're staying to the end, and even if intensity at the studio naturally suffers for the time, it has only fallen back a little to gather again. For the spring, I mean, in particular, the intensity of which you were the subject and center, and which must have at first been somewhat hampered by its own very excess. Bill's only danger is in his tendency to be intensely intense. You hitch is a bit of a waste if one is intense, and it's the only thing for an artist to be. One should be economically, that is carelessly and cynically so. In that way one limits the conditions and tangles of one's problem. But don't give Bill this for a specimen of the way you and I are going to pull him through. We shall do much better yetly. It's far past midnight, and the deep hush of the little old sleeping town suggests bedtime rather as the great question for the moment. I have come back to this admirable small corner with great joy and profit, and, oh dear Alice, how earnestly you are awaited here at some not really distant hour by your affectionate old uncle. Henry James. To Mrs. Frederick Harrison. The small fiction sent to Mrs. Harrison was The Outcry. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. Oct. 19, 1911. Dear Mrs. Harrison, I am more touched than I can say by your gentle and generous acknowledgement of the poor little sign of contrition and apology, in the shape of a slight offered beguilement, that referred to my graceless silence, after the receipt of a beautiful word of sympathy, in a great sorrow months and months ago. I am ashamed to remind you of how many you now heap coals of fire, as the phrase is, on my head, and I can scarcely bear it for the pure crushing sense of your goodness. I was in truth at the time of your other letter, deeply submerged at once, horribly bereft, and very ill physically, but I was really almost as much touched by the kindness of which yours was a part, as I was either. Only I was unable to do anything at the time in the way of recognition at the time, or for a long while afterwards. And when at last I did begin to emerge after a very difficult year in America, which came to an end only 2 months ago, my very indebtednesses were perilousing me. Long silence required to my sore sense so much explanation. However, I have little by little explained to some friends, though I think not to those I count as close, for such one feels are the best comprehenders, without one's having to tell too much. I am in town, you see, not at Rye, having gone back there definitely 3 weeks ago, to the questionable experiment of taking up my abode there. For the season to come the experiment broke down. I can no longer stand the solitude and confinement, the immobilization of that contracted corner in these shortening and darkening weeks and months. These things have the worst effect. Upon me, I fled to London pavement's lamplights, shopfronts, taxis and friends, amid all of which I have recovered my equilibrium excellently, and shall do so still more. It means definitely for me no more winters at Ruffle, only summers, though I hope plenty of them. I go down there however for bits to keep my small household together. I can't yet, or till I arrange some frugal footing bring it up here, and I shall be delighted to profit by one of those occasions, to seek your hospitality, in a neighborly way for a couple of nights. I shall be eager for this, and will communicate with you as soon as the opportunity seems to glimmer. Please express to Frederick Harrison my hearty participation by sympathy and sense in all the fine things that are now so handsomely happening to him. He is a splendid example, and excitement, in fact for those climbing the great hill of the long faith, and the stout staff just after him, and who see him so little spent, and so erect against the sky at the top. We see you with him, dear Mrs. Harrison, making scarcely less brave a figure, least to your very faithful old friend, Henry James. P.S. I have it at heart to mention that my small fiction was written 2 years ago, 1909. To Miss Theodora Bosanquet. On this appeal, Miss Bosanquet H.J.S. amanuensis secured rooms for him in Lawrence Street, Chelsea. 105 Pall Mall, SW. October 27, 1911. Dear Miss Bosanquet. Oh, if you could only have the real right thing to miraculously propose to me, you and Miss Bradley, when I see you on Tuesday at 4, for you see by this bolting in horror and loathing. But don't repeat those expressions from Rye, for the winter my situation suddenly becomes special and difficult, and largely through this, that having got back to work, and to a very particular job, the need of expressing myself, of pushing it on the old Remingtonese terms, grows daily stronger within me. But I haven't a seat and temple for the Remington and its priestess can't have here at this club, and on the other hand can't now organize a permanent or regular and continuous footing for the London winter, which means something unfurnished and taking wasting now time, and thought I want a small, very cheap and very clean furnished flat or trio of rooms, etc., like the one we talked of under the King's Cross, delusionally better, and with some a very few tables and chairs and fireplaces, that I could hire for 2 or 33 or 4 months, to drive ahead my job in the Remington priestess, and I converging and meeting there morning by morning, and it being preferably nearer to her than to me, though near tubes and things for both of us. I must keep on this place for food and bed, etc. I have it by the year till I really have something else by the year for winter purpose to supersede it. Lamb House abides for long summers. Your researches can have only been for the unfurnished, but look, think, invent 2 or 3 decent little tabled and chaired and lighted rooms would do. I catch a train till Monday, probably late, but on Tuesday. Yours ever, Henry James. To Mrs. William James. The book on which H.J. was now at work was A Small Boy and Others. The Athenaeum, Pall Mall, SW. Nov 13, 1911. Dearest Alice, I must bless you on the spot for your dear letter of the 22, and continued on the 31st. I clutch so at everything that concerns and emanates from you, all that I kind of pine for the need of it, all the willier at any rate am immensely and positively bettered by every scrap of the dear old library life that you can manage to waft over to me. I find naturally that I can think of you all and mingle with you so ever so much more vividly than I could have old through the effect of all those weeks and months of last year, which have had at any rate that happy result, that I have the constant image of your days and doings. You must think now very cheerfully and relievedly of mine, because distinctly, yes, dear brave old London is working my cure. The conditions here were what I needed all the while that I was so far away from them. I mean, because they are of the kind materially best addressed to helping me to work my way back to an equilibrium. I shall see how it works from 10 to 1 each day and let you hear more. But it represents the yearning effort really to get more surely and swiftly now up to my neck into the book about William and the rest of us. I have written to Harry to ask him for certain of the young youthful letters, copies of them, which I didn't bring away with me. On the other hand, I have found some 6 or 8 very precious ones, mixed up with the mass of fathers, that I have with me thrust into fathers' envelopes, etc. Of fathers, alas, very few are usable, they are so intensely domestic, private, and personal. November 19th. I find with horror, dearest Alice, that I have inadvertently left this all these days in my portfolio interrupted, where I broke off above under the impression that I had finished, and posted it. This is dreadful, and I am afraid shows how the beneficent London for all its beneficence does interpose invade, and distract giving one too many things to do, and to bear in mind at once what sickened me is, that I have thus kept my letter over a whole wasted week's far as being in touch with you all is concerned. On the other hand, this lapse of time enables me blessedly to confirm in the light of further experience whatever of good and hopeful the beginning of the present states to you. In the third place, a most valued letter from Harry has come accompanying a packet of more of William's letters, typed, for which I heartily thank him, and promising me some others, yet I am writing to him in a very few days, and will then tell him how I am entirely at one with him, about the kind of use to be made by me of all these early things, the kind of setting, they must have the kind of encompassment that the book as my book, my play of reminiscence, and almost of brotherly autobiography and filial autobiography, not less must enshrine them in the book one see and feel, will be difficult and unprecedented and perilous, but if I bring it off it will be exquisite, and unique. Bring it off as I inwardly project it, and oh so devoutly desire it. I greatly regret only also the almost complete absence of letters from Alice. She clearly destroyed after father's death all the letters she had written to them, him and mother in absence, and this was natural enough, but it leaves a perfect blank though. There are on the other hand all my own intimate memories. Could you see if Fanny Morse has kept any that is just possible she wrote after all so little. I marvel that I have none during the Cambridge years. But she was so ill that writing was rare for her, very rare. However, I must end this. I hope the Irving St. Winter wears a friendly face for you. I think so gratefully and kindly now of the little chintzy parlorbalist refuge. I re-embrace dearest Peg, and I do so want some demonstration of what Alec is doing. It's a pang to hear from you that he isn't so well physically. What does that sadly mean? I send him all my love, and to your mother ever your Henry. To Mrs. Wharton. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. Nov 19th, 1911. Dearest Edith, there are scarce degrees of difference in my constant need of hearing from you, yet, when that felicity comes, it manages each time to seem preeminent, and to have assuaged an exceptional hunger. The pleasure and relief, at any rate 3 days since, were of the rarest quality, and it's always least discouraging for the exchange of sentiments to know that your wings are for the moment folded, and your field a bit delimited. I knew you were back in Paris, as an informer passing hereby on his way thence again to NY had seen you dining at the Ritz en Nombreux Compagnie, looking awfully handsome and stunningly dressed, and Mary Hunter Sesterski had given me earlier and more exotic news of you, yet colored with a great vividness of sympathy and admiration. But I feel that it takes a hard assurance to speak to you of arriving anywhere as that implies starting and continuing, and before your great heroic rushes and revolutions, I can only gape and sigh and sink back. It requires an association of ease with the whole heroic question of the up and doing state, which I don't possess to presume to suggestionize on the subject of a new advent. Great will be the glory and joy, and the rushing to and fro, when the wide wings are able marvelously to show us symptoms of spreading agony. And here, I am mainly here this winter to thrill with the first announcement. London is better for me during these months than any other spot of earth or of pavement, and even here I seem to find I can work and n'y pas maintenant. Daughter Iddy, apropos of which aid to life, your remarks about my small latesborn are absolutely to the point. The little creature is absolutely of the irresistible sex of her most intelligent critic, for I don't pretend, like Lady Macbeth, to bring forth men children, only you speak at your ease. Cheer, madame, of the interminable and formidable job of my producing a moan age, another golden bold, most arduous and thankless task I ever set myself. However, on all that ill y orate bien des choses dire, and meanwhile, I blush to say the outcry is on its way to a 5th edition in these few weeks, whereas it has taken the poor old GB 8 or 9 years to get even into a 3rd, and I should have to go back and live for 2 continuous years at Lamb House to write it, living on dried herbs and cold water for staying power meanwhile, and that would be very bad for me, would probably indeed put an end to me altogether. My own sense is that I don't want and ought to try to attack ever again anything longer, save for about 70 or 80 pages more than the outcry that is. Deja assez difficileth artistic economy of that inferior little product, being a much more calculated, and ciphered much more cunning, and to use your sweet expression crafty, one, than that of 5 GBs. The vague verbosity of the oxysflood bonhomme terrifies, messates me, whereas the steel structure of the other form makes every parcelle a wade, and related value moreover nobody is really doing or see me semble as I look about can do outcries, while all the world is doing GB sand vous meme cheer madame tout, le premier, which gives you really the cat out of the bag my vanity forbids me instead of the more sweetly consecrating it a form in which you run me so close sulement allures. G. Compturise, batter a great many enten desvis out crescend on Donny's autrement. Rich about this present. 1. Hangs the inferiority the comparative triviality of its primal origin, but pardon this flood of professional egotism, I have in any case got back to work in something that now the more urgently occupies me as the time for me circumstantially to have done it would have been last winter when I was insuperably unfit for it, and that is extremely special experimental. And as yet occult I apply myself to my effort every morning at a little repair in the depths of Chelsea, a couple of little rooms that I have secured for quiet and concentration tow, which our blessed taxi whirls me from hence every morning at 10 o'clock, and where I meet my amanuensis of the days of the composition of the GB, to whom I gular to the best of my power in said repair. I propose to crouch and me blottier in the English shade of the word, for so intensely revising an animal, as well for many weeks, so that I fear dearest Edith your idea of whirling me away will have to adapt itself to the sense worn by away as it clearly so gracefully will, for there are senses in which that particle is for me just the most obnoxious little object in the language. Make your fond use of it at any rate, by first coming away hither. Yours all and always, Henry James. P.S. This was begun 5 days agone was raggedly and ruthlessly broken off had to beaned. I didn't mark the place this Sunday a Roman 1000, where I took it up agin in page 6th, but I put only today's datias, I didn't put the other days at the time. To W. E. Norris. Lamb House Rye. January 5, 1912. My dear Norris, I don't know whether to call this a belated or a premature thing as a New Year's offering, and my hand is tremendously in for those just now, though it is also tremendously fatigued. It is a bit behind whereas, for an independent overture, it follows perhaps indiscreetly fast on the heels of my Christmas letter. However, as since this last, I have had the promptest and most beautiful one from you miracle of the perfect fist as well as of the perfect ease and grace I make bold to feel that I am not quite untimely, that you won't find me so. And I offer you still all the compliments of the season sated and gorged, as you must by this time be with them, and vague thin sustenance, as they at best afford, if I hadn't already in the course of the several score of letters, which had long weighed on me, and which I really retired to this place on deck 30th to work off as much as anything else run into the ground, the image of the coming year, as the grim veiled equivocal and sinister figure, who holds us all in his dread hand, and whom we must therefore grovel and abase ourselves at once on the threshold of as to curry favor with him. I would give you the full benefit of it, but I leave it there, as it is, though if you do wish to crawl beside me here I am flat on my face, I am putting in a few more days here in order to bore if possible through my huge heap of postal obligations, the accumulation of 3 or 4 years, and not very visibly reduced even by the heroic efforts of the last week. I have never in all my life written so many letters within the same space of time, and I really think that is in the full sense of the term documentary proof of my recovery of a normal senile strength. I go tomorrow over into Kent to spend Sunday with some friends near Maidstone. They have lately acquired and extraordinarily restored Allington Castle, which is down in a deep sequestered bottom. Plants its huge feet in the Medway actually overflowed, I believe up to its middle. I come back here again with acute lumbago. I quite expect and begin Aganthat is write 300 more letters, after which I relapse fondly, and I think very wisely upon London now, that I am not obliged to be in this place. By having so committed myself to it for better for worse as I had in the past, I find I quite like Ithaving enjoyed the deep peace and ease of it this last week. But I have to go away to prove to myself the non-obligation to stay, and that takes some doing, which I shall have set about by the 15th. London was quite delicious during that brown still ex-mastideth 4 or 5 days after I wrote to you the drop of life, and of traffic, was beyond anything of the sort I had ever seen in that frame. The gregariousness of movement of the population is an amazing phenomenon. They had vanished so in a bunch that the streets were an uncanny desert, with the difference from of old that the taxis and motors were more absent than the cabs and carriages and buses ever were, for at any given moment the horizon is through this power of disappearance void of them, whereas the old things had through their slowness to hang about one Gets a taxi, by the way, much faster than one ever got a handsome low. I have managed to forget how to write the extinct object end, yet one gets it from so much further away, and from such an at first hopeless void. Very romantic and charming the arrival of your gallant Georgia from all across Europe for his Christmas Eve with you. Your account of it touches me, and I find myself ranking you with the celebrated fair of history and fable, for whom the swimmings of the Hellespont and the breakings of the lance were perpetrated. I congratulate you on such a George in these, for the most part merely awfully sorry days, and him on a chance of which he must have been awfully glad and apropos of such felicity, sir, rather of felicities pure and simple, and not quite such. I do heartily hope that you will go on to Spain with your niece in the spring. Im convinced that y'all find it a charming adventure. I've myself utterly ceased to travel. I'm a limpet now for the rest of my life on the rock of Britain, but I intensely enjoy the travels of my friends. My pen fails and my clock strikes, and I am yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Miss Roman 1000 Betham Edwards. Lamb House Rye. Jan 5, 1912. Dear Miss Betham Edwards, I can now at last tell you the sad story of the book for Emily Morgan which I am having put up to go to you with this, as well as explain a little my long silence the very day, or the very second day after last seeing you. A change suddenly took place under great necessity in my then current plans and arrangements. I departed under that stress for London, practically to spend the winter, and have come back, but for a very small number of days. I return there next week. But you will say, why didn't you send the promised volume for E. Roman 1000 from London? Then, what matter to us where it came from so long as it came? To which I reply, well, I had in this house a small row of books available for the purpose, and among which I could choose also, which I came away in my precipitation, too soon to catch up in flight in London. I should have to go and buy the thing my own production, while I have 2 or 3 brand new volumes which will be an economy to a man utterly depleted by the inordinate number of copies of the Outcry that he has given away, and all but 6 of which he has had to pay for. His sanguinary admire my restraint, publisher allowing him but 6. Why then couldn't you write home and have one of the books in question sent yower, have it sent to Hastings directly from your house, because I am the happy possessor of a priceless parlor maid who loves doing up books and other parcels, and does them up beautifully, and if the volume comes to me here to be inscribed, I shall then have to do it up myself and act for which I have absolutely no skill, and which I dread and loathe, and tumble it forth clumsily and insecurely. Besides, I was vague as to which of my works I did have on the accessible shelf. I only knew I had some, and would have to look and consider, and decide, which I have now punctually done, and the thing will be beautifully wrapped. That's all very well, but why then didn't you write and explain why it was that you were keeping us unserved and uninformed? Oh, because from the moment I go up to town I plunge into the great whirlpool of postal matter, social matter, and above all this time gray matter of cerebration, having got back to horrible arrears of work, and being at best so postally submerged during these last weeks that every claim of that sort that could be temporarily dodged was a claim that found me shameless and heartless. But you see, the penalty of all is that I have to write all this now. I am glad you like adverbs. I adore them. They are the only qualifications I really much respect, and I agree with the fine author of your quotations in Sayinger, in thinking that the sense for them is the literary sense. None other is much worth speaking of, but I hope my volume won't contain too many for Emily Morgan. Don't let her dream of acknowledging it. She can do so when we meet again. Perhaps you can even help her out with the book by reading yourself The Beast in the Jungle. Sayer, The Birthplace, may are generally so ambiguous. 1912. Be all easy figuring for you. Yours, dear Miss Betham Edwards, all faithfully, Henry James. To Wilfrid Sheridan. Mr. and Mrs. Wilfrid Sheridan had asked him to be godfather to their eldest child. 105 Pall Mall, SW. Jan 12, 1912. My dear Wilfrid, beautiful and touching to me your conjoined appeal with dear Claire's, but I beg you to see the matter in the clear and happy light when I say that I'm afraid it won't do, and that the blessed babe must really be placed on the threshold of life. There should be but one there don't teach her to spell by me under some more valid and more charming protection than that of my accumulated, and before long so concluding years, she mustn't be taken for her first happy holiday to visit her late godfather's tombas, would certainly be the case were I to lend myself to the fond anachronism her 2 Rosavision parents so flatteringly propose. You see, dear Wilfrid, I speak from a wealth of wisdom and experience alive, has made me rather exceptionally acquainted with the God-paternal function, so successful an impostor would I seem to have been, and it was long since brought home to me that the character takes more wearing and its duties more performing than I feel I have ever been able to give it. I have 3 godchildren living for to some, I have been fatalto daughters, and a son, and my conscience tells me that I have long grossly neglected them. They write meet considerable length sometimes, and I just remember that I have one of their last sweet appeals still unanswered. This dear Claire and dear Wilfred is purely veracious history, a dark chapter in my life. Let me not add another. Let me show at last a decent compunction. Let me not offer up a helpless and unconscious little career on the altar of my incompetence. Frankly, the lovely child should find at her font a younger and braver and nimbler presence, one that shall go on with her longer, and become accessible to her personal knowledge. You will feel this together on easier reflection, just as you will see how my plea goes hand in hand with my deep appreciation of your exquisite confidence. You must indeed, Wilfred, have been through terrific tension. I gathered from Ethel Dilke's letter that Claire's crisis had been dire. Such are not the hours when a man most feels the privilege and pride of fatherhood. But I rejoice greatly in the good conditions now, and already make out that the daughter is to be of prodigious power, beauty, and stature. I feel, for that matter, that by the time Easter comes, I should drop her straight into the ritual reservoir with a scandalous splash. It will take more than me, though you may well say, you don't want more after so many words. I embrace you all 3, and am devotedly yours. Henry James. To Walter Roman 5 R. Barry. H.J. never at any time received presents easily, and the difficulty seems to have reached a climax over one recently sent him by Mr. Barry. It may not be obvious that the gift in question was a leather dressing case. Lamb House, Rye. February 8, 1912. Treasure et tres grand ami. How you must have wondered at my silence, but it has been, alas, inevitable, and now is but feebly and dimly broken just after you passed through Londoner. Rather, even while you were passing through it, I began to fall upon evil days again, a deplorable bout of unwellness, which, making me fit for nothing, gave me a sick struggle, first in those awkward Pall Mall conditions, and then reduced me to scrambling back here as best I might where I have been these several days. But a poor ineffectual rag, I shall get better here if I can still further draw on my sadly depleted store of time and patience. But meanwhile I am capable but of this weak and appealing grimace. So deeply discouraged am I to feel that there are still, and after I have traveled so far, such horrid little deep holes for me to tumble into. This has been a deeper one than for many months, though I am, I believe, slowly scrambling out, and blessed to me has been the resource of crawling to cover here for better aid and comfort. The case has really and largely been, however, all the while, dearest Walter, that of my having had to yield just after your glittering passage in town to that simply overwhelming coup de main of your you know what it was, that knocked me down when I was just trembling for a fall. It was that laid me flat. February 14th. Well, dearest Walter, it laid me after all so flat that I broke down a week ago in the foregoing attempt to do you and your ineffable proceed some manner of faint justice. I wasn't then apt for any sort of right or worthy approach to you, and there was nothing for me but resignedly to intermit and me recoucher. You had done it with your own mailed fist, mailed in glittering gold, speciously glazed in polished, inconceivably and indescribably sublimated leather, and I had rallied but too superficially from the stroke. It claimed its victim afresh, and I have lain the better part of a week, just languidly heaving and groaning. As a result, de vos avasand, forced thereby quite to neglect and ignore all letters, I am a little more on my feet again, and if this continues, shall presently be able to return to town Saturday or Monday, where, however, the monstrous object will again confront me. That is the grand fact of the situation. That is the tawny lion, portentous creature in my path. I can't get past him, I can't get round him, and on the other hand, he stands glaring at me, refusing to give way and practically blocking all my future. I can't live with him, you see, because I can't live up to him. His claims, his pretensions, his dimensions, his assumptions and consumptions. Above all, the manner in which he causes every surrounding object on my poor premises, or within my poor range, to tell a dingy or deplorable tale-all. This makes him the very scourge of my life, the very blot on my scutcheon. He doesn't regild that rusty metal, simply takes up an attitude of gorgeous swagger straight in front of all the rust and the rubbish, which makes me look as if I had stolen somebody else's regarnished blason, and we're trying to palm it off as my own cher et bon Gaultier. I simply can't afford him, and that is the sorry homely truth. He is out of the picture, out of mine, and behold me condemned to live forever with that canvas turned to the wall. Do you know what that means? To have to give up going about at all lest complications of the most incalculable order should ensue from its being seen, what I go about with bon renommee, vaut mea quas activoyagedor. And though I may have had weaknesses that have brought me a little under public notice, my modest hold all, which has accompanied me in most of my voyage through life, has at least so far as I know never fate jazer. All this I have to think often. I put it candidly to you, while yet there is time, that you shouldn't have counted the cost o' yourself. That is after all perhaps conceivable quoique pain, but that you shouldn't have counted the cost to me to whom it spells ruin, that ranks you with those great lurid, though lovely romantic and historic figures and charmers, who have scattered their affections, and lavished their favors only as it has presently appeared to consume, and to destroy more prosaically dearest. Walter, if one of the most lyric acts recorded in history, and one of the most finely aesthetic, and one stamped with the most matchless grace, has a prosaic side, I have been truly overwhelmed by the princely munificence and generosity of your proceed, and I have gasped under it, while tossing on the bed of indisposition for a beau geste cest le plus beau by all odds of any in all my life ever esquisse in my direction, and it has as such left me really, and truly panting helplessly after, rather quite intensely before it, what is a poor man to do moan prince moan bon prince moan grand prince, when so prodigiously practiced upon there is nothing. You see, for the proceeding itself swallows at a gulp with its open crimson jaws such a rosy mouth like Carlyle's Murraybow. All formulas. One doesn't think I take it when the heavens open. That is when the wail of Mr. Alenson Strand celestial shop front docen discharge straight into one's lap the perfect compendium, the very burden of the song of just what the angels have been raving about ever since we first heard of them. Well may they have raved, but I can't. You see, I have to take the case, the incomparable suitcase, in abject silence and submission. Ah, Walter, Walter, why do you do these things? They're magnificent, but they're not well discussable or permissible or forgivable, at least not all at once. It will take a long, long time, only little by little and buckleyhole by buckleyhole, shall I be able to look with you even one strap in the face. As yet a sacred horror possesses me, and I must ask you to let me, please, though writing you at such length not so much as mention the subject, it's better so. Perhaps your conscience will tell you, while you, I mean, that great supreme jests are only fair when addressed to those who can themselves gesticulate. I can't, and it makes me feel so awkward and graceless, and poor I go about trying so as to hurl at something or other back on you, but it doesn't come off. Practice doesn't make perfect. You are victor, winner, master, oh irresistible one. You've done it, you've brought it off and got me down forever, and I must just feel your weight and bear your might to bless your name even to the very end of the days of yours, dearest Walter, all too abjectly and too touchedly. Henry James. To W. Roman 500 Howells. The following open letter was written to be read at the dinner held in New York in celebration of Mr. Howell's 75th birthday. 105 Pall Mall, SW. February 19, 1912. My dear Howells, it is made known to me that they are soon to feast in New York, the newest and freshest of the splendid birthdays to which you keep treating us, and that your many friends will meet round you to rejoice in it and reaffirm their allegiance. I shall not be there, to my sorrow, and though this is inevitable, I yet want to be missed, peculiarly and monstrously missed, so that these words shall be a public apology for my absence, read by you if you like, and can stand it, but better still read to you and, in fact, straight at you by whoever will be so kind, and so loud and so distinct, for I doubt, you see, whether any of your toasters and acclaimers have anything like my ground and title for being with you at such an hour. There can scarce be one, I think, today who has known you from so far back, who has kept so close to you for so long, and who has such fine old reason, so old, yet so well preserved to feel your virtue, and sound your praise. My debt to you began well nigh half a century ago in the most personal way possible, and then kept growing and growing with your own admirable growth, but always rooted in the early intimate benefit. This benefit was that you held out your open editorial hand to me at the time I began to write, and I allude especially to the summer of 1866, with a frankness and sweetness of hospitality that was really the making of me, the making of the confidence that required help and sympathy, and that I should otherwise, I think, have strayed and stumbled about a long time. Without acquiring, you showed me the way, and opened me the door. You wrote to me, and confessed yourself struck with me. I have never forgotten the beautiful thrill of that you published me at Enceinte, paid me above all, with a dazzling promptitude, magnificently I felt, and so that nothing since has ever quite come up to it more than this. Even you cheered me on, with a sympathy that was in itself an inspiration. I mean that you talked to me, and listened to me verse so patiently and genially and suggestively, conversed and consorted with me, this won me to you irresistibly, and made you the most interesting person I knew. Lost, as I was in the charming sense that my best friend was an editor, and an almost insatiable editor, and that such a delicious being, as that was a kind of property of my own. Yet how didn't that interest still quicken and spread, when I became aware that with such attention as you could spare from us, for I recognized my fellow beneficiaries, you had started to cultivate your great garden, as well the tract of virgin soil, that beginning as a cluster of bright fresh sunny and savory patches close about the house as it were was to become that vast goodly pleasance of art and observation, of appreciation and creation, in which you have labored without a break or a lapse to this day, and in which you have grown so grand a show off well really of everything. Your liberal visits to my plot, and your free-handed purchases, there were still greater events, when I began to see you handle yourself with such ease the key to our rich and inexhaustible mystery. Then the question of what you would make of your own powers began to be even more interesting than the question of what you would make of Menial. The more I confess, as you had ended by settling this one so happily, my confidence in myself, which you had so helped me to, gave way to a fascinated impression of your own spread and growth, for you broke out so insistently and variously that it was a charm to watch, and an excitement to follow you. The only drawback that I remember suffering from was that I, your original debtor, couldn't print or publish or pay you, which would have been a sort of ideal repayment, and of enhanced credit. You could take care of yourself so beautifully, and I could, unless by some occasional happy chance or rare favor, scarce so much as glance at your proofs, or have a glimpse of your endings, I could only read you full-blown and finish it and see, with the rest of the world, how you were doing it again and again. That then was what I had with time to settle down to the common attitude of seeing you do it again and again, keep on doing it with your heroic consistency, and your noble genial abundance during all the years that have seen so many apparitions come and go, so many vain flourishes attempted, and achieved, so many little fortunes made and unmade, so many weaker inspirations betrayed and spent. Having myself to practice meaner economies, I have admired from period to period your so ample and liberal flow, wondered at your secret for doing positively a little. What do I say a little? I mean a magnificent deal of everything. I seem to myself to have faltered and languished, to have missed more occasions than I have grasped, while you have piled up your monument, just by remaining at your post. For you have had the advantage, after all, of breathing an air that has suited and nourished you, of sitting up to your neck, as I may say, or at least up to your waist, amid the sources of your inspiration there. And so you were at your post there, and so the spell could ever work for you there, and so your relation to all your material grow closer and stronger, your perception penetrate, your authority accumulate. They make a great array of literature in themselves, your studies of American life, so acute, so direct, so disinterested, so preoccupied, but with the fine truth of the case, and the more attaching to me, always, for their referring themselves to a time and an order when we knew together what American life Wasser thought we did, deluded though we may have been. I don't pretend to measure the effect or to sound the depths, if they be not the shallows, of the huge wholesale importations and so-called assimilations of this later time. I can only feel and speak for those conditions in which, as quiet observers, as careful painters, as sincere artists, we could still, in our native, our human and social element, know more or less where we were, and feel more or less what we had hold of. You knew and felt these things better than I. You had learnt them earlier and more intimately, and it was impossible, I think, to be in more instinctive and more informed possession of the general truth of your subject than you happily found yourself. The real affair of the American case and character, as it met your view and brushed your sensibility, that was what inspired and attached you, and heedless of foolish flurries from other quarters, of all wild or weak slashings of the air and wavings in the void, you gave yourself to it with an incorruptible faith. You saw your field with a rare lucidity. You saw all it had to give in the way of the romance of the real, and the interest, and the thrill, and the charm of the common, as one may put it, the character, and the comedy, the point, the pathos, the tragedy, the particular homegrown humanity under your eyes and your hand, and with which the life all about you was closely interknitted. Your hand reached out to these things with a fondness that was in itself a literary gift, and played with them as the artist only, and always can play freely quaintly incalculably with all the assurance of his fancy and his irony, and yet with that fine taste for the truth and the pity and the meaning of the matter, which keeps the temper of observation, both sharp and sweet, to observe by such an instinct, and by such reflection, is to find work to one's hand and a challenge in every bush. And as the familiar American scene thus bristled about you, so year by year your vision more and more justly responded, and swarmed you put forth a modern instance, and the rise of Silas Lapham, and a hazard of new fortunes and the landlord at Lion's Head, and the Kentons, that perfectly classic illustration of your spirit and your form after having put forth in perhaps lighter-fingered prelude of foregone conclusion, and the undiscovered country, and the lady of the Aroostook and the minister's Chargito, make of a long list too short a one with the effect again and again of a feeling for the human relation as the social climate of our country qualifies, intensifies generally conditions, and colors it, which married in perfect felicity to the expression you found for its service, constituted the originality that we want to fasten upon you, as with silver nails tonight stroke by stroke, and book by book your work, was to become for this exquisite notation of our whole democratic light and shade and give and take in the highest degree documentary, so that none other through all your fine long season could approach it in value, and amplitude none, let me say too, was to approach it in essential distinction, for you had grown master by insidious practices, best known to yourself of a method, so easy and so natural, so marked with the personal element of your humor and the play not less personal of your sympathy, that the critic kept coming on its secret connection, with the grace of letters, much as Fenimore Cooper's Leathers to Kings. Knowing to be able to do it comes in the forest on the subtle tracks of Indian braves. However, these things take us far, and what I wished mainly to put on record is my sense of that unfailing testifying truth in you which will keep you from ever being neglected the critical intelligence if any such fitful and discredited light may still be conceived, as within our sphere has not at all begun to render you its tribute, the more inquiringly and perceivingly it shall still be projected upon the American life. We used to know the more it shall be moved by the analytic and historic spirit, the more indispensable, the more a vessel of light, will you be found. It's a great thing to have used one's genius and done one's work with such quiet and robust consistency that they fall by their own weight into that happy service you may remember perhaps. And I like to recall how the great and admirable Taine, in one of the fine excursions of his French curiosity, greeted you as a precious painter and a sovereign witness, but his appreciation, I want you to believe with me, will yet be carried much further, and then though you may have argued yourself happy in your generous way, and with your incurable optimism, even while noting yourself not understood your really beautiful time, will come nothing so much as feeling that he may himself perhaps help a little to bring it on, can give pleasure to yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The following refers to the third volume covering the years 1838 to 1848 of Mme Vladimir Karenin's George Sand Savai et says, Overs an article on which written by H.J. for the Quarterly Review appears in Notes on Novelists. Reform Club Pall Mall SW. March 13, 1912. Dearest Edith, just a word to thank you so inadequately for everything. Your letter of the first infinitely appeals to me, and the 3D vol of the amazing Vladimir amazing for a charmant over her subject has rejoiced my heart the more that I had quite given up expecting it. The 2 first vols had long ago deeply held me, but I had at last had to suppose them but a colossal fragment. Fortunately, the whole thing proves less fragmentary than colossal, and our dear old George resort more and more prodigious, the nearer one gets to her. The passages you marked contribute, indeed, most to this ineffable effect, and the long letter to sweet Solange is surely one of the rarest fruits of the human intelligence, one of the great things of literature, and what a value it all gets from our memory of that wondrous day, when we explored the very scene where they pigged so thrillingly together. What a crew, what mers, what habits, what conditions and relations, every way, and what an altogether mighty and marvelous Georginaut, diminished by all the greasiness and smelliness in which she made herself, and so many other persons at home, poor, gentlemanly crucified chopnut, naturally at home in grease, but having been originally pulled in and floundering there at last to extinction. See, qui de passe, however, and it makes the last word about dear old G realize her overwhelming glibness, as exemplified for example in her long letter to Grismala, or whatever his name, the one to the first page or two of which your pencil marks refer me, and in which she posts him, as they say at Stockbridge, as to all her amours, to have such a flow of remark on that subject, and everything connected with it at her command, helps somehow to make one feel that Providence laid up for the French such store of remark in advance, and as it were should the worst befall, that their conduct and murs coming after had positively to justify and do honor to the whole collection of formulae phrases. And as I say glib necessio, that as there were at any rate such things, there for them, to inevitably say, why not simply do all the things that would give them a rapport and a sense, the things we poor disinherited race, do we have to do so dimly and skeptically, without the sense of any such beautiful cadres, awaiting usand, therefore poorly and going, but half or a tenth off, the way it makes a difference when you have to invent your suggestions and glosses, all after the fact you do it so miserably compared with Providency, specially Providence, aided by the French language, which by the way convinces me that Providence thinks and really expresses itself only in French, the language of gallantry. It will be a joy when we can next converse on these and cognate themes. I know of no such link of true interchange as a community of interest in dear old George. I don't know what else to tell Yowner where this will find you. I kind of pray that you may have been able to make yourself a system of some sorto, have arrived at some modus vivendi. The impossible wears on us, but we wear a little here, I think, even on the coal strike and the mass of its attendant misery, though they produce an effect and create an atmosphere unspeakably dismal and depressing, to which the window-smashing women add a darker shade. I am blackly bored when the latter are at large and at work, but somehow I am still more blackly bored when they are shut up in Holloway and we are deprived of them. Yours all and always, dearest Edith. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. This refers to a proposal, which did not take effect, that Mr. Wells should become a member of the lately formed Academic Committee of the Royal Society of Literature. 105 Pall Mall, S.W. March 25, 1912. My dear Wells, your letter is none the less interesting for being what, alas, I believed it might be, in spite of which interester, in spite of which belief at least there, I am at it again. I know perfectly what you mean by your indifference to academies and associations, bodies and boards, on all this ground of ours. No one should know better, as it is precisely my own state of mind, really caring as I do for nothing in the world but lonely patient virtue, which doesn't seek that company. Nevertheless, I fondly hoped that it might end for you, as it did under earnest invitation for Maine, your having said and felt all those things, and then joined for the general amenity and civility and unimportance of the thing, giving it the benefit of the doubt for the sake of the good nature. You will say that you had no doubt, and couldn't therefore act on any, but that germ, alas, was what my letter sought to implant, in addition to its not being a question of your acting, but simply of your not, that is, of your not refusing, but simply lifting your oar, and letting yourself float on the current of acclamation. There would be no question of your being entangled or hampered, or even, I think, of your being bored. The common ground between all lovers and practitioners of our general form would be under your feet so naturally, and not at all out of your way. And it wouldn't be you in the least who would have to take a step backward or aside. It would be we gravitating toward you, melting into your orbit, as a mere more direct effect of the energy of your genius. Your plea of your being anarchic, and seeing your work as such, isn't, in the least, believe me, a reason against, for also believe me, you are essentially wrong about that. No talent, no imagination, no application of art as great as yours is able not to make much less for anarchy than for a continuity and coherency much bigger than any disintegration. There's no representation, no picture which is your form that isn't by its very nature preservation, association, and of a positive associational appel, that is the very grammar of it, none that isn't thereby some sort of interesting or curious order. I utterly defy it, in short, not to make all the anarchy in the world, aiding far more than it unmakes, just as I utterly defy the anarchic to express itself representationally, art aiding talent, aiding the play of invention, aiding, in short, you aiding without the grossest, the absurdest inconsistency. So it is that you are in our circle anyhow, you can fix it, and with us always drawing more around, though always at a respectful and considerate distance, fascinatedly, to admire and watch, all to the greater glory of the English name, and the brave as possible English array, the latter brave, even with the one American blotch upon it. O patriotism, that mine, the mere paying guest in the house, should have its credit more at heart than its unnatural, its proud and perverse son. However, all this isn't to worry or to weary. I wish it could, your ruthlessness. It's only to drop a sigh on my shattered dream, that you might have come among us with as much freedom as grace. I prolong the sigh, as I think how much you might have done for our freedom and how little we could do against yours. Don't answer or acknowledge this unless it may have miraculously moved you by some quarter of an inch. But then, O Dotho, I must warn you that I shall in that case follow it up to the death. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Lady Bell. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. May 17, 1912. My dear Florence Bell. A good friend of ours, in fact, one of our very best, spoke to me here a few days ago of your having lately had, all unknown to me, a great tribulation of illness, but also told me to my lively relief that you are getting steadily well again, and that, thankful at the worst for small mercies, after such an ordeal, you are in some degree accessible to the beguilement and consolation of letters. I have only taken time to wonder whether just such a mercy as this may not be even below the worst, but am letting the question rest on the basis of my feeling that you must never, and that you will never dream of any acknowledging of so inevitable a little sign of sympathy. Such dreams, I too well know, only aggravate and hamper the upward struggle, don't in the least light or quicken it. Take absolute example. By Muho had a very dismal bad illness 2.5 years ago, from out of the blackness of which I haven't even now wholly emerged, and who reflect with positive complacency on all my letters, the received ones of that time, that still, and that largely always, will remain unanswered. I want you to be complacent too, though at this rate there won't be much for you to be so about. I really hope you go on smoothly, and serenely, and am glad now that I didn't helplessly know you were so stricken, but I wish I had for you a few solid chunks of digestible, that is mainly good news, such as given your constitutional charity will melt in your mouth. There are people for whom only the other sort is digestible, but I somehow in these subdued days, I speak of my own very personal ones, don't make news. I even rather dread breaking out into it, or having it break into me. It's so much oftener. May 26, Hill Hall, Thaydon, Mount Epping. I began the above now many days ago, and it was dashed from my hand by a sudden flap of one of the 1,000 tentacles of the London day, broken off short by that aggressive gesture, if the flapping of a tentacle is a conceivable gesture, and here I take it up again in another place, and at the first moment of any sort of freedom and ease, for it, as I read it over, the interruption strikes me as a sort of blessing in disguise, as I can't imagine what I meant to say in that last portentous sentence, now doubtless never to be finished, and not in the least deserving Itvan, if it can have been anything less than the platitude that the news one gets is much more usually bad than good, and that as the news one gives is scarce more mostly than the news one has got, so the indigent state in that line is more gracefully worn than the bloated. I must have meant something better than that, at any rate. See how indigent I am, that with all the momentous things that ought to have happened to me to explain my sorry lapse for so many days, my chronicle would seem only of the smallest beer. Put it at least that with these humble items, the texture of my life has bristled even to the effect of a certain fever and flurry, but they are such matters as would make no figure among the great issues and processions of Rountonas. I believe that great order to proceed. The nearest approach to the showy is my having come down here yesterday for a couple of days in order not to prevent my young American nephew and niece, just lately married, and to whom I have been lending my little house in the country from the amusement of it, as being invited they yet wouldn't come without my dim protection, so that I have made dimly protective thus much of a dash into the world where I find myself quite vividly resigned. It is the world of the wonderful and delightful Mrs. Charles Hunter, whom you may know long, my very kind friend, and all swimming just now in a sea of music. John Sargent, as much a player as a painter, Percy Granger, Roger Quilter, Wilfred von Glane, and others round whose harmonious circle, however, I roam as in outer darkness, catching a vague glow through the veiled windows of the temple, but on the whole only intelligent enough to feel and rue my stupidity, which is quite the wrong condition. It is a great curse not to be densely enough indifferent to enough impossible things. Most things are impossible to me, but I blush for it, can't brazen it out. That they are no loss brazening it out is the secret of life for the Pew Dows. But what need of that have you, lady of the full program and the rich performance? What I do enter here, beyond the loving kindness to tout set Juness, is the fresh illustration of the beauty and amenity and ancientry of this wondrous old England, which at 20 miles or so from London surrounds this admirable and interesting and historic house, with a green country as wide and free, and apparently as sequestered and strikingly as rural in the Constable way as if it were on the other side of the island. But I leave it tomorrow to go back to town, till probably about July 1st, before which I fondly hope you may be so firm on your feet as to be able to glide again over those beautiful parquets of 95 in that case. I shall be so delighted to glide in, upon you assuming my balance preserve it at some hour, gently appointed by yourself. Then I shall tell you more if you can stand more after Thisfertine's sprawling and vacuous pages. Alas, I am but too aware, there is nothing in them nothing that is, but the affectionate fidelity with every blessing on your further complete healing of yours, all constantly. Henry James. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. On May 7, 1912, the Academic Committee of the Royal Society of Literature celebrated the centenary of the birth of Robert Browning. H.J. read a paper on the novel In the Ring, and the book afterwards included in Notes on Novelists, in an appreciative notice of the occasion, in the Pall Mall Gazette. Mr. Filson Young described his voice as old. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. May 18, 1912. Dearest Lucy, your impulse to steep me and hold me down under water in the fountain of youth with Charles Boyd muscularly, to help you is no less beautiful than the expression you have given it, by which I am more touched than I can tell you. I take it as one of your constant kindnesses, but I had all the same, I fear, taken Filson Young's invidious epithet in that little compliment as inevitable wholly, though I believe it was mainly applied to my voice. My voice was on that centenary itself centenarian for reasons that couldn't be helped, for I really that day wasn't fit to speak as, for one's own sense of antiquity, my own, what is one to say it varies goes, and comes at times isn't there at all, and at others is quite sufficient. Thank you, I cultivate not thinking about it, and yet in certain ways, I like it, like the sense of having had a great deal of life. The young on the whole make me pretty sad, the old themselves don't. But the pretension to youth is a thing that makes me saddest and oldest of all. The acceptance of the fact that I am all the while growing older, on the other hand, decidedly rejuvenates me. I say, what then? And the answer doesn't come. There doesn't seem to be any, and that quite sets me up. So I am young enough, and you are magnificent. Simply I get from you the sense of an inexhaustible vital freshness. And your voice is the voice so beautiful of your 20th year. You're going to America was admirably young. An act of your 25th. Don't be younger than that. Don't seem a year younger than you do seem, for in that case, you will have quite withdrawn from my side. Keep up with me a little. I shall come to see you again at no distant day. But the coming week seems to have got itself pretty well encumbered, and on the 24th or 26th, I go to Rye for 4 or 5 days. After that I expect to be in town quite to the end of June. I am reading the Green Book in bits, as it were the only way in which I can read, or at least do read, the contemporary novel, though I read so very few, almost none. My only way of reading apart from Thaddeus, to imagine myself writing the thing before me, treating the subject, and thereby often differing from the author, and Heiser Herway. I find G.W. very brisk and alive, but I have to take it in pieces, or liberal sips, and so have only reached the middle. What I feel critically, and I can feel about anything of the sort, but critically, is that you don't squeeze your material hard and tight enough to press out of its ounces and inches what they will give. That material lies too loose in your hand, or your hand, otherwise expressed, doesn't tighten round it. That is the fault of all fictive writing now, it seems to method, and the inordinate abuse of dialogetho this. But one effect of the not squeezing, it's a wrong, a disastrous and unscientific economy. Altogether I squeeze, as I read you, but that, as I say, is rewriting. However, I will tell you more when I have eaten all the pieces, and I shall love and stick to you always as your old, very old, oldest H.J. To Hugh Walpole. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. May 19, 1912. Your letter greatly moves and regales me. Fully do I enter into your joy of sequestration, and your bliss of removal from this scene of heated turmoil and dusty despair, which, however rewaits, you never mind, sink up to your neck, into the brimming basin of nature and peace, and teach yourself be, which I mean let your grandmother teach you, that, with each revolving year you will need and make more piously these precious sacrifices to Pan, and the Muse's history eternally repeats itself. And I remember well how in the old London years of my old Londonthas, isn't that one I used to clutch at these chances of obscure flight, and at the possession, less frustrated of my soul, my senses, and my hours. So keep it up. I miss you little as I see you, even when here, for I feel you more than I see you, but I surrender you at whatever cost to the beneficent powers. Therefore I rejoice in the getting on of your work, how splendidly copious your flow, and am much interested in what you tell me of your readings and your literary emotions. These latter indeed are some of them as you express them. I don't think I fully share at least. When you ask me if I don't feel Dostoevsky's mad jumble that flings things down in a heap nearer truth and beauty than the picking, and composing that you instance in Stevenson, I reply with emphasis that I feel nothing of the sort, and that the older I grow, and the more I go the more sacred to me do picking, and composing becometh though, I naturally don't limit myself to. Stevenson's kind of the same don't let any one persuade you are plenty of ignorant and fatuous duffers to try to do it that strenuous selection and comparison are not the very essence of art, and that form is not substance to that degree, that there is absolutely no substance without it form alone takes and holds, and preserves substance saves it from the welter of helpless verbiage that we swim in as in a sea of tasteless tepid pudding, and that makes one ashamed of an art capable of such degradations. Tolstoy and Roman 500 are fluid puddings, though not tasteless, because the amount of their own minds and souls in solution in the broth gives it savor and flavor thanks to the strong rank quality of their genius and their experience. But there are all sorts of things to be said of them, and in particular that we see how great a vice is their lack of composition, their defiance of economy and architecture directly. They are emulated and imitated, then, as subjects of emulation models, they quite give themselves away. There is nothing so deplorable as a work of art with a leak in its interest, and there is no such leak of interest as through commonness of form. Its opposite the found because the sought for form is the absolute citadel and tabernacle of interest. But what a lecture I am reading you though, a very imperfect one which you have drawn upon yourself, as moreover it was quite right you should, but no matter, I shall go for you again as soon as I find you in a lone corner. Well, dearest, you love me a little better, if you can, for this letter, for I am ever so fondly and faithfully yours. Henry James. To Miss Rhoda Broughton. Reform Club, Pall Mall, SW. June 2, 1912. My dear Rhoda, too many days have elapsed since I got your kind letter, but London days do leak away even for one who punily tries to embank and economize themas. I do they fall as it were from, or better still, they utterly dissolve in me nerveless grasp. In that enfeebled clutch, the pen itself tends to waggle and drop, and hence in short my appearance of languor over the inkstand. This is a dark moist Sunday, a Roman 1000, and I sit alone in the great dim solemn library of this club, Thackeray's Megatherium, or whatever, and say to myself that the conditions now at last ought to be auspicious, though, indeed, that merely tends to make me but brood inefficiently over the transformations of London, as such scenes express them. And as I have seen them go on growing now at last, the place becomes an utter void, a desert, peopled with ghosts for all except 3 days about of the week. Speaking from the social point of view, the old Victorian social Sunday is dust and ashes, and a holy stillness, a repudiating blankness, has possession, which, however, after all has its merits and its conveniences. To Cadogan Gardens, meanwhile, no more the region has turned to sadness, as if with your absence all the blinds were down, and I now have no such confident and cordial afternoon refuge left. Very promptly next winter the blinds must be up again, and I will keep the tryst I have been talking of you this evening with dear W.E. Norris, who is paying one of his much interspaced visits to town, and has dined with me amiably without other attractions. This letter begun this a Roman 1000, and interrupted, I take up again toward midnight. Good night. However, now I must stagger really from the force of too total an abstinence to my never unappreciated couch. Norris dined on a bottle of soda water, and I on no drop of anything. I pray you be bearing grandly up, and I live in the light of your noble fortitude. One is always the better for a great example, and I am always all faithfully yours. Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. Lamb House, Rye. July 16, 1912. Dearest Harry, I came down here from town but 5 days ago, and feel intensely, after so long an absence, the invaluable little old refugee quality of dear Roman 50h at this, and kindred seasons. A tremendous wave of heat is sweeping over the land past on apparently. From your side end, I left London a fiery furnace, and the Reform Club a feather bed on top of one. In the same the visitation still goes on day after day. But with immense mitigation, I can bear it, here where nothing could be more mitigating than my fortunate conditions. The working expensively meanwhile signifies for me simply the literary and artistic, the technical side of the matter. The fact that in doing this book, one am led by the very process and action of my idiosyncrasy, on and on, into more evocation and ramification of old images and connections, more intellectual and moral autobiography, though all closely. And as I feel it exquisitely associated and involved, then I shall quite know what to do with that, is in this book. I shall doubtless be able to use rejected or suppressed parts in some other way. It's my more and more or long since established difficulty, always that I have to project, and do a great deal in order to choose from that after the fact what is most designated, and supremely urgent, that is a costly way of working as regards time material et cat, least in the short run in the long run and by and large it, I think abundantly justifies itself. That is really all I meant to convey to you, and to your mother through billas a kind of precaution, and forewarning for your inevitable sense of my slowness of course too. I have had pulls up and breaks sometimes disheartening ones through the recurrence of bad physical conditions and am still liable strictly speaking to these. But the main thing to say about these once for all is that they tend steadily and most helpfully to diminish both in intensity and in duration, and that I have really now reached the point at which the successful effort to work really helps me physicalito, say nothing of course of 1,000 times morally. It remains true that I do worry about the money question be nature and fate, since I was born worrying though myself, much more than others and that this is largely the result of these last years of lapse of productive work while my expenses have gone more or less, while I was with you all in America less ruthlessly on. But of this it's also to be cheeringly said that I have only to be successfully and continuously at work, for a period of about 10 days, for it all to fall into the background altogether, all the worry, and be replaced by the bravest confidence of calculations. So much for that. And now for the moment, for this post at least, I must pull up. Well, of course, do I understand that with your big new preoccupations and duties close at hand, you mayn't dream of a move in this direction, and I should be horrified at seeming to exert the least pressure toward your even repining at it more still than the delight of seeing you will be that of knowing that you are getting into close quarters with your new job. I repeat that you have no idea of the good this will do me's, to which I sit between your mother and Peg, clasping a hand of each, while we watch your every movement and gloat ecstatically over you. Oh, give my love so aboundingly to them, and to your grandmother on it all. Yours, dearest Harry, more affectionately than ever. H.J. To R.W. Chapman. Mrs. Brookenham is of course the mother of the young heroine of The Awkward Eight. Lamb House Rye. July 17, 1912. Dear Mr. Chapman, I very earnestly beg you not to take as the measure of the pleasure given me by your letter the inordinate delay of this acknowledgment. That admirable communication reaching me at the climax of the London June found me in a great tangle of difficulties over the command of my time and general conduct of my correspondence and other obligations, so that after a vain invocation of a better promptness where you were concerned, I took heart from the fact that I was soon to be at peace down here, and that hence I should be able to address you at my ease. I have in fact been here but a few days, and my slight further delay has but risen from the fact that I brought down with me so many letters to answer, though none of them, let me say, begins to affect me with the beauty and interest of yours. I am in truth greatly touched, deeply moved by it. What is one to say or do in presence of an expression so generous and so penetrating? I can only listen very hard, as it were taking it all in with bowed head and clasped hands, not to say moist eyes even, and feel that well, that the whole thing has been after all worth, while then but one is simply in the hands of such a reader and appreciator as Yaon yields even assentingly, gratefully, and irresponsibly to the current of your story and consistency of your case. I feel that I really don't know much as to what your various particulars imply, that you are delightful, are dazzling, and that you must be beautifully right as to any view that you take of anything. Let me say for all that, if you think so, it must be, for clearly you see and understand and discriminate well. One is at the end of time, one's self so very vague about many things, and only conscious of one's general virtuous intentions, and considerably strenuous effort. What one has done has been conditioned and related and involved, so to say fatalized, every element and effort jammed up against some other necessity, or yawning over some consequent void end, with anything good in one's achievement or fine in one's faculty, conscious all the while of having to pay by this and that and the other corresponding dereliction or weakness. You let me off, however, as handsomely as you draw me on, and I see you as absolutely right about everything, and want only to square with yours my impression, that is to say any, but that of my being dim in respect to some of the aspects, possibly of Mrs. Brookenham, which I don't think I am. I really think I could stand a stiff cross-examination on that. Lady, but this is a detail, and I can meet you only in a large and fond presubmission on the various points. You make I greatly wish our contact at Oxford the other day had been less hampered and reduced so that it was impossible in the event altogether to get within hail of you at Oriel. But I have promised the kind president of Magdalen another visit, and then I shall insist on being free to come and see you if you will let me. I cherish your letter, and our brief talk meanwhile as charmingly colored lights, in the total of that shining occasion. What power to irradiate has Oxford at its bestand, as it was the other week so greatly at that best. I think the gruesome little errors of text you once so devotedly noted for me, in some of my original volumes, don't for the most part survive in the collective edition, but, though a strenuous, I am a constitutionally fallible proofreader, and I am almost afraid to assure myself, however, I must more or less face it, and I am yours, dear Mr. Chapman, all gratefully and faithfully. Henry James. To Hugh Walpole. Lamb House Rye. Aug. 14th, 1912. I rejoice that you wander to such good purpose be, which I mean nothing more exemplary, that you apparently live in the light of curiosity, and cheer. I am very glad for you, that these gentle passions have the succulent scene of Munich to pasture in. I haven't been there for long years, was never there, but once at all, but haven't forgotten how genial and sympathetic I found it. Drink deep of every impression, and have a lot to tell me when the prodigal returns. I love travelers' tales, especially when I love the traveler, therefore have plenty to thrill me, and to confirm that passion withal. I travel no further than this, and never shall again, but it serves my lean purposes, or most of them, and I am thankful to be able to do so much, and to feel even these quiet and wholesome little facts about me. We're having in this rude climate a summer of particularly bad and brutal manner. So far the sweetness of the matter fails, but I get out in the lulls of the tempest, it does nothing but rain and rage, and when I am within my mind, still to me a kingdom is however dismembered and shrunken. I haven't seen a creature to talk of you with, but I see on these terms very few creatures. Indeed, none worth speaking of, still less worth talking to. Clearly you move still in the human maze, but I like to think of you there. May it be long before you find the clue to the exit. You say nothing of any return to these platitudes, so I suppose you are to be still a good while on the warpath. But when you are ready to smoke the pipe of peace, come and ask me for a light. It's good for you to have read Taine's English lit. He lacks saturation, lacks waste of acquaintance, but sees with a magnificent objectivity, reacts with an energy to match, expresses with a splendid amplitude, and has just the critical value, I think, of being so off so far, given such an intellectual reach, and judging, and feeling in so different an air. It's charming to me to hear that the ambassadors have again engaged, and still beguile you. It is probably a very packed production, with a good deal of one thing within another. I remember sitting on it, when I wrote it, with that intending weight and presence, with which you probably often sit in these days on your trunk, to make the lid close, and all your trousers and boots go in. I remember putting in a good deal about Chad and Strether, or Strether, and Chad rather, and am not sure that I quite understand what in that connection you miss. I mean in the way of what could be there. The whole thing is of course to intensity a picture of relation. Sand among them is, though not on the first line, the relation of Strether to Chad. The relation of Chad to Strether is a limited, and according to my method, only implied and indicated thing sufficiently there. But Strether's to Chad consists above all in a charmed and yearning and wondering sense, a dimly envious sense of all Chad's young living and easily other relations, other not only than the one to him, but than the one to mme divine on it, and whoever else. This very sense, and the sense of Chad generally, is a large part of poor dear Strether's discipline, development, adventure, and general history. All of it that is of my subject seems to me given by dramatic projection, as all the rest is given. How can you say I do anything so foul and abject as to state you deserve that I should condemn you to read the book over once again? However, instead of this, I only impose that you come down to me on your return for a couple of days when we can talk better. I hold you to the heart of your truest old H.J. To Edmund Gosse. With regard to the dread effulgence of their lordships, it will be remembered that Mr. Gosse was at this time librarian of the House of Lords. The allusion at the end is to Mr. Gosse's article on Swinburne in the Dictionary of National Biography, further dealt with in the next letter. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. 7th October 1912. My dear Gosse, forgive this cold-blooded machine refer. I have been of late a stricken man, and still am not on my legs, though judging it a bit urgent to briefly communicate with you on a small practical matter. I have had quite a devil of a summer, a very bad and damnable July. And August threw a renewal of an ailment that I had regarded as a good deal subdued. But that descended upon me in force, just after I last saw you, and then absolutely raged. For many weeks I allude to a most deplorable tendency to chronic pectoral or more specifically anginal pain, which however I finally about a month ago got more or less the better of. In a considerably reassuring way, I was but beginning to profit by this comparative reprieve, when I was smitten with a violent attack of the atrocious affection, known as shingles me, impression of the nature of which had been vague and inconsiderate, but, to the now grim shade of which I take off my hat, in the very abjection of respect, it has been a very horrible visitation. But I am getting better, only I am still in bed, and have to appeal to you in this graceless mechanical way. My appeal bears on a tiny and trivial circumstance, the fact that I have practically concluded an agreement for a flat which I saw and liked, and seemed to find within my powers before leaving town, No. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW, and which I am looking to for a more convenient and secure basis of regularly wintering in London, for the possibly brief remainder of my days, than any I have for a long time, had I want in response to a letter, just received from the proprietors of the same to floor, that apparently rather benighted and stupid body, who are restless over the question of a social reference, in addition to my reference to my bankers by a regular knockdown production of the most eminent and exalted tie I can produce, whereby I have given them your distinguished name, as that of a voucher for my respectability, distinguished from my solvency, for which latter, I don't hint that you shall however dimly engage. So I have it on my conscience, you see, to let you know of the liberty I have thus taken with you this, on the chance of their really applying to you, which some final saving sense of their being rather silly may indeed keep them from doing, if they do kindly, very kindly abound in my sense to the extent of intimating to them, that not to know me famed for my respectability, is scarcely to be respectable themselves. That is all I am able to trouble you with now. I am, as yet, a poor thing, more even the doctor's than mine own, but shall come round presently, and shall then be able to give you a better account of myself. There is no question of my getting into the flat in question, till some time in January. I don't get possession till Dec. 25th. But this preliminary has had to be settled. Don't be burdened to write. I know your cares are on the eve of beginning again, and how heavy they may presently be. I have only wanted to create for our ironic intelligence the harmless pleasure of letting loose a little in a roundabout way upon the platitude of the City and West End properties, limited the dread effulgence of their lordships, the latter being the light, and you the transparent lantern, that my shaky hand holds up more. As I say, when that hand is less shaky, I hope all your intimate news is good, and am only waiting for the new vol of the dictionary with your Swinburne, which a word from Sidney Lee has assured me is of maximum value. All faithful greeting. Yours always, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. October 10th, 1912. My dear Gosse, your good letter of this morning helps to console and sustain. One really needs any lift one can get after this odious experience I am emerging, but it is slow, and I feel much ravaged and bedimmed. Fortunately, these days have an intrinsic beauty of the rarest and charmingest here, and I try to fling myself on the breast of nature, though I don't mean by that fling myself and my poor blisters and scars on the dew-sprinkled lawn, and forget imperfectly that precious hours and days tumble unrestrained into the large round the deep dark, the ever-open hole of sacrifice. I am almost afraid my silly lessors of the Chelsea flat won't apply to you for a character of me, if they haven't done so by now. Afraid, because the idea of a backhander from you reaching them straight would so gratify my sense of harmless sport. It was only a question of a word in case they should appeal kindly. Don't dream of any such, if they let the question rest, in spite, indeed, of their having intimated that they would thoroughly thresh it out. I received with pleasure the small Swinburne, so chaste and charming a form, the perusal of which lubricated yesterday 2 or 3 rough hours. Your composition bristles with items and authenticities, even as a tight little cushion with individual pins, and I take it as everything that such a contribution to such a cause should be, but for the not quite ample enough for my appetite conclusive estimate or appraisement. I know how little, far too little to my sense, that element has figured in those pages in general, but I should have liked to see you, in spite of this, formulate and resume a little more the creature's character and genius, the aspect and effect of his general performance. You will say, I have a morbid hankering for what a dictionary doesn't undertake, what a Sidney Lee perhaps even doesn't offer space for. I admit that I talk at my ease so far as ease is in my line just now very charming, and happy Lord Redesdale's contribution showing afresh how everything about such a being as S becomes and remains interesting. Prettily does Redesdale write, and prettily will have winced if indeed the pretty even in that form, or the wincing in any, could be conceived of him. I have received within a day or two dear old George Meredith's letters, and though I haven't been able yet very much to go into them, I catch their emanation of something so admirable, and on the whole so baffled and tragic. We must have more talk of theme and also of Wells' book, with which however I am having extreme difficulty. I am not so much struck with its hardness, as with its weakness and looseness, the utter going by the board of any real self-respect of composition and of expression. What lacerates me perhaps most of all in the Meredith volumes is the meanness and poorness of editing, the absence of any attempt to project the image of character, temper, quantity, and quality of mind, general size, and sort of personality, that such a subject cries aloud for, to the shame of our purblind criticism, for such a vividness to go a-begging, when one thinks of what vividness would in France in such a case have leaped to its feet in commemorative and critical response. But there is too much to say, and I am able in this minor key to say too little. We must be at it again. I was afraid your wife was having another stretch of the dark valley to tread. I had heard of your brother-in-law's illness. May peace somehow come. I regret you all, and am all faithfully yours, Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 11, 1912. My dear Gosse, let me thank you again on this lame basis, though I still be for the charming form of your news of your having helped me with my fastidious friends of the flat. Clearly they were to be hurled to their doom, for the proof of your having with your potent finger pressed the merciless spring arrives this morning, in the form of a quite obsequious request that I will conclude our transaction by a signature. This I am doing, and I am meanwhile lost in fond consideration of the so susceptible spot, susceptible to profanation, that I shall have reached only after such purgations. I thank you most kindly for settling the matter. Very interesting your noting the matter of George Meredith. Yes, I spent much of yesterday reading the letters, and quite agree with your judgment of them, on the score of their rather marked non-illustration of his intellectual wealth. They make one, it seems to me, enormously like him, but that one had always done. And the series too, Morley and in a minor degree to Max, contain a certain number of rare and fine things, many beautiful felicities of wit and vision. But the whole aesthetic range, understanding that in a big sense strikes me as meager and short, he clearly lived even less than one, had the sense of his doing in the world of art, and that whole divine preoccupation, that whole intimate restlessness of projection and perception. And this is the more striking, that he appears to have been far more communicative and overflowing on the whole ground of what he was doing in prose or verse, than I had at all supposed to have lived, and wrought with all those doors more open and publicly slamming and creaking on their hinges, as it were, than had consorted with one's sense, and with the whole legend of his intellectual solitude. His whole case is full of anomalies, however, and these volumes illustrate it, even by the light they throw on a certain poorness of range in most of his correspondence, save for Morley et Encore. Most of them figure here as folk too little à la hauteur, though of course a man even of his distinction can live and deal but with those who are within his radius. He was starved to my vision in many ways, and that makes him but the more nobly pathetic. In fine, the whole moral side of him throws out some splendidly clear lights, while the artist, the secondary Shakespeare, remains curiously Roman. 1499. Your missing any letters to me rests on a misconception of my very limited, even though extremely delightful to me, active intercourse with him. I had with him no sense of reciprocity. He remained for me always a charming, a quite splendid, and rather strange exhibition, so content itself to be one all genially and glitteringly, but all exclusively, that I simply sat before him till the curtain fell, and then came again, when I felt I should find it up. But I never rang it up, never felt any charge on me to challenge him by invitation or letter, but one or two notes from him did I find when Will Meredith wrote to me, and these, though perfectly charming and kind, I have preferred to keep unventilated. However, I am little enough observing that same discretion to you, I slowly mend. But it's absurd how far I feel I've to come back from, sore and strained, has the horrid business left me, but nevertheless I hope, and in fact almost propose. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Edmund Goss. The Morning Post article was a review by Mr. Goss of the letters of George Meredith. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 13, 1912. My dear Goss. This is quite a feverish flurry of correspondence, but please, don't for a moment feel the present to entail on you the least further charge. I only want to protest against your imputation of sarcasm to my figure of the pincushion. And the pin send this all genially, that image having represented to myself the highest possible tribute to your biographic facture. What I particularly meant was that probably no such tense satin slope had ever before grown within the same number of square inches. So dense a little forest of discriminated upright stems there you are. And I hear with immense satisfaction of the prospect of another crop. Yet thy's time, I infer on larger ground, and with beautiful alleys and avenues and vistas piercing the plantation. I rejoice alike to know of the Roman 1000p article, on which I shall be able to put my hand here betimes tomorrow. I can't help wishing I had known of it a little before. I should have liked so to bring in time a few of my gleanings to your Roman 1099. But evidently, we are quite under the same general impression, and your point about the dear man's confoundingness of allusion to the products of the French spirit is exactly what one had found oneself. Bewilderedly noting, there are 2 or 3 rather big felicities and sanities of judgment in this order in one place, a fine strong rightly discriminated apprehension and characterization of Victor Hugo. But for the rest such queer lapses and wanderings wild, with the striking fact above all that he scarcely once in the 2 volumes makes use of a French phrase or ventures on a French passage, as in sundry occasional notes of acknowledgement and other like flights without some marked inexpertness or gaucherie. 3 or 4 of these things are even painful to cause one uncomfortably to flush. And he appears to have gone to France thanks to his second wife's connections, there putting in little visits, and having contacts of a scattered sort much oftener than I supposed. He went abroad for that matter during certain years, a good deal more than I had fancied him able to hitch, is an observation I find even now of much comfort. But one's impression of his lack of what it's easiest to call most comprehensively aesthetic curiosity is, I take it, exactly what you will have expressed your sense of. He speaks a couple of times of greatly admiring a novel of Daudet's Numa Raumastan, with the remark twice over that he has never liked any of the others. He only likes this one. The tone is of the oddest coming from a man of the craft, even though the terms on which he himself was of the craft remain so peculiar and such as there would be so much more to say about to a fellow novelist who could read Daudet at all. And I can't imagine his not in such a relation being read with curiosity, with critical appetite. Numa might very well appear to stand out from the others as the finest flower of the same method, but not to take it as one of them, or to take them as of its family and general complexion, is to reduce liking and not liking to the sort of use that a spelling-out schoolgirl might make of them. Most of all, if I don't bore you, I think one particular observation has counted for me. The fact of the non-occurrence of one name, the one that aesthetic curiosity would have seemed scarce able in any real overflow to have kept entirely shy of that of Balzac, I mean, which Meredith not only never once even stumbles against, but so much as seems to within possible view of course, one would never dream of measuring play of mind, in such a case, by any man's positive mentions, few or many of the said be yet. When he isn't ever mentioned, a certain desert effect comes from it, at least it does to thirsty me, and I make all sorts of little reflections. But I am making too many now, and they are loose and casual, and you mustn't mind them for the present, all the more that I am sorry to say I am still on shaky ground physically, this odious ailment not being apparently a thing that spends itself and clears off, but a beastly poison, which hangs about even after the most copious eruption and explosion, and suggests dismal relapses, and returns to bed. I am really thinking of this latter form of relief, even now after having been up but for a couple of hours. However, don't mind me even if I am in for a real relapse. Some of the sting will, I trust, have been drawn. Yours rather wearily, Henry James. P.S. I am having it appear Sunday 2 p. Roman 1000 to tumble back into bed, though I rose but at 10. To Edmund Goss. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 15, 1912. My dear Goss. Here I am at it again, for I can't not thank you for your 2 notes last night, and this morning received. Your wife has all my tenderest sympathy in the matter of what the loss of her brother cost her. Intimately will her feet have learnt to know these ways, so it goes on till we have no one left to lose. I felt with force 2 summers ago, when I lost my 2 last brothers within 2 months, and became sole survivor of all my father's house. I lay my hand very gently on our friend. With your letter of last night came the Cornhill with the beautifully done little Swinburne chapter. What a grateful subject, somehow in every way that gifted being putting aside. Even I mean the value of his genius. He is grateful by one of those arbitrary values that dear G Roman 1000, for instance, doesn't positively command in proportion to his intrinsic weight, and who can say quite why charming and vivid and authentic at any rate your picture of that occasion, to say nothing of your evocation, charged with so fine a Victorian melancholy of Swinburne's time at Vichy, with Leighton Mrs. Sartoris, and Richard Burton. What a felicitous and enviable image they do make Togethorand. What prodigious discourse must even more particularly have ensued when S and B sat up late together, after the others distinct to me the memory of a Sunday afternoon at Flaubert's, in the winter of 75-76, when Maupassant still in edit, but always round regaled me with a fantastic tale, irreproducible here of the relations between two Englishmen each other, and their monkey A. Picture the details of which have faded for me, but not the lurid impression most deliciously Victorian, that too I bend over it all so yearningly, and to the effect of my hoping ever so that you are in conscious possession of material, for a series of just such other chapters in illustration of S, each a separate fine flower for a vivid, even if loose nosegay. I am much interested by your echo of Haldane's remarks, or whatever about G Roman 1000 only. The difficulty is of a truth somehow that CES Messieurs he and Morley and Max and Stephen, and 2 or 3 others Lady Ulrica, included really never knew much more, where they were on all the aesthetic ground as one for convenience calls it, than the dear man himself did, or where he was so that the whole history seems a record somehow so far as art and letters are in question of a certain absence of point on the part of everyone concerned. In it still it abides with us. I think that Meredith was an admirable spirit, even if not an entire mind he throws out to my sense, splendid great moral, and ethical what he himself would call spiritual lights, and has again and again big strong whiffs of manly tone and clear judgment. The fantastic and the mannered in him, whereas nothing I think to the intimately sane, and straight, just as the artist was nothing to the good citizen, and the liberalized bourgeois. However, lead me not on. I thank you ever so kindly for the authenticity of your word about these beastly recurrences of my disorder. I feel you floated in confidence on the deep tide of Philip's experience and wisdom. Still, I am trying to keep mainly out of bed again, after 48 hours just renewedly spent in it. But on these terms, y'all wish me back there, and I'm yours with no word more. Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. Mr. Gosse had asked for further details with regard to Maupassant's tale, referred to in the previous letter. The legend in question was connected with the Tredat, and the odd figure of George E. J. Powell Swinburne's host there during the summer of 1868, and more than once afterwards. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 17, 1912. My dear Gosse, it's very well invoking a close to this raging fever of a correspondence, when you have such arts for sending and keeping the temperature up. I feel, in the presence of your letter last night received, that the little machine thrust under one's tongue may well now register, or introduce the babble of a mind affected, though interestingly so. Let me add, since it is indeed a thrill to think that I am perhaps the last living depositary of Maupassant's wonderful confidence or legend, I really believe myself the last survivor of those then surrounding Gustave Flaubert. I shrink a good deal at the same time, I confess, under the burden of an honor unto which I was not born, or more exactly hadn't been properly brought up or pre-admonished, and pre-inspired to. I pull myself together, I invoke fond memory as you urge upon me, and I feel the huge responsibility of my office and privilege. But at the same time, I must remind you of certain inevitable weaknesses in my position, certain essential infirmities of my relation to the precious fact, meaning, by the precious fact Maupassant's having in that night of time, and that general failure of inspiring prescience, so remarkably regaled me. You will see in a moment everything that was wanting to make me the conscious recipient of a priceless treasure. You will see, in fact, how little I could have any of the right mental preparation. I didn't in the least know that Roman 1000 himself was going to be so remarkable. I didn't in the least know that I was going to be. I didn't in the least know. And this was above all most frivolous of me, that you were going to be. I didn't even know that the monkey was going to be, or even realize the peculiar degree and nuance of the preserved luster Awaiting CES Messieurs, the three taken together Guy's story, he was only known as Guy then dropped into my mind, but as an unrelated thing or rather as one related, and indeed with much intensity to the peculiarly weird macabre and unimaginable light in which the interesting, or in other words the delirious in English conduct, and in English character error, were especially then viewed in French circles, sufficiently self-respecting, to have views on the general matter at all, or in other words, among the truly refined and inquiring here, they are at it. I remember that as my main inward comment on Maupassant's vivid little history, which was thus thereby somehow more vivid to me about him than about either our friends or the monkey, as to whom, as I say, I didn't in the least foresee this present hour of arraignment. At the same time, I think I am quite prepared to say, in fact, absolutely, that of the two versions of the tale, the two quite distinct ones, to which you attribute a mystic and separate currency over their Maupassant story to me, was essentially version, no Roman one, it wasn't at all the minor, the comparatively banal anecdote, really what has remained with me, is but the note of two elements, that of the monkey's jealousy, and that of the monkey's death. How brought about the latter, I can't at all at this time of day be sure, though I am haunted, as with the vague impression that the poor beast figured as having somehow destroyed himself, committed suicide through the separate injuria, for me. The third person in the fantastic complication was either a young man employed as servant within doors or one employed as boatman, and in either case, I think English and some thin ghost of an impression abides with me that the jealousy was more on the monkey's part toward him than on his toward the monkey, with which the circumstance that the death I seem most yet so dimly to disembroil is simply and solely, or at least predominantly, that of the resentful and impassioned beast, who hovers about me as having seen the other fellow the June Anglais, or whoever installed on the scene after he was more or less lord of it, and so invade his province. You see how light and thin and confused are my data, how I wish I had known or guessed enough in advance to be able to oblige you better now. Not a stone then would I have left unturned, not an eye would I have allowed to remain undotted, no analysis or exhibition of the national character, of either of the national characters, so involved, would I have failed to catch in the act. Yet I do so far serve you, it strikes me, as to be clear about this, that, whatever turn the denouement took, whichever life was most luridly sacrificed of those of the two humble dependents, the drama had essentially been one of the affections, the passions. The last cacasserie with each member of the quartet involved disentangle it, as you can. I think Browning alone could really do so. Does this, at any rate, at best I can do for you, throw any sufficient light. I recognize the importance, the historic bearing, and value of the most perfectly worked-out view of it. Such a pity with this that, as I recover the fleeting moments from across the long years, it is my then active figuration of the so tremendously averted young Guy's intellectual, critical, vital experience of the subject matter that hovers before me, rather than my comparatively detached curiosity as to the greater or less originality of CES Messieurs 7. Though with this highly original, they would appear to have been. I seem moreover to mix up the occasion a little, I mean the occasion of that confidence, with another still more dim, on which the so communicative Guy put it to me apropos of I scarce remember what that, though he had remained quite outside of the complexity, I have been glancing at some June Anglais in some other connection, had sought to draw him into some scarcely less fantastic or abnormal one, to the necessary determination on his part of some prompt and energetic action to the contrary, the details of which now escape, mates all such a golden blur of old-time flaubertism and goncourtism. How many more strange flowers one might have gathered up and preserved there was something from Goncourt one afternoon about certain swans. They seemed to run so to the stranger walks of the animal kingdom, who figured in the background of some prodigious British existence, and of whom I seem to recollect there is some faint recall in La Faustin, not by the way La Faustin, as I think the printer has betrayed you into calling it in your recent Cornhill paper, but the golden blur swallows up everything, but the slow-crawling, the too lagging loitering amendment in my tiresome condition, outdistanced by the impatient and attached spirit of yours all faithfully. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 18, 1912. My dear Wells, I have been sadly silent since having to wire you nearly 3 weeks ago my poor plea of inability to embrace your so graceful offer of an occasion for my at last meeting in accordance with my liveliest desire. The eminent Arnold Bennett sadly, in fact, is a mild word for it, for I have cursed and raged. I have almost irrecoverably suffered with, all of which the end is not yet I had just been taken, when I answered your charming appeal, with a violent and vicious attack of shinglesunder, which I have lain prostrate till this hour. I don't shake it often, perhaps you know, how fell a thing it may be I am precariously up, and can do a little to beguile the black inconvenience of loss of time. At a most awkward season, by dealing after this graceless fashion, with such arrears of smashed correspondence, as I may so presume to patch up. But I mayn't yet plan for the repair of other losses. I see no hope of my leaving home for many days, and haven't yet been further out of this house than to creep feebly about my garden, where a blessed season has most fortunately reigned a couple of months. Hence I go up to town to stay. I have taken a lease of a small, unfurnished flat in Chelsea on the river, and there, for the ensuing 5 or 6 months, I shall aim at inducing you to bring the kind Bennet, whom I meanwhile cordially and ruefully greet, to partake with me of some modest hospitality. Meanwhile, if I've been deprived of you on one plane, I've been living with you very hard on another. You may not have forgotten that you kindly sent me marriage, as you always so kindly render me that valued service, which I've been able to give myself to, at my less afflicted and ravaged hours. I have read you, as I always read you, and as I read no one else, with a complete abdication of all those principles of criticism, canons of form, preconceptions of felicity, references to the idea of method, or the sacred laws of composition, which I roam, which I totter through the pages of others, attended in some dim degree by the fond yet feeble theory, but which I shake off as I advance under your spell with the most cynical inconsistency, for under your spell I do advance a save, when I pull myself up stock, still, in order not to break it with so much as the breath of appreciation. I live with you and in you, and almost cannibalic on you HGW, to the sacrifice of your Marjories, and your Traffords, and whoever may be of their company, not your treatment of them at all, but much more their befooling of you pass me the merely scientific expression. I mean your fine high action, in view of the red herring, of lively interest they trail for you at their heels, becoming thus of the essence of the spectacle for me, and nothing in it all happening so much as these attestations of your character and behavior, these reactions of yours, as you more or less follow them, affect me as vividly happening. I see you behave all along much more than I see them, even when they behave as I am not sure they behave most in marriage, with whatever charged intensity or accomplished effect, so that the ground of the drama is somehow most of all the adventure, for Yaunot to say of youth, moral, temperamental, personal, expressional, of your setting it forth an adventure, in fine, more appreciable to me than any of those you are by way of letting them in. For I don't say that those you let them in for don't interest me too, and don't come off and people the scene and lead on the attention about as much as I can do with, but only and always that you beat them on their own ground, and that your story through the 500 pages says more to me than theirs. Y'all find this perhaps a queer rigmarole of a statement, but I ask you to allow for it just now as the mumble at best of an invalid, and wait a little till I can put more of my hand on my sense. Mind you, that the restriction I may seem to you to lay on my view of your work still leaves that work more convulsed with life and more brimming with blood than any it is given me nowadays to meet. The point I have wanted to make is that I find myself absolutely unable, and still more unwilling, to approach you, or to take leave of you in any projected light of criticism, in any judging, or concluding any comparing, in fact in any aesthetic or literary relation at all. And this, in spite of the fact that the light of criticism is almost that in which I most fondly bask, and that the amusement I consequently renounce is one of the dearest of all to me. I simply decline. That's the way the thing works. To pass you again through my cerebral oven for critical consumption, I consume you crude and whole, and to the last morsel cannibalistically, quite, as I say, licking the platter clean of the last possibility of a savor, and remaining thus yours abjectly. Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 22, 1912. Dear Mary Ward, having to acknowledge in this cold-blooded form so gracious a favor as your kind letter just received, is so sorry a business as to tell at once a sad tale of the stricken state. I have been laid up these 3 weeks with an atrocious visitation of shingles, as the odious ailment is so vulgarly and inadequately called the medical herpes zonalis, meeting much better the malign intensity of the case, and the end is not yet. I am still most sore and sorry, and can but work off in this fashion a fraction of my correspondence says, vous dire that I can make no plan for any social adventure within any computable time. Forgive my taking this occasion to add further and with that final frankness that winds up periods of life and earthly stages, as it were, that I feel the chapter of social adventure now forever closed, and that I must go on for the rest of my days, such as that rest, maybe only tout dousement as utterly dousement as can possibly be managed. I am aged, infirm, hideously unsociable, and utterly detached from any personal participation in the political game to which I am naturally, and from all circumstances so alien here, and which forms the constant carnival of all you splendid young people. Don't take this unamiable statement, please, for a profession of relaxed attachment to any bright individual, or least of all to any valued old friends. But just pardon my dropping it, as I pass in the interest of the great pusillanimity, that I find it important positively to cultivate, even at the risk of affecting you as solemn and pompous and ridiculous. I will admit to you, should you be so gently patient as to be moved in the least to contend with me, that this prolonged visitation of pain doesn't suggest to one views of future ease of any kind. I have none the less a view of coming up to town for the rest of the winter as soon as possible after Christmas, and I reserve the social adventure of tea in Grosvenor Place, effected with impunity, as the highest crown of my confidence. I shall trust you then to observe how exactly those charming conditions may seem suited to my powers. I am delighted to know meanwhile that you have finished a gallant piece of work, which is more than I can say of myself after a whole summer of stiff frustration, for my current complaint is but the overflow of the bucket. Just see how your great good nature has exposed you to that spatterment. But I pull up thys, is too lame a gate, and am yours all not less faithfully than feebly. Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 24, 1912. My dear Mary Ward, I feel I must really thank you afresh, even by the freedom of this impersonal mechanism, for your renewed expression of kindness, for soothing and sustaining to me in my still rather dreary case. I am doing my utmost to get better, but the ailment has apparently endless secrets of its own, for preventing that an infernal player with still another and another vicious card up his sleeve. This is precisely why your generous accents touch me, making me verily yearn, as I think of the balm I should indeed find in talking with you of the latest products of those producers, few though they be, who lend themselves in a degree to remark. I have, but within a day or two, permitted myself a modicum of remark to H.G. Wells, who had sent me marriage. But I should really rather have addressed the quantity to you, on whom it's not so important I should make my impression. I mean, I should be in your case comparatively irrelevant, whereas in his, I feel myself relevant only to be by the same stroke, as it were, but vain and ineffectual. Strange to main his affair, the coexistence of so much talent with so little art, so much life with, so to speak, so little living. But of him there is much to say, for I really think him more interesting by his faults than he will probably ever manage to be in any other way, and he is a most vivid and violent object. Listen, but it's as if I were pretending to talk, which, for this beastly frustration, I am not. I envy you the quite ideal and transcendent jollity, as if Marie Corelli had herself evoked the image for us of having polished off a brilliant coup, and being on your way to celebrate the case in Paris. It's for me today, as if people only did these things in Marianne in Mary do, while you are there. Re-enter, if convenient to you, into relation with Mrs. Wharton, if she be back, that is, from the last of her dazzling, her incessant braveries of far excursionism. You may in that case be able to appease a little my always lively appetite for news of her. Don't, I beseech you, acknowledge in any manner this, with all you have else to do, not even to hurl back upon me in refutation, reprobation, or whatever the charge I still persist in of your liking politics, because of your all having as splendid young people the perpetual good time of being so intimately in them. They never cease to remind me personally here, close corporation or intimate social club, as they practically affect the aged and infirm, the lone and detach the abjectly literary and unenrolled alien, as being that one must sacrifice all sorts of blessed freedoms and immunities, treasures of detachment and perception, that make up for the outsider state on any occasion of practical approach, to circling round the camp for penetration, into which I haven't a single one of your passwords. I again mean of the splendid young lot. But don't pity me all the same for this picture of my dim exclusion. It is so compatible with more other initiations than I know on the whole almost what to do with. I hear the passwords given for. It does happen that they sometimes reach my ear, and then, so far from representing for me the salt of life, as you handsomely put it, they seem to form for me the very measure of intellectual insipidity. All of which, however, is so much more than I meant to be led on to growl back at your perfect benevolence. Still, I am harmoniously yours. Henry James. To Gaylord T. Lapsley. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. October 24, 1912. My dear Grand Gaylord. I seem to do nothing just now, but hurl back gruff refusals at gracious advances and, all in connection with the noble shades, and the social scenes you particularly haunt. I wrote Howard S. last night that I couldn't for weary dreary reasons come to meet you at Quaker, and now I have, just polished off by this mechanical means, to which for the time I am squalidly restricted, the illustrious master of Magdalene, who artfully and insidiously backed by your scarce, less shining self, has invited me to exhibit my battered old person and blighted old wit on some lurid day in those parts. I have had to refuse him, though using for the purpose the most groveling language, and I have now to thank you with the same morbid iridescence of form and the same invincible piggishness of spirit for your share in the large appeal. Things are complicated with me to the last degree, please believe, at present, and the highest literary flights I am capable of are these vain jests from the dizzy edge of the couch of pain. I have been this whole month sharply under an odious visitation of shingles, and am not yet free or healed or able, not at all on my feet or at my ease. It has been a most dismal summer for me, for after a most horrid and undermined July and August, I had begun in September to face about to work and hope, when this new plague of Egypt suddenly brachito, make confusion worse. Confounded, I am up to my neck in arrears disabilities, and I should add despair. Were my resolution not to be beaten, however battered, not so adequate apparently to my constitutional presumption. Meanwhile, oh yes, I am of course as bruised and bored, as deprived and isolated, and even as indignant as you like. But that I still can be indignant seems to kind of promise, perhaps it's a symptom of dawning salvation. The great thing, at any rate, is for you to understand that I look forward to being fit within no calculable time, either to prance in public or prattle in private, and that I grieve to have nothing better to tell you. Very charming and kind to me, your own news from Labas. I won't attempt to do justice now to all that side. I sent Howard last night some express message to Yowich. Kindly see that he delivers. We shall manage something all the same yet, and I am all faithfully yours. Henry James. To John Bailey. The following refers to the offer transmitted by Mr. Bailey of the chairmanship of the English Association. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. November 11, 1912. My dear John, forgive, and while you are about it, please commiserate my having to take this roundabout way of acknowledging your brave letter. I am stricken and helpless still. I can't sit up like a gentleman and drive the difficult pen. I am having an absolutely horrid and endless visitation, being now in the 7th week of the ordeal I had the other day to mention to you. It's a weary, dreary business, perpetual, atrocious suffering, and you must pardon my replying to you as I can, and not at all as I would. And I speak here, I have, alas to say, not of my form of utterance, enlefer my matter, given that of your own charming appeal would have in whatever conditions to be absolutely the same. Let me, for some poor comfort's sake, make the immediate rude jump to the one possible truth of my case. It is out of my power to meet your invitation with the least decency or grace, when one declines a beautiful honor, when one simply sits impenetrable to a generous and eloquent appeal. One had best have the horrid act over as soon as possible, and not appear to beat about the bush, and keep up the fond suspense for me. Frankly, my dear John, there is simply no question of these things. I am a mere stony, ugly monster of dissociation and detachment. I have never in all my life gone in for these other things, but have dodged and shirked, and successfully evaded them to the best of my power at least. And so far as they have in fact assaulted me, all my instincts, and the very essence of any poor thing that I might, or even still may trump up for the occasion as my genius, have been against them, and are more against them at this day than ever, though 2 or 3 of them, meaning by them the collective and congregated bodies, the splendid organizations aforesaid, have successfully got their teeth, in spite of all I could do, into my bewildered and badgered antiquity. And this last, you see, is just one of the reasons for my not collapsing further, not exhibiting the last demoralization, under the elegant pressure, of which your charming plea is so all but dazzling a specimen. I can't go into it all much in this sorry condition, a bad and dismal one still, for my ailment is not only at the end of so many weeks as tedious as you suppose, but quite fiendishly painful into the bargain. But the rough sense of it is that I believe only in absolutely independent individual and lonely virtue, and in the serenely unsociable, or if need be, at a pinch sulky and sullen practice of the same, the observation of a lifetime, having convinced me that no fruit ripens but under that temporarily graceless rigor, and that the associational process for bringing it on is but a bright and hollow artifice all vain and delusive. I speak here of the answer of my own poor attempt at one or two of them. The other matters must speak for themselves. Let me, even while I am about it, heap up the measure of my grossness, the mere dim vision of presiding, or what is called, I believe, taking the chair at a speechifying public dinner, fills me, and has filled me all my life with such aversion and horror, that I have in the most odious manner consistently refused for years to be present on such occasions, even as a guest preassured of protection and effacement, and have not departed from my grim consistency, even when cherished and excellent friends were being offered the banquet I have at such times. Let them know in advance that I was utterly not to be counted on, and have indeed quite gloried in my shame, sitting at home the while and gloating over the fact that I wasn't present. In fine, the revolution that my pretending to lend myself to your noble combination would propose to make in my life is unthinkable, save as a convulsion that would simply end at this, then must serve as my answer to your kindest of letters until at some easier hour I am able to make you a less brutal one. I know you would, or even will wrestle with me, or at least feel as if you would like to, and I won't deny that to converse with you on any topic under the sun, and even in a connection in which I may appear at my worst, can never be anything but a delight to me. The idea of such a delight so solicits me, in fact, as I write, that if I were only somewhat less acutely laid up and free to spend less of my time in bed and in anguish, I would say at once, do come down to lunch and dine and sleep, so that I may have the pleasure of you in spite of my nasty attitude as it is. Please let me put it thus, that as soon as I get sufficiently better, if I ever do at this rate, to rise to the level of even so modest an hospitality as I am at best reduced to, I will appeal to you to come and partake of it in your magnanimity, to that extent, not to show you that I am not utterly adamant, but that for private association, for the banquet of two, and the fellowship of that fine scale, I have the best will in the world. We shall talk so much, and I am convinced, in spite of everything so happily, that I want say more no, except that I venture all the same to commend myself brazenly to Mrs. John, and that I am yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Dr. J. William White. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. November 14, 1912. My dear William, I am reduced for the present to this graceless machinery, but I would rather use it on you than let your vivid letter pass under stress of my state, and so establish a sad precedent. Since you know I never let your letters pass, I have been down these 7 weeks with an atrocious and apparently absolutely endless attack of Shingleshirp's zonales. You see, I know of the abominable nature of which at their worst you will be aware from your professional experience, even if you are not, as I devoutly hope, by your personal. I have been having a simple hell, saving Letitia's presence of a time, for at its worst, and a mysterious providence has held me worthy only of that. The pain and the perpetual distress are to the last degree excruciating, and wearing the end, moreover, is not yet. I go on and feel as if I might for the rest of my life, or would honestly so feel, were it not that I have some hope of light or relief from an eminent specialist, who has most kindly promised to come down from London and see me 3 days hence. My good local practitioner has quite thrown up the sponge, can do nothing for me further, and has welcomed a consultation with an alacrity that speaks volumes for his now, at last, quite voided state. This is a dismal tale to regale you with, accustomed as even you are to dismal tales from me, but let it stand for attenuation of my failure to enter with any lightness of step upon the vast avenue of complacency, over which you invite me to advance to some fonder contemplation of Mr. Roosevelt. I must simply state to you, my dear William, that I can't so much as think of Mr. Roosevelt for 2 consecutive moments. He has become to me these last months the mere monstrous embodiment of unprecedented resounding noise. The steps he lately took toward that effect of presenting himself as the noisiest figure or agency of any kind in the long dire annals of the human race, having with me at least so consummately succeeded, I can but see him, and hear him, and feel him as raging sound and fury. And if ever a man was in a phase of his weary development, or stage of his persistent decline, as you will call it, or crisis of his afflicted nerves, which you will say I deserve not to wish to roar with that Babel, or to be roared at by it, that worm-like creature is your irreconcilable friend. Let me say that I haven't yet read your eulogy of the monster, as enclosed by you in the newspaper columns, accompanying your letterthis being a bad week oppressed and harassed moment for my doing. So you see the savagery of last summer thundering upon our tympanums, pardon me tympana, from over the sea, has left such scars, such a jangle of the auditive nerve. Am I technically right as to make the least menace of another yell a thing of horror? I don't mean, dear William, that I suppose you yell me auditive nerve cherishes, in spite of everything the memory of your vocal sweetness. But your bristling protege has but to peep at me from over your shoulder, to make me clap my hands to my ears and bury my head in the deepest hollow of that pile of pillows, amid which I am now passing so much of my life. However, I must now fall back upon theme end. I rejoice meanwhile in those lines of your good letter, in which you give so handsome an account of your own soundness and physical saneness. I take this fondly too for the picture of Letitia's form, knowing, as I do, with what inveterate devotion she ever forms herself upon you. I embrace you both, my dear William, so far as you consent to my abasing you, and abasing Letitia, which is graver to the pillows aforesaid, and am ever affectionately yours and hers. Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. Mr. Gosse's volume was his portraits and sketches just published. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. November 19, 1912. My dear Gosse, I received longer ago than I quite like to give you chapter and verse for your solidly interesting volume of literary portraits, but you will have, or at least I earnestly beg you, to have no reproach for my long failure of acknowledgement, when I tell you that my sorry state, under this dire physical visitation, has unintermittently continued, and that the end or any kind of real break in a continuity of quite damnable pain has still to be taken very much on trust. I am now in my 8th week of the horrible experience, which I have had to endure with remarkably little medical mitigation, really, with none worth speaking of, stricken and helpless. Therefore, I can do but little to this communicative tune on any one day, which has been also the more the case as my admirable secretary was lately forced to be a whole fortnight absent. When I remained, indeed, without resource, I avail myself for this snatch of one of the first possible days, or rather hours, since her return. But I read your book with lively reactions within the first week of its arrival, and if I had then only had you more within range, should have given you abundantly the benefit of my impressions, making you more genial observations, then I shall perhaps now be able wholly to recover. I recover perfectly. The great one, at any rate, is that each of the studies has extraordinary individual life, and that of Swinburne, in particular, of course, more than any image that will ever be projected of him. This is a most interesting and charming paper, with never a drop or a slackness from beginning to end. I can't help wishing you had proceeded a little further critical that is, I mean, in the matter of appreciation of his essential stuff and substance, the proportions of his mixture, etc., as I should have been tempted to say to you, for instance, go into that a bit now, when you speak of the early setting in of his arrest of development, etc. But this may very well have been out of your frame. It might indeed have taken you far, and the space remains wonderfully filled in, the figure all convincing, beautiful too. The Bailey, the horn, and the cratonthas last very rich and fine, and touching. I envy you your having known so well so genial a creature as Creighton, with such largeness of endowment. You have done him very handsomely and tenderly, and poor little Shorthouse, not to the last point of tenderness perhaps, but no doubt as handsomely none the less as was conceivably possible. I won't deny to you that it was to your Andrew Lang I turned most immediately, and with most suspense, with most of an effect of drawing a long breath. When it was over, it is very prettily and artfully brought off, but you would of course have invited me to feel with you how little you felt you were doing it, as we should, so to speak, have really liked. Of course, there were the difficulties, and of course you had to defer in a manner to some of them. But your paper is of value just in proportion as you more or less overrode them. His recent extinction, the facts of long acquaintance and camaraderie, let alone the wonder of several of his gifts, and the mass of his achievement couldn't and still can't in his case, not he complicating, clogging, and qualifying circumstances. But what a pity with them, all that a figure so lending itself to a certain amount of interesting real truth-telling should, honestly speaking, enjoy such impunity as regards some of its idiosyncrasies, should get off so scot-free. Scot-free is exactly the word, on all the ground of its greatest hollowness, so much of its most successful puerility and perversity, where I can't but feel that he should be brought to justice. is in the matter of his whole giveaway of the value of the wonderful chances he so continually enjoyed. Thanks to certain of his very gifts, I admit giveaway, I mean by his cultivation absolutely of the puerile imagination, and the forthright opinion the coming round to that of the old applewoman at the corner, as after all the good, and the right as to any of the mysteries of mind, or of art, his mixture of endowments and vacant holes, and the making of the part of each, would by themselves be matter for a really edifying critical studifer, which however I quite recognize that the day and the occasion have already hurried heedlessly away, and I perhaps throw a disproportionate weight on the whole, question merely, by reason of a late accident or two, such as my having recently read his, in 2 or 3 respects so able Joan of Arc, or Maid of France, and turned over his just published, I think, posthumous compendium of English literature, which lies on my table, downstairs. The extraordinary inexpensiveness, and childishness and impertinence of this latter, gave to my sense the measure of a whole side of Lang, and yet which was one of the sides of his greatest flourishing. His extraordinary voulu Scotch provincialism crowns it, and rounds it off, really making one at moments ask with what kind of an innermost intelligence such inanities and follies were compatible. The Joan of Arc is another matter, of course, but even there, with all the accomplishment, all the possession of detail, the sense of reality, the vision of the truths and processes of life, the light of experience, and the finer sense of history, seemed to me so wanting that in spite of the things being written so intensely at Anatole France, and in spite of some of F.'s own, and so different perversities, one kind of feels and believes Andrew again and again, bristlingly yet vehement wrong, and Anatole sinuously, yet oh so wisely right. However, all this has taken me absurdly far, and y'all wonder why I should have broken away at such a tangent. You had given me the opportunity, but it's over, and I shall never speak again. I wish you would all the same, since it may still somehow come your way. Your paper as it stands is a gauge of possibilities, but goodbye, I can't in this condition keep anything up, scarce even my confidence. That time to which I have been clinging is going, after all, to help I had from Saturday to Sunday afternoon last. It is true, the admirably kind and beneficent visit of a London friend, who happens to be at the same time the great and all-knowing authority and expert on herpes. He was so angelic as to come down and see me for 24 hours, thoroughly overhaul me, and leave me with the best assurance, and with what is more to the point, a remedy very probably more effective than any yet vouchsafed to me when I do at last emerge. I shall escape from these confines and come up to town for the rest of the winter, but I shall have to feel differently first, and it may not be for some time, yet it in fact can't possibly be soon. You shall have then, at any rate, more news, which, a la Mrs. Gamp, I hope your own has a better show to make. Yours all in all faithfully, Henry James. P.S. I hope my last report on the little atret at Legendit seems not the legend, but the report of so long ago gave you something of the light you desired, and how I should have liked to hear about the Calvin dinner, and its rich chiaroscuro. He has sent me his printed charming, I think, speech, the best thing he has done. To Mrs. Bigelow. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. November 21st, 1912. My dear Edith, it is interesting to hear from you on any ground, Evan, when I am in the stricken state that this form of reply will suggest to you for a couple of hours in the morning. I can work off letters in this way only, but let the rest be silence, till I scramble somehow or other. If I ever do out of my hole, pray for me hard. Meanwhile you and baby, and even the ingenuous young man, pray for me, with every form and rite of sacrifice and burnt offering. As for the matter of your little request, it is of course too easy to comply with. Why shouldn't you, for instance, just nip off my simple signature at the end of this, and hand it to the artless suppliant? I call him by these bad names, in spite of your gentle picture of him, for the simple reason that the time long ago, half a century ago, passed away, when a request for one's autograph could affect one as anything but the cheapest and vaguest and emptiest tribute. The futility of our common nature is capable of. I should like your young friend so much better, and believe so much more in his sentiments, if it exactly hadn't occurred to him to put forth the banal claim. My heart has been from far back, as I say, absolutely hard against it, and the rate at which it is saving your presence postily vomited forth is one of the least graceful features, one of the vulgarest and dustiest and poorest of the great and glorious country beyond the sea. These ruthless words of mine will sufficiently explain to you Why I indulge in no further flourish for our common admirer, for I am sure you share him with me than my few, and bare terminal penstrokes here shall represent put him off with theme and, even if you like read him my relentless words. Then if he winces or weeps, or does anything nice and penitent, and above all intelligent, press him to your bosom, pat him on the back which you would so be in a position to do, and tell him to sin no more. What is much more interesting are your vivid little words about yourself, and the child I shall put them by with your address upon them, till emerging from my long tunnel as God grant, I come up to town to put in the rest of the winter. I have taken the lease a longish one of a little flat in Chelsea Chain Walk, which must now give me again a better place of London hibernation than I have for a long time had it had become necessary for life-saving. And as soon as I shall have turned round in it, you must come and have tea with me and bring baby, and even the ingenuous one. If my wild words haven't or don't turn his tender passion to loathing, I shall really like much to see him and even send him my love and blessing. Even if I have produced in him a vindictive reaction, I will engage to take him in hand, and so gently argue with him on the horrid autograph habit that he will perhaps renew his generous vows. I shall have nothing to show you later on so charming as the rhythmic butchers or the musical pub, only a dull, inhuman view of the river which, however, adds almost as much to my rent, as I gather that your advantages add to yours all faithfully. Henry James. P.S. I see the infatuated youth is on reading your note fondly over not at your side, but on the other side, and therefore not amenable to your bosom worse luck for him. So I scrawl him my sign independently of this, but the moral holds. To Robert Roman 100 wit. It will be remembered that the story of the outcry turns on the fortunes of a picture attributed to Il Mantovano. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. November 27, 1912. Dear Sir, I am almost shocked to learn through your appreciative note that in imaginatively projecting for use in the outcry such a painter as the Mantovano, I unhappily coincided with an existing name and artistic identity, a real one with visible examples in the annals of the art I had never heard in. I am afraid my disgraceful ignorance of the painter, the two specimens of whom in the National Gallery you cite, and fondly flattered myself that I had simply excogitated for its part in my drama, a name at once plausible that is of good Italian type and effective as it were for dramatic bandying about. It was important, you see, that, with the great claim that the story makes for my artist, I should have a strictly supposititious, one with no awkward existing data, to cast a possibly invidious or measurable light. So my Mantovano was a creature of convincing fancy, and this revelation of my not having been as inventive as I supposed rather puts me out. But I owe it to you none the less that I shall be able, after I have recovered from this humiliation, to go and have a look at our NG interloper. I thank you for this, and am faithfully yours. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Mrs. Wharton had sent him her recently published novel The Reef. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. December 4, 1912. My dear E.W., your beautiful book has been my portion these several days, but as other matters of a less ingratiating sort have shared the fair harborage, I fear I have left it a trifle bumped and bowscule, in that at the best somewhat agitated basin, there it will gracefully ride the waves however long, after every other temporarily floating object shall have sunk as so much comparative rot beneath them. This is a rude figure for my sense of the entire interest and charm, the supreme validity and distinction of the reef. I am even yet, alas, in anything but a good way, so abominably does my ailment drag itself out. But it has been a real lift to read you, and taste, and ponder you. The experience has literally worked at its hours, in a medicating sense that neither my local nor my London doctor present here in his greatness for a night, and a day shall have come within miles, and miles of, let me mention at once, and have done with it, that the advent and the effect of the intenser London light can only be described as an anticlimax, in fact as a tragic farce of the first water, in short one of those mauvais tours, as far as results are concerned, that make one wonder how a patient ever survives any relation with a doctor. My visitor was charming, intelligent, kind, all visibly a great master of the question, but he prescribed me a remedy to begin its action directly he had left that simply, and at a short notice sent me down into hell, where I lay sizzling, never such a sizzle before, for 3 days, and has since followed it up with another, under the dire effect of which I languish, even as I now write so much to express both what I owe you, or have owed you at moments, that it all lent themselves in the way of pervading balm, and to explain at the same time how scantly I am able for the hour to make my right acknowledgment. There are 50 things I should like to say to you about the book, and I shall have said most of them in the long run, but there are some that eagerly rise to my lips even now, and for which I want the benefit of my first flush of appreciation. The whole of the finest part is, I think, quite the finest thing you have done, both more done than even the best of your other doing, and more worth it through intrinsic value, interest, and beauty. December 9th, I had to break off the other day, my dear Edith, through simple extremity of woe. And the woe has continued unbroken ever since I have been in bed, and in too great suffering, too unrelieved, and too continual for me to attempt any decent form of expression. I have just got up for one of the first times even now, and I sit in command of this poor little situation, ostensibly, instead of simply being bossed by it, though I don't at all know what it will bring to attempt in this state to rise to any worthy reference to the reef. Seems to me a vain thing, yet there remains with me so strongly the impression of its quality and of the unspeakably foily nature of the situation between the two principles more gone into, and with more undeviating truth than anything you have done, that I can't but babble of it a little to you, even with these weak lips. It all shows partly what strength of subject is, and how it carries and inspires, inasmuch as I think your subject in its essence is very fine, and takes in no end of beautiful things to do. Each of these two figures is admirable for truth and justice, the woman an exquisite thing, and with her characteristic finest scarce differentiated notes, that is, some of them sounded with a wonder of delicacy. I am not sure her oscillations are not beyond our notation, yet they are so held in your hand, so felt and known and shown, and everything seems so to come of itself. I suffer or worry a little from the fact that in the prologue, as it were, we are admitted so much into the consciousness of the man, and that, after the introduction of Anna so perfectly named, we see him almost only as she sees him, which gives our attention a different sort of work to do. Yet this is really, I think, but a triumph of your method, for he remains of an absolute consistent verity, showing himself in that way better perhaps than in any other, and without a false note imputable, not a shadow of one to his manner of so projecting himself. The beauty of it is that it is for all it is worth a drama, and almost, as it seems to me, of the psychologic Racinian unity, intensity, and gracility. Anna is really of Racine, and one presently begins to feel her throughout as an Aerophile or a Berenice, which by the way helps to account a little for something qui me chiffon throughout, which is why the whole thing, unrelated and unreferred save in the most superficial way to its milieu and background, and to any determining or qualifying entourage, takes place comme cela, and in a specified localized way in Francethese, non-French people electing as it were to have their story out there. This particularly makes all sorts of unanswered questions come up about Owen, and the notorious wickedness of Paris isn't at all required to bring about the conditions of the prologue. Oh, if you knew how plentifully we could supply them in London, and I should suppose in New York or in Boston. But the point was, as I see it, that you couldn't really give us the sense of a Boston Aerophile or Boston Giver, and that an exquisite instinct back of your Racinian inspiration, and settling the whole thing for you, whether consciously or not, absolutely prescribed a vague and elegant French colonnade or gallery with a French river dimly gleaming through, as the harmonious fond you required in the key of this with all your reality. You have yet kept the whole thing, and to deepen the harmony and accentuate the literary pitch have never surpassed yourself for certain exquisite moments, certain images, analogies, metaphors, certain silver correspondences, in your fecund dire examples of which I could pluck out, and numerically almost confound you, with, were I not stammering this in so handicapped a way. There used to be little notes in you that were like fine benevolent fingermarks of the good George Eliot, the echo of much reading of that excellent woman here and there that is sounding through. But now you are like a lost and recovered ancient whom she might have got a reading of, especially were he a Greek, and of whom in her texture some weaker reflection were to show. For, dearest Edith, you are stronger and firmer and finer than all of them put together. You go further, and you say Mia, and your only drawback is not having the homeliness and the inevitability and the happy limitation, and the affluent poverty of a country of your own, comme moi par exemple. It makes you, this does, as you exquisitely say of somebody or something at some moment, elegiac. What penetration, what delicacy in your use thereof the term makes you, so that is, for the Racinian Syriux, but leaves you more in the desert, for everything else that surrounds Apex City, but you will say that you're content with your lot, that the desert surrounding Apex City is quite enough of a dense crush for you, and that with the colonnade and the gallery, and the dim river, you will always otherwise pull through, to which I can only assent after such an example of pulling through, as the reef clearly you have only to pull, and everything will come. These are tepid and vain remarks, for truly I am helpless. I have had all these last days a perfect hell of an exasperation of my dire complaint, the 11th week of which begins today, and have arrived at the point realithe weariness of pain, so great off not knowing a quell saint. Me vour in this despair, and because change at any hazard, and any cost is strongly urged upon me by both my doctors, and is a part of the regular process of denouement of my accursed ill, I am, in all probability, trying to scramble up to London by the end of this week, even if I have to tumble howling out of bed, and go forth in my bedclothes. I shall go in this case to Garland's Hotel, Suffolk Street, where you have already seen me, and not to my club, which is impossible in illness, nor to my little flat 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, Chelsea, SW, which will not yet, or for another 3 or 4 weeks, be ready for me. The change to London may possibly do something toward breaking the spell. Please pray hard that it shall forgive too my muddled accents, and believe me through the whole bad business, not the less faithfully yours, Henry James. To a F. de Navarro. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. December 12, 1912. My dear delightful Tony, your missive so vivid and genial reaches me, alas, at a time of long eclipse and depression, during which my faculties have been blighted, my body tortured, and my resources generally exhausted. I tell you these dismal things to explain, in the first place, why I am reduced to addressing you by this graceless machinery. I haven't written a letter with my own poor hand for long and helpless weeks, and in the second place, why I bring to bear on your gentle composition an intelligence still clouded and weakened, but I have read it with sympathy, and I think I may say most of all with envy, so haunted with pangs, while one tosses on the couch of pain, and mine has been, from the nature of my situation, a poor lone, an unsurrounded palatal, one's visionary and imaginative life, which one imputes day by day to happy people who frisk among fine old gardens, and oscillate between clubs of the arts and monuments of the past. I am delighted that the country life people asked you for your paper, which I find ever so lightly and brightly done, with a touch as easy and practiced, as if you were the darling of the staff. That is in fact exactly what I hope your paper may make out clearly. You have the right sympathetic turn for those evocations, and I shall be glad to think of you as evoking again and again. I only wish you hadn't to deal this time with a house so amply modernized, in fact, so renewed altogether, save for a false front or two, or rather, for a true one with false sides and backs, as I gather Abbotswood to be the irrepressible Ludian's rages about us here, known at a glance by that modern note of the archaic, which has become the most banal form of our cleverness. There is nothing left for me personally to like but the little moldy nooks that country life is too proud to notice, and everyone else, including the photographers, too rich to touch with their fingers of gold. I have, too, the inimitable old garden on my nerves. Living here in a great garden county, I have positively almost grown to hate flowers so that only just now my poor contaminated little gardener is turning the biggest border I have scarce bigger, it is true, than my large unshaven cheek into a begged question of turf, so that we shall presently have chucked Flora altogether. Forgive, however, these morbid mossade remarks, the blue devils of a long illness, still interposing in their insistent attitude between my vision and your beauty, in which I include Mary's largely, and that of all the fine complexion of Broadway. I return your lucid sheets with this, but make out that as you are to be in town only till Thursday P. Roman 1000, unless I am mistaken, they will reach you the sooner by my sending them straight home. My wish for their best luck go with them. I ought to mention that under extreme push of my doctors, for I luxuriate in two, I am seeking that final desperate remedy of a change, which imposes itself at last, in a long illness, to break into the vicious circle and dissipate the blight by going up to town almost straight out of bed, and dangling my bedclothes about me. This will, I trust, smash the black spell. I have taken a small flat there, on what appears to be a lease that will long survive me, and there I earnestly beg you to seek me as soon as may be after the new year. I am having first to crouch at an obscure hotel. I embrace you both, and am in much dilapidation, but all fidelity yours always, Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. January 19, 1913. Dearest Harry, I wrote very copiously, and I hope not worryingly at all, for I only meant to be reassuring to your mother yesterday, from whom I had had 2 beautiful unacknowledged letters within the last days, or so unacknowledged save for a cable of a cheerful stamp, which I sent off to Irving Street about a week ago, and which will have been sent on to you, but all the while your most blessed letter written during your Christmas moment at Cambridge has been for me a thing to be so grateful for that I must express to you something of it, Todyevan, at the risk of a glut of information. My long silence since I came up to town, including my pretty dismal weeks at that garlands of ill association has, had a great inevitability from several causes. But into these, I shall have gone to your mother, whom I think I explicitly asked to send you on my letter, and I don't want to waste force in repetitions. It won't be repeating too much to say again what I said to her, even with extreme emphasis, that I feel singularly justified of this basis, for my winter times in London. So much does it appear now that the preliminary and just postliminary strain of it is over the very best thing I could have done for myself. My southward position, as to the rooms I most use immediately over the river, is verily an asset, and not even in the garden room at Roman 50h of summer mornings have I been better placed for work with which all the detail here is right and pleasant and workable. My servants extremely rejoice in it, but I am too much repeating above all my forenoons being by the mercy of the powers, whoever or whatever they are. My best time I have got back to work, and with my uncanny interest in it and zeal for it still unimpaired feel that it must mean something that I am thus reserved after many troubles for a productive relation with it. The proof sheets of a small boy and others have been coming in upon me rapidly all, but the very last, and it ought by the end of next month at furthest to burst upon the world. Of course, I shall have advance copies sent promptly to you and to Irving Street. But with this, I intensely want you to take into account that the book was written through all these months of hampering and baffling illness. It went so haltingly and worriedly even last winter, as distinguished from anything I was able to do in the summer, and could get it all during the last afflicted 3 or 4 months last winter, having really been a much more difficult time than I could currently confess to or then. Dear Bill and Alice probably got any sense of the point, is at any rate, that the book is now, under whatever disadvantages, wholly done, and that if it seems good in spite of these, the proof of my powers, when my powers have really worked off more of the heritage of woe of the last 3 years will be, but the more substantial a very considerable lot of notes of a son etc. is done, and I am now practically back at it with this appearance of a free little field. In spite of everything, I welcome immensely what I didn't mention to your mother waiting to do it. Thus the valuable and delightful little collection received from you of your grandfather's correspondence with Emerson, what beautiful and characteristic things in it, and how I hope to be able to use the best of these on your grandfather's part, at least as regards Emerson's side of the matter. I doubt whether I can do enough in the way of extracts from him to make it even necessary for me to apply to Edward for license. I think I can hope, but at the most to summarize, or give the sense of some of Emerson's passages. The reason of this being my absolute presumable want of space, the book will have to be a longer one than a small boy. But even with this, there must be limits involving suppressions and omissions. My own text, I can't help attaching enough sense and importance and value to not to want to keep that too utterly under, and I am more and more moved to give all of your grandfather on his vivid and original side, that I possibly can add to this all the application of an illustrative kind that I can't but see myself making of your dad's letters, and I see little room for anyone else's, though what I most deplore my meager provision of is those of your Aunt Alice, written to our parents, mainly during her times, and especially her final time in Europe. The poverty of this resource cuts from under my feet almost all ground for doing much as I had rather hoped in a manner to do with her. Jan 23, 1913. I have been unable to go on with this these several days, and yet also unwilling to let it go without saying a few more things I wanted. So the long letter I have got off to your mother will precede it by longer than I meant. I still write under my disabilities of damaged body. With difficulty, I mean perform the act of writing. But this is diminishing substantially, though slowly, and I mainly mention it to extenuate these clumsy characters. My conditions of situation etc. Here meanwhile this winter I mean these admirable and ample 2 rooms southward over the river, so still, and yet so animate their ideal for work some other time. I will explain it to you so far as you want have noted it for yourself how and why it is that I come to be so little beforehand financially. My fatally interrupted production of fiction, began it 6 years or more ago, that began so utterly against my preconception of such an effect, when I addressed myself to the so much longer and more arduous and more fatal to Everythingels preparation of my edition than had been measurable in advance, that long period cut dreadfully into current gains through complete arrest of other current labor, and when it was at last ended I had only time to do 2 small books the finer grain, and the outcry before the disaster of my long illness of Jan. 1910, descended upon me, and laid a paralysis on everything this hideous herpetic episode, and its developments have been of the absolute continuity of that, as they now make it I hope dire but departing climax, and they have represented an interminable arrest of literary income, to speak of now that I can look to apparently again, getting back to decent continuity of work it becomes vital for me to aim at returning to the production of the novel, my departure, from which with its heartbreaking loss of time, was a catastrophe, a perversity and fatality so little dreamed of by me, or intended I yearn for it intellectually, and with all the force of my genius and imagination artistically in shorthand, only when this relation is renewed, shall I be again on a normal basis, only how I want to complete notes of a son and brother, with the last perfection, first which is what I trust during the next 3 or 4 months do with far greater rapidity than I have done the first book for all last winter, and spring my forenoon my working hours were my worst, and for long times so bad, and my later ones the better, whereas it is now the other way round. Jan. 28th, I have had alas dearest Harry to break this off, and not take it up again through blighted bedridden late afternoons, and whole evenings me only letter-writing time, unless I steal precious dictation hours from Miss Bosanquet, and the book my vitality my still sufficient cluster of vital assets to say nothing of my will to live, and to write assert themselves, in spite of everything. This is 5 on a dismal wet afternoon I have been out, but I came in again on purpose to get this off by tomorrow's Wednesdays. Post this apartment grows in grace nothing really could have been better for me. I went into that long account just above of the reasons why through the frustration of fond fiction, I have so much illness so aiding sunk to this momentary gene. I wanted to tell you, as against the appearance of too squalid, a helplessness for an early return to fond fiction will alter everything. But what an endless, sordid, illegible appeal, take it dearest Harry, in all indulgence from your lately so much treat, and perhaps a little nervously overanxious, by the effect of so much suffering, but all unconquered and devoted old uncle. Henry James. P.S. A beautiful letter from your mother of Jan. 13th on receipt of my cable, has just come in all tenderest love. To Miss Grace Norton. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. Feb 6, 1913. Dearest old friend. Don't shudder, I beg you, at the sight of this grim legibility, Evan, when you compare it with your own exquisite mastery of legibility. Without grimness, let me down easily in view of the so much too long ordeal that has pressed on me, and that has so hampered and hindered and harrowed me that almost any sort of making shift to project my sentiments to a distance is a sort of victory won or patch of ground wrested from darkness, and the devil I am slowly getting better of an interminable complicated siege of pain and distress, but it has left me with arrears of every sort piled up around me like the wild fragments of some convulsion of nature, and I pick my way or grope it, or even feebly and fatally fail of it, as I best can. There are things that help withal, and one of these has been to receive your all benignant little letter of 2 days ago. I needn't reaffirm to you at this time of day that all your long patiences and fidelities, all your generosities and gallantries of always rallying yet again, are always more beautiful to me than I ever seem to have managed punctually enough to help you if need be, to feel especially, as of any such urgent help there need be no question now. You have had enough news of me from over your way. I infer pretty dismal, though it may have been, for me not to want fatuously to dose you with it, I mean given its bitter quality further, or at first hand. Therefore let me rather convey to you at first hand that I am getting into distinctly less pitiful case. I have been too complicated a sufferer for it to clear at every point at the same time, but the general sense is ever so much better, and I am going to ask of your charity to let Alice over the way see these yearning pages for her better reassurance, even if I have after a fashion managed, just of late, to reassure her more directly. I want her to have all the testimony I can treat her, and by the same token, my dear Grace, treat you too. Your little letter breathes all your characteristic courage and philosophy, while, I confess, at the same time, it fills auteur rather perhaps more exactly further, removes the veil from me in its very nature vivid enough picture of your fairly august state of lone Cambridge survivorship. I admired you on that state at closer quarters winter before last even, though my testimony to my so doing was at that time from poor physical interferences hampered and awkward. But history is so interesting when one is able to follow with closeness, a particular attaching strain of it, that my imagination, my intention, my affection and fidelity hang and hover about your own particular noble exhibition of it, as intelligently, yes, my dear Grace, as intelligently. Nothing less, I insist, as you could possibly desire, or put up with your letter fills in again for me a passage or two of detail so that I feel myself the more possessed and qualified. What I mean is above all, that even this imperfect snatch of talk with you is dear and blessed to me, and that if by hook or by crook, and through whatever densities of medium and distance I draw out a little the sense of relation with you, it will have been better than utter frustration. I look out here, while I thus communicate from a bit of the old-time stretch of riverside Chelsea, my first faraway glimpse, or sense of which has like so many of my first London glimpses and senses, my very first of all, I mean a never-lost association with you and yours, or at least, with yours and thereby with you, which means my having come here first of all one day of the early spring of 1869, with Charles and Susan, they having in their kindness brought me to call with them on the great, if great and strange, and more or less sinister Roman 500 G. Rossetti, whom Charles was in good relation with, difficult as that appeared already then to have become, for most people, and my impression of whom on the occasion with everything else of it, I have always closely retained part of it, was just this impression of the really interesting and delightful old Thameside, Chelsea, over the admirable water view of which these windows now hang, quite as if I had then secretly vowed to myself that some window of mine some day should. The river is more pompously embanked, making an admirable walk all the way to Westminster of the most salutary value to me, when I can at the soberest of paces attempt it. But the sense of it all goes back, as I say, to my fond participation in that prehistoric Queen's Gate Terrace winter. However, I am drenching you with numbered pages. I ask no credit for the number, and I almost sit with you while you read them, not exactly watching for a glow of rapture on your face, but still on the whole seeing you take them without a frown for a good intention, and a stopgap for something better. You tell me almost nothing of yourself, but all my sympathy and fidelity wait on you. Sympathy always can come in somewhere, and I am yours, my dear Grace, always, all faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. Henry White. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. Feb 23, 1913. My dear old friend, let this mechanic form and vulgar legibility notify you a little at the start that I am in rather a hampered and hindered state, and that must plead both for my delay in acknowledging your dear faithful letter of the New Year time, and for my at last having to make the best of this too impersonal art. I won't go into the history of my woes all, the more that I really hope I have shuffled the worst of them off even in this most recent form. They have been part and parcel of the grave illness that overtook me as long ago as at the New Year 1910, and with a very imperfect recovery from which I was struggling during those weary American months of winter before last, when we planned so in vain that I should come to you in Washington. I have deeply regretted ever since my failure of that pleasureel, the more that I don't see it now as conceivably again within my reach. I am restored to this soil, for whatever may remain to me of my mortal career, the grand swing across the globe which you and Harry will again nobly accomplish again, and yet Agano simply mocks at my weakness and my reduced resources. Besides, I am but too thankful to have a refuge in which continuously to crouch. Please fix well in your mind that continuity is making it easy for you some day to find me here. The continuity is broken simply by my reverting to the country for the summer and autumn, a mere change from the blue bed to the brown, and then from the brown back again to this Thameside perch, which I call the blue. I hang here for 6 months straight over the river, and find it delightful and interesting at once. Ever so quiet and ever so animated, the river has a quantity of picturesque and dramatic life and motion that one had never appreciated till one had thrown oneself on it to confiance. But it's another London, this old Chelsea of simplifications and sacrifices from the world, in which I so like to feel that I for so long lived. More or less with you, I feel somehow as much away from that now as you and Harry must feel amid your new Washington horizons, and it has of itself, for that matter, gone to pieces under the sweep of the big broom of time, which has scattered it without ceremony a few vague and altered relics of it occasionally dangle for a moment before me. I was going to say cross my path, but I haven't now such a thing as a path. Or it goes such a very few steps I try meanwhile to project myself in imagination into your Washington existence scene, besides your own allusions to it. A passing visit a few days since from Walter Berry helped me a little to fix the shining vision. WB had been, I gathered, but a day or two near you, and wasn't in possession of many particulars beyond this too, though you shine to me. You shine a bit fearful ifer. I can't rid myself in a world of Chelsea limits and fashions, of a sense of the formidable, the somehow at least, for the likes of metaphysical and bristling and glaring side of the American conditions. However you of course lightly ride the whirlwind, or at any rate, have only as much or as little of the storms as you will, and can pick out of it only such musical thunderrolls, and most purely playful forked lightnings, as suit you best. What I mean is that hereafter fashion a certain part of the work of discrimination and selection and primary clearing of the ground is already done for one in a manner that enables one to begin for one's self further on, or higher up, whereas over there, I seem to see myself speaking only from my own experience, often beginning so low down just in that way of sifting and selecting that all one's time went to it, and one was spent before arriving at any very charming altitude. This you will find obscure, but study it well though strictly in private, so as not to give me away as a sniffy critic. Heaven knows, I indulge in the most remorseless habits of criticism, hereof if I make no great public use of them, through the increasing privacy and antiquity of my life. I kind of wonder about the bearing of the queer democratic regime that seems as yet so obscurely to loom upon any latent possibilities that might have been on Harry's and your career, just as I wonder what unutterable queerness may not, as a feature of the whole conundrum, representatively speaking, before long cause us all here to sit up and stare. One or two such startling rumors about the matter, I trust groundless, having already had something of that effect. But we must all wait, mustn't we? And I do indeed envy you both your so interesting opportunity for doing so in a front box at the comedy or tragedy, the fine old American show that is whatever turn it takes. It will all give you these next months so much to look at and talk about and expertly appreciate. Lord, how I wish I were in a state or situation to be dining with you tonight. I am dying really to see your house, which means, alas, that I shall die without doing so. No glimmer of a view of the new presidential family as a White House group has come my way, so that I sit in darkness there as all around and feel you can but say that it serves me right not to have managed my life better, especially with your grand example. Amen, amen. I rejoice to hear of your having had your grandchildren with you, though you speak bewilderingly, as if they had leaped across the globe in happy exemption from parents or a parent. However, nothing does surprise me. Almost any kind of globe leaping affects me in my trow, as natural possible, nay probable. I pat Harry ever so affectionately on the back. I hold you both in the most affectionate remembrance, and am yours all faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. William James. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. March 5, 1913. Dearest Alice, an extreme blessing to me is your dear letter from Montreal. I had lately much longed to hear from you, and when do I note and had sent you a message to that effect, in writing to Harry a week ago. Really, to have some of your facts and your current picture straight from yourself is better than anything else. I write you this in conditions that give me for the hour, this morning hour, toward noon, such a sense of the possible beneficence of climate, relenting ethereal mildness. So long, and so far as one can at all come by it, we have been having, as I believe you have, a blessedly mild winter. And the climax at this moment is a kind of all uncannily premature Mayday of softness and beauty. I sit here with my big south window open to the river, open wide, and a sort of healing balm of sunshine flooding the place. Truly, I feel I did well for myself in Perchinjavan, thus modestly, for a real home just on this spot. My beginnings of going out again have consisted up to today in 4 successive excursions, in a bath chair, very command of which resource is installed, but little more than round the corner from me, and the bath chair habit, or vice, is, I fear, only too capable now of marking me for its own. This, of course, not realimy excellent legs, are, thank heaven, still too cherished a dependence and resource and remedy to me in the long run, or rather in the long or even the short crawl. Only, if you've never tried it, the B Roman 100 has a sweet appeal of its own for contemplative ventilation, And I builded better than I knew when I happened to settle here just where in all London. The long, smooth, and really charming and beguiling Thameside embankment offers it a quite ideal course for combined publicity, in the sense of variety and tranquility, in the sense of jostling against nobody and nothing, and not having to pick ones. Steps add to this that just at hand, straight across the river by the ample, and also very quiet Albert Bridge, lies the large convenient, and in its way also very beguiling Battersea Park, which you may but too unspeakably remember our making something of. The circuit of with William, on that day of the so troubled fortnight in London, after our return from Nauheim, when Theodate Pope called for us in her great car. And we came first to just round the corner here, where he and I sat waiting together outside, while you and she went into Carlyle's house. Every moment of that day has again and again pressed back upon me here, and how rather suddenly we had in the park, where we went afterwards to pull up, that is to turn and get back to the sinister little Simons. As soon as possible, however. I don't know why I should stir that dismal memory. The way the general location seems propitious to me ought to succeed in soothing the nerves of association. This last I keep saying, I mean in the sense that especially on such a morning as this, I quite adore this form of residence, this particular perch. I mean in order to make fully sure of what I have of soothing and reassuring to tell you. Lamb House hangs before me from this simplified standpoint here as a rather complicated haze, but I truly feel to overdo that view of it and shan't settle to any view at all for another year. It is the mere worriment of dragged-out unwellness that makes me see things in wrong dimensions. They right themselves perfectly at better periods. But I mustn't yet discourse too long. I am still under restriction as to uttering too much vocal sound, and I feel how guarding and nursing the vocal resource is beneficial and helpful. I don't speak to you of Herither would be too much to say, and he must shine upon you even from NY with so big a light of his own. I take him, and I take you all to have been much moved by Woodrow Wilson's fine, and clearly so sincere, even if so partial and provisional address yesterday. It isn't he, but it is the so long and so deeply provincialized and diseducated, and I fear in respect to individual activity and operative, that is administrative value every below the mark personalities of the Democratic Party, that one is pretty dismally anxious about an administration that has to take on Brian looks from the overhear point of view like the queerest and crudest of all things. But of course, I may not know what I am talking about save when I thus embrace you all almost principally Peg and your mother again, and am your ever affectionate Henry James. To Bruce Porter. The beginning and end of this letter are accidentally missing. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. March 1913. A better one than for a long while, and it enables this poor scrawl thus to try to hang itself for the hour however awkwardly round your neck. What was wonderful and beautiful in your letter of last November 9th, now so handsomely and livably before me I adore your hand, is that it was prompted to the last perfection by a sublime sense of what was just exactly my case at that hour, so that when think of this, and of how I felt it when the letter came, and of how exquisite and interesting that essential fact made it over and above its essential charm, I don't know whether I am most amazed or ashamed at my not having as nearly as possible just then, and there acclaimed the touching marvel. But in truth, this very fact of the justice of your globe-spanning divination is the real answer to that you wrote, because you so beautifully and suddenly saw from afar, and so admirably wanted to lay your hand on me in consequence, saw I mean that I was in some acute trouble, and had the heavenly wish to signal to me your sympathetic sense of it, so as I say your admirable page itself tells me, and so at the hour I hailed the sweet phenomenon. I had had a very bad summer, but hoped and supposed I was more or less throwing it off. But the points I make are first that your psychic sense of the situation had absolutely coincided in time and in California with what was going on at Lamb House on the other side of the globe, and second, after all, that precisely the conditions so revealed to you was what made it too difficult for me to vibrate back to you with any proportionate punctuality or grace. Only this, you see, is my long-delayed and comparatively dull vibration here. I am at any rate, dearest Bruce, taking you as straight again to my aged heart as these poor clumsy methods will allow. Thank God, meanwhile, I have no supernatural fears about you nor vain dreams that you are not in the living equilibrium, now as ever that becomes you best, and of which you have the brave secret. I am incapable of doubting of this, though, after all I now feel, how exceedingly I should like you to tell me so, even if, but on one side of a sheet like this so handsome, I come back to that example that I have before me, You can do so much with one side of a sheet. But oh, for a better approach to a real personal jaw. It is indeed most strange, this intimate relation of ours, that has been doomed to consist of a grain of contact et encore to a ton of separation. It's to the honor of us anyhow that we can and do keep touching, without the more platitudinous kind of demonstration of it. Still demonstrate, as I say, for 3 minutes feel a little to help you to it. How tenderly I lay my hands on you this address. Will find me, till the end of Junibut Lamb House of course, always. I have taken 3 or 4 or 5 years lease of a small flat on this pleasant old Chelsea riverside to hibernate in. For the future I return to the country for 5 or 6 months of summer and autumn, but can't stand the utter solitude and confinement of it from December to the spring's end. Ah, had we only acclimatizers, or Fanny Stevensons, if she is still the exploiter of climates I believe. I should be all right, then. Tell me of Heron, tell me of your mother. I am sending you by the Scribners a volume of reminiscential twaddle. To Lady Ritchie. Lady Ritchie had at this time thoughts afterwards abandoned of going to America. She was the Princess Royal of course, as the daughter of Thackeray. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. March 25, 1913. Dearest old friend. I am deeply interested and touched by your letter from the island, so much so that I shall indeed rush to you this day after tomorrow Thursday at 5. Your idea is as regards your sainted self of the bravest and most ingenious, but needing no end of things to be said about it, and I think I shall be able to say them. All the furore you would excite there, the glory in which you would swim or sink, would be of an ineffable resonance and effulgence. But I fear it would simply be a fatal apotheosis, a prostrating exaltation. The devil of the thing for yourself would be that terrific country is in every pulse of its being, and on every inch of its surface, a roaring repudiation and negation of anything like privacy, and of the blinding and deafening publicity you might come near to perish. But we will jaw about it. There is so much to say, and for Hester it would be another matter she could ride the whirlwind, and enjoy in a manner the storm besides. She isn't the Princess Royal, but only a remove of the blood again. However, noose and casserance and Thursday, I shall so hug the chance I am impatient for it, and am yours, and the child's all so faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. William James. The offering to Henry James from his friends in England on his 70th birthday, April 15, 1913, took the form of a letter, a piece of plate described in the following, and a request that he would sit for his portrait. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. April 1, 1913. Dearest Alice. Today comes blessedly your letter of the 18th, written after the receipt of my cable to you, in answer to your preceding one of the 6th, after you had heard from Robert Allerton of my illness. You will have been reassured further, I mean, beyond my cable be a letter I lately dispatched to Bill and Alice conjointly, in which I told them of my good and continued improvement. I am going on very well, increasingly so in spite of my having to reckon with so much chronic pectoral pain, now so seated and settled of the queer falsely anginal, but none the less when it is bad distressing order. Moreover too, it is astonishing with how much pain one can with long practice learn constantly, and not too defeatedly to live. Therefore, dearest Alice, don't think of this as too black a picture of my situation. It is so much brighter a one than I have thought at certain bad moments and seasons of the past, that I should probably ever be able to paint them. Power to work in such measure as I can is an infinite help to a better consciousness, and, though so impaired compared to what it used to be, it tends to grow distinctly, which by itself proves that I have some firm ground under my feet. And I repeat to satiety that my conditions here are admirably helpful and favoring. You can see, can't you, how strange and desperate it would be to chuck everything up: Lamb House servants, Miss Bosanquet, this newly acquired and prized resource, to come over by a formidable and expensive journey, to spend a summer in the at best to me torrid and the inmost inside of 95, a part utterly arid and vacuous Cambridge. Dearest Alice, I could come back to America, could be carried back on a stretcher, to D, but never to live to say how the question affects me is dreadfully difficult because of its appearing so to make light of you and the children. But when I think of how little Boston and Cambridge were of old ever my affair, or anything but an accident for me of the parental life there, to which I occasionally and painfully and losingly sacrificed, I have a superstitious terror of seeing them at the end of time again stretch out strange inevitable tentacles to draw me back and destroy me, and then I could never either make or afford the journey. I have no margin at all for that degree of effort. But you will have understood too well without my saying more how little I can dream of any displacement, no especially for the sake of a milieu, in which you and Peg and Bill and Alice and Alec would be burdened with the charge of making up all my life. You see my capital yielding, all my income intellectual social associational, on the old investment of so many years me capital, is here, and to let it all slide would be simply to become bankrupt. Oh, if you only on the other hand you and Peg and Alec could walk beside my bathchair down this brave Thames side, I would get back into it again. It was some 3 weeks ago dismissed, and half live there for the sake of your company. I have a kind of sense that you would be able to live rather pleasantly near me here if you could once get planted. But of course I on my side understand all your present complications. April 16th. It's really too dismal, dearest Alice, that breaking off the above at the hour I had to I have been unable to go on with it for so many days. It's now more than a fortnight old still, though my check was owing to my having of a sudden, just as I rested my pen, to drop perversely into a less decent phase than I reported to you at the moment of writing, and from which I have had with some difficulty to wriggle up again. I am now none the less able to send you no too bad news. I have wriggled up a good deal, and still keep believing in my capacity to wriggle up in general suffice, if for the moment that I just couldn't for the time drive the pen myself when I am bad. I feel too demoralized, too debilitated for this. And it doesn't at all do for me then to push against the grain. Don't feel, all the same, that if I resort this morning to the present help, it is because I am not feeling different. I really am in an easier way again. I mean, of course, specifically and anginally speaking, and the circumstances of the hour a good deal explain my proceeding thus. I had yesterday a birthday, an extraordinary, prodigious, portentous, quite public birthday of all things in the world, and it has piled up acknowledgments and supposedly delightful complications and arrears at such a rate all round me that in short Miss Bosanquet being here I today at least throw myself upon her aid, forgetting on correspondentially instead of attending to my proper work, which has however kept going none so badly, in spite of my last poor fortnight. I will tell you in a moment of my signal honors, but want to mention first that your good note written on receipt of a small boy has meanwhile come to me, and by the perfect fullness of its appreciation, gave me the greatest joy. There are several things I want to say to you about the shape and substance of the book, and I will yet only. Now I want to get this off absolutely by today's American post, and tell you about the honors a little before you wonder in comparative darkness over whatever there may have been in the American papers, that you will perhaps have seen though in 2 or 3 of the New York ones, more possibly, than in the Boston. I send you by this post a copy of yesterday's Times, and one of the Pall Mall Gazette'th 2 or 3 passages, in which together, I suppose to have been more probably than not reproduced in NY. But I send you above all a copy of the really very beautiful letter, ushering in the quite wonderful array of signatures, as I can't but feel of my testifying and presenting friends, a list of which you perhaps can't quite measure the very charming and distinguished and brilliant character. Without knowing your London better, what I wish I could send you is the huge harvest of exquisite, of splendid sheaves of flowers that converted a goodly table in this room by the time yesterday was waning into such a blooming garden of complementary color, as I never dreamed I should on my own modest premises almost bewilderedly stare at, sniff at all, but quite cry at I think I must, and shall in fact compass sending you a photograph of the still more glittering tribute dropped upon me, really splendid golden bowl of the highest interest and most perfect taste, which would in the extremity of its elegance be too proudly false a note amid my small belongings here if it didn't happen to fit, or to sit rather with perfect grace and comfort on the middle of my chimney-piece, where the rather good glass and some other happy accidents of tone most fortunately consort with it. It is a very brave and artistic exact reproduction of a piece of old Charles Roman II, plate, the bowl or cup having handles, and a particularly charming lid or cover, and standing on an ample round tray, or salver, the whole being wrought in solid silver gilt, and covered over with quaint incised little figures of it in the taste of the time Chinese intention. In short, it's a very beautiful and honorable thing, indeed, against the giving to me of the portrait presumably by Sargent, if I do succeed in being able to sit for it. I have absolutely and successfully protested the possession, the attribution or ownership of it I have insisted, shall be only their matter, that of the subscribing friends. I am sending Harry a copy of the letter too, but do send him on this as well. You see, there must be good life in me still when I can gabble so hard. The book appears to be really most handsomely received hereabouts. It is being treated, in fact, with the very highest consideration. I hope it is viewed a little in some such mannerly light round about yourselves. But I really call for no notices. Whatever I don't in the least want what I do want is to personally and firmly and intimately encircle Peg and Alec, and their mother, and squeeze them as hard together as is compatible with squeezing them so tenderly. With this tide of gabble you will surely feel that I shall soon be at you again. And so I shall, yours, dearest Alice, and dearest all, ever so, and ever so. Henry James. To Percy Lubbock. A copy of H.J.'s letter of thanks was sent to each of the subscribers to the birthday present. He eventually preferred that their names should be given in a postscript to his letter, which follows in its final form. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. April 21, 1913. My dear blessed Percy, I enclose you herewith a sort of provisional apology for a form of thanks. Read it, and tell me on Wednesday, when I count on you at 1, whether you think it will do as being on the one hand not too pompous or important, and on the other not too free and easy. I have tried to steer a middle way between hysterical emotion and marble immortality. To any emendation you suggest, I will give the eagerest ear, though I have really considered and pondered my expression, not a little studying the pros and cons. As to each tour, however, we will earnestly speak of it, the question of exactly where and how my addresses had best figure, when the thing is reduced to print, you will perhaps have your idea about, for it must seem to you, as it certainly does to me, that their names must in common decency be all drawn out again. But you will pronounce when we meet heaven's speed the hour. Yours, my dear Percy, more than ever constantly. Henry James. P.S. It seems to me that the little arrangement that really almost imposes itself would be that the printed thing should begin with my date and address, and my dear friends all, and that the full list, taking even 3 complete pages, or whatever, should then and there draw itself out, after which, as a fresh paragraph, the body of my little text should begin. Anything else affects me as more awkward. And I seem to see you in full agreement with me as to the absolute necessity that every signer without exception shall be addressed to 270 friends. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. April 21, 1913. Dear friends all, let me acknowledge with boundless pleasure the singularly generous and beautiful letter, signed by your great and dazzling array, and reinforced by a correspondingly bright material gauge, which reached me on my recent birthday, April 15th. It has moved me as brave gifts and benedictions can only do when they come as signal surprises. I seem to wake up to an air of breathing good, will the full sweetness of which I had never yet tasted, though I ask myself now, as a second thought, how the large kindness and hospitality, in which I have so long and so consciously lived among you, could fail to act itself out according to its genial nature, and by some inspired application, the perfect grace with which it has embraced the just past occasion, for its happy thought affects me. I ask you to believe, with an emotion too deep for stammering words, I was drawn to London long years ago, as by the sense felt from still earlier of all the interest and association I should find here, and I now see how my faith was to sink deeper foundations than I could presume ever to measure, how my justification was both stoutly to grow and wisely to wait. It is so wonderful indeed to me, as I count up your numerous and various, your dear and distinguished friendly names, taking in all they recall, and represent, that I permit myself to feel at once highly successful and extremely proud. I had never in the least understood that I was the one, or signified that I was the other, but you have made a great difference, you tell me, together, making one rich tone of your many voices, almost the whole story of my social experience, which I have reached the right point for living over again, with all manner of old times and places, renewed old wonderments and pleasures, reappeased and recaptured, so that there is scarce one of your ranged company but makes good the particular connection, quickens the excellent relation, lights some happy train, and flushes with some individual color. I pay you my very best respects, while I receive from your 250 pair of hands, and more the admirable, the inestimable bowl, and while I engage to sit, with every accommodation to the so markedly indicated one of you, my illustrious friend, Sergeant, with every accommodation I say, but with this one condition, that you yourselves in your strength and goodness remain guardians of the result of his labor, Evan, as I remain all faithfully and gratefully yours. Henry James. P.S. And let me say over your names, There follows the list of the 270 subscribers to the birthday gift. To Mrs. G. W. Prothero. Mr. and Mrs. Prothero, already at Rye, had suggested that H.J. should go to Lamb House for Whitsuntide. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. April 30th, 1913. Best of friends both. Oh, it is a dream of delight, but I should have to climb a perpendicular mountain first. Your accents are all but irresistible, and your company divinely desirable. But if you knew how thoroughly, and for such innumerable good reasons I am seated here till I am able to leave for a real and workable absence, you would do my poor plea of impossibility justice. I have just conversed with Joan and Kid, conversed so affably, not to say lovingly, in the luminous kitchen, which somehow let in a derisive glare upon every cranny and crevice of the infatuated scheme with this fierce light. There mingled the respectful jeers of the two ladies themselves, which rose to a mocking, though still deeply deferential climax for the picture of their polishing off, or dragging violently out of bed, the so dormant and tuck-it-in house, in the ideal couple of hours before their attitude. I lowered my lanciously, understanding moreover that their round of London gaieties is still so fresh, and spiced a cup to them, that to feel it removed from their lips even for a moment, is almost more than they can bear. And then the coarse and brutal truth is further that I am oh so utterly well fixed here for the moment, and so void of physical agility for any kind of somersault. A little while back, while the birthday raged, I did just look about me for an off-corner, but now there has been a drop, and the best calm of Whitsuntide descending on the scene here, I feel it would be a kind of lapse of logic to hurry off to where the social wave hurrying ahead of me would be breaking on a holiday strand. I am so abjectly, so ignobly fond of not traveling to keep up not doing it, is in itself, for me, the most thrilling of adventures. And I am working so well unberufen with my admirable secretary, I shouldn't really dare to ask her to join our little caravan, raising it to the number of 5 for a fresh tuning up again. And on the other hand, I may now abandon what I am fatuously pleased to call my work for a single precious hour. Forgive my beastly rudeness. I will write more in a day or two. Do loll in the garden yourselves, to your very fill. Do cultivate George's geniality. Do steal any volume or set of volumes out of the house that you may like, and do still think gently of your poor ponderous, and thereby don't you see so permanent old friend. Henry James. To William James, Jr. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. June 18, 1913. Dearest Bill, I suppose myself to be trying today to get off a brief response both to Harry and to dear Peg, whom I owe much rather volumes of acknowledgement to, but I put in first these few words to you, and Eliza, for the quite wrong reason that the couple of notes just received from you are those that have last come. This is because I feel as if I had worried you a good bit more than helped over the so interesting name question of the babe. It wasn't so much an attempted solution at all that I the other week hastily rushed into, but only a word or two that I felt I absolutely had to utter for my own relief, by way of warning against our re-embarking any of us on a fresh and possibly interminable career of the tiresome and graceless junior. You see, I myself suffered from that tag, to help out my identity for 40 years, greatly disliking it all the while, and with my dislike never in the least understood or my state pitied. And I felt I couldn't be dumb if there was any danger of your boys being started unguardedly, and to gay it decur on a like long course, so probably, and desirably, very, very long in his case, given your youth and prominence, in short, your immortal duration. It seemed to me I ought to do something to conjure away the danger, though I couldn't go into the matter of exactly what at all, as if we were only, and most delightfully, talking it over at our leisure. And face to face with the babe, I mean, as I wish to goodness, we were the different modes of evasion, or attenuation in that American world, where designations are so bare and variations of the accruing or social kind, so few, are difficult to go into this distance. And in short, all that I meant at all by my attack was just a hint, I feel so, for poor dear Harry's carrying of his tag end, as if I myself were directly responsible for it. However, no more of that. To this machinery, the complications arising from the socially so fierce London June inevitably, and in fact mercifully, drive me, for I feel the assault, the attack on one's time and one's strength, even in my so simplified and disqualified state, which it is my one great effort not to allow to be knocked about. However, I of course do succeed in simplifying, and in guarding myself enormously. One can't but succeed when the question is so vital, as it has now become with me, which is really, but a preface to telling you how much the most interesting thing in the matter has been. During the last 3 weeks, my regular sittings for my portrait to Sargent, which have numbered now some 7 or 8, I forget which, and with but a couple more to come, so the thing is I make out very nearly finished, and the head apparently, as I much hope to have almost nothing more done to it, it is I infer a very great success. A number of the competent and intelligent have seen it, and so pronounce it in the strongest terms. In short, it seems likely to be one of SS very fine things. One is almost full face with one's left arm over the corner of one's chairback, and the hand brought round so that the thumb is caught in the armhole of one's waistcoat, and said hand therefore with the fingers, a bit folded entirely visible, and treated of course I am, sitting a little askance in the chair. The canvas comes down to just where my watch chain such as it is poor thing is hung across the waistcoat, which latter in itself is found to be splendidly poor thing, though it also be, and most interestingly treated Sargent, can make such things so interesting, such things as my coat lappet, and shoulder and sleeve too. But what is most interesting, everyone is agreed, is the mouth in which even he has never painted a more living, and as I am told expressive. In fact, I can quite see that myself, and really, I seem to feel the thing will be all that can at the best with such a subject, have been expected of it. I only wish you and Alice had assisted. At some of the sittings Sargent likes animated, sympathetic, beautiful, talkative friends to do in order to correct by their presence 2 lugubrious expressions. I take for granted I shall before long have a photograph to send you, and then you will be able partially to judge for yourselves. I grieve over your somewhat sorry account of your own winter record of work, though I allow in it for your habitual extravagance of blackness. Evidently, the real meaning of it is that you are getting so fort all the while that you kick every rung of your ladder away from under you by mere uncontrollable force, as you mount and mount, but the rungs, I trust, are all the while being carefully picked up far below, and treasured, this being Alice's, to say nothing of anybody else's natural care and duty. Give all my love to her, and to the beautiful nursing Scrap. I want to say 30 things more to her, but my saying power is too finite a quantity. I gather that this will find you happily, and I trust very conveniently, and workably settled at Chocorua. May the summer be blessed to you, and the thermometer low, and the motor runs many now. I really have to get at Harry, but do send this in any case on to Irving Street, for the sake of the report of the picture. I want them to have the good news of it without delay. Yours both all affectionately, Henry James. To Miss Rhoda Broughton. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. June 25, 1913. My dear Rhoda, I reply to your quite acclaimed letter if there can be an acclamation of 1b this mechanic aid, for the simple reason that much handicapped as to the free brandish of arm and hand nowadays, I find that the letters thus helped out do get written, whereas those I am too shy or too fearsome or too ceremonious to think anything but my poor scratch of a pen good enough, for simply don't come into existence at all. It greatly touches me at any rate to get news of you by your own undiscouraged hand, and it kind of cheers me up about you generally during your exile from this blessed town, which you see I continue to bless, that you appear to be in some degree on the go, and capable of the brave exploit of a country visit, with a brother to offer you a gardenriot of roses. However, I don't wonder, but the more rejoice that you were inspired, and have been sustained. Yes, thank you, dear F. Prothero was voracious about the portrait, as she is about everything it is now finished. Parashev, I sat for the last time a couple of days ago, and is nothing less evidently than a very fine thing, indeed Sargent at his very best and poor H.J. not at his worst, in short a living breathing likeness. Masterpiece of painting. I am really quite ashamed to admire it so much, and so loudly it so much as if I were calling attention to my own fine points. I don't alas exhibit a point in it, but am all large and luscious rotten to be, which you may see how true a thing it is, and I am sorry to have ceased to sit in spite of the repeated big holes it made in my precious mornings, JSS being so genial and delightful a nature de grand mater to have to do with, and his beautiful high cool studio, opening upon a balcony that overhangs a charming Chelsea green garden, adding a charm to everything. He liked always a friend or two to be in to break the spell of a settled gloom in my countenance by their prattle, though you will doubtless think this effect but little achieved when I tell you that having myself found the thing as it grew more and more like Sir Joshua's Dr. Johnson, and said so a perceptive friend reinforced me a couple of sittings later by breaking out irrepressibly with the same judgment. I am sticking on in London, you see, and have got distinctly better with the lapse of the weeks. In fact, dear old town taken on the absolutely simplified and restricted terms, in which I insist on taking it, as compared with all the ancient storm and stress, is distinctly good for me. And the weather keeping coolipsit omen, I am not in a hurry to flee. I shall go to Rye none the less within a fortnight. I have just heard with distress that dear Norris has come, and gone without making me a sign. I learned by telephone from his club that he left yesterday. This has of course been consideration. But damn such consideration, my imagination soaring over the interval, hangs fondly about the time next autumn, when you will be Roman 500 Roman 5, restored to Cadogan Gardens. I am impatient for my return hither, before I have so much as really prepared to go. May the months meanwhile lie light on you, yours, my dear Rhoda, all faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. Alfred Suttrow. H.J. had been with Mrs. Suttrow to a performance of Henry Bernstein's play Le Secret with Mme. Simone in the principal part. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. June 25, 1913. Dear Mrs. Suttrow. Yes, what a sad history of struggles against fate the recital of our whole failure to achieve yesterday in Tite Street does make. It was a sorry business, my not having been able to wire you on Saturday. But it wasn't till the Sunday sitting that the change to the Tuesday from the probable Wednesday, through the latter's having become impossible unexpectedly to Sargent, was settled, and yesterday was the real last time it terminated. Even at 12 any touch more would be simply detrimental. And the hand to my sense is now all admirably there. But you must see it some day when you are naturally in town. I can easily arrange for that. I shall be there, I seem to make out, for a considerable number of days. Yet Mrs. Wharton comes over from Paris on the 30th for a week, however, and I apprehend will catch me up in her relentless car. Pardon any apparent invidious comparison, for most of the time she is here. That at least is her present programme, but suvent femme very, and that lady not least. I am addressing you, you see, after this mechanic fashion, without apology, for the excellent reason that during these forenoon hours it is my so much the most expeditive way. Almost more than missing the séance, to which, by the way, Hedworth Williamson came in just at the last with Mrs. Hunter, do I miss talking with you of Le Secret last night, and of the wondrous demoniac little Simone, though of the play, and of Bernstein's extraordinary theatric art themselves more than anything else. I think our friend the critic said beautifully right things about them in yesterday's Times, but it would be so interesting to have the matter out in more of its aspects too. What most remains with one in brief is that the play somehow represents a case, merely as distinguished, so to speak, from a situation, the case being always a thing rather void of connections with and into life at large, and the situation, dramatically speaking, being largely of interest just by having those thereby. It is that Le Secret leaves one nothing to apply by reflection and by way of illustration to one's sense of life in general, but is just a barren little instance, little limited monstrosity, as curious and vivid as you like, but with no moral or morality, good old word, at all involved in it, or projected out of it as an interest. Hence, the so unfertilized state in which the mutual relations are left thereby. It's only theatrically as distinguished from dramatically interesting. I think even if it be after that fashion more just theatrically valuable than anything else of Bernstein's, for him, it may count as almost superior, and beautifully done all round. Yes, save in the matter of the fat blonde, whose after all pretty recent lapse one has to take so comfortably and sympathetically for granted. However, if she had been more sylph-like and more pleasing, she wouldn't seem to have been paying for her past at the rate demanded, and if she had been any way different, in short, would have appeared to know, and to have previously known too much, what she was about. To be pathetic enough, victim enough, what a pull the French do get for their dramaform, their straight swift course, by being able to postulate such ladies for interest, sympathy, edification, even with such a fine absence of what we call explaining. But this is all now. I must post it on the jump. Do try to put in a few hours in town at some time or other before I go, and believe me, yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Hugh Walpole. Lamb House, Rye. Aug. 2113. Beautiful must be your Cornish land, and your Cornish sea, idyllic your Cornish setting, like this flattering this wonderful summer, and ours here doubtless may claim. But a modest place beside it all yet, as you have with you your mother and sister, which I am delighted to hear, and whom I gratefully bless, so I can match them with my nephew, and niece the former with me, alas, indeed. But for these 10 or 12 days, who are an extreme benediction to me, my niece, a charming and interesting young person, and most conversable stays, I hope through the greater part of September, and I even curse that necessary limit when she returns to America. I like exceedingly to hear that your work has got so bravely on, and envy you that sovereign consciousness when it's finished. Well, when it's finished, let some of those sweet young people, the bons amis yours, come to me for the small change of remark that I gathered from you the other day. You were adorable about it. They have more than once chinked in your ear as from my poor old pocket, and they will see you will, in what coin I shall have paid them. I too am working with a certain shrunken regularity and not made to lapse and stumble by circumstances damnably physical beyond my control. These circumstances tend to come on the whole, thanks to a great power of patience in my ancient organism, rather more within my management than for a good while back. But to live with a bad and chronic anginal demon preying on one's vitals takes a great deal of doing. However, I didn't mean to write you of that side of the picture, save that it's a large part of that same, and only glance that way to make sure of your tenderness, even when I may seem to you backward and blank. It isn't to exploit your compassionates, only to be able to feel that I am not without your fond understanding so far as your blooming youth, there's the crack in the fiddle case, can fondly understand my so otherwise conditioned age. My desire is to stay on here as late into the autumn as may consort with my condition. I dream of sticking on through November, even if possible. Chain Walk and the black-barged Yellow River will be the more agreeable to me when I get back to them. I make out that you will then be in London again, I mean by November, though such a black gulf of time intervenes. And then of course I may look to you to come down to me for a couple of days. It will be the lowest kind of jink, so halting is my pace. Yet we shall somehow make it serve. Don't say to me, by the way, apropos of jinks, high kind, that you speak of having so wallowed in previous to leaving town, that I ever challenge you as to why you wallow or splash or plunge, or dizzily and sublimely soar into the jinx element, or whatever you may call it, as if I ever remarked on anything but the absolute inevitability of it for you at your age, and with your natural curiosities as it were, and passions. It's good, healthy exercise when it comes, but in bouts and brief convulsions, and it's always a kind of thing that it's good and considerably final to have done. We must know as much as possible in our beautiful art, yours and mine, what we are talking about, and the only way to know is to have lived and loved and cursed and floundered and enjoyed and suffered. I think I don't regret a single excess of my responsive youth. I only regret in my chilled age certain occasions and possibilities. I didn't embrace bad doctrine to impart to a young idiot or duffer, but in place for a young friend, pressed to my heart with a fund of nobler passion, the preserving, the defying, the dedicating, and which always has the last word, the young friend who can dip and shake off and go his straight way again when it's time. But well, talk of all thisits, absolutely late, who is Roman 500 H. Lawrence, who you think would interest me? Send him and his book alongby, which I simply mean inoculate me at your convenience. Don't address me the volume so far as I can be inoculated. I always try to let anything of the kind take. Last year, you remember, a couple of improbabilities as to taking did worm a little into the Fortress Gilbert canon, was one I have been reading over Tolstoy, Interminable Peace and War, and am struck with the fact that I now protest as much as I admire he doesn't do to read over, and that exactly is the answer to those who idiotically proclaim the impunity of such formless shape, such flopping looseness, and such a denial of composition, selection, and style. He has a mighty fund of life, but the waste and the ugliness and vice of waste, the vice of a not finer doing, are sickening for me. He makes composition thrown by contrast in effulgent luster. Ever your fondest of the fond. H.J. To Mrs. Archibald Grove. Lamb House, Rye. August 22, 1913. My dear Kate Grove, please don't measure by my not overavoided delay of 3 or 4 or 5 days to acknowledge it the degree of pleasure and blessed relief your most kind letter represents for me. I have fallen these last years on evil days, physically speaking, and have to do things only when, and as I rather difficultly can, and not after a prompter fashion. But you give me a blessed occasion, and I heartily thank you for it. Ever since that so pleasant meeting of ours in Piccadilly toward the end of 1909, nearly 4 long years, ago have I been haunted with the dreadful sense of a debt to your benevolence that has remained woefully undischarged. I came back to this place that same day off our happy encounter to be taken on the morrow, with the preliminaries of a wretched illness that dismally developed that lasted actively in short for 2 long years, and that has left me for the rest of my ancient days, much compromised and disqualified, though I should be better of some of it all now I mean betterer if I weren't so much olderer. However, the point is that just as I had begun, on that now fair-off occasion, to take the measure of what was darkly before method, had been clapped into bed by my doctor here, and a nurse clapped down beside me, the first of a perfect procession. I heard from you in very kind terms, asking me to come and see you, and Archibald in the country probably at the Pollards inscribed upon your present letter. Well, I couldn't so much as make you a sign. Me correspondence had so utterly gone to pieces on the spot little by little in the aftertime. I picked up some of those pieces. Authors are forever scattered to the wind's end. This particular piece you see I am picking up now with a slight painful contortion, only after this lapse of the years. It is too strange, and too gracelesser would be, so, if you hadn't just put into it a grace, for which as I say I can scarce sufficiently thank you. The worst of such disasters and derelictions is that they take such terrific retrospective explanations, and that one's courage collapses at all there is to tell. And so the wretched appearance continues. However, I repeat, you have transformed it by your generous condonation. You have helped me to tell you a small scrap of my story. It was on your part a most beautiful inspiration, and I bless my ponderous volume for its communication to you of the impulse, quite apart from this balm to my stricken conscience. I do rejoice that the fatuous book has beguiled and interested you. I had pleasure in writing it, but I delight in the liberality of your appreciation. But I wish you had told me too something more of yourself, and of Grove more I mean, than that you are thus ideally amiable, which I already knew your we has a comprehensive looseness, and I should have welcomed more dots on the is almost your only detail, is that you were here at some comparatively recent hour I infer, and that you only gave my little house beautiful dumb glare, and went your way again. Why do you do such things? They give you almost an air of exulting in them afterwards. If I only had a magic car of my own, I would jump into it tomorrow, and come over to see you at Crowborough. I was there in that fashion, by an afternoon lift from a friend, exactly a year ago. My brother William's only daughter, a delightful young woman, and her eldest brother, a most able and eminent young man, are with me at this time, though he too briefly and demand of me or receive from me all the attention my reduced energies are capable of in a social, so to speak, and adventurous way. But if anything is possible later on, I will do my best toward it. I wish you were both conceivable at luncheon here. Do ask yourselves candidly. If you Arantan make me the affirmative sign, I should so like to see you. I recall myself affectionately to Archibald. I think of the ancient wonders, images, scene is all phantasmagoric now yours, and his all faithfully. Henry James. To William Ruffed W.S. Mr. Ruffed at this time, a stranger, had sent H.J. some literature of a kind, in which he always took a keen interest, the literature of crime. The following refers to the gift of a publication of the Juridical Society of Edinburgh, dealing with trials of witches in the time of James. Roman 1. Other volumes of the same nature followed, and the correspondence led to a valued friendship with the giver. Lamb House Rye. August 24, 1913. Dear Mr. Ruffed, I succumbed to your witchery, that is, I read your brave pages the very day they swam into my ken. What a pleasure, by the way, to hang over a periodical page, so materially handsome, as that of which the Scots members of your great profession dispose those, at least, who are worthy but face to face with my correspondence, and with my age, a very certain age, and some of its drawbacks. I am aware of the shrunken nature of my poor old shrunken energies of response in general, once fairly considerable, and hence, in short, this little delay of a horrible interest, and a most ingenious vividness of presentation, is all that hideous business in your hands, with the unspeakable king's figure looming through the cauldron smoke. He kicks up to more abominable effect than the worst witch images, into which he so fondly seeks to convert other people. He was truly a precious case, and quite the sort of one that makes us most ask how the time and place concerned with him could at all stagger under him, or successfully stomach him. But the whole, the collective state of mind and tissue of horrors, somehow fall outside of our measure and sense, and exceed our comprehension. The amenability of the victims, the wonder of what their types and characters would at all rhyme with among ourselves today, takes more setting forth than it can easily get even, as you figure it or touch on it, and there are too many things in the amenability, as to which one vainly asks one's self what they can too miserably have meant. That is the flaw in respect to interest, that the psychology of the matter fails, for want of more intimate light in the given, in any instance, It doesn't seem enough to say that the wretched people were amenable just to torture, or their torturers, just to a hideous sincerity of fear, for the selectability of the former must have rested on some aspects or qualities that elude us, and the question of what could pass for the latter as valid appearances, as verifications of the imputed thing, is too abysmal. And the psychology of the loathsome, James O. The fortunes of Nigel which Andrew Lang admired, is of no use in mere glimpses of his cruelty, which explains nothing or unless we get it all and really enter the horrid sphere. However, I don't want to do that in truth, for the wretched aspects of the creature do a disservice, somehow, to the so interesting, and on the whole so sympathetic appearance of his wondrous mother, that she should have had but one issue of her body, and that he should have had to be that particular mixture of all the contemptibilities bar none, is too odious to swallow. Of course he had a horrid papa, but he has always been retroactively compromising, and my poor point is simply that he is the more so the more one looks at him, as your rich page makes one do. But I insist too much, and all I really wanted to say is do very generously send me the sequel to your present study. Me appetite has opened to it too. But then go back to the dear old human and sociable murders and adulteries and forgeries, in which we are so agreeably at home, and don't tell me for charity's sake that your supply runs short. I am greatly obliged to you for that good information as to the accessibility of those modern case-off, which I am on the point of availing myself. It's a kind of relief to me to gather that the sinister Aaronai may take such visions too hard. But it has been made sinister to me hasn't quite answered for you here. We have been having a wondrous benignant August. May you therefore have had some benignity, and may you not feel the least bit pressingly the pull of this letter. Yours most truly, Henry James. P.S. Only send me the next juridiculand, then a wee word. To Mrs. William James. Lamb House, Rye. August 28, 1913. Dearest Alice, your Irving St. letter of the 16th has blessedly come, and Harry, alas, not so auspiciously, leaves me tomorrow on his way to sail from Southampton on Saturday. But though it's very, very late in the evening, I won't tell you how late I want this hurried word to go along with him, to express both my joy of hearing from you and my joy of him, little as that is expressible, for how can I tell you what it is for me in all this latter time that William's children and your children should be such an interest, such a support, and such a benediction. Peggy and Harry between them will have crowned this summer with ease and comfort to me, and I know how it will be something of the same to you that they have done so. It makes me think all the while, as it must forever you will feel, I well know make you, of what William's joy of him would have been something so bitter, rises at every turn from everything that is good for us, and that he is out of. I have shared nothing happy with the children these weeks, and there have been, thank heaven, many such things, without finding that particular shadow always of a sudden leap out of its lair. But why do I speak to you of this as if I needed to, and it weren't with you all the while far more than it can be even with me? The only thing is that to feel it, and say it unspeakable though one's tenderness be, as a sort of dim propitiation of his ghost, that hovers yearningly for us docent it at once so partakingly near, and yet so far off in darkness. However, I throw myself into the imagination that he may blessedly pity us far more than we can ever pity him, and the great thing is that even our sense of him as sacrificed only keeps him the more intensely with us. Good night, dearest Alice. H.J. To Howard Sturgis. Lamb House, Rye. Sept. 2nd, 1913. My dearest of all Howards, I long so for news of you that nothing but this act of aggression will serve, and that even though I know none better what a heavy, not to say intolerable overburdening of illness, is the request that those even too afflicted to feed themselves shall feed the post with vivid accounts of themselves. But though I don't in the least imagine that you are not feeding yourself, I hope very regularly and daintily, this is all the same an irresistible surrender to sentiments of which you are the loved object. Downright crude affection, fond interest, uncontrollable yearning. Look you, it isn't a request for anything, even though I languish in the vagates, just a renewed declaration of dispositions long I trust familiar to you, and which my uncertainty itself makes me want for my relief to reiterate a vaguish which looks like aguish. But let the connection particularly forbid echo of you, came to me shortly since from Rhoda Broughton, more or less, to the effect that she believed you to be still in Scotland and still nurse-ridden, which is my rude way of putting it, and this she took for not altogether significant of your complete recovery of ease. However, she is on occasion a rich dark pessimist, which is always the more picturesque complexion, and she may that day but have added a more artful touch to her cheek. I decline to believe that you are not rising by gentle stages to a fine equilibrium. Unless some monstrous evidence crowds upon me, I have myself little by little left such a weight of misery behind, merely quite shaken off, though ever so slowly, the worst of it, that slowness is to me no unfavoring argument at all, nor is the fact of fluctuations a thing to dismay. One goes unutterably roundabout, but still one goes, and so it is I have come to where I am, I mean, which is doubtless where I shall more or less stay. I can do with it for want of anything grander, and its comparative peace and ease. It isn't what I wish you for. I wish and invoke upon you the superlative of these benedictions, and indeed it would give me a good shove on to the positive myself to know that your comparative creeps quietly forward. Don't resent creeping. There's an inward joy in it at its best that leaping and bounding don't know, and I am sure you are having, Itvin, if you still only creep at its best. I live snail-like here, and it's from my modest brown shell that I reach, oh dearest Howard, ever so tenderly forth to you. I am having gabsit omna, very decent little summer. My quite admirable niece Peggy has been with me for some weeks. She is to be so some 3 more. And her presence is most soothing and supporting. I can't stand stiff solitude in the large black doses I once could. But good night, and take all my blessing, gall, but a scrap for William, yours dearest Howard, so very fondly. H.J. To Mrs. G. W. Prothero. The young man from Texas was Mr. Stark Young, who had appealed to Mrs. Prothero for guidance in the study of H.J.'s books. H.J. was amused by the request of which Mrs. Prothero told him, and immediately wrote the following. Right. Sept. 14th, 1913. This please for the delightful young man from Texas, who shows such excellent dispositions. I only want to meet him halfway, and I hope very much he won't think I don't, when I tell him that the following indications as to 5 of my productions, splendid number, I glory in the tribute of his appetite, are all on the basis of the Scribner's or Macmillan's collective and revised and prefaced edition of my things, and that if he is not minded somehow to obtain access to that form of them, ignoring any others, he forfeits half or much more than half my confidence. So I thus amicably beseech him, I suggest to give him as alternatives these 2 slightly different lists. Roderick Hudson. The Portrait of a Lady. The Princess Casamassima. The Wings of the Dove. The Golden Bowl. The American. The Tragic Muse. The Wings of the Dove. The Ambassadors. The Golden Bowl. The second list is as it were the more advanced, and when it comes to the shorter tales, the question is more difficult for characteristic selection, and demands separate treatment. Come to me about that dear young man from Texas later on. You shall have your little tarts when you have eaten your beef, and potatoes. Meanwhile, receive this from your admirable friend Mrs. Prothero. Henry James. To H. G. Wells. The following refers to Mr. Wells' novel The Passionate Friends. Lamb House Rye. September 21st, 1913. My dear Wells, I won't take time to tell you how touched I freshly am by the constancy with which you send me these wonderful books of yours. I am too impatient to let you know how wonderful I find the last. I bare my head before the immense ability of it, before the high intensity with which your talent keeps itself interesting, and which has made me absorb the so full-bodied thing in deep and prolonged gustatory draughts. I am of my nature, and by the effect of my own preoccupations, a critical, a non-naïf, a questioning, worrying reader, and, more than ever so at this end of time, when I jib altogether and utterly at the fiction of the day, and find no company but yours, and that, in a degree of 1 or 2 others possible, to read a novel at all, I perform afresh to my sense the act of writing it, that is, of rehandling the subject according to my own lights, and overscoring the author's form and pressure with my own vision and understanding of the ways. Of course, I mean, when I see a subject in what he has done and feel its appeal to me as one which I fear I very often don't, this produces reflections and reservesits the very measure of my attention and my interest. But there's nobody who makes these particular reactions less matter for me than you do, as they occur, who makes the whole apple cart so run away that I don't care if I don't upset it, and only want to stand out of its path and see it go. This is because you have so positive a process and method of your own, rare and almost sole performer to this tune roundabout, use in fact absolutely sole, by the force of your exhibition, that there's an anxious joy in seeing what it does for you, and with you I find you perverse, and I find you on a whole side unconscious, as I can only call it, But my point is that with this heartbreaking leak, even sometimes so nearly playing the devil, with the boat your talent remains so savory, and what you do so substantial. I adore a rounded objectivity, a completely and patiently achieved one. And what I mean by your perversity and your leak is that your attachment to the autobiographic form for the kind of thing, undertaken the whole expression of actuality, up to date, affects me, as sacrificing what I hold most dear, a precious effect of perspective indispensable, by my fond measure, to beauty and authenticity, where there needn't so much be question of that as in your hero's rich and roaring impressionism, his expression of his own experience, intensity and avidity. As a whole you are magnificent there, your ability prodigiously triumphs, and I grovel before you. This is the way to take your book, I think, with Stratton's own picture, I mean of himself, and his immediate world, felt and seen with such exasperated, and oh such simplified impatiences, as its subject exclusively, so taken it's admirably sustained. And the life and force and wit and humor, the imagination and arrogance and genius, with which you keep it up are tremendous, and all your own. I think this projection of Stratton's rage, reflections and observations and world visions, is in its vividness and humor and general bigness of attack, a most masterly thing to have done. His South Africa, etc., I think really sublime, and I can do beautifully with him, and his ideas altoge there is, and they are an immense success. Where I find myself doubting, is where I gather that you yourself see your subject more particularly, and where I rather feel it escape me, that is to put it simplifer. I didn't mean to draw this out so much, and it's 2 o'clock a Roman 1000. The hero's prodigiously clever, foreshortened impressionising report of the heroine, and the relation which last is, I take it for you, the subject doesn't affect me as the real vessel of truth about them. In short, with all the beauty you have put into it, and much of it, especially at the last, is admirably beautiful, I don't care a fig for the hero's report. As an account of the matter, you didn't mean a sentimental love story, I take it you meant ever so much more, and your way strikes me as not the way to give the truth about the woman of our hour. I don't think you get her, or at any rate give her, and all through one hears your remarkable, your wonderful reporting manner, and voice up to last week, up to last night, and not by my persuasion. Hers in those letters, she writes at the last, it's for me, all Stratton, all masculinity, and intellectual superiority of the most real, all a more dazzling journalistic talent than I observe any woman anywhere, with all respect to the cleverness they exhibit, putting on record it isn't in these terms of immediate, that is of her pretended own immediate irony and own comprehensive consciousness, that I see the woman made real at all, and by so much it is, that I should be moved to take, as I say, such liberties of reconstruction. But I don't in the least want to take them, as I still more emphatically safer, what you have done has held me deliciously intent, and made me feel anew, with thanks to the great author of all things, what an invaluable form and inestimable art it is. Go on, and do it, as you like, so long as you keep doing it. Your faculty is of the highest price, your temper and your hand form one of the choicest treasures of the time. My effusive remarks are but the sign of my helpless subjection and impotent envy, and I am yours, my dear Wells, all gratefully and faithfully. Henry James. To Logan Pearsall Smith. Mr. Pearsall Smith had sent H.J. the poems of Digby Mackworth Dolben, the young writer, whose rare promise was cut short by his accidental death in 1867. His poems were edited in 1918, with a biographical introduction, by Mr. Robert Bridges, a friend and contemporary of Dolben at Eton. Lamb House Rye. October 27, 1913. My dear Logan, I thank you very kindly for the other bounties, which have followed the bounty of your visit, beginning with your vivid and charming letter, a chronicle of such happy homeward adventure. I greatly enjoyed our so long delayed opportunity for free discourse, and hold that any less freedom would have done it no due honor at all. I like to think, on the contrary, that we have planted the very standard of freedom very firmly in my little oak parlor, and that it will hang with but comparative heaviness till you come back at some favoring hour, and help me to give its folds again to the air. The munificence of your 2 little books I greatly appreciate, and have promptly appropriated the very interesting contents of Bridges' volume. The small accompanying guide gives me more or less the key to his proper possessive. The disclosure and picture of the wondrous young Dolben have made the liveliest impression on me, and I find his personal report of him very beautifully, and tenderly, in fact, just perfectly done. Immensely must one envy him the possession of such a memoir recovered, and restated sharply rescued from the tooth of time after so many piled-up years extraordinarily interesting, I think the young genius himself by virtue of his rare special gift. And even though the particular preoccupations out of which it flowers their whole note and aspect have in them for me something positively antipathetic uncannily, I mean, does the so precocious and direct avidity for all the paraphernalia of a complicated ecclesiasticism affect me's, if he couldn't possibly have come to it, or as we say gone for it by experience at that age so, that there is in it a kind of implication of the insincere and the merely imitational, the cheaply romantic. However, he was clearly born with that spoon in his mouth, even if he might have spewed it out afterwards. One wonders, immensely, whether he wouldn't in fact that's the interest of him that, it's the privilege of such a rare young case, to make one infinitely wonder, how it might or might have been for him. And Bridges seems to me right in claiming that no equally young case has ever given us ground for so much wonder in the personal and aesthetic connection. Would his ritualism have yielded to more life and longer days, and his quite prodigious, but so closely associated gift have yielded with that as though indissolubly mixed with it? Or would a big development of inspiration and form have come? Impossible to say, of course. Evidently, he could have been but most fine and distinguished whatever should have happened. Moreover, it is just as we have him, and as Bridges has so scrupulously given him, that he so touches and charms the imagination, and how instinctive poetic mastery was of the essence was the most rooted of all things in him. A faculty or mechanism, almost abnormal, seems to me shown by the thinness of his letters, compared with the thickness and maturity of his verse. But how can one talk, and how can he be anything but wrapped for our delightful uncertainty in the silver mists of morning, which one mustn't so much as want to breathe upon too hard, much less clear away? They are an immense felicity to him, and leave him a most particular little figure in the great English roll. I sometimes go to Windsor, and the very next one I shall peregrinate over to Eton on the chance of a sight of his portrait. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Roman 100 Hagberg Right, Lamb House, Rye, Oct. 31st, 1913. Very dear Hagberg, don't be alarmed, it's only me. I have for a long time had it at heart to write to you as to which I hear you comment, why the hell then didn't you? Well, because my poor old initiative, it isn't anything indecent though it looks so, has become in these days, through physical conditions, extremely impaired and inapt, and when once some weeks ago I had let a certain very right and proper moment past, the very burden I should have to lift in the effort to attenuate that delinquency seemed more formidable every time I looked at it. This burden, or rather, to begin with, this delinquency lay in the fact of my neither having signed the appeal about the Russian prisoners, which you had sent me for the purpose with so noble and touching a confidence, nor had the decency to write you a word of attenuation or explanation. I should, I feel now, have signed it for you, and without question, and simply because you asked it against my own private judgment. In fact, for that's exactly the sort of thing I should like to do for you publicly, and consciously make a fool of myself, as even though I grovel before you, generally speaking, I feel that signing would have amounted to my doing. I felt that at the time, but also wanted just to oblige you. If oblige you, it might then, why the hell didn't you? I hear you again ask. Well, again, very dear Hagberg, because I was troubled and unwell very and uncertain very, and doomed for the time to drift, to bend quite helplessly, letting the occasion get so out of hand for me that I seemed unable to recover it or get back to it. The more shame to me, I allow, since it wasn't a question then of my initiative, but just of the responsive and the accommodating. At any rate, the question worried me, and I weakly temporized, meaning at the same time, independently, to write to you. And then my disgrace had so accumulated that there was more to say about it than I could tackle, which constituted the deterrent burden above alluded to. You will do justice to the impeccable chain of my logic, and when I get back to town, as I now very soon shall by the 15th about, I hope you will perhaps do even me justice. Far from impeccable, though I personally am, I mean, when we can talk again at our ease in that dear old gorgeous gallery of pleasure, that I shall at once seek to bring about one reason further of my graceless failure to try and tell you why I was distraught about signing, was that when I did write I wanted awfully to be able to propose to you all hopefully to come down to me here for a couple of days. Perhaps you admirably would have done so, but was in fact so inapt in my then condition for any decent or graceful discharge of the office of host, thanks, as I say, to my beastly physical consciousness, that it took all the heart out of me. I am comparatively better no but straining toward Carlisle Mansions and Pall Mall It was above all when I read your so interesting notice of Tolstoy's letters in the Times that I wanted to make you a sign, but even that initiative failed. Please understand that nothing will induce me to allow you to make the least acknowledgement of this. I shall be horrified, mind you, if you take for me a grain of your so drained and despoiled letter energy. Keep whatever mercy I may look to you, for till we meet I don't despair of melting you a little toward your faithfulest. Henry James. To Robert Bridges. This continues the subject dealt with in the letter to Mr. Logan Pearsall Smith of Oct. 27, 1913. Lamb House Rye. Nov. 7, 1913. My dear Bridges, how delightful to hear from you in this generously appreciative way. It makes me very grateful to Logan for having reported to you of my pleasure in your beautiful disclosure of young Dalban, which seems to me such a happy chance for you to have had in so effective conditions, after so many years. I mean, as by the production of cards from up your sleeve my impression of your volume was indeed a very lively one. It gave me a really acute emotion to thank you for, which is a luxury of the spirit quite rare and refreshing at my time of day. Your picture of your extraordinary young friend suggests so much beauty, such a fine young individual, and yet both suggests it in such a judging, and as one feels truth-keeping a way that the effect is quite different from that of the posthumous tribute to the early gathered in general. It inspires a peculiar confidence and respect, difficult to do. I can well imagine the thing to have been keeping the course between the too great claim and the too timid, and this. But among other complicated matters, I feel, however, that there is need in respect to the poor boy's note of inspiration of no shade of timidity at Alof, so absolutely distinguished a reality, is that note given. The age at which it sounded such fineness of impulse, and such fineness of art, doesn't really at all know, where such another instance lurks in the like condition. What an interesting and beautiful one to have had such a near view off in the golden age, and to have been able to recover and reconstruct with such tenderness off the measured and responsible sort. How could you not have had the emotion which, as you rightly say, can be such an extraordinary on occasion, such a miracle-working quickener of memory, and yet how could you not also, I see, feel shy of some of the divagations in that line, to which your subject is somehow formed, rather to lend itself your tone and tact seem to me perfect, and the rare little image is embedded in them so safely and cleanly for duration, which is a real service from you to literature and to our sum of intelligent life, and you make one ask oneself just enough, I think, what he would have meant had he lived without making us do so too much. I don't quite see myself what he would have meant, and the result is an odd kind of concurrence in his charming flashing catastrophe, which is different from what most such accidents in the case of the young of high promise make one feel. However, I do envy you the young experience of your own, and the abiding sense of him in his actuality, just as you had and have them, and your having been able to intervene with such a light and final authority of taste and tenderness. I say final, because the little clear medallion will hang there exactly as you have framed it, and your volume is the very condition of its hanging. There should be absolutely no issue of the poems without your introduction. This is odd or anomalous, considering what the best of them are, bless them, but it is exactly the best of them that most want it. I hear the poor young spirit call on you out of the vague to stick to him, but you always will. I find myself so glad to be writing to you, however, that I only now become aware that the small hours of the A Roman 1000 are getting larger. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Andrei Rafalovich. This refers to the gift of the last letters of Aubrey Beardsley, edited by Father Gray, 1904. Lamb House Rye. November 7, 1913. Dear Andrei Rafalovich, I thank you again for your letter, and I thank you very kindly indeed for the volume of Beardsley's letters, by which I have been greatly touched. I knew him a little, and he was himself to my vision touching and extremely individual, but I hated his productions and thought them extraordinarily base, and didn't try enough to find the formula that reconciled this baseness, aesthetically, with his being so perfect a case of the artistic spirit. But now the personal spirit in him, the beauty of nature, is disclosed to me by your letter as wonderful, and in the conditions and circumstances deeply pathetic and interesting. The amenity, the intelligence, the patience and grace and play of mind, and of temper, how charming and individual an exhibition, and very right have you been to publish the letters, for which Father Gray's claim is indeed supported. The poor boy remains quite one of the few distinguished images on the roll of young English genius, brutally clipped, a victim of victims given the vivacity of his endowment. I am glad. I have 3 or 4 very definite one of them, rather disconcerting recollections of him. Very curious and interesting your little history of your migration to Edinburgh, the social aspect and intimate identity, of which you must, I imagine, have much gathered light to throw. And you are still young enough to find La Province meets your case too. It is because I am now so very far from that condition that London again, to which I return on the 20th, has become possible to me for longer periods. I am so old that I have shamelessly to simplify, and the simplified London that in the hustled and distracted years I vainly invoked has come round to me easily now, and fortunately meets my case. I shall be glad to see you there. But I want, thank you, Knockham, to meet with you at Claridge's. One doesn't go to Claridge's if one simplifies. I am obliged now absolutely never to dine or lunch out. A bad physical ailment wholly imposes this. But I hope you will come to luncheon with me, since you have free range in very different victuals from the Claridge. However, if you can stand that, I count on your having still more than to tell me, and am yours most truly. Henry James. To Henry James, Jr. In quoting some early letters of William James in Notes of a Son, and brother H.J. had not thought it necessary to reproduce them with absolutely literal fidelity, the following interesting account of his procedure was written in answer to some queries from his nephew on the subject. Lamb House, Rye. November 15th, 18th, 1913. Dearest Harry, it is very difficult, and even pretty painful, to try to put forward, after the fact, the considerations and emotions that have been intense for one in the long ferment of an artistic process. But I must nevertheless do something toward making you see a little perhaps how the editing of those earliest things other than rigidly had for me a sort of exquisite inevitability from the moment of those of my weeks in Cambridge of 1911, during which I began by a sudden turn of talk with your mother to dally with the idea of a family book. This idea took on for me a particular light, the light which hasn't varied through all sorts of discomfitures and difficulties and disillusionments, and in which, in fact, I have put the thing through that turn of talk, was the germ. It dropped the seed once when I had been reminiscing over some matters of your dad's and my old life of the time, far previous to her knowing us, over some memories of our father and mother, and the rest of us. I had moved her to exclaim with the most generous appreciation and response, "Oh, Henry, why don't you write these things with such an effect?" that after a bit, I found myself wondering vaguely whether I might do something of the sort, but it dated from those words of your mother's, which gave me the impulse and determined the spirit of my vision, a spirit, and a vision as far removed as possible from my mere isolated documentation of your father's record. We talked again and still again of the family book, and by the time I came away, I felt I had somehow found my inspiration, though the idea could only be most experimental, and all at the mercy of my putting it perhaps defeatedly to the proof. It was such a very special and delicate and discriminated thing to do, and only governable by proprieties and considerations all of its own, as I should evidently in the struggle with it more and more find. This is what I did find above all in coming at last to work these Cambridge letters into the whole harmony of my text, general purpose of which was to be a reflection of all the amenity and felicity of our young life of that time, at the highest pitch, that was consistent with perfect truth, to show us all at our best for characteristic expression and color and variety, and everything that would be charming. And when I laid hands upon the letters to use as so many touches and tones in the picture, I frankly confess, I seemed to see them in a better, or at all events in another light here and there than those rough and rather illiterate copies I had from you showed. At their face value, I found myself again in such close relation with your father, such a revival of relation as I hadn't known since his death, and which was a passion of tenderness for doing the best thing by him that the material allowed, and which I seemed to feel him in the room and at my elbow asking me for as I worked, and as he listened it was as if he had said to me on seeing me lay my hands on the weak little relics of our common youth, "Oh, but you're not going to give me away to hand me over in my raggedness and my poor accidents quite unhelped, unfriendly. You're going to do the very best for me you can, aren't you? And since you appear to be making such claims for me, you're going to let me seem to justify them as much as I possibly may." And it was as if I kept spiritually replying to this, that he might indeed trust me to handle him with the last tact and devotion that is due with him. Everything I seemed to feel him like for being kept up to the amenity pitch. These were small things, the very smallest, they appeared to me all along to be tiny amendments in order of words, degrees of emphasis, Roman 100 to the end, that he should be more easily and engagingly readable, and thereby more tasted and liked from, the moment there was no excess of these soins, and no violence done to his real identity. Everything the letters meant affected me so in all the business as of our old world only mine, and his alone, together with every item of it intimately known, and remembered by me, that I dare say I did instinctively regard it at last as all my truth, to do what I would with I have to the last point the instinct, and the sense for fusions and interrelations for framing and encircling, as I think I have already called it, every part of my stuff in every other and, that makes a danger when the frame and circle play over too much upon the image. Never again shall I stray from my proper work, one in which that danger is the reverse of one, and becomes a rightness and a beauty. I may mention, however, that your exception that particularly caught my eye, poor old Abraham for poor old, was a case for change, that I remember feeling wholly irresistible, never under our father's roof. Did we talk of Abe either tout court, or as Abe Lincoln it wasn't conceivable Abraham Lincoln he was for us when he wasn't either Lincoln or Mr. Lincoln the Western note, and the popularization of Abe were quite away from us then, and the form of the name in your dad's letter made me reflect how far off in his queer other company than ours I must at the time have felt him too. But you will say that this was just a reason for leaving it sown, so in a sense it was. But I could hear him say Abraham and couldn't hear him say Abe, and the former came back to me, as sincere also graver and tenderer, and more like ourselves, among whom I couldn't imagine any Abe ejaculation under the shock of his death as possible. However, I am not pretending to pick up any particular challenge to my appearance of wantonness. I should be able to justify myself, when able only out of such abysses of association, and the stirring up of these for vindication is simply a strain that stirs up tears. Yours, dearest Harry, all affectionately. Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. The portrait of H.J. together with the bust by Mr. Derwent Wood had been on exhibition to the subscribers in Mr. Sargent's studio in Tite Street. The slight flaw in the title had been the accidental omission of the subscribers' names in the printed announcement sent to them, whereby the letter opened familiarly with "Dear" without further formality. It was partly to repair the oversight that H.J. had put himself on exhibition each day beside the portrait. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. December 18, 1913. My dear Gosse, the exquisite incident in Tite Street having happily closed, I have breathing time to thank you for the goodly Flaubert volume which safely arrived yesterday, and which helps me happily out of my difficulty. You shall receive it again, as soon as I have made my respectful use of it. The exhibition of the portrait came to a most brilliant end today with a very great affluence of people. There have been during the 3 days an immense number. It has been a great and charming success. I mean the view has been, and the work itself acclaimed with an unanimity of admiration, and literally of intelligence that I can intimately testify to, for I really put myself on exhibition beside it each of the days, morning and afternoon. And the translation, a perfect Omar Khayyam qua visibly left the original nowhere, I attended most assiduously, and can really assure you that it has been a most beautiful and flawless episode. The slight original flaw in the title I sought to bury under a mountain of flowers, till I found that it didn't in the least do to explain it away, as everyone like the dear Ronnie said. They exclaimed too ruefully, "Ah, don't tell me you didn't mean it," after which I let it alone and speedily recognized that it was really the flower, even if but a little wayward wild flower off. Our success, I am pectorally much spent with affability and emissions of voice, but as soon as the tract heals a little I shall come and ask to be heard in your circle. Be meanwhile at great peace and ease, at perfect rest about everything. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Bruce, Roman 50 Richmond. The projected article on the new novel afterwards appeared in 2 numbers of the Times Literary Supplement and was reprinted in Notes on Novelists. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. December 19, 1913. Dear Bruce Richmond, your good letter of a day or two ago is most interesting and suggestive, and puts to me as lucidly as possible the questions with which the appearance of my so copious George Sand is involved. I have been turning the matter earnestly over, and rather think I had best tell you now at once in what form it presses on myself. This forces me to consider it in a particular light. it has come up for me that I shall be well advised from my own obscure point of view to collect into volume and publish at an early date a number of ungathered papers that have appeared here and there during the last 15 years, these being mainly concerned with the tribe of the novelists. This involves my asking your leave to include in the book the article on Balzac of a few months ago. And my original idea was that if the GS should appear in the supplement at once, you would probably authorize my reprinting it, also after a decent little interval as the case stands, and, as I so well understand it on your showing the case, for the supplement I am afraid that I shall really need the GS paper for the volume, before you will have had time to put it forth at your entire convenience. Only thing, I would have wished you to consider what should you say to my withdrawing the paper in question from your indulgent hands, and as the possibility glimmers, before me making you a compensation in the way of something addressed with greater actuality, and more of a certain current significance to the spring fiction, number that you mention the words you know, if you can forgive my irreverence I divine, in fact that you share it somehow suggest competition, with a vast case of plate glass window dressing at Selfridge's. The GS isn't really a very fit, or near thing, for the purpose of such a number. That lady is as a fictionist too superannuated, and rococo at the present time, to have much bearing on any of those questions pure and simple. My article really deals with her on quite a different side as you would see on coming to look into it. Should you kindly surrender it to me again, I would restore to it 4 or 5 pages that I excised in sending it to you so monstrously, had it rounded itself and make it thereby a still proper thing for my book, where it would add itself to 2 other earlier studies of the same subject, as the Balzac of the supplement will likewise do. And if you ask me what you then gain by your charming generosity, I just make bold to say that there looms to me, though I have just called it glimmering, the conception of a paper really related to our own present ground and air, which shall gather in several of the better of the younger generation about us, some half-dozen of whom I think I can make out as treatable, and try to do under their suggestion something that may be of real reference to our conditions, and of some interest about them, or help for them. Do you mind my going so far as to say, even as a battered old practitioner, that I have sometimes yearningly wished I might intervene a little on the subject of the supplement's notices of novel sin, which frankly I seem to have seen often so many occasions missed. Of course, the trouble is that all the books in question, or most of them at least, are such wretchedly poor occasions in themselves. If it hadn't been for this, I think I should have 2 or 3 times quite said to you, want you let me have a try. But when it came to considering, I couldn't alas probably either have read the books, or pretended to give time and thought to them. It is in truth only because I half persuade myself that there are, as I say, some half a dozen selectable cases, that the possibility hovers before me. Will you consider at your leisure the plea thus put? I shouldn't want my paper back absolutely at once, though in the event of your kindly gratifying me, I should like it before very long. I am really working out a plan of approach to your domicile, in the conditions most favorable to my seeing you as well as Alina, and it will in due course break upon you, if it doesn't rather take the form of my trying to drag you both hither. Believe me, all faithfully yours, Henry James. To Hugh Walpole, 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW, Jan 2, 1914. I have just dispatched your enclosure to P. Roman 50 at I. Dorothea 6, Vienna, an address that I recommend your taking a note of, and I have also made the reflection that the fury, or whatever that Edinburgh, inspires you with ought, you know, to do the very opposite of drying up the founts of your genius in writing to Messence. You say your letter would have been other, as it truly might have been longer. Didn't you suffer so from all that surrounds you? That's the very most juvenile logic, possibly in the juvenility of it, which yet in a manner touches me, is why I call you retrogressive. Way of a long stroke of endearment, there was exactly an admirable matter for you to write me about, a matter as to which you are strongly and abundantly feeling, and in a relation which lives on communication, as ours surely should, and would save for starving. Such occasions fertilize, however, of course, the terms are easy on which you extract communication from me, and always have been, and always will be so. That there's doubtless a point of view from which your reservations, another fine word, are quite right. I'm glad at any rate that you've been reading Balzac, whose romantic side is wrought, and a great contemporary of your own, even in his unconsidered trifles. I've just been reading Compton Mackenzie's Sinister Street, and finding in it an unexpected amount of talent and life, really a very interesting and remarkable performance, I think, in spite of a considerable or large element of waste and irresponsibility. Selection isn't in him and at one. And the same time so extremely young he too, and so confoundingly mature it, has the feature of improving so as it goes on, and disposes me much to read if I can. Its immediate predecessor, you must tell me again what you know of him. I've forgotten what you did tell me more or less. But in your own good time, I blindly feel I should be with you about Ald Rikuhich, somehow hast a right to be so handsome, but I long for illustrations at your own good time. We have emerged from a very clear and quiet exmasquate for me save, for rather a large assault of correspondence. It weighs on me still, so this is what I calend you will too very brief. I wished you the very decentest new year, that ever was yours dearest boy all affectionately. H.J. To Compton Mackenzie. It will be recalled that Edward Compton, Mr. Mackenzie's father, had played the part of Christopher Newman in H.J.'s play The American, produced in 1891. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. Jan 21, 1914. My dear Monty Compton. For that was I think as I first heard you name be a worthy old actress of your father's company, who when we were rehearsing The American in some touring town, to which I had gone for the purpose, showed me with touching elation a storybook she had provided for you on the occasion of your birthday. That storybook, weighted with my blessing on it, evidently sealed your vocation for the sharpness of my sense, that you are really a prey to the vocation was what after reading you, I was moved to emphasize to Pinker. I am glad he let you know of this, and it gives me great pleasure that you have written to Meth, only abatement of which is learning from you, that you are in such prolonged exile on grounds of health. May that dizzying son of Capri cook every peccant humor out of you as, to this untowardness. I mean frankly to inquire of your mother, whom I am already in communication with on the subject of going to see her to talk about you, for that my dear young man, I feel as a need with the force that I find, and so much admire in your talent. Your genesis becomes like the rest of it interesting and remarkable to me. You are so rare a case of the kind of reaction from the theatrine, from so much theatrine the reaction in itself is rarias seldom taking place, and when it does it is mostly I think away from the arts. Altoge through it is violent and utter, but you're pushing straight through the door into literature, and then closing it so tight behind you, and putting the key in your pocket as it, where that strikes me as unusual and brilliant. However, it isn't to go into all that I snatch these too few minutes, but to thank you for having so much arrested my attention, as by the effect of Carnival and Sinister Street on what I confess I am for the most part as a consequence of some thankless experiments, none too easily beguiled by a striking exhibition, by a member of the generation to which you belong. When I wrote to Pinker, I had only read SS, but I have now taken down Carnival in persistent short drafts, which is how I took SS, and is how I take anything I take at all, and I have given myself still further up to the pleasure, quite to the emotion, of intercourse with a young talent that really moves one to hold it to an account. Yours strikes me as very living and real and sincere, making me care for it, anxiety care above all for what shall become of it. You ought, you know, to do only some very fine and ripe things, really solid and serious and charming ones, but your dangers are almost as many as your aspects, and as I am a mere monster of appreciation, when I read mean of the critical passion, I would fain lay an earnest and communicative hand on you and hypnotize or otherwise bedevil you into proceeding, as I feel you most ought to. You know, the great point is that I would so fain personally see you that we may talk, and I do very much wish that you had given me a chance at one of those moments, when you tell me you incline to it, and then held off. You are so intelligent, and it's blessing whereby I prefigure it as a luxury to have a go at you. I am to be in town till the end of June. I hibernate no more at Rye, and if you were only to turn up a little before that it would be excellent. Otherwise, you must indeed come to me there. I wish you all profit of all your experience, some of it lately I fear rather harsh, and all experience of your genius, which I also wish myself. I think of Sinister Street Roman 2, and am yours most truly. Henry James. To William Ruffhead, W.S. Mr. Ruffhead had sent H.J. his edition of the Trial of Mary Blandy, the notable murderess who was hung in 1752 for poisoning her father. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. January 29, 1914. Dear Mr. Ruffhead, I devoured the tender Blandy in a single feast. I thank you most kindly for having anticipated so handsomely my appetite, and I highly appreciate the terms in general, and the concluding ones in particular, in which you serve her up. You tell the story with excellent art and animation, And it's quite a gem of a story in its way, history herself, having put it together as with the best compositional method, a strong sense for sequences, and the proper march order, and time. The only thing is that as always one wants to know more than the mere evidence supplicand, wants it even when, as in this case, one feels that the people concerned were after all of so dire, a simplicity, so primitive a state of soul and sense, that the exhibition they make tells or expresses about all there was. Them dear Mary must have consisted but of 2 or 3 pieces, one of which was a strong and simple carnal affinity, as it were with the stinking little Cranstown. Yet also one would like to get a glimpse of how an apparently normal young woman of her class at that period could have viewed such a creature in such a light. The light would throw itself on the taste, the sense of proportion of the time. However, dear Mary was a clear barbarian, simply and fine as one must always wind up these matters, by exhaling. I continue to have escaped a further sense of, and as I think I have told you, I cultivate the exquisite art of ignorance, yet not of Blandy Pritchard and Cuther perversely. I am all for knowledge. Do continue to feed in me that languishing need, and believe me all faithfully yours, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The 2 novels referred to in the following are Roman 1000 Marcel Proust's Du Côte de Chez Swann and Roman 1000 Abel Bonnard's La Vie et l'amour. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. February 25, 1914. Dearest Edith, the nearest I have come to receipt or possession of the interesting volumes you have so generously in mind is to have had Bernstein's assurance, when I met him here some time, since that he would give himself the delight of sending me the Proust production, which he learned from me that I hadn't seen. I tried to dissuade him from this excess, but nothing would serve. Was too yearningly bent upon it, and we parted with his asseveration that might absolutely count on this tribute both to poor Proust's charms and to my own, but to Puey's lures he has evidently been less en train than he was so good as to find me, so that I shall indeed be very pleased to receive the Swan and the Vie et l'amour from you at your entire convenience. It is indeed beautiful of you to think of these little deeds of kindness, little words of love, or is it the other way round? What I want above all to thank you for, however, is your so brave backing in the matter of my disgarnished gums. That I am doing right is already unmistakable. It won't make me well, nothing will do that, nor do I complain of the muffled miracle. But it will make me mind less being ill. In short, it will make me better, as I say it has already done so, even with my sacrifice for the present imperfect. For I am keeping on no less than 8 pure pearls in front seats, till I can deal with them in some less exposed and exposing conditions. Meanwhile tons of implanted and domesticated gold Roman 101s, caps and crowns and bridges, being most anathema to des Vux, who regards them as so much installed metallic poison, have with everything they fondly clung to been less visibly eradicated. And it is enough, as I say, to have made a marked difference in my felt state. That is the point for the time, and I spare you further details. Yours de cur, Henry James. To Dr. J. William White. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. March 2, 1914. My dear J. William, I want pretend it isn't an aid and comfort to me to be able to thank you for your so brilliant and interesting overflow from Sumatra in this mean way, since, from the point of view of such a life, as you are leading, nothing I could possibly do in my poor sphere and state would seem less mean than anything else, and I therefore might as well get the good of being legible. I am such a votary and victim of the single impression and the imperceptible adventure picked up by accident and cherished, as it were in secret, that your scale of operation and sensation would be for me the most choking, the most fatal of programs, and I should simply go ashore at Sumatra and refuse ever to fall into line again. But that is simply my contemptible capacity, which doesn't want a little of 5,000,000 things, but only requires much of 3 or 4, as to which then I confess my requirements are inordinate. But I am so glad for the world, and for themselves, above all for you and Letitia, that many great persons, and especially you too, are constructed on nobler lines with stouter organs and longer breaths, to say nothing of purses, that I don't in the least mind your doing such things if you don't, and most positively, and richly enjoy sitting under the warm and fragrant spray of the enumeration of them. Keep it up, therefore, and don't let me hear of your daring to skip a single page or dodge a single prescription of the program and the dose. I am signing with JSS 300 very fine photographs of the portrait, ever so much finer still, that he did of me last summer, and which I think you know about in order that they be sent to my friends, of whom you are not the least, so that you will find one in Rittenhouse Square on your return thither, if with the extraordinarily dissipated life you lead you do really get back, with it will wait on you probably this, which I hope won't be sent either to meet, or to follow you. I really can't, even to the extent of a letter, personally participate in your dissipation. While it's at its worst, how embarrassed poor Letitia must truly be, if she but dared to confess it, at finding herself so associated, for that is not her nature. My life here, had she but consented to share, it would be so much more congruous with that. I don't quite gather when you expect to reach these shores, since my brain reels at the thought of your re-embarking for them. After you reach your own at the climax of your orgy, I realize all that these passions are capable of leading you on to, and therefore shall not be surprised if you do pursue them without a break. Shall, in fact, even be delighted to think I may see you gloriously approach, by just sitting right here at this window, which commands so the prospect. But goodbye, dear, good friends, gather your roses, while ye may, and don't neglect this blighted, modest old bud, your affectionate friend, Henry James. To Henry Adams. The book sent to Mr. Adams was Notes of a Son and Brother, now just published. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. March 21, 1914. My dear Henry, I have your melancholy outpouring of the 7th, and I know not how better to acknowledge it than by the full recognition of its unmitigated blackness. Of course, we are lone survivors. Of course, the past that was our lives is at the bottom of an abyss. If the abyss has any bottom, of course, too, there's no use talking, unless one particularly wants to, but the purpose almost of my printed divagations was to show you that one can, strange to say, still want to, or at least can behave, as if one Roman 999 behold me, therefore so behaving, and apparently capable of continuing to do so. I still find my consciousness interesting under cultivation of the interest. Cultivate it with me, dear Henry. That's what I hope to make you, Dodo. Cultivate yours, for all that it has in common with mine. Why mine yields an interest I don't know that I can tell you, but I don't challenge or quarrel with it. I encourage it with a ghastly grin. You see, I still in presence of life, or of what you deny to be such, have reactions as many as possibly, and the book one sent you is a proof of them. It's, I suppose, because I am that queer monster, the artist, an obstinate finality, an inexhaustible sensibility, hence the reactions, appearances, memories, many things go on playing upon it, with consequences that I note and enjoy, grim word noting it. All takes doing, and I do, I believe I shall do yet. Agony it is still an act of life, but you perform them still yourself, and I don't know what keeps me from calling your letter a charming one. There we are. And it's a blessing that you understand, I admit, indeed, alone your all faithful Henry James. To Mrs. William James. Minnie is, of course, Mary Temple, the young cousin of old days, commemorated in the last chapter of Notes of a Son and Brother. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. March 29, 1914. Dearest Alice, this is a Saturday, a Roman 1000, but several days have come and gone since there came to me your dear and beautiful letter of March 14th, considerably about my notes, and though the American post closes early, I must get off some word of recognition to you, however brief. I have scramblingly to make it. I hoped, of course, you would find in the book something of what I difficultly tried to put there, and you have indeed, you have found all, and I rejoice, because it was in talk with you in that terrible winter of 191,011 that the impulse to the whole attempt came to me. Glad you will be to know that the thing appears to be quite extraordinarily appreciated, absolutely acclaimed. Here scarcely any difficulties being felt as to parts that are best, unless it be that the early passage and the final chapter about dear Minnie seem the great, the beautiful success of the whole. What I have been able to do for her, after all the long years, judged by this test of expressed admiration, strikes me as a wondrous stroke of fate and beneficence of time. I seem really to have her letters and your admirable committal of them to me aiding, made her emerge and live on, endowed her with a kind, dim, sweet immortality that places and keeps her, and I couldn't be at all sure that I was doing it. I was so anxious and worried as to my really getting the effect in the right way, with tact and taste, and without overstrain. I am counting the weeks till Peg swims into view again. So delightful will it be to have her near, and easily to commune with her, and above all to get from her all that detail of the state of the case about you, all that I so constantly yearn for, and that only talk can give the one shade on the picture. Is my fear that she will find the poor old uncle much more handicapped about socially ministering to them, two young women with large social appetites, than she is perhaps prepared to find me. And yet after all she probably does take in that I have had to cut my connections with society entirely complications, and efforts with people floor me anginally on the spot. And my state is that of living every hour, and at every minute on my guard, so I am anything but the center of an attractive circle. I am cut down to the barest inevitabilities, and occupied really more than in any other way now in simply saving my life. However, the blessed child was witness of my condition last summer. My letters have probably sufficiently reflected it since I am really on a better plane than when she was last with me. To have her with me is a true support and joy, and I somehow feel that with her admirable capacity to be interested in the near and the characteristic, whatever these may be, she will have lots of pleasant and informing experience and contact, in spite of my inability to take her out or to entertain company for her at home. She knows this, and she comes in all her indulgence and charity and generosity for the sake of the sweet good she can herself do me. And I rejoice that she has Margaret P. with her, who will help and solidify and enrich the whole scene. No three will be all satisfactorily ready for them, and I have no real fear, but that they will find it a true bower of ease. The omens and auspices seem to me all of the best. The political atmosphere here is charged to explosion, as it has never been. What is to happen no man knows. But this only makes it a more thrilling and spectacular world. The tension has never been so great, but it will for the time at least ease down. The dread of violence is shared all round. I am finishing this rather tiredly by night. I couldn't get it off, and have alas missed a post, but all love. Your affectionate H.J. To Arthur Christopher Benson. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. April 21, 1914. My dear Arthur, what a delightful thing, this still more interesting extension of our fortunate talk. I can't help being glad that you had second thoughts, though your first affected me as good enough quite to need no better ones, since the result has been your rich and genial letter. The only thing is that if your first thoughts were to torment, or whatever yourself, these supersessive, rather torment maybe their suggestion that there's still more to say yet than you do say, as when you remark that you ought either to have told me nothing about, or to have told me all, is precisely what I should have liked to have from you all, in fact about everything. And what a pity we can't appoint another tewer for my making up that loss. You clearly live in these years so much more in the current of life than I do that no one of your impressions would have failed of a lively interest for me. The more we had been able to talk of, and his current, and even of and his, the more I should have felt your basis of friendship in everything, and the generosity of your relation to them. I don't think we see anything about our friends, unless we see all so far as in us lies, and there is surely no care we can so take for them as to turn our mind upon them liberally. Don't turn yours too much upon yourself, for having done so, the virtue of that ruder jostle that you speak of so happily is exactly that it shakes out more aspects, and involves more impressions, and that in fine, you young people are together, in a way that makes vivid realities spring from a tie. Having cognizance in my ancient isolation, I well know, but of the more or less edited, revised, not to say expurgated creature, it's inevitable that is for ancient isolation. But you ray in the thick of history, and the air of it was all about you, and the records of it in the precious casket that I saw you give in charge to the porter. So, with that, O man of action, perpetually breaking out and bristling with performances, and seeing and feeling things on the field, I don't know what you mean by the image of the toys given you to play with in a corner. Charming as the image is, it's the corner I contest you're in the middle of the marketplace, and I alter the figure to that of the brilliant juggler, acquitting himself to the admiration of the widest circle, amid a whirl of objects, projected so fast that they can scarce be recognized, but that as they fly round your head, one somehow guesses to be books, and one of which in fact now and again hits that of your gaping and dazzled and all-faithful old spectator and friend. Henry James. To Mrs. Humphrey Ward. The following is one of a large number of letters written in answer to condolences on the subject of the mutilation of his portrait at this time, hanging at the Royal Academy, by a militant suffragette, who had apparently selected it for attack as being the most notable and valuable canvas in the exhibition. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. May 6, 1914. Dear and illustrious friend, I blush to acknowledge by this rude method the kindness that has expressed itself on your part in your admirable heroic hand. But figure me as a poor thing additionally impaired by the tomahawk of the savage, and then further see me as breasting a wondrous high tide of postal condolence in this doubly damaged state. I am fairly driven to machinery for expedition's sake, and let me say at once that I gather the sense of the experts to be that my wounds are really curable. Such rare secrets for restoration can now be brought to bear. They are to be tried at any rate upon Sargent's admirable work, and I am taking the view that they must be effective as, for our discomfort from CES dames, that is another affair, and which leaves me much at a loss. Surely indeed the good ladies who claim as a virtue for their sex that they can look an artistic possession of that quality and rarity well in the face, only to be moved bloodily to smash it, make a strange appeal to the confidence of the country in the kind of character they shall bring to the transaction of our affairs valuable to us, that species of intelligence precious to us, that degree of sensibility. But I have just made these reflections in very much these terms, in a note to dear Anne Ritchie. Postal pressure induces conversational thrift. However, I do indeed hope to come to see you on Thursday either a bit early or a bit late, and shall then throw all thrift to the winds, and be splendidly extravagant. I dare say I shall make bold to bring with me my young niece, my brother William's only daughter, who is spending a couple of months near me here, and possibly, too, a young relative of her own who is with her, till very soon then at the worst. Yours all faithfully, Henry James. To Thomas Sargent Perry. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. May 17, 1914. My dear Thomas, as usual I groan gratefully under the multiplication of your bounties, the last of these in particular heaping, that measure up, pardon the use of this form to tell you, so there are times when I faint by the wayside, and can then only scramble to my feet by the aid of the firm secretarial crutch. I fall physically, physiologically, speaking into holes of no inconsiderable depth, and though experience shows me that I can pretty well always count on scrambling out again, my case, while at the bottom is difficult, and it is from such a depth as happens, that I now address you, not wanting to wait till I am above ground again, for my arrears on those emergences are too discouraging to face. Lilla wrote me gentle words on the receipt of the photograph of Sargent's portrait, and now you have poured upon the wounds, it was so deplorably to receive the oil of your compassion and sympathy. I gather up duly and gratefully those rich drops, but even while I stow them away in my best reliquary, am able to tell you that quite extraordinarily the consummate restorer has been able to make the injuries good, desperate though they at first seemed, and that I am assured this by Sargent himself, that one would never guess what the canvas has been through. It goes back at once to the Academy to hang upon its nail again, and as soon as it's in place I shall go and sneak a glance at it. I have feared equally, till now, seeing it either wounded or doctored, that is in course of treatment. Tell Lilla, please, for her interest, that the job will owe its success, apparently very much to the newness of the paint, the whole surface more plastic to the manipulator's subtle craft than if it had hardened with time, after the manner of the celebrated old things that are really superior, I think, by their age alone. As I didn't paint the picture myself, I feel just as free to admire it inordinately as any other admirer may be, and those are the terms in which I express myself. I want say, my dear Thomas, much more today. Don't worry about me on any of these counts. I am on a distinctly better footing than this time a year ago, and have worried through upwards of a 12-month without the convenience, by which I mean the deathly complication of having to see a doctor. If I can but go on with that separation, there will be hope for me. Yet I take you to be now in villeggiatura, and preparing for the eruption of your nursery, which, however, with your vast safe countryside to spread it over, want probably press on you to smotheration. I remember getting the sense that Hancock would bear much peopling planet here and there, with my affectionate thought ground fine, and scattered freely, and believe me yours both all faithfully, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. The allusions in the following are to a motor tour of Mrs. Wharton's in Algeria and Tunisia, and to an article by her in the Times Literary Supplement on the criticism of fiction. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. June 2, 1914. Dearest Edith, yes, I have been even to my own sense too long, and too hideously silent. Small wonder that I should have learned from dear Mary Cadwell, therefore here, since Saturday night, that I have seemed to you not less miserably. So yet there has been all the while a certain sublime inevitability in it over, and above those general reactions, in favor of a simplifying and softening mutisme, that increase with my increasing age and infirmity, I am able to go on only. Always plus dousement, and when you are off on different phases of your great world swing, the mere sidewind of it from afar across continents and seas stirs me to wonderments and admirations, sympathies, curiosities, intensities of envy and eke, thereby of humility, which I have to check and guard against for their strain on my damaged organism. The relation thus escapes me, and I feel it must so escape you, drunk with draughts of every description and immersed in visions which so utterly and inevitably turn their back or turn yourself. What one might one's self have demia to vous offer the idea of tugging at you, to make you look round, therefore look round at these small sordidries and pornices, and thereby lose the very finest flash of the revelation. Then, and they're organized for you, or the great thing by you perchance, that affects me ever as really consonant with no minimum, even of modesty or discretion. On one's own account, so that in fine I have simply lain stretched a faithful old veteran slave upon the doormat of your palace of adventure, sufficiently proud to give the alarm of any eruption should I catch it, but otherwise waiting, till you should emerge again, stepping over my prostrate form, to do so that gracious act now performed by Joussens. I gather you to be back in Paris. By this speaking I get up, as you see, to wish you the most affectionate and devoted welcome home, and tell you that I believe myself to have kept in quite a sound and decent way in the domestic isotchist of your absence. I mix my metaphors a little cometaugers, or rather comegemise. But the great thing is to feel you really within hail again. And in this air of my own poor little world, which isn't for me the non-conductor, that's the real hitch, when you ray off of that of your great globe life, I want try to ask you of this last glory no for, though the temperature of the isotchist itself has naturally risen with your nearer approximation. I still shall keep long enough, I trust, to sit at your knee in some peaceful nook here, and gather in the wondrous tale I have had echo 7 in very faint and vague form, that of the burglarious attempt upon you in the anonymous Oriental city. Vagueness does possess me, but by the time my sound of indignant participation would have reached you, I took up my lit sup to find you in such force over the subject you there treated on that so happy occasion, that the beautiful firmness and clarity, even if not charity, of your nerves and tone clearly gave the lie to any fear I should entertain for the effect of your annoyance. I greatly admired, by the same token, the fine strain of that critical voice, from out the path of shade projected upon the desert sand, as I suppose by the silhouette of your camel. Beautifully said, thought, felt inimitably. The paper has excited great attention and admiration. Herand is probably doing an amount of missionary work in savage breasts, that we shall yet have some comparatively rude or ingenuous betrayal of. I do notice that the flow of the little impayables reviews meanders, on but and fin ni desesperance pas. But oh dear, I want to see you about everything, and am yours all affectionately, and not in the least patiently. Henry James. To William Ruffed W.S. This and the next letter refer to further gifts in the literature of crime. Lord Justice Clerk Macqueen of Braxfield was of course the original of Stevenson's Weir of Hermiston. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. June 10, 1914. My dear Ruffed, let me take a flying leap across the formal barrier. You are the most munificent of men, as well as the most ingenious of writers, and my modest library will have been extremely enriched by you in a department in which it has been weak out of all proportion to the yearning curiosity of its owner. I greatly appreciate your gift to me of the so complete and pictorial Blandy volume, dreadfully informing, as it is in the whole contemporary connection documents, are such good reporting that they make the manners and the tone, the human and social note, live after a fashion, beside which our own general exhibition becomes more soothing to my soul. Your summary of the Blandy trial strikes me afresh as an admirable piece of foreshortening of the larger quantities. Know that these are presented, but how very good the reporting of cases appears to have been capable of being all the same in those pre-shorthand days. I find your Braxfield a fine vivid thing, and the pleasure of sense over the park-like page of the juridical is a satisfaction by itself. But I confess your hero most interests by the fact that he so interested our Roman 50s incurable yearning Scott, that Louis was. I am rather easily sated in the direct way, with the mainly broad and monotonously massive characters of that type, uncouth of sound, and with their tendency to be almost stupidly sane. History never does them, never has, I think, inadequate justice. You must help her to that blandness here, and it's all right. And there they numerously and soundly and heavily were. and are but they but renew ever when reproduced my personal appetite be. Reaction for the handlers of the fiddle string and the fumblers for the essence such are my more natural sneaking affinities. But keep on with them, all pleasant continue to beckon me along the gallery that I can't tread alone, and where by your leave I link my arm. Confraternally in yours, the gallery of sinister perspective just stretches in this manner straight away. I am delighted the photograph is to receive such honor the original. I don't mean me, but Sargent's improvement on me is really magnificent, and I unimproved am yours all truly. Henry James. To William Ruffed W.S. Miss Madeline Hamilton Smith, to whom the following refers, was tried on a charge of poisoning in 1857. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk SW. June 16, 1914. My dear Ruffed, your offering is a precious thing, and I am touched by it, but I am also alarmed for the effect on your fortunes your future on those, and that who and which may as it were depend on you of these gorgeous generosities of munificence. The admirable report is, as I conceive, a high rarity and treasure, and I feel as if in accepting it I were snatching the bread perhaps from the lips of unknown generations. Well, I gratefully bow my head, but only on condition that it shall revert the important object and alienated heirloom to the estate of my benefactor on my demise. A strange and fortunate thing has happened to your packet and letter found me this A Roman 1000 in the grip of an attack of gout, the first for 3 or 4 years, and apparently not destined to be very bad, with an admirable remedy that I possess at once resorted to. So I have been reclining at peace for most of the day with my foot up, and my eyes attached to the prodigious Madeline. I have read your volume straight through, with the extremity of interest and wonder. It represents indeed the type-perfect case, with nothing to be taken from it or added, and with the beauty that she precisely didn't squalidly suffer but lived on to admire with the rest of us for so many years, the rare work of art with which she had been the means of enriching humanity. With what complacency must she not have regarded it through the long backward vista, during the time now 20 years ago, when I used to hear of her as married, and considered, after a long period in Australia, the near neighbor in Onslow Gardens of my old friends, the Lyon Playfairs. They didn't know or see her beyond the fact of her being there, but they tantalized me, because if it then made me very, very old, it now piles also upon Pelion for me, that I remember perfectly her trial during its actuality, and how it used to come to us every day in the Times at Boulogne, where I was then with my parents, and how they followed and discussed it in suspense, and how I can still see the queer look of the not proven scene, for the first time on the printed page of the newspaper. I stand again with it, on the summer afternoon, a boy of 14, in the open window over the Rue Neuve Chaussee, where I read it, only I didn't know then of its case perfect beauty and distinction, as you say, a singularly fine thing. Is this report indeed and a very magnificent the defense? She was truly a portentous young person, with the conditions of the whole thing throwing it into such extraordinary relief, and yet I wonder all the same at the verdict, in the face of the so vividly attested, and so fully, and so horribly sufferings of her victim. It's astonishing that the evidence of what he went through that last night didn't do for her, and what a pity she was almost of the photographic age. I would give so much for a veracious portrait of her then face, to all of which absolutely inevitable acknowledgement you are not to dream please of responding by a single word. I shall take, I foresee, the liveliest interest in the literary forgeman. How can we be sufficiently thankful for these charming breaks in the sinister perspective? I rest my telescope on your shoulder, and am yours all faithfully. Henry James. To Mrs. Alfred Sutro. L'Histoire is George Sand's Histoire de ma vie, sent by H.J. to Mrs. Sutro, in preparation for her proposed visit to Nohant. Lamb House Rye. July 28, 1914. Dear Mrs. Sutro, I rejoice to hear by your liberal letter that the pile of books held together, and have appeared on reaching you to make a decent show. Also I am very glad that it's come in your way to have a look at Nohant, though I confess that I ask myself, what effect the vulgarization of places, scientifically speaking by free and easy and incessant motor approach, may be having on their once comparatively sequestered genius. Well, that is exactly what you will tell me after you have constate the phenomenon in this almost best of all cases, for observing it, for Nohant was so shy and remote, and Nohant must be now handed over to the state and the public as their property so very much to the fore. Do read L'Histoire at any rate first, that is indispensable. And the lecture of a facility, yes, I am liking it very much here, in these beautiful midsummer coolnesses, though wishing we weren't so losing our bloom of mystery by the multitudinous assault. However, I hug whatever provincial privacy we may still pretend to at this hour of public uproar. So very horrible is the bear garden of the outer world to my sense under these threatened convulsions. I cravenly avert my eyes and stop my ear, scarcely turning round, even for a look at the Kaylock's family. What a family! And what a trial, what a suggestion for us of complacent self-comparisons. I clutch at these hungrily in the great deficiency of other sources of any sort of assurance for us may we muddle through even now, though I almost wonder if we deserve to that doubt, is why I bury my nose in my rose trees. And my ink pot, what a judge of the play you will be becoming with the rate at which Alfred and his typist keep you supplied. Be sure to see the little no-hint domestic theater, by the way, and judge what a part it played in that discomfortable house. I long for the autumn run, when you will tell me all your impressions, and am yours all faithfully. Henry James. To Sir Claude Phillips. Lamb House Rye. July 31st, 1914. My dear Claude, I can't not thank you on the spot for your so interesting and moving letter, which reflects to me relievingly in a manner all the horror and dismay in which I sit here alone. I mean, that it eases off the appalled sense a little to share that sickness with a fellow victim, and be able to say a little of what presses on one. What one first feels one's self uttering, no doubt, is but the intense unthinkability of anything so blank and so infamous in an age that we have been living in and taking for our own, as if it were of a high refinement of civilization in spite of all conscious incongruities, finding it, after all, carrying this abomination in its blood. Finding this to have been what it meant all the while is like suddenly having to recognize in one's family circle or group of best friends a band of murderers, swindlers, and villains. It's just a similar shock. It makes us wonder whom in the world we are now to live with then, and even if with everything publicly and internationally so given away, we can live or want to live at all. Very hideous to me is the behavior of that forsworn old pastor of his people, the Austrian emperor, of whom so eprouve and so venerable one had supposed better things than so interested and so cynical a chucking to the winds of all moral responsibility. Infamous seemed to me, in such a light, all the active great ones of the earth active for evil in our time, to speak only of that from the monstrous Bismarck down. But ill saget bien to protest in face of such a worldone can only possess one's soul in such dignity as may be precariously achievable. Almost the worst thing is that the dreadfulness all of it may become interesting to the blight and ruin of our poor dear old cherished source of interest. And in spite of one's resentment at having to live in such a way with it all too, is indeed the terrible sense that the people of this country may well be some awful brutal justice going to get something bad for the exhibition that has gone on so long of their huge, materialized stupidity and vulgarity. I mean the enormous national sacrifice to insensate amusement, without a redeeming idea or a generous passion, that has kept making one ask oneself from so far back how such grossness and folly and blatancy could possibly not be, in the long run, to be paid for. The rate at which we may witness the paying may be prodigious, and then no doubt one will pityingly and wretchedly feel that the intention after all was never so bad, only the stupidity constitutional and fatal. That is truly the dismal reflection, and on which you touch, that if anything very bad does happen to the country, there isn't anything like the French intelligence to react with, the flannelled fool at the wicket, the mudded oaf, and tutti quanti representing so much of our preferred intelligence. However, let me pull up with the thought that, when I am reduced to have come talk-quoting Kipling for argument, there may be something the matter with my conclusion. One can but so distressfully wait, and so wonderingly watch. I am sorry to hear that the great London revelry and devilry, even if you have had more of the sidewind than of the current itself, has left you so consciously spent, and sore you can do with so much more of the current, at any rate, than I have ever been able to. That it affects me as sad and wrong that of itself shouldn't be something of a guarantee, but if there must be more drawing together, perhaps we shall blessedly find that we can all more help each other. I quite see your point in taking either the grand or the petty tour just now, not at all for granted, and greatly hope that if you circulate in this country some fitful tide will bear you to this quarter, though I confess that, when I think of the comparative public entertainment on which you would so have to throw yourself, I blush to beckon you on. I find myself quite offensively complacent in the conditions about the established simplicity of my own life. I've not done anything for so long, and have been given over to such spareness and bareness, that I look privation in the face as a very familiar friend. Yours all faithfully and fearfully. Henry James. Roman 8. The Wars. The letters that follow tell the story of Henry James's life during the first year of the war in words that make all others superfluous. The tide of emotion on which he was lifted up and carried forward was such as he only could describe, and week by week in scores of letters to friends in England and France and America, he uttered himself on behalf of those who felt as he did, but who had no language worthy of the time. To all who listened to him in those days, it must have seemed that he gave us what we lacked, a voice. There was a trumpet note in it that was heard nowhere else, and that alone rose to the height of the truth. For a while it was as though the burden of age had slipped from him. He lived in the lives of all who were acting, and suffrage especially of the young who acted, and suffered most. His spiritual vigor bore a strain that was the greater by the whole weight of his towering imagination. But the time came at last, when his bodily endurance failed. He died resolutely confident of the victory that was still so far off. He was at Rye when the war broke out, but he very soon found the peace of the country intolerable. He came to London to be within the current of events, and remained there almost uninterruptedly, till the end. His days were filled with many interests, chief of which was the opportunity of talk with wounded soldiers in hospital, at the houses of friends, in the streets, as he walked wherever he met them. The sight irresistibly drew forth his sympathy and understanding and admiration. Close at hand in Chelsea there was a centre for the entertainment of refugees from Belgium, and for these he was active in charity, another cause in which he was much engaged, and to which he contributed help of more kinds than one, was that of the American Volunteer Motor Ambulance Corps in France, organized by the son of his old friend Charles Eliot Norton. Every contact with the meaning of war, which no hour could fail to bring, gave an almost overpowering surge of impressions, some of which passed into a series of essays written for different charitable purposes, and now collected in Within the Rim 1919. Even beyond all this, he was able to give a certain amount of energy to other literary work. And indeed, he found it essential to cling so far as might be to the steadying continuity of creation. The ivory tower had to be laid aside. It was impossible to believe any longer in a modern fiction, supposed to represent the life of the day, which the great catastrophe had so belied. But he took up the sense of the past again. The phantasmal story he had abandoned for its difficulty in 1900, finding its unreality now remote enough to be beyond the reach of the war. He also began a third volume of reminiscences. The middle year's work of one kind or another was pushed forward with increasing effort through the summer of 1915, the last of his writing being the introduction to the Letters from America of Rupert Brooke. He finished this, and spent the eve of his last illness, December 1st, in turning over the pages of The Sense of the Past, intending to go on with it the next morning. Meanwhile, as everyone knows, his passionate loyalty to the cause of the Allies had brought him to take a step which in all but 40 years of life in England he had never before contemplated. On July 26, 1915, he became naturalized as a British subject. The letters now published give the fullest expression to his motives. It has seemed right to let them do so, mingled as his motives were with many strains, some of them reactions of disappointment over the official attitude of his native country at that time. If he had lived to see America join the Allies, he would have had the deepest joy of his life. And perhaps it is worth mentioning that his relations with the American embassy in London had never been so close and friendly as they became during those last months. On the morning of December 2nd, he had a stroke, presently followed by another from which he rallied at first, but which bore him down. After not many days, his sister-in-law with her eldest son and daughter came at once from America to be with him, and he was able to enjoy their company. He was pleased, too, by a sign of welcome offered to him in his new citizenship. Among the New Year honors there was announced the award to him of the Order of Merit, and the insignia were brought to his bedside by Lord Bryce, a friend of many years. Through the following weeks, he gradually sank. He died on February 28, 1916. Within 2 months of his 73rd birthday, his body was cremated, and the funeral service held at Chelsea Old Church on March 3rd, a few yards from his own door on the quiet riverside. To Howard Sturgis. Lamb House, Rye. August 4, 1914. Dearly beloved Howard, I think one of the reasons is that I have so allowed silence and separation to accumulate. The effort of breaking through the mass becomes, in that case, so formidable, the mass being thus the monstrous mountain that blocks up the fair scene, and that one has to explain away. I am engaged in that effort at the present moment. However, I am breaking through the mass, boring through the mountain. I feel, as I put pen to paper, and this too, though I don't, though I shan't, though I can't particularly explain. And why should I treat you at this time of day or two, speak literally of night as if you had begun suddenly, not to be able to understand without a vulgar demonstration on the blackboard, as I should never dream of resorting to that mode of public proof, that I tenderly and unabatedly love you, so why should I think it necessary to chalk it up there that there was all those strange weeks and months, during which I made you no sign an absolute inevitability in the graceless appearance. I call them strange, because of the unnatural face that they wear to me, no, but they had at the time the deadliest familiar look, the look of all the other parts of life that one was giving up and doing without, even if it didn't resemble them in their comparative dismissibility from them. I learned perforce at last to avert my head, whereas there wasn't a moment of the long stretch during which I never either wrote or wired you for generous leave to come down to tea or dinner, or both. There wasn't a moment when I hadn't from Chelsea to Windsor my eyes fondly fixed on you. You seemed rather to go out of their reach when I was placed in some pretended assurance that you had left Quacker for Scotland, but now that I hear by some equally vague voice of the air that you are still at home, and this appears more confirmed to me, I have you intensely before me again, yes, and so vividly, that I even make you out as sometimes looking at me. I think in fact it's a good deal the magnanimous sadness I so catch from you that makes me feel tonight how little longer I can bear my own black air of having fallen away, while I yet really and intensely stick, and therefore get on the way to you again, so far as this will take me. It will soon be 3 weeks since I came back here from Chelsea, which I was capable of leaving, yes, without having made you a sign. It was a case, dearest Howard, of the essential inevitability, mark you yourself must in these days so recognize, in all your omissions and frustrations, all your lapses from the mortal act, even you must have to know them so on your own part, and you must feel them just to have to be as they are. And as you are, that was the way the like things had to be with me's I was. And it's to insult our long and perfect understanding, not to feel that you have treasures of the truest interpretation of everything, whatever in our common condition. Oh, how I so want at last, all the same, to have a direct word or two from your blessed self on your own share of that community. I have questioned whomsoever I could in any faint degree suppose worth questioning on this score of the show you are macking, but of course, I admit elicited no word of any real value. 5 words of your own articulation be, which I mean scratches of your own pen, will go further with me than any amount of roundabout twaddle. I hear of predatory loose women quartered upon you again, and I groan in my fair off pain, especially when I reflect that their fatuous account would be that you were in health and joy quite exactly by reason of them. I think the great public blackness, most of all, makes me send out this signal to you as if I were lighting the twinkle of a taper to set over against you in my window. August 5th, the taper went out last night, and I am afraid I now kindle it again, to a very feeble ray, for it's vain to try to talk as if one weren't living in a nightmare of the deepest dye. How can what is going on not be to one as a huge horror of blackness? Of course, that is what it is to you, dearest Howard, even as it is to your infinitely sickened inditer of these lines. The plunge of civilization into this abyss of blood and darkness, by the wanton feet of those 2 infamous autocrats, is a thing that so gives away the whole long age during which we have supposed the world to be, with whatever abatement, gradually bettering, that to have to take it all now, for what the treacherous years were all the while really making for and meaning, is too tragic for any words. But one's reflections don't really bear being uttered, at least we each make them enough for our individual selves, and I didn't mean to smother you under mine, in addition to your own. But good night again, me lamp now is snuffed out. Have I mentioned to you that I am not here alone, having with me my niece Peggy, and her younger brother, both caught for the time in a manner, though willing, even glad, as well as able to bear their poor old appalled uncle the kindest companivery, much the same sort as William bears you. I embrace you and him too, and am ever your faithfulest H.J. To Henry James, Jr. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. August 6, 1914. Dearest Harry, everything is of the last abnormalism now, and no convulsion, no historic event of any such immensity can ever have taken place in such a turnover of a few hours, and with such a measureless rush, the whole thing being, in other words, such an unprecedented combination of size and suddenness. There has never surely since the world began been any suddenness so big, so instantly mobilized, any more than there has been an equal enormity so sudden, if after all that can be called sudden, or more than comparatively, so which it is now clearly visible had been brewing in the councils of the two awful Kaisers from a good while back. The entrance of this country into the fray has been supremely inevitable, never doubt. For an instant of that, up to a few short days ago, she was still multiplying herself over Europe in the magnificent energy and pertinacity of Edward Grey for peace, and nothing but peace in any way in which he could by any effort or any service help to preserve it, and has now only been beaten by what one can only call the huge immorality, the deep conspiracy for violence, and wrong of the Austrian and the German emperors till the solemnly guaranteed neutrality of Belgium was 3 or 4 days ago deliberately violated by Germany in defiance of every right in her ferocious push to get at France by that least fortified way. We still hung in the balance here. But with that no balance was any longer possible, and the impulse to participate to the utmost in resistance and redress became as unanimous and as sweeping a thing in the House of Commons and throughout the land as it is possible to conceive. That is the one light, as one may call it, in so much sickening blackness that, in an hour here, all breaches instantly healed, all divisions dropped, the Irish dissension, on which Germany had so clearly counted, dried up in a night, so that there is at once the most striking and interesting spectacle of united purpose. For myself, I draw a long breath that we are not to have failed France or shirked any shadow of a single one of the implications of the Entente, for the reason that we go in only under the last compulsion, and with cleaner hands than we have ever had, I think, in any such matter, since such matters where you see how I talk of we and our, which is so absolutely instinctive and irresistible with me that I should feel quite abject if I didn't. However, I don't want for today to disquisitionize on this great public trouble, but only to give you our personal news in the midst of it. For it's astonishing in how few days we have jumped into the sense of being in the midst of it. England and the continent are at the present hour full of hung-up and stranded Americans, those unable to get home and waiting for some re-establishment of violently interrupted traffic. But goodbye, dearest Harry, now. It's a great blessing to be able to write you under this aid to luciditiates. In fact, everything, so I shall keep at it. I hope the American receipt of news is getting organized on the strong and sound lines. It should be send this, of course, please, as soon as you can, to your mother. And believe me, your devotest old uncle, Henry James. To Mrs. Alfred Sutro. Lamb House, Rye. August 8, 1914. Dear Mrs. Sutro, I have your good letter, but how impossible it seems to speak of anything before one speaks of the tremendous public matter, and then how impossible to speak of anything after. But here goes for poor dear old George Sand and her ancient prattle. Heaven forgive me, to the extent that, of course, that autobiography, it is a nice old set, does in a manner notify one that it's going to be frank and copious, veracious and vivid only during all its earlier part, and in respect to the non-intimate things of the later prime of its author, and to stand off as soon as her personal plot began to thicken. You see, it was a book written in middle life, not in old age, and the thick things, the thickest of her remarkable past, were still then very close behind her. But as an autobiography of the beginnings and earlier maturities of life, it's indeed finer and jollier than anything there is. Yes, how your loss for the present of no hint is swept away on the awful tide of the great interruption. This last is as mild a name for the hideous matter as one can consent to giving. I confess, I live under the blackness of it, as under a funeral pall of our murdered civilization. I say for the present about no hint, and you being young and buoyant will doubtless pick up lost opportunities in some incalculable future. But that time looks to me as the past already looks. I mean the recent past of happy motor runs on May and June afternoons down to the St. Albans, and the Whitleys, disconnected and fabulous, fatuous, fantastic, belonging to another life and another planet. I find it such a mistake on my own part to have lived on one like other saner and safer persons. I might perfectly have no tint this unspeakable giveaway of the whole fool's paradise of our past. It throws back so livid a light. Thighs was what we were so fondly working for. My aged nerves can scarcely stand it, and I bear up. But as I can, I dip my nose or try to into the ink pot as often as I can. But it's as if there were no ink there, and I take it out smelling gunpowder, smelling blood as hard as it did before. And yet I keep it iter mean to, for tell Alfred for his own encouragement, and pretty a one as I am to encourage, that I hold we can still and I make a little civilization the ink pot aiding, even when vast chunks of it around us go down into the abyss, and that the preservation of it depends upon our going on making it, in spite of everything, and sitting tight, and not chucking up. Wherefore, after all, vive the old delusion, And fill again the flowing stylographer. I am sure Alfred writes with one the afternoons and the aspects here are most incongruously lovely and so must be yours. But it's good night now, and I am most truly yours, dear Mrs. Sutro. Henry James. To Miss Rhoda Broughton. Lamb House Rye. August 10th, 1914. Dearest Rhoda, it is not a figure of speech, but an absolute truth that even if I had not received your very welcome and sympathetic script, I should be writing to you this day. I have been on the very edge of it for the last weeks. Had my desire to make you a sign of remembrance and participation come to a head, and verily I muster malemost claim that this all but crosses with your own. The only blot on our unanimity is that it's such an unanimity of woe black and hideous to me, is the tragedy that gathers, and I am sick beyond cure to have lived on to see it. You, and I, the ornaments of our generation, should have been spared this wreck of our belief, that through the long years we had seen civilization grow, and the worst become impossible. The tide that bore us along was then all the while moving to this, as its grand Niagariot. Blessing we didn't know it. It seems to me to undo everything that was ours in the most horrible retroactive way, but I avert my face from the monstrous sinew, can hate it and blush for it without my help. We can each do enough of that by ourselves. The country and the season here are of a beauty of peace and loveliness of light and summer grace that make it inconceivable that just across the channel, blue as paint today, the fields of France and Belgium are being or about to be given up to unthinkable massacre. And misery one is ashamed to admire, to enjoy, to take any of the normal pleasure. And the huge shining indifference of nature strikes a chill to the heart, and makes me wonder of what abysmal mystery or villainy, indeed such a cruel smile, is the expression in the midst of it all. At any rate, we walked this strange Sunday afternoon 9th, my niece Peggy, her youngest brother, and I about a mile out across the blessed grass mostly to see and have tea with a genial old Irish friend, Lady Matthew, who has a house here for the summer, and came away an hour later bearing with us a substantial green volume by an admirable eminent hand, which our hostess had just read with such a glow of satisfaction that she overflowed into easy lending. I congratulate you on having securely put it forth before this great distraction was upon us, for I am utterly pulled up in the midst of a rival effort, by finding that my job wanted all consent to be done. In the face of it, the picture of little private adventures simply fades away before the great public. I take great comfort in the presence of my two young companions, and above all in having caught my nephew by the coat-tail, only just as he was blandly starting for the continent on Aug 1st. Poor Margaret Payson is trapped somewhere in Francesche, having then started though not for Germany blessedly, and we remain wholly without news of her. Peggy and Alec have 4 or 5 near maternal relatives, lost in Germany. Though as Americans, they may fare a little less dreadfully there than if they were English. And I have numerous friends we all haven't wine accessible and unimaginable there. It's becoming an anguish to think of them. Nevertheless, I do believe that we shall be again gathered into a blessed little Chelsea drawing room. It will be like the reopening of the salons so irrepressibly after the French Revolution. So only sit tight and invoke your heroic soul, dear Rhoda, and believe me more than ever I'll faithfully yours. Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. Lamb House Rye. August 19th, 1914. Dearest Edith, your letter of the 15th has commend. May this reach you as directly, though it probably won't. No, I won't make it long less, that the irrelevance of all remark, the utter extinction of everything in the face of these immensities, leaves me as all silent, and all damned as you express that it leaves you. I find it the strangest state to have lived on and on forend, yet with its wholesale annihilation, it is somehow life. Mary Cadwell is admirably here, interesting, and vivid, and helpful to the last degree, and Bessie Lodge and her boy had the heavenly beauty this afternoon to come down from town by train Saint-End Renque. Fertiche even sneakingly went first to the inn for luncheon and was off again, by 5 nobly kind and beautiful and good. She sails in the Olympic with her aunt on Saturday. Mary Roman 100 gives me a sense of the interest of your Paris, which makes me understand how it must attach you, how it would attach me. Your place infinitely thrilling and touching, such a community with the so all-round incomparable nation. I feel on my side an immense community here, where the tension is proportionate to the degree to which we feel engaged. In other words, up to the chin, up to the eyes. If necessary, life goes on after a fashion, but I find it a nightmare from which there is no waking save by sleep. I go to sleep, as if I were dog-tired with action, yet feel like the chilled Vias in the old epics, infirm and helpless at home, with the women, While the plains are ringing with battle, the season here is monotonously magnificent, and we look inconceivably off across the blue channel, the lovely rim toward the nearness of the horrors that are in perpetration. Just beyond, I manage myself to try to work even, if I had after experiment, to give up trying to make certain little fantoches, and their private adventure tenure debut they are laid by on the shelf, the private adventure so utterly blighted by the public, but I have got hold of something else, and I find the effort of concentration to some extent an antidote apropos, of which I thank you immensely for D'Annunzio's Frenchified Odia, wondrous and magnificent thing, in its kind, even if running too much for my tasto the vituperative, and the execrational the Latin Renaissance, mustn't be too much for, and by that for which its facile resources are so great, what's magnificent to me in the French themselves at this moment is their lapse of expression. May this not fail of you. I am your all faithfully tender and true old H.J. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. Lamb House Rye. August 22, 1914. Dearest Lucy, I know been quite portentously silent. Your brief card of distress, tonight Saturday P. Roman 1000, makes me feel it, but you on your side will also have felt the inevitability of this absence of mere vain and vague remark. In the presence of such prodigious realities, my overwhelmed sense of them has simply left me nothing to say. The rupture with all the blessed old proportion of things has been so complete and utter, and I've felt as if most of my friends, from very few of whom I have heard at all, were so wrapped in gravities and dignities of silence, that it wasn't fair to write to them simply to make them write. And so it has gone, a whole thing defying expression, so that one has just stared at the horror and watched it grow. But I am not writing now, dearest old friend, to express either alarm or despair in this, mainly by reason of there being so high a decency in not doing, so I hate not to possess my soul, and oh, I should like, while I am about that, to possess yours, for you too. One doesn't possess one's soul unless one squares oneself a good deal, in fact very hard indeed, for the purpose, but in proportion as one succeeds, that means preparation, and preparation means confidence, and confidence means force. And that is as far as we need go for the moment. Your few words express a bad apprehension, which I don't share, and which even our straight outlook here over the blue channel of all these amazing days toward the unthinkable horrors of its almost other doesn't make me share. I don't in the least believe that the Germans will be here with us generally, because I don't admit that anything so abject as the allowance of it by our overwhelming fleet, in conditions making it so tremendously difficult for them, the GS is in, the least conceivable things are not going to be so easy for them as that, however uneasy they may be for ourselves. I insist on a great confidence. I cultivate it as resolutely as I can, and if we were only nearer together, I think I should be able to help you to some of the benefit of it. I have been very thankful to be on this spot all these days, I mean, in this sympathetic little old house, which has somehow assuaged in a manner the nightmare one invents arts for assuaging it off, which some work better than others. The great sore sense I find the futility of talk about the cataclysm. This is so impossible that I can really almost talk about other things. I am supposing you see a goodish many people, since one hears that there are so many in town, and I am glad for you of that solitude in these conditions being grim. Even if society is bleak, I try to read, and I rather succeed, and also even to write, and find the effort of it greatly pays. Lift up your heart, dearest friend. I believe we shall meet to embrace and look back and tell each other how appallingly interesting the whole thing was. I gather in all of you write affectionately, and am yours in particular, dearest Lucy, so stoutly and tenderly. Henry James. To William James, Jr. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. August 31, 1914. Dearest Bill, very blessed to me this morning, and very blessed to Peggy and Alec, and me your momentous and delightful cable. I don't know that we are either of us much versed in the weight of babies, but we have strong, and I find unanimous views about their sex, which your little adventurer into this world of woe has been so good as gracefully to meet. We are all three thoroughly glad of the nephew in him, if only because of being glad of the little brother. We are convinced that that's the way his parents feel, and I hope the feeling is so happy a one for Alice, as to be doing her all sorts of good. Admirable, the all well of your cable, may it go straight on toward better and better. Our joy in your good news is the only gleam of anything of the sort, with which we have been for a long time visited, as an admirable letter from you to Alec, which he read me last night, seemed to indicate more than anything we have yet had from home some definite impression of yes, Indeed, we are steeped in the very air of anxieties and horror sand. They all seem where we are situated so little far away. I have written 2 or 3 times to Harry, and also to your mother. Since leaving London, and Peggy and Alec in particular have had liberal responses from each, but those received up to now rather suggest a failure quite to grasp the big black realities of the whole case. Round about us far and near the war blocks out of Corsefer, that you have realized every other object and question every other thinkability in life. And I needn't tell you what a strain it all is on the nerves, and the faith of a poor old damaged septuagenarian uncle. The extraordinary thing is the way that every interest and every connection that seemed still to exist up to exactly a month ago has been as annihilated as if it had never lifted a head in the world at all. That isn't with reflections so far as one can calmly reflect all that I see. On the contrary, there is a way of looking at what is taking place that is positively helpful, or almost when one can concentrate on it at all, which is difficult. I mean the view that the old, systematic organization and consecration of such forces as are now let loose of their unspeakable infamy and insanity is undergoing such a triumphant exhibition in respect to the loathsomeness and madness of the same, that it is what we must altogether be most face to face with when the actual blackness of the smoke shall have cleared away. But I can't go into that now any more than I can make this letter long, dearest Bill and dearest Alice, or can say anything just now. In particular reference to what is happening, you get in Boston probably about as much news as we do, for this is enormously and quite justly under control of the authorities, and nothing reaches us but what is in the interest of operations, precautions, every kind of public disposition and consideration for the day and hour. This country is making an enormous effort so far as its fleet is concerned, a triumphantly powerful and successful one, and there is a great deal more of the effort to come. Roughly speaking, Germany, immensely prepared, and with the biggest fighting power ever known on earth, has staked her all on a colossal onslaught, and yet is far even yet from having done with it what she believed she would in the time, or on having done it as she first designed. The horrors of the crucifixion of Belgium, the general atrocity of the Kaiser's methods, haven't even yet entirely availed, and there are chances not inconsiderable even while I write that they won't entirely avail. That is, that certain things may still happen to prevent them, but it is all for the moment tremendously dark and awful. We kind of huddle together here and try to lead our lives in such small dignity and piety as we may. More and more is it a big fact in the colossal public situation that Germany is absolutely locked up at last in a maritime way. With all the seas swept of her, every vessel of commerce, she appears now absolutely corked. Her commerce and communications dead as a doornail, and the British activity in undisturbed possession of the seas. This by itself is an enormous service, an immeasurable and finally determinate one surely rendered by this country to the Allies. But after hanging over dearest Alice ever so blessingly again, and tickling the new little infant phenomenon with a now quite practiced old affectionate nose, I must pull off and be just dearest Bill, your own all fondest old uncle. H.J. To Mrs. W. K. Clifford. Dictated. Lamb House Rye. August 31st, 1914. Dearest Roman 50 Roman 100, I am reduced again, you see, to this aid, to correspondence which I feel myself indeed fortunate to possess under the great oppression of the atmosphere in which we live. It makes recuperation doubly difficult in case of recurrence of old ailments, and I have been several days in bed with a renewed kick of the virus of my dismal long illness of 191,011, and am on my feet today for the first time. Fortunately, I know better how to deal with it now, and with a little time I come round. But it leaves me heavy-fingered. One is heavy everything for that matter amid these horrors over which I want and can't expatiate and hang and pour. That way madness lies, and one must try to economize and not disseminate one's forces of resistencito, the prodigious public total of which I think we can each of us in his or her own way, individually and however obscurely, contribute to this end. Very kindly don't send me on newspapers, I very particularly beseech you. It seems so to suggest that you imagine us living in privation of or indifference to them, which is somehow such a sorry image. We are drenched with them, and live up to our neck in them, all the London morning ones, by 8 A Roman 1000, and every scrap of an evening one by about 6 P Roman 1000. We see the former thus at exactly the same hour we should in town, and the last forms in which the latter appear very little more belatedly. They are not just now very exhilarating, but I can only take things in waiting silence, embracing myself unutterably, and holding on somehow, though to God knows what in presence of perpetrations, so gratuitously and infamously hideous as the destruction of Louvain and its accompaniments, for which I can't believe there won't be a tremendous day of reckoning. Frederick Harrison's letter in today's Times will have been as much a relief to my nerves and yours, and to those of millions of others, as to his own splendidly fine old inflamed ones, meaning by nerves everything that shall most formidably clamor within us for the recorded execration of history. I find this more or less helpless assisting at the so long drawn-out martyrdom of the admirable little Belgium. The very intensest part of one's anguish, and my one support in it, is to lose myself in dreams and visions of what must be done eventually, with real imagination and magnanimity, and above all with real material generosity, to help her unimaginable lacerations to heal. The same inscrutable irony of ethereal peace and serenity goes on shedding itself here from the face of nature, who has turned out for us such a summer of blandness and beauty as would have been worthy of a better cause. It still goes on, though of course we should be glad of more rain. But occasional downfalls, even of that heavenly dew, haven't quite failed us, and more of it will very presumably now come. There is no one here in particular for me to tell you of, and if it weren't that Peggy is with me, I should be pretty high and dry in the matter of human converse and contact. She intensely prefers to remain with me for the present, and if she should have to leave, I think I on my side should soon after have to return to my London perch, finding, as I do, that almost absolute solitude under the assault of all the horrors isn't at all a good thing for me. However, that is not a practical question, yet I think of you all faithfully and fondly. Ever your old devotist, H.J. To Mrs. Wharton. This moment was that of the height of the Russian legend, and like everyone else, H.J. was eagerly welcoming the multitudinous evidence of the passage of a vast Russian army through England to France. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. September 1st, 1914. Dear E.W. Cast your intelligent eye on the picture from this A Roman 1000's Daily Mail that I send you, and which you may not otherwise happen to see. Let it rest with all its fine analytic power on the types, the dress, the caps, and the boots of the so-called Belgians, disembarked from where just see let Ostend, and be struck as I have been as soon as the thing was shown to me, this A Roman 1000, by the notice-taking Skinner, my brave doctor, so much more notice-taking than so many of the persons around us. If they are not straight out of the historic or even fictive page of Tolstoy, I will eat the biggest pair of magic boots in the collection with which Skinner told me of speech either this morning or last evening on his part, with a man whose friend or brother, I forget which, had just written him from Sheffield train, after train of Russians have been passing through here today, Sunday. They are a rum-looking lot, but an enormous quantity of this apparently corroborative testimony from seen trains with their contents, stared at, and wondered at, has within 2 or 3 days kept coming in from various quarters. Quantum valet. I consider the reproduced snapshot, enclosed however a regular gem of evidence, what a blessing after all is our refined visual sense. This isn't really by way of answer to your own most valuable letter this morning received, but that is none the less gratefully noted, and shall have its independent acknowledgement. I am better, thank you. Distinctly the recovery of power to eat again means everything to me. I greatly appreciated your kind little letter to my most interesting and admirable Peggy, whom you left under the charm. My own small domestic plot here rocks beneath my feet since yesterday afternoon, with the decision at once to volunteer of my invaluable and irreplaceable little Burgess. I had been much expecting and even hoping for it, but definitely shrinking from the responsibility of administering the push with my own hand. I wanted the impulse to play up of itself. It now appears that it had played up from the first inwardly. With the departure of the little Rye contingent for Dover a fortnight ago, the awfully decent little chap had then felt the pang of patriotism and martial ardor renters, and had kept silent for fear of too much incommoding me by doing otherwise. But now the clearance has taken place in the best way in the world, and I part with him in a day or two. This is all now, save that I am always yours, too much for typists. Henry James. To Mrs. Richard Watson Gilder. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. September 2nd, 1914. My dear Helena, we are passing here, as you may well suppose, through the regular fiery furnace, the sharpest ordeal, and the most tremendous even on these shores, that the generations have been through since any keeping of accounts, and yet mild, as one keeps reminding oneself in comparison with the lacerations of France and the martyrdoms of Belgium. It leaves one small freedom of mind for general talk. It presses all the while with every throb of consciousness. And if during the first days I felt in the air the recall of our Civil War shocks and anxieties, and hurryings and doings of 1861, etc., the pressure in question has already become a much nearer and bigger thing, and a more formidable and tragic one than anything we of the North in those years had to face. It lights up for me rather what the tension was, what it must have been in the South, though, with difference even in that correspondence. The South was more destitute than these rich countries are likely even at the worst to find themselves. But on the other hand, the German hordes, to speak only of them, are immeasurably more formidable and merciless than our comparatively benign northern armies ever approached being. However, I didn't mean to go into these historical parallels any more than I feel able, dear Helena, to go into many points of any kind. One of the effects of this colossal convulsion is that all connection with everything of every kind that has gone before seems to have broken short off in a night, and nothing ever to have happened of the least consequence or relevance beside what is happening now. Therefore, when you express to me so beautifully and touchingly your interest in my notes, often author life and planet, as one now can but feel I have to make an enormous effort to hitch the illusion to my present consciousness, I knew you would enter deeply into the chapter about Minnie Temple, and had your younger intimacy with her at the back of my consciousness. Even while I wrote, I had in mind a very small number of persons who would be peculiarly reached by what I was doing, and would really know what I was talking about, as the mass of others couldn't, and you were of course in that distinguished little group. I could but leave you to be as deeply moved as I was sure you would be, and surely I can but be glad to have given you the occasion. I remember your telling me long ago that you were not allowed during that last year to have access to her, but I myself, for most of it was still further away, and yet the vividness of her, while it went on, seems none the less to have been preserved for us all alike, only waiting for a right pressure of the spring to bring it out. What is most pathetic in the light of today has seemed to me the so tragically little real care she got. The little there was real knowledge enough or presence of mind enough to do for her, so that she was probably sacrificed in a degree and a way that would be impossible today. I thank you at any rate for letting me know that you have, as you say, relievingly wept for the rest your New England summer life, amid your abounding hills and woods and waters, to say nothing of the more intimate strong savor your children must impart to it, shines upon me here from far across the sea, as a land of brighter dream than it's easy to think of mankind anywhere as dreaming. I am delighted to hear that these things are thus comfortable and auspicious with you. The interest of your work on Richard's life wouldn't be interesting to you if it were not tormenting, and wouldn't be tormenting if it were not so considerably worth doing. But as I say, one sees everything without exception that has been a part of past history through the annihilation of battle smoke, if of nothing else, and all questions again swoon away into the obscure. If you have got something to do, stick to it tight, and do it with faith and force. Some things will no doubt eventually be redeemed. I don't speak of the actualities of the public situation here at this moment because I can't say things in the air about them. But this country is making the most enormous, the most invaluable, and the most inspired effort she has ever had to put her hand to, and though the devastating Huns are thundering, but just across the channel, which looks so strangely serene in a present magnificence of summers, won't have failed, I am convinced, of a prodigious saving achievement. Yours, my dear Helena, all affectionately, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. It should be mentioned that Mrs. Wharton had come to England, but was planning an early return to Paris. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. September 3, 1914. My dear E.W. It's a great luxury to be able to go on in this way. I wired you at once this morning how very glad indeed I shall be to take over your superfluous young man as a substitute for Burgess, if he will come in the regular way, my servant, entirely not borrowed from you otherwise than in the sense of his going back to you whenever you shall want him again, and remaining with me on a wage basis, settled by me with him, and about the same as Burgess if possible, so long as the latter is away. I am afraid indeed now, after this lapse of days, that the Russian legend doesn't very particularly hold water. Some information I have this morning, in the way of a positive denial of the War Office points, that way, unless the sharp denial is conceivable quand meme, the only thing is that there remains an extraordinary residuum of fact to be accounted for, it being indisputable by too much convergence of testimony that trains upon trains of troops seen in the light of day, and not recognized by innumerable watchers and wonderers, as English were pouring down from the north, and to the east during the end of last week, and the beginning of this, it seems difficult that there should have been that amount of variously scattered hallucination, misconception, fantastication, or whatever it, I chuck up the sponge. Far from brilliant the news today, of course, and likely, I am afraid to act on your disposition to go back to Paris, which I think a very gallant and magnificent and ideal one, but which at the same time, I well understand within you the urgent force of I feel, I cannot take upon myself to utter any relevant remark about it at Alany plea against it, which you wouldn't in the least mind once the thing determined for you or any in favor of it, which you so intensely don't require I understand. Too well that's the devil of such a state of mind, about everything whatever resolution you take and apply, you will put it through to your very highest honor, and accomplishment of service sir qua. I take off my hat to you down to the ground, and only desire not to worry you with vain words. I kind of hanker for any scrap of really domestic fact about you, all that I may be able to extract from Frederick if he comes, but I shall get at you again quickly in this way, and am your all-faithfulest Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. It will be remembered that the first news of the bombardment of Rheims Cathedral suggested greater destruction than was the fact at that time. The wreckage was, of course, carried much further before the end of the war. Lamb House, Rye. September 21st, 1914. Dearest Edith, Rheims is the most unspeakable and immeasurable horror and infamy, and, what is appalling and heartbreaking, is that it's forever and ever, but no words fill the abyss of it nor touch it nor relieve one's heart, nor light, by a spark the blackness, the ache of one's howl, and the anguish of one's execration errant, mitigated by a shade, even as one brands it, as the most hideous crime ever perpetrated against the mind of man. There it wasn't now all the tears of rage of all the bereft millions, and all the crowding curses of all the wondering ages, will never bring a stone of it back, yet one try 7 trees to get something from saying that the measure is so full as to overflow at last in a sort of vindictive deluge, though for all the stones that will replace, and that the arm of final retributive justice becomes by it an engine really in some degree proportionate to the act. I positively do think it helps me a little to think of how they can be made to wear the shame in the pitiless glare of history, forever and ever, and not even to get rid of it when they are maddened literally by the weight. And for that the preparations must have already at this hour begun. How can't they be as a tremendous force, fighting on the side, fighting in the very fibers of France? I think too somehow, though, I don't know why practically how nothing conceivable could have so damned and dished them forever in our great art-loving country. If you go on Thursday, I can't hope to see you again for the present, but all my blessings on all your splendid resolution, your courage and charity right. Must you be not to take back with you any of your Englishriots, no place for them, yet Frederick will hang on. Your first signal to him Aganan meanwhile is a very great boon to me. I wish I could do something for White if, as I take it, he stays behind, put him up at the Athenaeum, or something all homage and affection to you, dearest Edith, from your desolate and devoted old H.J. To Mrs. T. S. Perry. Dictated. Lamb House, Rye. September 22nd, 1914. My dear Lilla, forgive my use of this fierce legibility to speak to you in my now, at best, faltering accents. We eat and drink and talk and walk, and think we sleep and wake, and live and breathe only the war, and it is a bitter regimen enough, and such as frankly I hoped I shouldn't live on, disillusioned and horror-ridden, to see the like of. Not, however, that there isn't an uplifting and thrilling side to it, as far as this country is concerned, which makes unspeakably for interest, makes one at hours forget all the dreadfulness and cling to what it means in another way. What it above all means, and has meant for me all summer, is that looking almost straight over hence from the edge of the channel, toward the horizon rim, just beyond the curve of which the infamous violation of Belgium has been all these weeks kept up, I haven't had to face the shame of our not having drawn the sword for the massacred and tortured Flemings, and not having left our inestimable France, after vows exchanged to shift for herself England, all but groveled in the dust to the Kaiser for peace up to the very latest hour. But when his last reply was simply to let loose his hordes on Belgium, in silence, with no account of the act to this country, or to France, beyond the most fatuously arrogant, because I choose to damn you in all recorded history, there began for us here a process of pulling ourselves together, of which the end is so far from being yet, That I feel it as only the most rudimentary beginning. However, I said I couldn't talk, and here I am talking, and I mustn't go on, it all takes me too far. I must only feel that all your intelligence, and all your sympathy, yours and dear Thomas, and those of every one of you, is intensely with you's, and that the appalling and crowning horror of the persistent destruction of rhymes, which we just learned, isn't even wanted to give the measure of the insanity of ferocity and presumption against which Europe is making a stand. Do ask Thomas to write me a participating word, and think of me meanwhile as very achingly and shakily, but still all confidently and faithfully yours, Henry James. To Miss Rhoda Broughton, 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW, October 1st, 1914. My dear Rhoda, for myself, with Peggy's necessary departure from my side some 3 weeks ago, I could no longer endure the solitudinous and platitudinous side of my rural retreat. I found I simply ate my heart out in the state of privation of converse, any converse that counted, and of remoteness from the source of information as our information goes. So having very blessedly this perch to come to here I am, while the air of superficial summer still reigns. London is agitating, but interesting in certain aspects. I find it even quite uplifting, and the mere feeling that the huge burden of one's tension is shared is something of a relief, even if it does show the strain as so much reflected back to one immensely. Do I understand the need of younger men to take refuge from it, in doing for all they are worth? To be old and doddering now is for a male person not at all glorious, but if to feel with consuming passion under the call of the great cause is any sort of attestation of use, then I contribute my fond vibration. During these few days in town, I have seen almost no one, and this London, which is to the eye immensely full of people, I mean of the sort who are not here usually at this season, is also a strange, rather sinister London, in the sense that social intercourse seems, and most naturally, scarcely to exist. I am afraid that even your salon, were you here, would inevitably become more or less aware of the shrinkage. Let that console you a little, for not yet setting it up, dear little. I shall try to see. I grieve deeply over her complication of horrors. We all have the latter, but some people, and those the most amiable and most innocent, seem to have them with an extra devilish twist, not sweets to the sweet now, but a double dose of bitterness. It's all a huge strain and a huge nightmare, and a huge unspeakability that isn't my last word or my last sense. This great country has found, and is still more finding, certain parts of herself again that had seemed for long a good deal lost. But here they are no magnificent, and we haven't yet seen a quarter of them. The whole will press down the scale of fortune what we all are together in our so unequal ways out, for we shall do through thick and thin, and whatever enormity of opposition we sufficiently want to, and we sufficiently can, both by material and volition. Therefore, if we don't achieve, it will only be because we have lost our essential, our admirable, our soundest and roundest identity, and that is simply inconceivable to your faithful and affectionate old Henry James. To Edmund Gosse. The allusions in the following are to an article of Mr. Gosse's on the effect of the War of 1870 upon French literature, and to the publication at this moment of H.J.S. Notes on Novelists. Dictated. 21 Carlisle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW, October 15, 1914. My dear Gosse, your article for the Edinburgh is of an admirable interest, beautifully done for the number of things so happily and vividly expressed in it, and attaching altogether from its emotion and its truth. How much, alas, to say on the whole portentous issue, I mean the particular one you deal with, must one feel there isn't the more the further about one looks, and thinks it makes me much want to see you again, and we must speedily arrange for that. I am probably doing on Saturday something very long out of order for me, going to spend Sunday with a friend near town, but as quickly as possible next week. Shall I appeal to you to come and lunch with me? In fact, why not now ask you to let it be either on Tuesday or Wednesday, 20th or 21st, as suits you best. Here at one a word, as to this, at any time up to Tuesday a Roman 1000, and by telephone as well as any other how will be all sufficient. Momentous indeed your recall with such exactitude and authority of the effect, in France, of the 187,071 cataclysm, and interesting to me, as bringing back what I seem to myself to have been then almost closely present at, so that the sense of it all again flushes for me. I remember how the death of the immense old Dumas didn't in the least emerge to the naked eye, and how one vaguely heard that poor gaudier librarian to the Empress had in a day found everything give way beneath him, and let him go down, and down what analogies verily I fear with some of our present aspects and prospects. I didn't so much as know till your page told me that Jules Lemaître was killed, by that stroke awfully tragic and pathetic fact gaudier, but just survived the whole other convulsion it had led to his death early in 73 Felicitas Saint Beuve, who had got out of the way with his incomparable penetration. Just the preceding year had I been at your elbow, I should have suggested a touch or two about dear old George Sand, holding out through the darkness at no hint, but even there giving out some lights that are caught up in her letters. Of the moment beautiful that you put the case as you do for the newer and younger Belgians, and affirm it with such emphasis for Verhaeren at present, I have been told in this country, immense my respect for those who succeed in going on, as you tell of Gaston Paris, having done during that dreadful winter, and created life and force. By doing I myself find concentration of an extreme difficulty, the proportions of things have so changed, and one's poor old values received such a shock I say to myself, that this is all the more reason why one should recover as many of them as possible, and keep hold of them in the very interest of civilization, and of the honor of our race, as to which I am certainly right, but it takes some doing tremendous. The little fact you mentioned, though indeed I had taken it for granted about the absolute cessation of S last big sale, after Aug 1st very considerable his haul fortunately and, if gathered in up to the eve of the fell hour all I myself hear from Paris, is an occasional word from Mrs. Wharton, who is full of ardent activity and ingenious devotion. There a really heroic plunge into the breach, but this is all now save that I am sending you a volume of Gatharedon, for the first time old critical papers, the publication of which was arranged for in the spring, and the book then printed and seen through the press, so that there has been for me a kind of painful inevitability in its so grotesquely and falsinotedly coming out now. But no, I also say to myself nothing serious and felt and sincere, nothing good is anything but essentially in order today, whether economically and attractively so or not. Put my volume at any rate away, on a high shelf to be taken down again, only in the better and straighter light, that I invincibly believe in the dawning of. Let me hear however sparely about Tuesday or Wednesday, and believe me all faithfully yours, Henry James. To Miss Grace Norton. W.E. Roman 500, is William Darwin brother-in-law to Charles Eliot Norton. Richard is the latter's son, director of the American School of Archaeology in Rome, at this time, engaged in organizing a motor ambulance of American volunteers in France. He unhappily died of meningitis in Paris, August 2, 1918. 21 Carlisle Mansions. Chain Walk, SW. October 16, 1914. Very dear old friend. How can I thank you enough for the deep intelligence and sympathy of your beautiful and touching little letter this morning received, or sufficiently, bless, the impulse that made you write it, for really the strain and stress of the whole horribly huge case over here is such that the hand of understanding and sympathy reached out across the sea causes grateful vibration, and among all our vibrations, those of gratitude don't seem appointed to be on the whole the most numerous, though indeed I must speak as if within our very own huge scope we have not plenty of those too that we can feel, or that the individual poor resisting gashican creature may on such a scale feel, and so intensely and potently with the endlessly multitudinous others who are subject to the same assault, and such hundreds of thousands of them to so much greater is verily his main great spiritual harborage, since so many of those that need more or less to serve have become now, but the waste of waters happy, are those of your and my generation in very truth who have been able or may still be to do as dear W.E. Roman 500 so enviably did, and close their eyes without the sense of deserting their post or dodging their duty. We feel, don't we, that we have stuck to and done ours long enough to have a right to say, oh, this wasn't in the bargain. It's the claim of fate, only in the form of a ruffian or a swindler, and with such ill have no dealing. The perfection of which felicity I have but just heard so long after the event was that of poor dear fine Jules Lemaître, who unwell at the end of July, and having gone down to his own little native pays on the Loire, to be soigny read in the newspaper of the morrow that war upon France had been declared, and fell back on the instant into a swoon from which he never awoke. The happiest, almost the enviable, except those who may emulate William, are the younger doers of things and engagers in action like our admirable Richard. For I find him so admirable, whom I can't sufficiently commend and admire for having thrown himself into Paris, where he can most serve. But I won't say much more now, save that I think of you with something that I should call the liveliest renewal of affection, If my affection for you had ever been less than lively, I rejoice in whatever Peggy has been able to tell you of me, but don't you on your side fall into the error of regretting that she came back. I have done nothing so much since her departure as bless the day of it. So wrong a place does this more and more become for those whose life isn't definitely fixed here, and so little could I have borne the anxiety and responsibility of having her on my mind, in addition to having myself have me on yours, dearest Grace, as much as you like, for it is exquisitely sensible to me that you so faithfully and tenderly do, and that does nothing but good, real helpful good to yours all affectionately, Henry James. To Mrs. Wharton. A passage translated by Roman 1000 Alfred de Saint André from H.J.'s letter to Mrs. Wharton of September 3rd c. above had been read at a meeting of the Académie Française, and published in the Journal des Débats. The Hôtel d'Iéna was at this time the headquarters of the British Red Cross Society in Paris. 21 Carlyle Mansions, Chain Walk, SW. October 17, 1914. Very dear old friend. Yesterday came your brave letter with its two so remarkable enclosures, and also the interesting one, lent me to read by Dorothy Ward. The sense they give me of your heroic tension and valor is something I can't express any more than I need to, for your perfect assurance of it posted here in London. Your letter was by the Walter Gays whom I hunger and thirst for, though without having as yet got more into touch than through a telephone message on their behalf an hour ago by the manager or whoever of their South Kensington hotel. I most unfortunately can't see them this P. Roman 1000, as they proposed, as I am booked for the long unprecedented adventure of going down for a couple of nights to Quaker Inn. Response to a most touching and not obresisted letter from its master. G. Roman 50 and P. Roman 50 are both to be there apparently, and I really rather welcome the break for a few hours with the otherwise unbroken pitch of London. However, let me not so much as name that in presence of your tremendous pitch of Paris, which however is all mixed in my consciousness with yours, so that the intensity of yours drums through all the while as the big note. With all my heart do I bless the booming work, though not the booming anything else, which makes for you from day to day the valid carapace, the invincible, if not perhaps strictly invulnerable armor, so golden-plated you shine straight over it, meaned at us all. Of the liveliest interest to me, of course, the Debats version of the poor old rhymes passage of my letter to you, at the time of the horror and respect, to which I feel so greatly honored by such grand courtesy shown it, and by the generous translation for which I shall at the first possible moment write, and thank Saint André, from whom I have also had an immensely revealing small photograph of one of the aspects of the outraged cathedral, the vividest picture of the irreparable ravage. Splendid, indeed, and truly precious your report of the address of that admirable man to the Rhymes Tribunal at the hour of supreme trial. I echo with all my soul your lively homage to it, and ask myself if anything on earth can ever have been so blackly grotesque, or grotesquely black, as the sublimely smug proposal of the Germans to wipe off the face of the world, as a living force, substituting for it, apparently their portentous, their cumbrous and complicated idiom, the race that has for its native incomparable tone, such form, such speech, such reach, such an expressional consciousness, as humanity was on that occasion honored, and so to speak transfigured, by being able to find Roman 1000 Louis Bossu aiding in its chords. What a splendid creation of life on the excellent man's part, just by play of the resource most familiar and most indispensable to him. This is all at this moment. I have still £5 of your cheque in hand, wanting only to bestow it where I practically see it used. I haven't sent more to Rye, but conferred 3 a couple of days since, on an apparently most meritorious and most intelligently worked refuge, for some 60 or 70 that is being carried on in the most fraternal spirit by a real working-class circle at Hammersmith. I shall distill your balance with equal care, and I accompany each of your donations with a like sum of my own. We are sending off hence now, every day regularly, some 7 or 8 London papers to the Hôtel d'Iéna.